The inner voice was overheard, and the whole court was eating melons together. Chapter 161 Lei Yaoju's Deception. Guagua paused and continued. By the way, besides ordinary people, there are also many wealthy people and officials who come to propose marriage. They want to take Guan Qiaoqiao into their mansion. For them, Guan Qiaoqiao's status as a wife is too low, but being a concubine is still okay. But Guan Qiaoqiao refused. What is a concubine? In a wealthy family, it is just a thing, and people can beat, scold, and kill it at will. Isn't it said that it is better to be a poor man's wife than a rich man's concubine? Guan Qiaoqiao has never thought about becoming someone's concubine. Close black lens bracket. In the video, several wealthy businessmen and officials sent people to the house to express the desire to take Guan Qiaoqiao as a concubine, but they were all rejected by Guan's family. This is the emperor's territory, and no one dares to force Guan Qiaoqiao into the palace. Song Yaoyao agreed and said, "Well, I agree with Guan's family's idea. There are too many underworlds in the mansion. If you are not that cunning, don't get involved. If you lose your life one day, you will have no place to seek justice." Close black lens bracket. Gua, the host is right. A simple-minded girl like Guan Qiaoqiao is indeed not suitable for the life of house fighting. I continued what I was saying just now. Among those who wanted to marry Guan Qiaoqiao, there was a young official named Lei Yaoju. Lei Yaoju was a second-generation official who was uneducated and unskilled. His father was a sixth-rank official in the Ministry of Justice. Lei Yaoju had long had his eyes on Guan Qiaoqiao and wanted to bring her into his house. Lei Yaoju was very popular in the mansion. After a long period of persuasion, Lei's mother finally gave in and agreed to let him marry Guan Qiaoqiao. However, when the Lei family's housekeeper was asked to propose marriage, the Guan family refused. The playboys who were with Lei Yaoju started to make fun of him after they learned that Lei Yaoju's marriage proposal was rejected. In the video, Lei Yaoju accidentally saw Guan Qiaoqiao, who was selling tofu, while drinking tea in Langsnyuan and was attracted by her appearance. For a period of time afterwards, Lei Yaoju would come to the tea house every day and look out the window at Guan Qiaoqiao. The more Lei Yaoju looked at Guan Qiaoqiao, the more he liked her, so he persuaded Lei's mother to go to Guan's house to propose marriage. Lei's mother was so annoyed by her son that she finally agreed. Unexpectedly, the Guan family refused. The Lei family felt particularly embarrassed. When Lei Yaoju's friends learned about this, they began to tease her. "Mr. Lei, you are so charming, how come you were rejected? The Guan family and Guan Qiaoqiao are so ungrateful." Ellipsis. Song Yaoyao, are these people trying to comfort Lei Yaoju, or are they just fanning the flames? Gua, these people are just adding fuel to the fire. Lei Yaoju is the one whose father holds the highest position among these playboys. He usually acts like a big shot in front of these people. Unexpectedly, a girl selling tofu fell into trouble. Wouldn't these people take the opportunity to ridicule her? With these people fanning the flames, Lei Yaoju became angrier and angrier. How could he, a young master of an official family, not be worthy of a tofu seller? Lei Yaoju thought of a plan to make Guan Qiaoqiao's friend obediently. Close black lens bracket. Song Yaoyao, no way. Because I didn't agree to his proposal, Lei Yaoju came up with a plan to deal with her. Is this person mentally ill? Gua, what plan did he come up with? Close black lens bracket. Gua, Lei Yaoju always stood by the window of Langsnyuan, looking down at Guan Qiaoqiao. He himself has never appeared in front of Guan Qiaoqiao. Guan Qiaoqiao only knew that there was a young official named Lei Yaoju who came to propose marriage, but she had never met him in person. Lei Yaoju took advantage of the fact that Guan Qiaoqiao had never met him and started his plan. The following story is very cliché, but it works. Lei Yaoju hired a group of thugs to cause trouble at Guan Qiaoqiao's tofu stall. At this time, Lei Yaoju, dressed in coarse linen clothes, appeared. He fought desperately with the bad guys and was beaten black and blue but still protected Guan Qiaoqiao. The gang of hooligans were really afraid of someone getting killed, so they let the two go. Close black lens bracket. In the video, Lei Yaoju was wearing a coarse linen shirt, with makeup on his face and exposed skin, looking like an ordinary citizen with rough skin. In order to make the performance more realistic, the group of thugs really beat up Lei Yaoju. Finally, the gang of thugs left because they were afraid of causing loss of life. Guan Qiaoqiao looked at Lei Yaoju, who was covered in wounds, and blamed herself deeply. She wanted to send Lei Yaoju to the clinic, but Lei Yaoju refused. Lei Yaoju said that it was just a minor injury and he could just go home and apply some medicine. No matter how Guan Qiaoqiao tried to persuade him, Lei Yaoju just refused to go to the clinic. In this way, Lei Yaoju and Guan Qiaoqiao got acquainted. Later, Guan Qiaoqiao found out that the man who saved her was called Fang Ji. His father had died early and he had a paralyzed mother at home. He was a worker at Langsnyuan. In front of Guan Qiaoqiao, Lei Yaoju portrayed himself as a young man who was filial to his parents, hardworking, diligent and motivated. Every day, Lei Yaoju would go to Guan Qiaoqiao's tofu stall to help. After working for a while, he said it was time to go to the tea house to work. Guan Qiaoqiao also told him to be careful with his words and actions in the tea house and not to offend the nobles. Song Yaoyao, the reason why Lei Yaoju didn't go to the clinic is because he was afraid that the disguise on his skin would be exposed, right? This Lei Yaoju is so shameless, plotting against a girl like this. Even the self-torture tactics and the hero saving the beauty were used. Close black lens bracket. Gua, Lei Yaoju did all this just to gain Guan Qiaoqiao's trust, to trick her into marrying him, and then he would take her into his house as if she were arms, and then torture her ruthlessly. Any girl would be moved by what Lei Yaoju is showing now. After spending some time together, the relationship between Lei Yaoju and Guan Qiaoqiao has become better and better. Guan Qiaoqiao's girlish heart has been touched. Close black lens bracket. In the video, Lei Yaoju goes to help Guan Qiaoqiao with work every day, and always brings her some small things, such as a hair tie, a piece of osmanthus cake. The hair tie was something Lei Yaoju picked up from a maid in his own house. As for the osmanthus cake, it was the leftovers from her own home. She wrapped a piece in a handkerchief and brought it to Guan Qiaoqiao. Ellipsis. Guan Qiaoqiao is very happy every time she receives these things. What is even more speechless is that Lei Yaoju said he was going to the tea house to work, and after entering the tea house, he went straight into his own private room. Lei Yaoju's personal servant and his group of cronies were already waiting inside. After Lei Yaoju changed into his fancy clothes, his group of friends started to talk about him. Our young Master Lei has a solution. We saw that Guan Qiaoqiao looked at you with admiration in her eyes. That's right, the affection in those eyes can be drawn. Master Lei, when will you take someone into your house? Yes, Master Lei, only by bringing her to your house can you spend the night with her every day. The inner voice was overheard, and the whole court was eating melons together. Chapter 162 dealing with Lei Yaoju. Lei Yaoju smiled and said, "It's almost time. Before I get Guan Qiaoqiao and have her body, I must not reveal my true identity. Otherwise, with her personality, she will never give in." Someone continued to ask, "Master Lei, aren't you afraid that Guan Qiaoqiao will find out about the whole thing and make trouble with you?" Lei Yaoju smiled. "What's the fuss? By then, she will be mine. Who else can she marry? Is she going to leave her lame father behind and die?" Those dandies all showed obscene smiles, and then gave Lei Yaoju a thumbs up. It is still our young Master Lei who has the means. When everyone present saw this, their eyes were filled with anger. It's really infuriating that such a good girl was plotted against just because she didn't want to marry that playboy. And according to Guoguo's explanation, Lei Yaoju just wanted to deceive Guan Qiaoqiao's body first, and then Guan Qiaoqiao would have to marry him even if she didn't want to. What a vicious plan. When Song Yaoyao saw this, she was furious. This Lei Yaoju is such a fucking inhuman. Those people who are with Lei Yaoju are not good people either. Such a good girl cannot be ruined like this. This matter must be exposed. Close black lens bracket. Guo, host, you need to be faster. Otherwise, Guan Qiaoqiao would get deeper and deeper into trouble. Close black lens bracket. Song Yaoyao, how deep is Guan Qiaoqiao's feelings for Lei Yaoju now? Guo, I just started to have feelings for him, but it's not to the point where I have to be with him. Song Yaoyao, that's easy. At this moment, Lei Yaoju, wearing his work clothes, that set of coarse linen clothes, walked over from a distance. It seemed that he was going to perform at Guan Qiaoqiao's tofu stall. After watching the video, everyone despised Lei Yaoju's despicable and shameless behavior. Especially the women present, they all hated people like Lei Yaoju. This world is inherently harsh to women. If Guan Qiaoqiao was really deceived, then there would be only two options waiting for her. One is to marry Lei Yaoju obediently and let him control her. The second option is to die. They are also women. If they were to encounter such a thing, the consequences would be. The more they thought about it, the angrier they became. A good woman who made a living by selling tofu was put to death just because she didn't want to marry Lei Yaoju as a concubine. He was worse than an animal. Now, as soon as he saw Lei Yaoju walking not far away, he wanted to teach this scum a lesson. But they couldn't show it yet, couldn't let Master Xiao Song know that they could hear her thoughts. At this time, Song Yaoyao pointed at Lei Yaoju downstairs and spoke to everyone. "Do you see the man below? His name is Lei Yaoju, and he is. If Song Yaoyao wants to cause trouble, she definitely can't do it alone. If she wants to deal with the scumbag, everyone must work together." So, Song Yaoyao told everyone what Lei Yaoju had done. In fact, everyone already knew the whole story, but they didn't dare to show their indignation before. But now it's different. Lord Xiao Song said it himself. Someone asked, "Master Xiao Song, what do you think we should do next?" Song Yaoyao looked at Lei Yaoju downstairs and said, "Of course, we have to expose Lei Yaoju's true identity and deal with this piece of garbage." Afterwards, Song Yaoyao and her group went downstairs and walked straight towards Guan Qiaoqiao's tofu stall. Lei Yaoju saw a large group of people in gorgeous clothes walking towards the tofu stall. Lei Yaoju knew these people. As a playboy, he probably didn't know much else, but he knew which mansion these people were from. If one wants to get along well in the capital, Lei Yaoju knows exactly which people one should not mess with. The people coming over now are the ones he can't afford to offend. Lei Yaoju was afraid that his identity would be exposed and what he had done would be made public, so he wanted to take the opportunity to slip away. Unexpectedly, when Song Yaoyao and her group saw this scene, someone had already ordered the servants to block Lei Yaoju's way. Guan Qiaoqiao saw this scene and hurried out, saying with a smile, "Gentlemen and ladies, I don't know what Aji did to offend you all. I would like to apologize to you all on his behalf." Guan Qiaoqiao was about to say something, but Song Yaoyao interrupted her. "Girl, please don't make any noise. Stand aside for now. We will know what he did soon. This matter is related to you. Please stay calm for now." "What's going on? Is it related to me?" Although Guan Qiaoqiao was confused, she still wanted to plead for Lei Yaoju, but was stopped by Song Yaoyao, who told her to just watch from the side. Lei Yaoju had been caught in front of everyone. They surrounded him, looked him up and down, and began to mock him. "Hey, isn't this Lei Yaoju, the son of Lord Lei, a sixth-rank official in the Ministry of Justice? Is this because he is tired of being a government official and is pretending to be poor and putting on an act? Yeah, this costume is good, it looks quite realistic. What happened to your skin? Why did it become so rough? Did you apply some kind of potion? Master Lei's hobby is really unique. He likes to pretend to be poor and gain sympathy. Where did Master Lei get this coarse linen shirt? It's so shabby. Master Lei, I heard that you told others that your father, Lord Lei, was dead and your mother, Madam Lei, was paralyzed in bed. Your words determined the fate of your parents. Do your parents know that you cursed them like this?" "That's right, Master Lei is really a good son of Lord and Madam Lei." "What an unfilial son. How can he curse his own parents like that? It seems that he just didn't discipline them enough." Ellipsis. After hearing these words, Guan Qiaoqiao turned pale and asked, "Isn't his name Fang Ji? How could he be the son of Lord Lei, a sixth-rank official in the Ministry of Justice?" Song Yaoyao patted Guan Qiaoqiao's arm and said, "You'll find out if you keep reading." At this moment, the people with Song Yaoyao and the others had already captured Lei Yaoju's servant and his cronies in the tea house and threw them to the ground. As soon as these people saw Song Yaoyao and the others, they knew they were in trouble this time. Before Song Yaoyao and the others could ask, the people on the ground had already said, "We didn't do anything. It was Lei Yaoju's idea to deceive Guan Qiaoqiao, and he did it alone. We were not involved." Guan Qiaoqiao asked the people on the ground with a pale face, "What happened?" The few people on the ground also went all out and told the truth. After hearing everything, Guan Qiaoqiao's face turned pale. The inner voice was overheard, and the whole court was eating melons together. Chapter 163 Song Yaoyao's help. Song Yaoyao and a few others supported her. After Guan Qiaoqiao stood firm, she said, "It's okay, I'm fine." No matter who encounters such a thing, it would probably be difficult to accept it after knowing the truth. Lei Yaoju on the ground was already trembling with fear. If this incident today got out of hand, his father would beat him to death. Song Yaoyao looked at Guan Qiaoqiao and asked, "Miss Guan, how do you think we can solve this problem?" Guan Qiaoqiao bit her lip, her face pale, and said, "Solve? I don't know." Song Yaoyao said, "Since Miss Guan doesn't know, we will make the decision for her." Song Yaoyao said to the servant beside her, "Fight, just keep your breath." As soon as Song Yaoyao finished speaking, the servant of the Song family took action first, and the servants brought by the other people also started to take action. Song Yaoyao whispered something to a servant boy, who nodded and kicked Lei Yaoju in the lower body. Lei Yaoju instantly let out a shrill scream. A moment later, Lei Yaoju was lying on the ground with a bruised face and swollen nose, hunched over, and covering his lower body. It seems that this man can no longer rely on those two tails of meat to do whatever he wants. Song Yaoyao saw Lei Yaoju's servant and his friends and said, "These guys are not good guys either, beat him up." As Song Yaoyao finished her words, Den's fist fell on several people. Song Yaoyao didn't let anyone destroy their lower bodies. Although these people are not good people, they are indeed not involved in this incident, so let's spare them for now. After a while, he asked the servants to stop, looked at the people lying on the ground like dead dogs, and ordered the servants to throw these trash back to their house and tell them what happened here. When Lei Yaoju was sent back, someone snorted coldly. "Lei Yaoju, this matter is not over yet. My father is the imperial censor, and I will tell him the truth. Your father didn't discipline you strictly, so you became a bad son. My father will definitely report your father, just wait and see." After saying this, he had Lei Yaoju carried away. Song Yaoyao couldn't help but give a thumbs up to the person who just spoke. Lei Yaoju dared to do such a thing to the people just because his father was a sixth-rank official. If his father is nothing, how can he still be so arrogant? Song Yaoyao was speechless, with Lei Yaoju's head stuck in the door. In the capital city, where rich people are everywhere and officials are as numerous as dogs, how dare Lei Yaoju be so arrogant? Where does his confidence come from? Could it be from his father who is a sixth-rank official? It's true that those who don't know are fearless. Song Yaoyao turned around and looked at Guan Qiaoqiao, who was pale, and said, "Miss Guan, it's okay, everything is over. Lei Yaoju will never dare to cause trouble again." Song Yaoyao thought about it and said, "Girl, I saw your tofu and it's pretty good. You can send it to Qi Yun Lai Hot Pot Restaurant and have a try." Guan Qiaoqiao was also worried. After something like this happened, would anyone still come to buy her tofu? Unexpectedly, the girl in front of her gave her such advice. What kind of place is that where customers flock to the hot pot restaurant? It was the newest store to open in the capital, and its business was booming. Few people in the capital didn't know about it. If her tofu could really catch the attention of the shopkeeper there, then she wouldn't have to set up a stall anymore. Without fewer stalls, there will be fewer opportunities to show up in public. Things like today will never happen again. Guan Qiaoqiao asked nervously, "Will people want my tofu?" Song Yaoyao comforted. "As long as your tofu is of good quality, there shouldn't be any problems." Guan Qiaoqiao continued to ask, "What if the shopkeeper refuses to see me? How about this, you deliver the tofu to Qi Yun Lai Hot Pot Restaurant tomorrow morning, and I'll send someone to give them a heads up in advance. But let me make it clear first, I can only introduce you to the shopkeeper. As for whether the shopkeeper will take a liking to your tofu, I have no say in that." Guan Qiaoqiao said excitedly, "I am already very happy that the girl can introduce me. You're welcome. I think you have almost sold all your tofu today, pack up and go home early." Guan Qiaoqiao nodded. The world is already very open, but there are still many demands on women. Guan Qiaoqiao is a good girl, and Song Yaoyao also wants to help if she can. After resolving this issue, Song Yaoyao and her friends continued their shopping. After shopping until the afternoon, Song Yaoyao and her friends still hadn't chosen a suitable gift, so they had to go back home. Since the King of War had sent her a private message, Song Yaoyao wanted to prepare a gift for him separately. "I spent the whole day shopping but still couldn't find a suitable gift. As a prince, King Zan has seen everything, and ordinary things probably don't catch his eye." After Song Yaoyao entered the space, she wanted to look around to see if there was anything suitable. After searching for a long time, Song Yaoyao finally found a crystal ball in the bedroom upstairs. There is a deer in the crystal ball. This is a solar-powered nightlight type crystal ball. When you turn on the switch on the base of the crystal ball at night, the entire crystal ball will light up. Deer means you are with me all the way. Crystal was extremely precious in ancient times, and this crystal ball has a good meaning, making it a perfect wedding gift. Song Yaoyao thought about it, found an exquisite box, and put the crystal ball in it. This is the gift for the War King's wedding. Gua Gua, host, are you planning to give this thing to the War King and his friends as a wedding gift? Song Yao Yao, is it inappropriate? Gua Gua, no, in modern times, this thing would be too common. But in this ancient time, it is a priceless treasure, very suitable. Host, what I want to say is that there are many of these things in the storage room upstairs, and the patterns inside are different. You can choose carefully and then decide which one to give. Close black lens bracket. Song Yao Yao, no need, this has a good meaning, I'll choose this one. As expected, at the morning court the next day, Lei Yaoju and his father were reported. In fact, the emperor had already learned about this yesterday from the secret guards sent to protect Song Yao Yao. How could a mere son of a 6th rank official dare to do such a thing? Who gave him the confidence? Whose power is he relying on? Lord Lei's official position was demoted from the 6th rank Yuanlang of the Ministry of Justice to the 8th rank Director of the Ministry of Justice, a drop of 4 levels in a row. Song Yao Yao was somewhat dissatisfied and muttered. Why didn't the emperor dismiss Lord Lei directly? Close black lens bracket. Gua Gua, Lord Lei's ability is still good. Being demoted 3 levels in a row is already the biggest blow to him. If it weren't for Lei Yaoju, Lord Lei's ability could have allowed him to rise even higher, but it was all ruined by his eldest son. In other words, the emperor still values talent. He just thought that Lord Lei was still somewhat useful, so he didn't give him up completely. Close black lens bracket. The inner voice was overheard, and the whole court was eating melons together. Chapter 164 Duo Kinge. Song Yao Yao, I see. In the blink of an eye, it was the day of the War King's wedding. Minister Song and his wife took the brothers and sisters to Prince San's palace. When we got there were people at the gate registering the gifts. Mrs. Song asked her maid to present the gift she had brought. The gift is priceless, but also quite decent. Song Yao Yao took out the gift and put it on the table, saying, "Here's my gift, the crystal ball." After hearing this, the person who registered paused and then asked, "What is a crystal ball?" Song Yao Yao opened the box, and the nightlight crystal ball with "You're with me all the way" appeared in front of everyone. There is only colored glass in the world now, no crystal, and every piece of colored glass is a priceless treasure. This was the first time they had seen something so crystal clear. When everyone saw the crystal ball, they all exclaimed in amazement. "This is the crystal ball. It's so beautiful. This is more crystal clear than any colored glass we've ever seen. Master Xiao Song, you are really generous. You even took out something so priceless." Ellipsis. Song Yao Yao took out the crystal ball from the box and began to explain it, including the function of the nightlight and how to charge it. Song Yao Yao continued. "At night, there is no need for candles. Just turn on this switch and the room will be bright. The deer also means, I have you by my side all the way. I wish the King of Zan and the Princess of Zan a long and happy marriage, and they will always be together." Everyone looked at the crystal ball with burning eyes. Under everyone's fiery gazes, Song Yao Yao put the crystal ball back into the box. Song Qingling moved closer to Song Yao Yao and said, "You little heartless boy, I've loved you so much in vain. You have something so good but you never showed it to us. Let us see it. If it weren't for this time, we wouldn't have known you had such a priceless treasure." Song Yao Yao was also embarrassed. How could she say that she found this thing very ordinary and she had never thought about it at all? Song Yao Yao touched her nose awkwardly. She remembered that Gua Gua said that there was a crystal ball in the storage room of the space, and the pattern inside was different, so she said, "I have some more. I'll give you one when I get back. I'm just talking, I don't want anything from you." "I know, I really have some more. You can take your time to pick them when you go back." "Since you said so, I won't be polite." Song Yao Yao nodded. After the gifts were registered, Minister Song and his wife, along with Song Yao Yao and the others, walked towards the hall. When they reached the hall, they separated. Minister Song took Song Qingyu to the men's seats, and Madam Song took Song Qingling and Song Yao Yao to the women's seats. This time, Song Yao Yao and others are still the C position. Although Song Yao Yao didn't understand why they were always arranged in the C position, she had already gotten used to it after attending so many banquets. Not long after Song Yao Yao sat down, Gua Gua's voice rang out. "Host, host, close black lens bracket." Listening to Gua Gua's excited voice, Song Yao Yao asked, "What happened? Did you find something big?" Gua Gua, yes, yes. "Host, do you want to eat?" Close black lens bracket. When everyone heard Gua Gua's voice, they all became excited. Wherever Lord Xiao Song went, they could eat melons. I don't know who will be the big news today. Are they looking forward to it? Song Yao Yao looked around the banquet hall. It was still early, so it would be nice to eat some melon to refresh herself. So she said, "Open black lens bracket want. Close black lens bracket." Gua Gua, host, do you see the 7th princess not far away? As Gua Gua finished speaking, the image of the 7th princess appeared above Song Yao Yao's head. 7th princess Duo Kinge. Everyone looked at the screen in shock, their mouths wide open in disbelief. Song Yao Yao was not familiar with the 7th princess at all, but she had heard about the deep love between the 7th prince and the 7th princess. In the eyes of everyone, the 7th prince particularly dotes on his princess and always puts her first no matter what time. The 7th princess had met Song Yao Yao at a previous palace banquet and knew how different she was. She came here today just to watch the show with Master Xiao Song. Since the palace banquet, the 7th princess has never seen Lord Xiao Song again. In the previous few times, the 7th princess did not attend the banquets held in other people's houses because she had something to do, and she only sent people to deliver gifts. But today is different. Today is the 8th brother's wedding day. The 7th princess put aside her current affairs early and came to attend the banquet. Of course, it was also to be able to watch the show with Song Yao Yao. However, the 7th princess never thought that she would be the one eating the melon. The 7th princess remained calm. She and the seventh prince were in love, like a couple from gods, an enviable couple. What could possibly gossip about her? She wanted to see what Lord Xiao Song and the Guogua could say today. Song Yaoyao asked in surprise. What kind of gossip can the seventh princess have? Isn't she the envy of all the women in the capital? I heard that she and the seventh prince are very affectionate. Close black lens bracket. Guogua, host, you have to understand one thing, you can't just look at the surface of things. See the essence through appearances. Let me tell you slowly about what's going on here. Let me first tell you about the seventh princess. The seventh princess is Duo Kinge, the second daughter of Duo Waken, a first-rank military commander. Duo Waken married 2 wives. The first wife died of illness, leaving behind 2 sons and 2 daughters. Duo Waken later married a second wife, who gave birth to 2 sons and a daughter. Duo Kinge was the daughter of the stepmother. Duo Kinge was born with a silver spoon in her mouth and was loved by her parents and family. Closed black lens bracket. In the video, Duo Kinge was doted on because she had a cheerful personality, like a little son. Even the children left by the late lady particularly liked this younger sister. Song Yaoyao, and then Guogua, Duo Kinge grew up in such pampering. She had reached the age where she could get married, and the number of men who came to propose marriage to her was almost enough to break down the threshold of the Duo mansion. Of course, among those who wanted to marry her, some really liked Duo Kinge. They thought that she was proficient in music, chess, calligraphy and painting, generous and sociable, but also knew how to speak and behave properly and would not offend others, making her very suitable to be the mistress of the house. Some people came to propose marriage because they were attracted by General Duo Waken's status. The princes who didn't have wives were also trying to attract Duo Kinge's attention, hoping to win her favor and marry her back home. Close black lens bracket. In the video, matchmakers from the capital city are almost knocking down the door of Duo's house. When one matchmaker leaves, another one comes. The princes who did not have a queen also sent people to propose marriage to them. The Duo mansion is very lively every day. The princes also wanted to ask the emperor to grant them a marriage directly. However, Duo Waken had thought of this early on, and requested the emperor to allow his daughter Duo Kinge to marry, letting her decide for herself. The emperor agreed. This is also the emperor's grace to the Grand Marshal Duo Waken. The inner voice was overheard, and the whole court was eating melons together. Chapter 165-7 The Prince's Plan. Song Yaoyao, then how did Duo Kinge end up marrying the seventh prince? Guogua, the seventh prince, Chen Haoran, is the son of concubine Shen. Lady Shen, whose name is Shen Lianrong. Noble Lady Shen was the daughter of a fifth-rank official. Among the emperor's many concubines, her family background was not impressive at all. It was because she gave birth to the seventh prince that she was promoted to a noble lady. Close black lens bracket. Song Yaoyao, Shen Lianrong. Guogua, when it comes to lotus seed paste, I think of lotus seed paste mooncakes. Adding 2 double egg yolks in it will make it even more delicious. Close black lens bracket. Everyone was amused by Lord Xiao Song. Although they don't know what lotus seed paste mooncakes are. But this did not prevent them from seeing that Lord Xiao Song was a foodie. The news is just breaking out right now, how could she associate it with food when she heard the name? Guogua was also speechless. Host, are you eating melon? Why did you end up talking about food? Close black lens bracket. Song Yaoyao complained. Guogua, I'm not saying this, but I've never eaten mooncakes since I came into this world. In this world, there is no such thing as eating mooncakes during the Mid-Autumn Festival. When I think of mooncakes with double egg yolks and lotus seed paste filling, I get greedy. Close black lens bracket. Guogua comforted. I have the recipe here. I'll give it to you when I get back. When the time comes, you can ask the chef in the mansion to cook for you. Close black lens bracket. Song Yaoyao was happy all of a sudden. This is good, you must keep your word. Guogua, got it. Our crooked building is completely crooked. Okay, let's continue now. Close black lens bracket. Song Yaoyao, okay. Guogua, you continue. Close black lens bracket. Guogua, host, you interrupted me like this and I forgot where I was talking about. How about we start from the beginning? Close black lens bracket. Song Yaoyao quickly reminded. No need to start from the beginning, I know where you are going. You said that concubine Shen was the daughter of a fifth-rank official. Among the many concubines of the emperor, her family background was not good enough. Close black lens bracket. Guogua, oh, I remember now. Let me continue. The seventh prince's mother's family was in decline and could not provide him with any help. He wanted to marry a woman from a prominent family to be his wife. He then married a few more women from equally prominent family backgrounds as his concubines. With the help of these women's families, he can also fight for it. Close black lens bracket. What are they fighting for? Everyone present knows exactly what they're fighting for. Song Yaoyao, the seventh prince has a good plan. Does this count as him being a gigolo? Then how did he win Duo Kinge's favor and finally marry him? Close black lens bracket. Guogua, among all the people who wanted to marry Duo Kinge, the seventh prince felt that even though he was a prince, his conditions were very ordinary. Apart from being the emperor's son, he has no advantages at all. So he resorted to a trick. The method is still old-fashioned, but it works. At a palace banquet, Duo Kinge was pushed into the lotus pond. The seventh prince immediately jumped into the lotus pond and rescued Duo Kinge. The seventh prince had hugged Duo Kinge in front of everyone, so she had no choice but to marry the seventh prince. Close black lens bracket. In the video, the seventh prince bribed a maid to push Duo Kinge from behind when no one was paying attention. The scene changed, and everyone was watching the koi in the pond fighting for food. The maid pushed Duo Kinge from behind. Seeing this, Duo Kingja's face became extremely ugly. It turned out that everything before was the 7th prince's plan. Everyone then knew how the 7th prince married Duo Kingjae. Duo Kingjae felt more comfortable when she thought that the 7th prince treated her well after marriage. Song Yaoyao, the ancients were really like that, changing the soup but not the medicine, using the same tricks to scheme against people over and over again. It's really speechless. Guogua, it's quite speechless, but it works, isn't it? Song Yaoyao, that's true. Look, with just this one move, Duo Kingjae was dealt with. Close black lens bracket. Guogua, and sir, Duo Kingjae married the 7th prince. As the most beloved daughter of Grand Marshal Duo Waken, Duo Kingjae had a grand wedding with a 10-mile-long red makeup. He brought a lot of silver, shops, and farms into the 7th prince's palace. After marriage, the 7th prince was also nice to Duo Kingjae. Of course, this kindness was sincere, and only the 7th prince himself knew it. Close black lens bracket. The video shows Duo Kingjae getting married. The dowry was so large that it was really enviable. It also caused a sensation. However, Duo Kingjae frowned at this moment. She was thinking that the 7th prince was not the kind of person that Guogua said. The 7th prince was sincere to her and they were true love. The 7th princess wanted to speak up to defend the 7th prince, but she held back. She wanted to see what else Song Yaoyao and the Guogua could say. Song Yaoyao sneered twice. The 7th prince finally got his wish and married such a noble lady. Did the Grand Commandant start to help the 7th prince because of Duo Kingjae? Close black lens bracket. Guogua, yes, Duo Waken was originally a neutral party, but because of Duo Kingjae, others have regarded him as the 7th prince's man. At first, he wanted to explain, but no one believed him. Later, he let it go. If everyone thinks that he and the 7th prince are in cahoots, there's no point in him explaining. If in the future, another prince ascends the throne, then the only thing waiting for the Duo family is death. Instead of waiting to die, it is better to really help the 7th prince. Maybe their family wouldn't end up with a tragic death. Close black lens bracket. Duo Kingjae, who grew up in a pampered environment, had never thought about the things involved here. When she heard this, her face turned pale. Song Yaoyao, does Duo Kingjae know about this? Guogua, I don't know. Ever since Duo Kingjae was rescued from the lotus pond by the 7th prince, I also heard from Duo Kingjae that someone pushed her and she fell into the pond. Duo Waken had already guessed that this matter was not simple and it was probably the 7th prince's plan. However, this was just a guess. Afterwards they sent people to investigate the matter, but the matter was handled very cleanly and they found nothing. There was no evidence, and no one in the Duo family told Duo Kingjae about it. The people in Duo's house just wanted Duo Kingjae to be happy, and they didn't want her to know the twists and turns involved. Close black lens bracket. Song Yaoyao, and then. Guogua, after marriage, Duo Kingjae and the 7th prince lived a life of indifference. The 7th prince would draw Duo Kingjae's eyebrows every day, and the two of them would often recite poems and paint, like a perfect couple. The 7th prince specially sent someone to spread the news about the two's relationship, which led to the rumors on the streets now. Close black lens bracket. The video shows the loving scenes between Duo Kingjae and the 7th prince after their marriage, as well as the message sent by the 7th prince. How loving are the two of them in the daily lives. Song Yaoyao, haha, this 7th prince is really good at tricks. He established a deeply affectionate persona in front of everyone, so the Duo Kingjae could be better controlled by him. The Taiwei can also assist him better. Close black. The inner voice was overheard, and the whole court was eating melons together. Chapter 166, Prince 7's concubine Zheng Baifu. After a pause, Song Yaoyao continued. What is the title of Taiwei? In modern terms, it is the highest military commander in the central government and the leader of all military offices in the world. This 7th prince is really good at scheming. The abacus beads are about to fall on our faces. Close black lens bracket. Guogua, yes, that's what he thought. The 7th prince felt that even with the help of the Grand Marshal, a military officer, it was not enough. He also needs the help of civil servants. Among many civil servants, he finally chose Mr. Zheng Chenben, a second-rank Shangshu Zhao Push, Yi, 4th tone. This official position is lower than that of Shangshu Ling, but for a concubine of Zheng's family, her status is just right for her to be the 7th prince's concubine. The 7th prince heard that there was a concubine named Zheng Baifu in the Zheng mansion, and her aunt was very favored by Mr. Zheng, so he chose her. Close black lens bracket. Song Yaoyao sneered. Haha, I don't mean to say that the 7th prince is a little too conceited. The women in the capital are not cabbages that he can pick and choose as he pleases. What does he think of us women? Close black lens bracket. Guogua, host, have you forgotten that in ancient times, as long as you use a little trick to make a woman lose her virginity, she will have to marry even if she doesn't want to? Song Yaoyao felt a chill all over her body. She was not worried about Zheng Baifu, but felt sad for the women of this era. She gritted her teeth and asked. The 7th prince is plotting against Zheng Baifu again. Guogua, not bad. It's still the same old calculation of changing the soup but not the medicine. At a banquet, he designed a situation in which everyone saw him and Zheng Baifu lying together. In this way, Zheng Baifu married him and became his concubine. Close black lens bracket. In the video, the 7th prince bribed a maid and deliberately spilled wine on Zheng Baifu's clothes. The maid quickly knelt down and begged for mercy. There were many people present, so Zheng Baifu did not get angry. The maid suggested taking Zheng Baifu to change into clean clothes. Zheng Baifu didn't think much about it and followed him. Zheng Baifu was brought to a room by a maid. She was knocked unconscious as soon as she entered. When she woke up again, she found herself lying with the 7th prince, surrounded by many people. Zheng Baifu knew that she was being plotted against, but at this point, she could only accept her fate. Seeing this, Song Yaoyao's face looked very unhappy. Not only did she look unhappy, but all the women present looked unhappy. This 7th prince is so vicious that he schemed against a woman just to achieve his own goal. The seventh prince had previously schemed against Duo Qingge and Zheng Baifu. Whose power would he set his sights on next? Who would he scheme against? Duo Qingge's face turned even uglier as he recalled this incident. At the time, when this happened, she was of course very angry. However, the seventh prince repeatedly explained that Zheng Baifu must have done something to him, which led to his fall. The seventh prince assured, he does not love Zheng Baifu, and only has Duo Qingge in his heart. He also said that he didn't know how he ended up lying with Zheng Baifu. Zheng Baifu must have had ill intentions towards him for a long time, which is why she did such a thing. Zheng Baifu's father is a second-rank official in the court. It would definitely not be possible not to marry Zheng Baifu now. Wouldn't that be a slap in the face of Lord Zheng? It was just a concubine, and he still loved Duo Qingge the most. Duo Qingge felt very upset when he thought of this. It turned out that everything was planned by the seventh prince. She, Duo Qingge, the Duo family, Zheng Baifu, and the Zheng family were all just pawns of the seventh prince. Song Yaoyao asked with a cold face. Since the seventh prince has already investigated Zheng Baifu's role in the Zheng mansion, I guess Master Zheng has also started to help the seventh prince, right? Gua Gua, that's right. Actually Zheng Chenben and Duo Waken are both neutrals, but now they're forced to be tied to the seventh prince's boat. We have no choice but to help. There are too many royal interests involved, so let's not talk about it for now. Let's talk about what happened after Zheng Baifu entered the seventh prince's mansion. Close black lens bracket. At this point, everyone's eyes turned towards the door. Several female relatives came in from outside, and everyone looked at them with strange eyes. How come people from these two mansions came in together? Song Yaoyao, who are these people who just came in? Gua Gua, these are the women from Zheng's mansion and Duo's mansion. They met at the gate of Prince San's mansion and entered one after another. Close black lens bracket. Song Yaoyao, oh, let's continue. Gua Gua, okay. The few people who had just come in noticed that the atmosphere was not right as soon as they walked into the hall, and then they heard the voice of Master Xiao Song. Although they were confused, they sat down calmly. Duo Qingge walked over, greeted the people in Duo's house, and told them about what Song Yaoyao had just revealed. Their faces were extremely ugly. As for the Zheng mansion, one can only ask people around. As a concubine, Zheng Baifu is not qualified to attend such a wedding banquet. After the people from Zheng's house found out the truth, their faces became extremely ugly. Gua Gua's voice rang out again. The seventh prince was afraid that his house was not in chaos enough, so after Zheng Baifu entered the house, she tried to sow discord between his two women. In the video, the seventh prince said in front of Zheng Baifu that he loved her, but his mother's family was weak and he was inconspicuous among the princes. He was afraid that Zheng Baifu would not want to marry him, so he resorted to this desperate measure and plotted against her, forcing her to marry him in such an ignominious way. It was all his fault. Zheng Baifu was wronged. He would definitely compensate her 1,000 times in the future, but he could only be nice to Zheng Baifu in private, and he didn't dare to do that in front of the princess, who told him that the Duo family had an important position in the court. Even if he was a prince, he had to bow his head. Zheng Baifu was moved by the sweet words of the seventh prince, but in her heart she felt resentment towards Duo Qingge. But in front of Duo Qingge, the seventh prince changed his face again and said that Zheng Baifu was shameless and had been plotting against him for a long time, which was why she found ways and used underhanded means to marry him. Zheng Baifu was just a concubine, and he only loved Duo Qingge. They have been married for several years, and Duo Qingge believes in the seventh prince and has complete faith in his words. Under the deliberate instigation of the seventh prince, Duo Qingge simply disdained people like Zheng Baifu. A woman who climbed into bed made her particularly disgusted and disdainful. It was Zheng Baifu, this shameless woman, who intervened between her and the seventh prince and destroyed their relationship. How shameless. Just like that, Duo Qingge and Zheng Baifu disliked each other and started fighting. Ever since Zheng Baifu entered the mansion, the seventh prince's mansion has been extremely lively and has never been quiet. The two women are fighting to the death, and they are always thinking of ways to trip up each other. Everyone was stunned. Who doesn't hope for a harmonious family and prosperity? This seventh prince is different from the others. He deliberately sows discord, and the backyard is in chaos every day. What does he want? The faces of the Duo family and the Zheng family were extremely ugly. Duo Qingge's face turned extremely dark. The inner voice was overheard, and the whole court was eating melons together. Chapter 167. It turns out they are all stepping stones. Song Yaoyao didn't understand and asked. Gua Gua, what is the seventh prince doing? Why did he deliberately instigate a fight between his two women? He must have some ulterior motive, otherwise he wouldn't do this. Close black lens bracket. Gua Gua, not bad. The seventh prince did this for two reasons. First, to paralyze others and make them think that he was incompetent and couldn't even manage a palace, with the harem full of fighting and chaos every day. Even with the help of the princess and concubines' families, others would still think that he was a waste, a hopeless person. The second reason was to make the two women fight with each other so that he could benefit from it. The reason for this involves another woman. I will tell you slowly. Close black lens bracket. Song Yaoyao, no way, this has become a Russian nesting doll, one ring inside another. Gua Gua, not bad. The seventh prince is not as kind as he appears to be. He has a dark heart. Let me explain everything to you. Let me first tell you, why have Duo Qingge and the seventh prince been married for several years but have no children? Close black lens bracket. Hearing this, Duo Qingge's heart was gripped with grief. In the past few years since she got married, her belly has been still. Is there some hidden secret? Gua Gua continued. In fact, as soon as Duo Qingge entered Prince Ji's mansion, she was given a sterilizing drug. Over the years, Duo Qingge always thought that she was infertile and took many medicines, but to no avail. The doctors who treated Duo Qingge had long been bribed by the seventh prince. They wouldn't tell the truth to Duo Qingge. Every time Duo Kinge took the medicine, the seventh prince would pretend to be distressed and say that even if Duo Kinge had no children, she was the only one in his heart. Duo Kinge was touched, but he didn't know that it was the seventh prince who ordered him to have the infertility drug. Close black lens bracket. In the video, the seventh prince ordered people to prepare a contraceptive medicine in advance. After Duo Kinge and the seventh prince woke up on their wedding night, the seventh prince ordered someone to bring the bowl of the abortion medicine. He told Duo Kinge that she was tired last night and this bowl of medicine was a tonic, and he would not feel at ease until he saw her drinking it. Duo Kinge felt extremely sweet in his heart. He took the bowl of medicine and drank it in one breath. Seeing this, the Duo family's anger had reached its peak, and Duo Kinge covered her lower abdomen with her hands, her face pale. So this is the truth. No wonder, no matter how much she took the medicine, her stomach didn't move. Song Yao Yao, no poison, no hero. Poison, it's really vicious. In ancient times, after a woman got married, all she hoped for was her own children. This extinguished all of Duo Kinge's hopes. Close black lens bracket. Gua, this is not the worst. Duo Kinge has been given a chronic poison. At the beginning, the patient will not feel any discomfort when taking this poison. But after a while, he will feel weakness in his limbs. Later, he will keep coughing and often cough up blood. The symptoms are the same as those of tuberculosis. In the end, it is death. Everyone thought that the deceased had tuberculosis. Everyone was afraid of infection, so they didn't check carefully and just burned the body hastily. It takes about 6 or 7 years from poisoning to death. This medicine was also given to Duo Kinge by the seventh prince. His intention was not to let Duo Kinge live. How could Duo Kinge be worthy of being her princess? Over the past 6 or 7 years, with the help of these ministers, the seventh prince has gradually grown stronger. Even if Duo Kinge died, the Grand Marshal Duo Waken would still help him. After so many years of help, it is impossible for Duo Waken to escape. I can only continue to be tied to the seventh prince's ship and be squeezed dry of all my value. Close black lens bracket. The video shows the seventh prince giving Duo Kinge a chronic poison. The chronic poison was placed in the sachet that Duo Kinge often wore. There was a colorless and odorless pill in the sachet, but Duo Kinge didn't even notice it. The sachet was now hanging around Duo Kinge's waist. Duo Kinge pulled down the sachet and held it tightly in his hand. Everyone also saw the sachet and moved away from Duo Kinge. Song Yao Yao, what a vicious plot. Duo Kinge and the Duo mansion are the stepping stones for the seventh prince to succeed. By the way, how many years has Duo Kinge been practicing Chinese medicine? Close black lens bracket. Gua, 3 years. Song Yao Yao continued to ask. What about Zheng Baifu? She wasn't given a sterilizing drug or a chronic poison, right? Gua, it has also been removed. Zheng Baifu will never have her own children in this life. By the way, it has been a year since Zheng Baifu was poisoned by the chronic poison. Close black lens bracket. Song Yao Yao, 2 women in the mansion died of the same symptoms. Wouldn't everyone be suspicious? Gua, seventh prince has thought it through. When the time comes, he will say that Duo Kinge has tuberculosis and infected Zheng Baifu. Song Yao Yao, good boy, you've even thought of a way out. There are only 2 women in the seventh prince's mansion now. In this world, it is normal for a man to have 3 wives and 4 concubines, let alone a prince. I think he will take in a concubine soon, right? Close black lens bracket. Gua, yes, after a period of observation, the seventh prince has a new target. Song Yao Yao, which unlucky guy has the seventh prince targeted this time? Gua, this time, the seventh prince has set his sights on 2 people, Han Lingyu, the concubine daughter of Sensor Han, and Leng Chuchu, the legitimate daughter of Minister of War Lord Leng. Han Lingyu, the concubine's daughter of Han Yushi, is also extremely favored in the mansion. The other Leng Chuchu had always had a crush on the seventh prince, so he thought that this was a good opportunity to take Leng Chuchu into the mansion. Close black lens bracket. After hearing Guogua's words, everyone turned their eyes to Sensor Han and the Leng family's family. The expressions of both families were extremely ugly. They had all decided that after the War King's wedding was over, they would return home and close the door to visitors. Except for shopping or the master going to court, no one would be allowed to leave the house. Anyone who leaves the house will be punished according to the family rules. Now that this is the case, let's see how the seventh prince will plot against them. Gua continued, the seventh prince has thought it through. When Han Lingyu and Leng Chuchu enter the mansion, he will first give them a sterilizing drug, and then give them a chronic poison. Song Yao Yao, giving all women sterile drugs, does the seventh prince want to end his family lineage? Gua, of course not. The seventh prince felt that none of these women were worthy of bearing his children. His child could only come from Ruin Shining's belly. Close black lens bracket. As Gua finished speaking, the image of a woman appeared on the screen above Song Yao Yao's head. The woman was dressed like a doctor and was very beautiful. Song Yao Yao, is this woman Ruin Sinning? She is a female doctor. What is going on? Close black lens bracket. Gua, everything the seventh prince did was for his and Ruin Shining's future. Let's put it this way, whether it's Duo Kinge, Zheng Baifu, or Han Lingyu and Leng Chuchu who he has his eyes on, they are all stepping stones for him and Ruin Sinning. Close black lens bracket. The inner voice was overheard, and the whole court was eating melons together. Chapter 168 Ruin Sinning. After a pause, Gua continued. The seventh prince wants to use the families of these women to rise to power and develop his own power. He would make these women fight each other, and in the end all of them would be injured, and it would be best if some of them could die in the fight. Even if he doesn't die, isn't it still a chronic poison? He will die from the poison in due course. Once he ascends to that position, he will squeeze out every last bit of value from the families of these women. Finally, he will find a reason to exterminate all the members of these families. Without any obstacles, he would marry Ruin Sinning as his queen. Close black lens bracket. Song Yao Yao, the seventh prince is really playing a big game of chess. By the way, what is the origin of this ruin sinning? Why have I never heard of this person? The seventh prince still wants to marry her as his queen. Is her status high enough for that position? Close black lens bracket. Guagua. Ruin Shinning's status is not high enough for that position, so what? For example, if the seventh prince became the emperor, who could resist his will? As for Ruin Sinning, when the seventh prince was being hunted and dying, he was saved by Ruin Sinning. After the two of them spent a long time together, they developed feelings for each other. Ruin Sinning was just an ordinary female doctor. The seventh prince did not dare to bring her into the seventh prince's mansion, for fear that she had no family support and would be harmed by the women in the mansion where he could not see. So, she was kept outside. Ruin Sinning is not a good person. She was the one who provided the chronic poison. All of this was planned by the seventh prince and Ruin Sinning. Close black lens bracket. In the video, the seventh prince and Ruin Sinning were discussing how to plot against the women in the capital, their fathers, and their families. Ruin Sinning was like a military advisor, giving advice and suggestions to the seventh prince. After watching the video, the people from the Duo mansion, the Zheng mansion, the Han mansion, and the Leng mansion all clenched their fists and stared at the seventh prince and Ruin Sinning in the video. Everyone watched the video in disbelief. How dare the seventh prince and Ruin Sinning do that? Song Yaoyao, I never thought that a little female doctor could have such great charm that could make a prince do so much for her. The seventh prince is a scumbag. For the sake of his true love, Ruin Sinning, he can scheme against so many women and officials. It's really disgusting. Close black lens bracket. Guagua. Host, do you want to take care of this matter? Song Yaoyao, I'm just a nobody, how can I be managed? Each of these officials holds a higher position than mine. Besides, this is a fight for the throne. If it rains, it will rain. If my mother wants to get married, what right do I have to interfere? Besides, the emperor is still in good health, and the seventh prince has already coveted that position. If the emperor knew about it, I don't know how angry he would be. Now, Duo Qingde and Zheng Baifu are stuck in the quagmire, and I can't save them. Han Lingyu and Leng Chuchu have just been targeted and haven't been attacked yet, so we can give them a heads up. Close black lens bracket. Guagua. Host, just do whatever you want. Song Yaoyao sighed. Alas, all the beautiful scenery in this world is just a passing moment. Life is just a dream and all things come to an end. One persistence, one thought, one floating life, one sorrow, one joy, one in vain. Close black lens bracket. Guagua. Host, why are you still feeling sentimental? Song Yaoyao, I just wrote this out of inspiration. Guagua, this is what the host thinks, but some people don't think so. If everything was the host's idea, how could there be any struggle for power and war in this world? Close black lens bracket. Song Yaoyao, yes. Everyone sweeps the snow in front of their own door and doesn't care about the frost on other people's tiles. Although they should just take care of themselves, I still want to remind them. I really don't want to see Han Lingyu, Leng Chuchu and their family being harmed. Close black lens bracket. Just then, firecrackers were heard outside the mansion, and Prince San had returned to pick up his bride. Song Yaoyao, wow, the groom is back with the bride. The bride's wedding dress is so beautiful. Close black lens bracket. Everyone, Lord Xiao Song, we are still immersed in your emotion and have not come to our senses yet. Your thoughts have already jumped to the bride's wedding dress. Aren't your thoughts jumping a little too fast? Next, the newlyweds will finish their wedding ceremony and move into the bridal chamber. Next, it was time for Song Yaoyao's favorite part, eating the banquet. I have to say that the royal banquet was sumptuous, with a total of 36 dishes, including hot dishes and cold platters. Each one was exquisite and tasted delicious. After eating such a sumptuous meal, Song Yaoyao became even more obsessed with eating at banquets. After eating and drinking, Mrs. Song took Song Yaoyao and Song Qingling back home. Song Yaoyao had asked Guagua to print out evidence a long time ago that someone wanted to harm Han Sensrate and the Minister of War's office. Song Yaoyao didn't let Guagua print out who wanted to harm them, but just said it was someone. When preparing to leave, Song Yaoyao deliberately brushed past the people from the two mansions and took the opportunity to stuff the evidence into the bodies of the two families. Song Yaoyao thought she had done it perfectly, but in the eyes of others, it was clumsy as hell. If Mrs. Leng hadn't gathered her sleeves, all the evidence would have fallen out. Many people who saw it had their eyes twitching. This Lord Xiao Song is too unreliable. As soon as she returned home, Song Yaoyao hurried back to her room and locked the door. She still remembered that she had promised to give her elder sister Song Qingling the crystal ball. Those crystal balls are still in the warehouse in the space. She needs to sort them out first to see what patterns they have. You wouldn't know until you turn it over. Song Yaoyao was stunned by this. She didn't know that there were so many categories of crystal balls: music crystal balls, nightlight crystal balls, snow crystal balls, hourglass crystal balls, feng shui crystal balls. Song Yaoyao, Guagua, why are there so many crystal balls in this warehouse? Guagua, when space appeared, it existed. Song Yaoyao, you want me to be able to give gifts more easily in ancient times, so you collected all the modern crystal ball types. Guagua, that should be it. Song Yaoyao, should I also thank this space for being so user-friendly? Guagua, this, if you want to thank me, it's not impossible. Song Yaoyao. Guagua, you can take these crystal balls without worry. After you give them away, the warehouse will automatically restock them, just like your cosmetics, skincare products, and toiletries. Song Yaoyao, if there is such a good thing, I won't be blind. Take a few more out. Close black lens bracket. The one with music, my elder sister will probably like it, take one. The one with nightlight, my elder sister will probably like it too, take one. The one with snow and wind is also quite interesting, take one too. Song Yaoyao picked and chose among them and selected 10. When leaving the space, Song Yaoyao also picked up a few sets of skincare products, cosmetics, and toiletries and left the space together. Song Yaoyao asked someone to take these things to Madame Song's yard, and asked someone to invite Song Qingling. The inner voice was overheard, and the whole court was eating melons together. Chapter 169, The End of Prince 7. Mrs. Song had just changed her clothes when she heard Song Yaoyao coming and muttered. We just separated, why is Yaoyao here? Did something happen? Song Yaoyao rushed into the house. Madam Song looked at her rash appearance and said, how many times have I told you to pay attention to your appearance, behave like a lady, be more ladylike, and... Song Yaoyao pursed her lips, and when she looked up, she saw her mother looking at her. She quickly put on a smile and said, I forgot about it when I was happy. Next time, I will pay attention to it. Mrs. Song didn't say anything else. She had talked to this girl about this many times, and every time she said the same thing, saying she would be more careful next time, but she would do the same thing again the next time. Song Yaoyao was afraid that Mrs. Song would continue to lecture her, so she wanted to divert her attention quickly. So, she quickly asked someone to put the things she brought on the table and opened the outer packaging one by one. Sure enough, Mrs. Song's attention was attracted by the things on the table. When Mrs. Song saw these things, she was also amazed. They were so beautiful. The patterns in each crystal ball are different. Each one is very beautiful. After a while, Song Qingling also came. As soon as she entered the door, she saw the crystal balls on the table and walked to the front of the crystal balls in 2 or 3 steps. They all knew that Song Yaoyao had a secret, and they didn't ask where the things came from. Song Yaoyao introduced the differences of these crystal balls to them one by one. Mother, sister, you can pick whatever you want. Song Qingling asked somewhat embarrassedly. Yaoyao, can I choose one more? Song Yaoyao smiled. If you like, you can choose any of them. I don't need this thing, I still have it. After hearing this, Song Yaoyao's mouth twitched involuntarily. Yaoyao, do you know what you were saying? Each of these items is a priceless treasure, but Yaoyao told her to pick whatever she wanted, saying that she didn't need any of them, as she had more. What you said seems to be the same as cabbage. In Song Yaoyao's eyes, these things are not as good as cabbage. Cabbage is at least edible, but this thing is not edible. Apart from looking beautiful, it is useless. Song Yaoyao turned to Madam Song and said, Mom, you should choose a few more too. Mrs. Song looked at each piece and couldn't let it go. She said, it is good. After a while, the 10 crystal balls were divided between Mrs. Song and Song Qingling. Song Yaoyao took out cosmetics, skincare products, and bath products and began to explain them to the two of them. While explaining, she asked the maid to bring a basin of water. After washing her face, she demonstrated on her own face to the two of them. After Song Yaoyao finished explaining, she said, don't worry about using this stuff. When you're done, I have more. You can get more from me. The two nodded and asked the maid to fetch water. They were eager to try. What Yaoyao took out was completely different from what they usually used, and it smelled so good. Song Yaoyao guided them through how to use it before leaving. Song Yaoyao left Mrs. Song's room, patted her chest, and muttered. Fortunately, my mother and elder sister didn't ask me where the things came from. I was so excited today that I took out so many things that I forgot where they came from. Closed black lens bracket. Guagua, their attention was focused on those things, so they probably didn't think about this. Song Yaoyao, that's great. I hope they will never think about this. I can't tell them that these things are from my previous life. If they knew that I was reincarnated with the memories of my past life, I don't know how scared they would be. Closed black lens bracket. Mrs. Song and Song Qingling heard the conversation between Song Yaoyao and Guagua clearly. Neither of them said anything and continued to study the things that Yaoyao gave them. Song Yaoyao carries the memories of her previous life, so they already knew this, there is nothing to be surprised about. The next morning at court, the 7th prince was reported by Sensor Han. Afterwards, Lord Duo Weikang, Lord Zheng Chenben, Sensor Han, and Lord Leng, the Minister of War, turned their spearheads directly against the 7th prince. The 7th prince refused to admit it at first, but Lord Duo and Lord Zheng laid out the evidence that the 7th prince had given Duo Qingge and Zheng Baifu infertile drugs, and that the two had also been given chronic poisons. They also laid out the sources of the drugs, the time and place of the drugs, witnesses, testimonies. Everything was laid out one by one. The evidence is very complete. Ruin Sinning, as another mastermind, was also controlled by several adults. When the 7th prince heard that Ruin Sinning had also been exposed, he knew that everything was over for him. Song Yaoyao looked at everything in front of her. Guagua, is that true? The things that the 7th prince did were exposed so quickly. Guagua, yes. Song Yaoyao sighed. Is this what you mean by not doing something if you don't want others to know? In fact, the emperor knew about this yesterday and was very angry at that time. He may not care about other people's life and death, but before he dies, his own son has already coveted his position. This is absolutely not allowed. On the side of the couch, how can you allow others to snore? Even if it is his own son, it will not do. If anyone dares to hope for his early death and wants to inherit the throne early, he will make that person die a miserable death. Now that this person is his own son, the emperor thought about it for a long time yesterday and has made a decision in his heart. I only heard the emperor say, 7th Prince Chen Haoran has committed such a grave crime, which is unforgivable. From today on, you will be deposed as a prince and promoted to a commoner. Ruin Sinning, a little female doctor, should have been saving lives and healing the wounded, but she used her medical skills to stir up trouble in the capital, which was an unforgivable crime. Ruin Sinning was sentenced to death by slicing and the execution was carried out 3 days later. The 3 clans of the Nguyen family were beheaded and displayed to the public, and the 9 clans of the Nguyen family were exiled to the wilderness. The emperor still showed mercy. If it was someone else, he would have directly ordered the person to be killed. But this is his son. Although he does not have a deep relationship with this son, he still has concerns. If he ordered the killing of his son, how would the world view him? People would certainly say that he was cruel and ruthless, not even sparing his own son. After thinking about it, I finally came up with a solution. Doesn't this son care about power the most? simply abolishing his status as a prince, demoting him to a commoner, and cutting off all his hopes. This is probably more painful for him than killing him. At this time, Juo Weikang and Zheng Chenren both stepped forward and knelt down. Your Majesty, please allow my daughter and the seventh prince to divorce. These two people are also victims. It is not known whether Juo Qingge and Zheng Baifu can survive. Besides, Juo Weikang and Zheng Chenren are both meritorious officials, and the emperor is willing to sell them out, so he said. That's right. Thank you, Your Majesty. The inner voice was overheard, and the whole court was eating melons together. Chapter 170 Making lotus seed paste mooncakes. Song Yaoyao couldn't help but sigh. Without Juo Qingge and Zheng Baifu's help, and the seventh prince's mansion being taken back, the seventh prince will truly become a lonely man. The seventh prince, no, he is no longer the seventh prince, he should be called Chen Haoran directly. This doesn't give Chen Haoran any hope. Survival will be a problem in the future, so how can there be a chance to turn things around? However, Chen Haoran is too vicious. He schemed and harmed those women in this way. His crime is unforgivable. Ruin Sinning deserves it, he deserves to die. Your Majesty is wise. Close black lens bracket. Guogua, Chen Haoran has really gone too far and has gotten himself into trouble. Song Yaoyao, well, this person relied on his strength to make himself lose everything. Chen Haoran knelt on the ground and kowtowed repeatedly. Father, I know I was wrong, and I will never do it again. Please forgive me this time, Father. The emperor glanced at Chen Haoran and said, once an imperial decree is issued, it is impossible to take it back. Take it away. As Chen Haoran begged for mercy, he was dragged away. Chen Haoran has nothing now, and those people he offended in the past will not let him go. First of all, Juo Weikang and Zheng Chenren will not let him go. His hellish life is about to begin. After the court session, everyone looked at Juo Weikang and Zheng Chenren with sympathy, not knowing how to comfort them. Someone patted them on the shoulder and said, there must be a way. Ling Chanjin will be fine. Juo Weikang and Zheng Chenren could only nod. In the whole incident, the Juo family and the Zheng family suffered the most. On this side, after the court session, Juo Weikang sent someone to pick up Juo Qingge and bring him back to the Juo mansion. Juo Qingge attended the wedding banquet yesterday and saw the video with her own eyes and understood the whole story. Today, the Juo family sent someone to pick her up. She packed her things and left without hesitation. But Zheng Baifu was different. She didn't believe all this was true and thought that Juo Qingge was trying to trip her up again. She went to find Juo Qingge angrily, but found that Juo Qingge's yard was already empty. Even so, Zheng Baifu still didn't believe it. She yelled hysterically, I don't want to leave the seventh prince's mansion. The one who came to pick up Zheng Baifu was his eldest brother. Seeing his stubborn sister, he ordered people to tie her up and take her back. Many people saw the scene of Zheng Baifu being tied up and put on the carriage. Therefore, everyone began to spread the rumor that Zheng Baifu truly loved Chen Haoran. Even though Chen Haoran had been deposed and became a commoner, she was reluctant to leave Chen Haoran and was eventually forcibly abducted back by people from the Zheng residence. Some people say that Zheng Baifu is loyal and righteous, while others say that she is stupid and doesn't care about her family. In short, there are all kinds of opinions. This is all a story for later. Here, after the court session, Song Yaoyao returned to the mansion and remembered what Guogua had told him about the lotus seed paste mooncakes, so she said, Guogua, didn't you say you would give me the recipe for lotus seed paste mooncakes? Guogua, host, do you still remember this? Song Yaoyao, I remember everything related to food and money very clearly. Give me the method, I'll ask Bai Tao to make it, and we'll be able to eat it in the evening. Close black lens bracket. Guogua, okay. After a while, Guogua printed out the production method. Song Yaoyao quickly called Bai Tao. Bai Tao. Miss, what's wrong? Song Yaoyao didn't even look at the recipe, she just handed it to Bai Tao and asked her to make it. Bai Tao took over the recipe, looked at Song Yaoyao in embarrassment, and said, Miss, you forgot that I can't read. Song Yaoyao patted her forehead. How could she have forgotten about this? She had originally thought of leaving this matter to Bai Tao and just waiting for the ready-made food to be served. But it seemed that this was not going to work, so she said, okay, I'll go to the kitchen with you, I'll read the recipe and you can cook it. So the two of them went to the kitchen. Song Yaoyao took the paper, looked at the recipe, and cursed in her heart. Guogua, can you be more reliable? This recipe calls for 200 grams of all-purpose flour. Please, boss, is there such a thing as all-purpose flour in this era? And is there a unit of measurement for 200 grams? Fortunately, Bai Tao is illiterate. If she could, I wouldn't be able to explain it clearly. I have seen unreliable systems before, but I have never seen a system as unreliable as yours. Close black lens bracket. Guogua said confidently. I am just a system without emotions. These are all printed out according to modern recipes. Can't you convert it into the measurement of this world yourself? There is no all-purpose flour in this world. Can't you just use flour instead? You are stupid, and you still blame me. Do you still expect my system to convert and replace it for you? Close black lens bracket. Song Yaoyao. Song Yaoyao was choked and speechless. After what Guogua said, she was the one who was wrong. When Song Qingling heard that Yaoyao was going to make new food today, she brought her maid to the kitchen. As soon as I arrived, I heard the conversation between Song Yaoyao and Guogua, and the corners of my mouth twitched involuntarily. As expected, the system is like the master, and they're all unreasonable. Song Yaoyao saw Song Qingling and said, Big sister, you are here. I heard that my sister's maid Faikui is very skilled in making snacks, so I will lend her to my younger sister. Song Qingling nodded. With the addition of jadeite, the peach blossom and jadeite work well together. After several times, the mooncake has been made. It's just that now there is no mold, the appearance of the mooncake is a little ugly, and there are no exquisite patterns on it. It seems that I will have to find someone to make a set of molds for me in the future. The mooncakes were put into the earthen oven. This oven has been around for a long time and is usually used in the kitchen to roast chicken and duck. While the mooncakes were being baked, a servant came to report that young Master Xiao Minglang and young Master Gao Jiayu had arrived. Song Yaoyao asked in confusion. Aren't they my brother's classmates? Just come if you want. Don't you have elder brother to accompany you? What did you say to us? The servant lowered his head and replied. The two gentlemen said that the second young lady had promised to give them the music score, and they came here specially to get it. The eldest young master asked me to invite the second young lady over. Song Yaoyao thought about it before she remembered. On the day of the poetry competition, I promised to give the two of them the music score of Blue and White Porcelain. After returning from the poetry reading, I forgot about this matter. Song Yaoyao nodded and said, I understand. I'll be there in a moment. Song Yaoyao looked at the oven with some reluctance, and Song Qingling said, I'll keep an eye on you here, go ahead. Song Yaoyao then left the kitchen and walked towards her yard. She had to change her clothes first, as her clothes were covered in flour. Song Yaoyao, Guogua, quickly print out 2 copies of the Guzheng Blue and White Porcelain score for me. Guogua, okay. When Song Yaoyao came to the front hall with the music score, Gao Jiayu and Xiao Minglang stood up at once. The inner voice was overheard, and the whole court was eating melons together. Chapter 171 The Miao King is coming. Before that, Song Yaoyao had taught them mathematics for half a month, and the two of them admired her very much. In the hearts of both of them, Song Yaoyao is their teacher, a teacher for one day, a teacher for life. Although Mr. Xiao Song has never called himself a teacher, in their hearts, Mr. Xiao Song is their teacher. The two of them bowed, a gesture only shown to teachers. Xiao Minglang then spoke. Master Xiao Song, we are here this time for the music score of Blue and White Porcelain. Lord Xiao Song may not know that ever since the song, Blue and White Porcelain, won first place in this poetry competition, many imitation versions have appeared among the people. But I don't know where the tune went. It's such a waste of such a good song. If this continues, I don't know what the song, Blue and White Porcelain, will be changed into. Today we came here specially to pick up the original piano score. We just want to set things right and show the real music to the world. Song Yaoyao asked in disbelief. Is there still this? Song Yaoyao, Guogua, this score can still be pirated. Can it be changed at will? Is piracy so rampant now? It turns out that piracy knows no boundaries. Closed black lens bracket. Guogua, the ancients attached great importance to calligraphy and painting. A good piece of music could make one a god. This is the same as in modern times, and many people are very fond of it. At that time, you only played it once, and there were many people present. They only remembered the general idea and wanted to play it according to their own memory. Everyone remembered it differently, which led to the current situation. Closed black lens bracket. Song Yaoyao, I see. Song Yaoyao handed the printed music score to the two of them. This score is also a modern simplified score, with numbers like 1, 2, 3. These are the numbers on the score. Gao Jiayu and Xiao Minglang were stunned when they saw the score. They knew this number. Wasn't it an Arabic numeral used in mathematics? How did it appear in the music score? When Song Yaoyao saw the expressions of the two people, she knew what they were thinking, so she pointed at the music score and explained it to them. Song Qingyu also came over and listened to Song Yaoyao's explanation. Soon, Song Qingling came with mooncakes. Song Yaoyao asked the maid next to her to go to her yard, get Lu Yi, and started on the spot teaching. The simplified musical notation was really clear at a glance, and several people understood it once it was explained. However, it was their first time encountering such a musical notation, and they were not yet proficient in it, so they needed to familiarize themselves with it. Everyone looked at Song Yaoyao with admiration. The famous songs they know can also be written using this kind of score, making it easier for others to learn. 2 hours later, Xiao Minglang and Gao Jiayu happily left with the music score. Song Yaoyao was feeling dry-mouthed at the moment. After the two men left, she picked up the tea on the table and gulped down a pot of it before she came back to life. Only then did Song Yaoyao notice the mooncakes on the table and picked up one and started eating. After taking a bite, it tasted the same as Song Yaoyao remembered, but the appearance was very different. It seems that I need to hurry up and make a mold. Song Yaoyao said to Song Qingyu and Song Qingling. It tastes exactly like this, you can try it too, it just looks a little different. Next time I use the mold, it will turn out much better looking. This time, you just have to make do with what you have. When it was night, Song Yaoyao began to lie on the table and draw the mooncake mold. After finishing it, she immediately asked Baitao to find someone to make it. 2 days passed in a blink of an eye. During the morning court session, the emperor mentioned again that the king of Miaojiang would arrive in the capital tomorrow and asked the Ministry of Rites to make preparations to welcome him. Also coming this time is the Miao King's daughter, Princess Wanchen. Song Yaoyao had never seen the scene of welcoming foreigners, so the next day after court, after having breakfast, she and Song Qingling took their maid to watch the fun. They arrived at the tea house early and thought they were early enough, but unexpectedly the tea house was already full of people. Fortunately, Song Yaoyao asked Baitao to come here yesterday to reserve a seat. After going up to the second floor and entering the private room, Song Yaoyao couldn't wait to open the window and look downstairs. At a glance, there were huge crowds of people. Song Qingling sat down at the table, poured 2 cups of tea, and said, Yaoyao, come and have some tea first. You can also see it if you sit here. After hearing this, Song Yaoyao walked to the table and sat down. As expected, sitting here, she could see everything downstairs. I don't know how many pots of tea they drank, and Song Yaoyao didn't know how many times she went to the toilet before the king of Miao and his men finally entered the city. Song Yaoyao looked downstairs quickly, and saw a middle-aged man with a beard and wearing ethnic costumes, riding a tall horse in the front, followed by 10 strong men, and behind them was a gorgeous carriage. It seemed that Princess Wanchen was in the carriage, and at the end were the guards they brought with them. The Minister of Rites was already waiting there. After exchanging greetings, he took the Meow King and his entourage to the post house. After waiting for so long, you only saw this. Song Yao raised her head, looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, and complained. I've waited for so long, but it was all in vain and I didn't see anything. What a waste of my time and my feelings. Close black lens bracket. Gua, host, what do you want to see? Song Yao, I thought I could see the Meow Princess Wan Chin, but I didn't even see the corner of her clothes. They didn't even bring out the carriage. Close black lens bracket. Gua, isn't there a dinner party? We can see each other then, right? Song Yao then remembered the dinner party and said. Open black lens bracket. Oh, I forgot about the dinner party. Close black lens bracket. At the dinner, Song Yao saw the Meow Princess Wan Chin, who was very beautiful. Princess Wan Chin of Meow. Song Yao couldn't help but admire. This Meow Princess is so beautiful. Gua's voice rang out at this moment. Host, have you ever heard of this saying, the more beautiful something is, the more poisonous it is? Song Yao, I've heard of it, but the Meow Princess is a human, not a thing. Gua, the principle is the same. Host, let me tell you, this Wan Chin is a ruthless person. She uses her own body to raise goo. Her body is full of goo worms. Close black lens bracket. As Gua finished speaking, a picture of Wan Chin using her body to raise the goo appeared on the screen above Song Yao's head. When Song Yao saw this scene, she thought that under the skin of a beautiful woman, there were black crickets crawling around, so she covered her mouth and began to dry heave. This is too disgusting. Fortunately, I drank too much water in the tea house today and didn't have dinner. Otherwise, if I vomited here, I don't know how I would end it. When everyone heard the conversation between Song Yao and Gua, they also started to retch. When I think about a person's body being filled with so many bugs, my scalp goes tingling. The banquet hall was fine just now, why did so many people suddenly start retching? The inner voice was overheard, and the whole court was eating melons together. Chapter 172 Eating the Meow King's Melon. Those who couldn't hear Song Yao's inner voice looked at this scene in confusion, and no one explained it to them. They asked people around them, but everyone was vague. Song Yao, this is too disgusting. It's just like the TV series we've all watched, Painted Skin. It's simply hard to imagine. Gua, I heard that Wan Chin is here to marry a princess. If someone marries Wan Chin, will they give birth to a bunch of bugs? Close black lens bracket. After hearing what Song Yao said, a monster with a human head and a bug body appeared in everyone's mind. Too scary. Lord Xiao Song, please let me go and stop talking. They can't stand being scared. Gua, this. Before, there were people in Miaojiang who raised goo on their own, but I've never heard of the children born being monsters. Explain it more clearly. None of those people can give birth to children. Are the children born monsters? No one knows. Close black lens bracket. Song Yao, oh, so that's how it is. In other words, people who raise goo in themselves are like those who have taken a sterilizing drug, and will be infertile for life. Close black lens bracket. Gua, that's about right. Anyway, from what I know, none of the people can give birth to children. Host, let's not talk about this topic anymore. Is there any melon to eat here? Close black lens bracket. Everyone, including the emperor, carefully observed King Miao and Princess Wan Chin. After observing them for such a long time, they found that they looked normal. It seems that the two of them can't hear what Master Xiao Song is thinking at all, so now they feel relieved. Song Yao, whose melon is this? Gua, from the Miaojiang King and Princess Wan Chin. As Gua's voice fell, the screen above Song Yao's head split into two, and the images of the King of Miaojiang and Princess Wan Chin appeared. Song Yao, aren't these two father and daughter? Gua, yes, they're father and daughter. Host, but the story here needs to be told from the beginning. The old Miao King had more than 20 adult sons, 10 of whom were outstanding and all of them were expected to become the next Miao King. The current Miao King is called Wan Kibin, and he was also among these 10 outstanding sons. To inherit the position of Miaojiang King, the test is very strict. In addition to testing their martial arts, they also test their ability to raise goo. Close black lens bracket. The video shows the sons of the old Miao King. They were soaked in various potions since they were young. The children cried heartbreakingly, and some died on the spot. The children who survived would have to start dealing with various poisonous insects and learn how to control them. Finally, you have to learn to feed the goo worms with your own blood. The scene changes, and it is revealed that among the surviving sons, only about 20 of them grew up to adulthood. 10 of them are excellent and they all have their supporters. Many of the women present did not dare to look at the horrific scenes just now and simply lowered their heads. Song Yao, this is too scary. This scene gives me goosebumps. I just saw those snakes crawling on those children. They couldn't move and just let the snakes crawl on their bodies. Just thinking about that slippery feeling makes my hair stand on end. This test is too abnormal. Close black lens bracket. Gua, they make a living by raising poisonous insects. Everyone must know how to raise goo, but the selection and test of the next Miao King is more difficult. In their opinion, this is all normal. Song Yao, that's right, what seems abnormal to us is very normal to them in Miaojiang. Gua, please continue. Close black lens bracket. Gua, after that, the old Miao King completely allowed his 10 sons to fight each other. No matter how talented they are, if they have no means and are schemed against in power struggles, they will be unable to shoulder the heavy responsibility. After a series of struggles and tests, only Wan Kibin and his half-brother Wan Xinyi were left. In the video, there are many means of power struggle, such as tripping up the opponent, assassination, poisoning, and witchcraft. Today I will put a poison on you. The person who has been poisoned must find a way to get the poison out of his body. Tomorrow, the one who poisoned the body will be poisoned again. And their calculations are all allowed. It can be said that if one wants to take the position of the next king of Miaojiang, one must be able to handle these matters with ease. Song Yaoyao, what's wrong with Wang Xingyi? Is there any difference? Why did you mention him specifically? Close black lens bracket. Gua, this Wan Xingyi is a very outstanding person. The current Miao King Wan Kibin used many tricks in secret, but the other party resolved them one by one. The fight between the two lasted for 2 years, with no winner determined. Wan Kibin thought of a way to get rid of Wan Xingyi in a roundabout way. Close black lens bracket. Song Yaoyao, what method? Gua, the idea is to cheat on Wan Xingyi, and it would be best if we could make him angry to death. This Wan Xingyi married a wife and 2 concubines. Wan Xingyi's wife, Ji Susu, is a famous beauty and the goddess in the eyes of many men in their tribe. But in the end she married Wan Xingyi. Wan Xingyi is only focused on practicing martial arts, raising poisonous insects, and fighting for power and profit, and doesn't care about other people or things. Ji Susu originally married Wan Xingyi with full of dreams of love, but after marriage, she often stayed alone in her empty room. Wan Kibin seized this opportunity and appeared in front of Ji Susu every now and then. Wan Kibin kept comforting Ji Susu, saying that she was such a good woman, but his elder brother didn't cherish her. Once, Ji Susu got drunk and the two rolled together. Close black lens bracket. The video was full of scenes of Wan Kibin seducing Ji Susu. The two people in the video behaved extremely intimately, which made Song Yaya feel very embarrassed. A brother-in-law and a sister-in-law, the two are together every day, it would be strange if nothing happened. Song Yaya looked at the Miao King not far away and pursed her lips. What does Ji Susu want? That Wan Xingyi is at least good looking, but this Wan Kibin's looks are really hard to describe. He has a full beard and a fierce look on his face. If you use the beauty trap, you should at least find a man with handsome appearance. This Wan Kibin really dares to think of himself as a handsome man and use himself to seduce Ji Susu. Ji Susu is also like this, is she blind? She just took the bait. She can even lust after a man like this. She's really not picky. Does Ji Susu have a different aesthetic than us? Close black lens bracket. Gua, Ji Susu probably likes macho men, or maybe Wan Kibin has a big penis and is good at sex, so he serves her well. Wan Kibin simply slept with her and made her submissive. Close black lens bracket. Song Yaoyao was stunned. How could a system like Gua say such a thing? Song Yaoyao, Gua, who did you learn this from? You have learned bad things from it. It took everyone a long time to understand what Gua had just said. At this moment, the men felt extremely embarrassed. Some of them started coughing, while others picked up the tea and drank it to cover up their embarrassment. The inner voice was overheard, and the whole court was eating melons together. Chapter 173 Wan Qin is coming for Kui Yuji. However, they all looked at the lower body of the Miao King intentionally or unintentionally. Many of the women present blushed. How could they listen to such words? Minister Song and his wife wished they could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Gua, do I need to learn this? 9 out of 10 modern picture books say this. Song Yaoyao, Gua, you are still young, don't watch these things that are not suitable for children anymore. Gua, got it. Song Yaoyao, Gua, please continue. Gua, okay, host. When they met again later, Ji Susu felt very awkward, but Wan Kibin said that he had liked her for a long time. Those sweet words are said for free. The first time is strange, the second time is familiar, and just like that, the two of them got together again. After a few times, Ji Susu found out that she was pregnant. Close black lens bracket. In the video, after Ji Susu found out she was pregnant, she told Wan Kibin immediately. Finally, the two of them discussed and asked Ji Susu to find an opportunity to plant this child on Wan Xingyi. The scene changed to Ji Susu forcing Wan Xingyi to drink. Ji Susu was dressed very seductively. Even if Wan Xingyi didn't care about these matters between men and women, he was still a hot-blooded man. Besides, this was his legitimate wife. He picked up Ji Susu without hesitation and walked towards the bed. Later, Wan Xingyi learned that Ji Susu was pregnant and was extremely happy. Later, Ji Susu gave birth to Wan Shan. Song Yaoyao, Gua, don't tell me that this Wan Shan is Wan Qin. Gua, host, you guessed it. Song Yaoyao, this is too messy. Gua, how did Wan Shan legitimately become Wan Qin? Close black lens bracket. Gua, Ji Susu told others that Wan Shan was born prematurely. After giving birth to the child, Ji Susu still kept in touch with Wan Kibin. Later, after Wan Kibin succeeded in putting a curse on Wan Xingyi again, he told him that he had slept with Ji Susu and that Wan Shan was also his own flesh and blood. Wan Xingyi was so angry that he vomited blood and then fell into a coma. Because of his impatience, the poisonous insects accelerated the speed of eating away at Wan Xingyi's body, and in just one day, he lost his voice. Close black lens bracket. After a pause, Gua continued. Now that Wan Xingyi is dead, Ji Susu is no longer of any use. Wan Kibin revealed his true colors and stopped trying to please Ji Susu. Ji Susu is not a pushover either. She threatens Wan Kibin to take good care of his daughter Wan Shan, otherwise she will tell everyone about their affair. The test and selection of the next Miao King did not allow him to violate ethics and do such a thing. If his tribesmen knew about this, how could he become the king of Miao? Wan Kibin agreed. Wan Kibin took Wan Shan home openly and announced to everyone that she was his illegitimate daughter named Wan Qin. When Ji Susu saw that her daughter had a backer, she wanted to end her life, but was saved by Wan Kibin. Ji Susu was really too beautiful. It would be such a pity for her to die like this. It would be nice for her to be her secret lover. In this way, the two still maintained that kind of relationship until now. Close black lens bracket. In the video, although Ji Susu is already in her 30s, she is still very beautiful. Song Yaoyao watched the video and sighed. I have to say, this Ji Susu really has some capital. At any age, a woman's beauty is her greatest advantage and weapon. This Wanqin resembles Ji Susu in appearance, and is indeed very beautiful. By the way, Guogua, the Miaojiang King and Ji Susu have been together for such a long time, haven't they been discovered? Close black lens bracket. Guogua, in the beginning, the two of them did it very secretly, but later, Wanqin took the position of King of Miaojiang. After they secured their positions, even if someone discovered their relationship, no one would dare to say anything. Close black lens bracket. Song Yaoyao, that's true. Even if they were discovered, who would be fearless enough to speak out? Wanqin is not afraid of being discovered at all, okay. By the way, Wanqin is going to marry a princess, but I don't know which unlucky guy she has taken a fancy to. Anyone who gets targeted by her will be unlucky. Who wants to sleep with a bug nest every day? What if one day, the bugs in Wanqin's body crawl out and crawl into the body of the unlucky guy? Just think, close black lens bracket. Song Yaoyao couldn't help but shudder when she thought of that scene. Not only Song Yaoyao, but everyone else couldn't help but shudder. Guogua, it's really creepy. Everyone also wanted to know, who was Wanqin targeting? After the singing and dancing performance, they started talking about marriage. Wanqin stood up, bowed, and then said, "My daughter, Wanqin, is 16 years old. I want to marry her to your Tianfeng kingdom." The emperor smiled calmly and asked, "I wonder if Princess Wanqin has a favorite candidate." Wanqin looked around and saw the second prince. He pointed at him and said, "I want to marry him." Everyone was stunned when they saw the direction Wanqin was pointing. Song Yaoyao also saw it and complained, "This woman has big ambitions. I hope it's not what I thought, and I'm not here for that position." Close black lens bracket. Guogua didn't say anything. Song Yaoyao continued, "I am worried about the emperor and the second prince. We must not let this woman stay in Tianfeng country. She is a dangerous person. If she stays, it will be too terrible." Close black lens bracket. The second prince stood up and said, "I am not talented and well educated, and I am plain looking. I am not worthy of Princess Wanqin. Besides, I already have a principal wife and 4 concubines, and I am very satisfied with them. What I mean is that the positions of my principal wife and concubine are all full, and there is no other position for you." Princess Wanqin pointed out 2 more princes, and they also rejected Princess Wanqin for various reasons. Princess Wanqin nodded. "Let it go." Everyone present was stunned. What was going on? Was it revealed just like that? Song Yaoyao, Guogua, what's going on? Guogua, this is testing the attitude of our Tianfeng country. They did not come for these princes and the throne, but for another person. Close black lens bracket. Song Yaoyao's gossipy eyes suddenly lit up and asked, "Who is Wanqin coming for?" Guogua, "Here comes Kui Yuji, the illegitimate son of Kui Kili, the 3rd rank Zhongshu Shlang." As Guogua finished speaking, the image of Kui Yuji appeared above Song Yaoyao's head. That was a very handsome boy. Everyone in the Kui family was staring blankly at the picture on the screen above Song Yaoyao's head. When did the illegitimate son of their mansion get involved with the Miao princess? Song Yaoyao, I feel like there's something big going on here. Guogua, tell me quickly. Close black lens bracket. Bastards are not allowed to attend such banquets. Everyone didn't see Kui Yuji, but they were all curious about what kind of person he was. Everyone also pricked up their ears, waiting for Guogua's next revelation. The inner voice was overheard, and the whole court was eating melons together. Chapter 174 Encounter. Guogua, host, do you still remember Miao Pei? Song Yaoyao, remember, could it be related to that traitor from Miaojiang? Guogua, well, there is a little bit of relationship. Previously, Miaojiang issued a wanted warrant for Miao Pei. Wanqin left their tribe under the pretext of tracking down Miao Pei's whereabouts. Wanqin is training while searching for Miao Pei's whereabouts. Close black lens bracket. Song Yaoyao, Wanqin and Kui Yuji met. Guogua, yeah. The meeting between these 2 people was quite dramatic. Kui Yuji and his classmates made an appointment to travel together. One day, they walked to the foot of a mountain, and suddenly a group of bandits appeared. The leader of the bandits was a burly and exceptionally strong woman. According to the bandits, that woman was Duan Zhaojiao, the eldest daughter of their tornado village, and the only daughter of the village leader. Although Kui Yuji and other weak scholars had guards with them, the bandits were outnumbered and powerful, and they were no match for them at all. Kui Yuji and his group were captured by bandits. Duan Zhaojiao immediately spotted Kui Yuji, the most handsome man in the crowd, and planned to return to the village to marry him. In the video, there is a woman who is about 170 centimeters tall and weighs more than 200 kilograms. This is Duan Zhaojiao. This figure does not match the name Zhaojiao at all. How can this be called Zhaojiao? She is simply Zhuang. Duan Zhaojiao led a group of bandits and captured Kui Yuji and his group. When Duan Zhaojiao passed by Kui Yuji's face, a look of surprise was evident on her face. Duan Zhaojiao did not have any of the reservedness that women of that era had. She walked over and looked at Kui Yuji carefully, nodding with satisfaction as she examined him. He was still muttering. "He does look good, fair and handsome, barely worthy of me. It's just that my body is a little weak, I must make up for it in the future. How can my man Duan Zhaojiao be so weak?" A bandit nearby saw this and said, "Miss, there are so many strong men on our mountain, you can choose whatever you want, why do you like this kind of boiled chicken? Look at him, he has barely any flesh on his body, he is as skinny as a monkey, so weak, I can lift him up with one hand." Before the man could finish, Duan Zhaojiao interrupted him and glared at him fiercely. "You know nothing. He is a scholar. How can he compare with a strong and reckless man like you? Besides, he is the husband I have chosen, so I should be polite to him in the future. If I hear you say that again, watch out for your hide." "Did you hear that?" The man said unwillingly, "I heard it." Duan Zhaojiao looked at the other bandits again, and they also agreed. "Heard it. When Duan Zhaojiao turned to look at Kui Yuji, she smiled again, and her expression changed as quickly as turning the pages of a book. Kui Yuji felt uncomfortable being stared at by Duan Zhaojiao and turned his head away. Duan Zhaojiao laughed out loud when she saw Kui Yuji's expression. I didn't expect it, and I was shy. When we become husband and wife, I want to see how you can still be shy. Song Yaoyao laughed out loud when she saw this. This is the first time I have seen a woman like Duan Zhaojiao in ancient times. Is she going to force herself on Kui Yuji? Life is so dull, just do it if you like it. I admire you, I admire you. Close black lens bracket. The hall was filled with the voice of Song Yaoyao gloating over someone else's misfortune. Many women in the hall were staring at the scene on the screen, their mouths wide open in disbelief. How could a man be possessed by force like this? In their minds, it is very common for men to rap in women, but on the other hand, they have never thought that women can also rap in men. So, when they saw everything in the video, they were all shocked. Gua, host, are you gloating over someone else's misfortune? Aren't you worried that Kui Yuji will really be forcibly taken over by that Duan Zhaojiao? Close black lens bracket. Song Yaoyao, don't worry. First, I don't know Kui Yuji. Do I need to worry about a stranger? Do you think I have nothing better to do than worry about a stranger? Second, Kui Yuji would not be forcibly occupied at all, otherwise there would be no need for Wan Qin. You don't need me to tell you, I already know what's going to happen next. It was Wan Qin who happened to pass by here and save Kui Yuji and his group, right? Close black lens bracket. Gua, the host is really good, he even guessed this. Overall, it's similar to what the host guessed. It is true that Wan Qin saved Kui Yuji and his group, but she did not take the initiative to save them, so there is still something wrong. Close black lens bracket. The gossip fire in Song Yaoyao's eyes became brighter. Open black lens bracket. What happened? Close black lens bracket. Gua, this is what happened. Just when the bandits were preparing to take Kui Yuji and his group back to the mountain village, Wan Qin happened to pass by on horseback. When the bandits saw that Wan Qin was beautiful and a weak woman alone, they wanted to kidnap her and take her to the mountain stronghold to present her to their leader. So, these bandits blocked Wan Qin's way. Wan Qin is not a person who likes to meddle in other people's affairs. If the bandits don't set their sights on her, she won't care about these things. But now it was these bandits who were seeking death and had evil thoughts towards her, so she couldn't be blamed. There is no doubt that Wan Qin solved these bandits and indirectly saved Kui Yuji and his group. Close black lens bracket. In the video, Wan Qin acted ruthlessly and dealt with these bandits. These bandits would never have imagined until the death how such a delicate and weak woman could be so powerful. Wan Qin dealt with these bandits. She did not use poison or witchcraft, but only martial arts. Although there were so many bandits, she still suffered minor injuries. Kui Yuji and the others were very grateful to Wan Qin. When they found out that she was injured, they hurried to the next town and sent her to the clinic as soon as possible. In this way, Wan Qin and Kui Yuji all got to know each other, and he was most familiar with Kui Yuji among them. As they get along, Kui Yuji and Wan Qin gradually develop feelings for each other. Song Yaoyao, what happened next? Why did the two break up again? If the two had not separated, there would not have been Wan Qin coming to Tianfeng country to marry today. Close black lens bracket. Gua, when their relationship was at its peak, Wan Qin received a letter from the king of Miaojiang, saying that there was news about Miao Pei and asked her to return to Miaojiang as soon as possible. Wan Qin came out originally to find Miao Pei's whereabouts. Now that she has news about the traitor, she will definitely go back. Until now, Kui Yuji still doesn't know that Wan Qin is a Miao princess. Just like that, Wan Qin left a note for Kui Yuji, saying that he had something to do and left first. Close black lens bracket. In the video, Kui Yuji was very surprised when he looked at the note. He didn't expect that Wan Qin would not even say goodbye to him in person. Was all the time we spent together fake? What did Wan Qin think of him? Why did he leave like that? As soon as Wan Qin left, Kui Yuji fell ill. The inner voice was overheard, and the whole court was eating melons together. Chapter 175 Marriage-in-Law. Song Yaoyao, Kui Yuji must be crying in his heart. My aunt, my grandmother, my cotton pants, my jacket, my baby, don't run away. Wan Qin, you big darling, don't run, don't run, don't run. Wan Qin, you're a scumbag, a heartless woman, why did you just run away like this? How can you be so cruel? Can't you even say goodbye to me in person? Look at me, a little cabbage. You've beaten me into such a state. Close black lens bracket. Gua, host, can you be more normal? I was so mad that I got goosebumps. However, Kui Yuji was indeed hit hard. Because Kui Yuji was ill, they did not continue their journey and returned to the capital. Wan Qin knew about Kui Yuji's illness as soon as she entered the capital, and this marriage was for him. Close black lens bracket. Song Yaoyao, Gua, are you sure you have goosebumps? Gua, that is a kind of sigh, do you understand? So what if I don't have goosebumps? Anyway, I know how to use this sentence, that's all. Close black lens bracket. Song Yaoyao, you are awesome, you are great. Let's continue with the previous topic. Close black lens bracket. Gua snorted coldly and continued. Wan Qin laid so much groundwork, they just want to make the emperor feel guilty. In addition, regarding Miao Pei's matter, we are not in the right at all. This time, they were not trying to marry Wan Qin, but to let Kui Yuji marry into the family. In our Tianfeng country, marrying into a woman's family is a great insult to a man. What's more, marrying into the wife's family is an extremely insulting thing. However, marrying into a woman's family is a very common thing in their Miao area. As long as the woman is capable and has a good family background, it is common for the man to marry into the woman's family. Close black lens bracket. Song Yaoyao, so this is what they were planning. No matter what the outcome is, Wan Qin must not stay in the capital. Let's not talk about Wan Qin's character for now, let's just say that her body is full of those bugs, which will cause endless troubles. What if Wan Qin has any inappropriate thoughts in the future and puts a curse on someone? I heard that there is a kind of puppet goo in Miaojiang. The person who puts the goo controls the person who is poisoned. These controlled people may be sons of noble families, high-ranking officials of the current dynasty, or even the emperor. In this country, the person who puts the goo has the final say, and the consequences are simply unimaginable. I'm not worrying too much, I'm just taking precautions. I hope that the emperor will put the overall situation first and not feel embarrassed because of marrying into the family, and ask Wan Qin to marry to Tianfeng country and keep her in the capital. Close black lens bracket. Guagua, well, everything depends on the emperor's decision. Everyone present was frightened by Song Yaoyao's inner voice. If Wan Qin really uses poisonous insects to control people, then their Tianfeng kingdom will soon have a change of dynasty. Can they still live the life they have now? No one dared to think further. The emperor shuddered when he thought of himself becoming a prisoner. The emperor looked at Princess Wanchen and said, "Since Princess Wanchen is interested in marrying a man from our Tianfeng country, you can tell me if you like any man from our Tianfeng country." Princess Wanchen pondered for a moment and said, "To be honest, I'm here for Kui Yuji, the illegitimate son of the minister of the Central Secretariat, Kui Kili. We have known each other for a long time." Everyone, as expected, they came here for Kui Yuji. The emperor nodded and said, "Since you two know each other, I will make the decision for you and let you two choose a date to get married. What do you think?" Princess Wanchen hesitated for a moment and said, "Your Majesty, I have another request. Please grant me your approval." The emperor pretended to be confused and asked, "What's the matter? Tell me first." Princess Wanchen said sincerely, "I would like to ask the emperor for permission to allow Kui Yuji to marry into our Miao area. I will give Kui Yuji enough betrothal gifts according to your customs. I sincerely want to marry Kui Yuji." After saying this, he performed a great ceremony in Miaojiang and waited for the emperor's reply. The emperor thought for a moment and asked the secretary Kui Kili, "Lord Kui Yuji is your bastard son. Do you have any thoughts?" Kui Kili stood up, bowed, and said, "Your Majesty, I don't have any ideas. It's all up to your Majesty to decide." When Kui Kili heard Song Yaoyao's inner thoughts and learned that Wan Qin's body was full of bugs, he thought this woman was too scary. Later, when he heard about her affair with his illegitimate son, he became extremely angry. He now wished he could beat the rebellious son Kui Yuji to death. How could he have brought back such an evil spirit when he went out? The Kui family would never allow a terrible woman like Wan Qin to enter. If Wan Qin goes crazy one day, the first ones to suffer will be the people in the Kui mansion. He had several sons. Even though Kui Yuji was an outstanding son, he was just a bastard after all. As long as they gave up this son, the Kui family would not have encountered such troubles, and would not have to live in fear every day. If a man marries into his wife's family, the reputation will be a little bad. But compared with the lives of everyone in the Kui mansion, a bad reputation is nothing. They just want to get rid of this evil spirit Wan Qin as soon as possible. The emperor nodded, "Okay, then I will make the decision." Then, the empress said to Wan Qin, "We were in the wrong regarding Miao Pei's matter, so I agree to your request to allow Kui Yuji to marry into the family. Because we are marrying into the bride's family, we belong to the bride's family. The wedding will not be held in our Tianfeng country. Everything will be done after you return to Miaojiang, and then we will hold the wedding banquet according to your Miaojiang customs." "Thank you, your Majesty." Song Yaoyao, your Majesty is wise. He did not reject Wan Qin's request to let Kui Yuji marry into the family just for the sake of face. As long as we send off the Miao King and his entourage in a few days, everything will be fine. Day after day, I earn money from selling cabbages, but my heart is filled with the worry of selling cocaine. I feel more and more that I am the most worthless worker. Close black lens bracket. Gua, host, you just know it. Just accept your fate. Close black lens bracket. Song Yaoyao, Gua, can't you comfort me? You're stabbing me in the heart. Gua, host, I won't do those empty words, I'm just being realistic. Song Yaoyao is too lazy to pay attention to Gua. Gua saw that Song Yaoyao hadn't said anything for a long time, so he asked, "Host, why are you silent? Do you think what I said makes sense?" Gua is really annoying sometimes. Song Yaoyao yelled, "Get out of here." Gua, the evil dragon roars, "Awoo, awoo, awoo." Song Yaoyao was even more angry. What sin had she committed in her previous life? How did she end up with such a rude system? After that, no matter what Gua said, Song Yaoyao no longer paid attention to it. Gua finally calmed down, and finally said, "It's so boring, I just know that I am the most powerful system in the universe. Can't even find an opponent. Tongsheng is so lonely. Someday, should I also put up a sign and write, Digu Chubai? Close black lens bracket." The inner voice was overheard, and the whole court was eating melons together. Chapter 176, Find Professionals for Professional Matters. Song Yaoyao. When Song Yaoyao heard this, she rolled her eyes speechlessly. She had never seen such a narcissistic system. There is so much drama day by day. When everyone heard the conversation between Lord Xiao Song and Gua, they all tried hard to hold back their laughter. I didn't expect that Lord Song would one day suffer a setback. They also sighed, "What kind of master you have, what kind of system you have." They are all equally narcissistic. After the marriage was finalized, the atmosphere of the entire banquet became much more harmonious. Song Yaoyao looked at Wan Qin's attitude towards Wan Qin and said, "It can be seen that the Miao King Wan Qin is extremely fond of his daughter Wan Qin." Wan Qin was the one who talked about the marriage the whole time, and the Miaojiang King never opened his mouth. Close black lens bracket. Gua, yes, Wan Qin likes this daughter very much. If Wan Qin wasn't a girl, she would probably be the next king of Miao. Whether in terms of martial arts or the ability to raise poisonous insects, Wan Qin is a top-notch existence, and his strategies and tactics are impeccable. Wan Qiban was extremely satisfied with his daughter. The only regret was that she was a girl and the position of Miaojiang King could not be passed on to her. Close black lens bracket. Song Yaoyao, from Wan Qin's test just now, it can be seen that she is a person who is very rigorous in doing things and thinks 3 steps ahead before taking 1 step. In ancient times, such self-reliant women are still worthy of our learning. A woman must have her own abilities and talents so as not to be looked down upon by others. Apart from anything else, Wan Qin did a great job on this point, which is worthy of admiration. Moreover, she can marry the man she likes by herself. As long as she has strong abilities, the man can marry her if he wants. Close black lens bracket. Gua, yeah. After that, Song Yaoyao's voice did not sound again. Many women present were thoughtful after hearing what Song Yaoyao said. This broke the education they had received since childhood and shocked them greatly. They looked at Princess Wan Qin in the distance. She was sitting next to the king of Miao. She was not cautious like an ordinary woman at all. She was free and easy, which made people indescribably enviable. They looked at Lady Xiao Song again. She was still as lazy as usual, eating with her head down. But they all know that Lady Xiao Song is not a simple person at all. She is not what she usually appears to be. She sees everything very clearly, and often a single sentence can cause many people to think deeply. Answer: the banquet ended with the women thinking. Song Yaoyao originally thought that the Tianfeng kingdom would hand over Miao Pei to the Miaojiang king and his men, and they would soon take Miao Pei away. Unexpectedly, 7 days later, Song Yaoyao saw Princess Wan Qin and Kui Yuji on the street, with the second prince accompanying them. As soon as Song Yaoyao saw this group of people, she wanted to take a detour and leave. Although she felt that Princess Wan Qin was very motivated, that didn't mean she wanted to deal with her. This woman is a walking nest of bugs. When Song Yaoyao thought of this, she felt sick all over. However, the second prince, who was not very tactful, saw her from a distance and shouted, "Master Xiao Song, Master Xiao Song." Song Yaoyao gritted her teeth, pretended not to hear, and walked towards another way. Unexpectedly, the second prince still did not give up and ordered his guards to come over and block Song Yaoyao's way. Song Yaoyao cursed in her heart. "Second prince, did I dig up your ancestral grave, or did I steal your sweetheart? You insist on catching a little girl like me and bullying me. Don't you know that Wan Qin is a walking nest of insects? You are thick-skinned and not afraid, but I am. I really want to beat the second prince to death now. He rarely speaks to me, so why is he thinking of killing me now? It really pisses me off. Can anyone come and save the child?" Close black lens bracket. When the second prince came closer, he heard Song Yaoyao cursing in her heart, which was a bit funny. As for the scolding from Lord Xiao Song, he automatically ignored it. Lord Xiao Song even dares to scold the emperor, so what does scolding him mean? Even though Song Yaoyao was unwilling, she still bowed when she saw the second prince, and then said, "Second prince, Princess Wan Qin, you are shopping. Then you guys continue to shop, I won't disturb you anymore, I'll leave first." The second prince asked, "Princess Wan Qin is not familiar with the capital, so my father asked me to accompany Princess Wan Qin to have a good look around the capital." Song Yaoyao nodded and said nothing. However, she was already complaining in her heart. The emperor is really getting old and confused. What doesn't Princess Wan Qin understand? Isn't there Kui Yuji? Why would the second prince accompany her? I really don't know why the emperor wants the second prince to follow him. The second prince follows the engaged couple, affecting their relationship and is simply like a light bulb. I guess they both think the second prince is a nuisance. The emperor is not afraid that his son has been poisoned. Wan Qin's poison technique is top-notch. Close black lens bracket. The second prince didn't understand what a light bulb was, but based on the context, he understood that it meant that he was redundant and in the way. Hearing about the poison again, the second prince shuddered involuntarily. He didn't hear the rest of the words clearly. He didn't want to be cannon fodder. He didn't want to be manipulated by others. It's so scary. The second prince has already thought about how to stay away from Princess Wan Qin. His eyes suddenly lit up, and he turned to Princess Wan Qin and Kui Yuji and said, "I followed you guys, but you guys weren't having fun strolling around. If Princess Wan Qin has any questions, you can ask Master Kui directly. I won't bother you anymore." Princess Wan Qin nodded. The second prince gave Song Yaoyao a look, and the few of them left. Song Yaoyao couldn't help but ask Gua. Gua, has Miao Pei's affairs been handed over? Why haven't the Miaojiang king and his men left yet? Close black lens bracket. Gua, some time ago, Kui Yuji had been ill. He learned that the emperor had granted him and Wan Qin a marriage, and that Wan Qin's previous departure was also forced upon her. His hard knot was untied, and he slowly got better. Kui Yuji is sick and can't travel. Plus, they are currently dealing with Miao Pei's matter. Close black lens bracket. Song Yaoyao, how did Miao Pei handle it? Gua, after Miao Pei was captured, she was kept in solitary confinement. No one dared to contact her for fear of being ambushed. But the Miao King and his men were not afraid of Miao Pei's methods at all. They had no intention of bringing Miao Pei back to Miaojiang and dealt with her on the spot. The Miao King had the Gu King on his body. All the poisonous insects became very obedient when they saw the Gu King. Miao Pei's poisonous insects didn't listen to her at all, and in the end, their hearts were pierced, and their bodies were burned, leaving nothing behind. Close black lens bracket. Song Yaoyao sighed. This has to be a professional match. Professional matters should be left to professionals. We are helpless women, and in front of the professional team, we are nothing, and we are as obedient as a loach. Close black lens bracket. The inner voice was overheard, and the whole court was eating melons together. Chapter 177 Dai Shubei. Gua continued. Host, I forgot to tell you that I had to consider the face of the Miao people. Kui Yuji was a concubine's son and his status was too low, but now he has been registered under the name of Madame Kui and has become a legitimate son. This is the Kui family's intention, and also the Emperor's intention. Close black lens bracket. Song Yaoyao, your majesty has given enough face to Miao Jiang. By the way, Miao Pei has also been dealt with. When do the Miao Jiang king and his men plan to leave? Close black lens bracket. Gua Gua, it is a rare opportunity for the Miao Jiang king and his companions to come to the capital of Tianfeng Kingdom. They want to stay here for a few more days to get to know the local customs and culture. Besides, Kui Yuji had just recovered from a serious illness and needed some more recuperation. The Miao Jiang king and his men planned to wait until Kui Yuji was fully recovered before leaving. I guess I'll have to wait for a while. Close black lens bracket. Song Yaoyao, oh. Song Yaoyao looked at the second prince standing beside her and asked Gua Gua. Gua Gua, you said that the second prince and I are not familiar with each other at all, so how did we get together? Oh, I don't want to think about it anymore. Thinking too much will make me lose my hair and won't make me grow taller. Close black lens bracket. Song Yaoyao looked around and scratched her head. Gua Gua, this second prince is not going to just follow me around like this, right? You said, should we decide on a location and go there directly next? Close black lens bracket. Before Gua Gua could answer, a noise was heard not far away. What happened? Looks like there's a big melon. Song Yaoyao wanted to go and look at the second prince standing beside her, and said, My lord, I don't know what happened in front. I want to go and take a look, your majesty, do you want to go with me? I have nothing to do today, so let's go take a look together. After getting the answer she wanted, Song Yaoyao quickened her pace. There were quite a few people watching. When they saw that Song Yaoyao and her group were dressed elegantly, they took the initiative to make way for them. When Song Yaoyao and the others approached, they saw a haggard-looking woman kneeling in front of several big men, begging for mercy. Gentlemen, please give me some more time. I will definitely pay back the money I lent you, including the principal and interest. One of the big men said impatiently. It is only natural to pay back your debts. You said the same thing last time. We felt sorry for you, so we gave you another 7 days. I came to your house again today and you used the same excuse again. Who are you fooling? I'm not a good man, I can't afford to drag it on day by day. If you don't pay me back today, don't blame me for being cruel and selling you to a brothel. My dear brothers, please trust me once more and give me a few more days. I will definitely pay it back in a few days. The woman knelt on the ground, kowtowed continuously, and cried miserably. The onlookers asked, How much money did she owe you? The debt collector glanced at the person asking the question and said, 150 taels, plus interest, the total is 250 taels. Many people gasped. In the capital, for an ordinary citizen, 1 tael of silver was enough for the family's food and clothing for 2 months. These 250 taels are really a huge sum of money for ordinary people. The woman cried miserably and said, I have no other choice. My husband is paralyzed at home, and I usually make some money by sewing and embroidering. All the money I earned was used to buy medicine for my husband. Even so, the money was still not enough, so I had to borrow money to buy medicine for my husband. Gua Gua's voice rang out at this moment. Host, do you want to eat some melon? The melon about the woman on the ground. Song Yaoyao, is there anything else to eat? It seems that things are not simple. Eat, eat, eat. Close black lens bracket. As Song Yaoyao finished her words, the image of a woman appeared on the screen above her head. The woman in the picture looked exactly like the woman who was kneeling on the ground begging for mercy just now, except that she was younger and looked naive. Song Yaoyao looked at the screen and said, In the picture, the girl looks to be about 15 or 16 years old, still a beautiful and charming flower. Look at what it's become now. Gua Gua, host, this woman is indeed pitiful, but not in the way you imagine. Wait for me to talk to you slowly. Close black lens bracket. Song Yaoyao, I know there's something big going on when I hear this. Hurry up and tell me. Gua Gua, the woman on the ground is named Dai Shubei, and her husband is named Yi Gengming. As Gua Gua finished speaking, the screen split into two, one half showing Dai Shubei's image and the other half showing Yi Gengming's image. Song Yaoyao looked at the man in the video. He was handsome and tall, with a calm smile on his face and a shrewd look in his eyes. Song Yaoyao, Gua Gua, please continue. Gua Gua, okay, host. Let's start with Yi Gengming. The Yi family has been doing business for generations. Over so many generations, they have accumulated a lot of wealth and are also a famous merchant in the capital. The Yi family has never had many offspring. In Yi Gengming's generation, he was the only male, and he became the only child in the Yi family. Everything in the family depends on Yi Gengming alone. Master Yi has been teaching Yi Gengming since he was a child, and Yi Gengming is also very motivated and can learn anything quickly. Close black lens bracket. In the video, Master Yi took Yi Gengming with him wherever he went, teaching him how to do the math and read the account books. Whatever Yi Gengming learns, he can master it at once. Song Yaoyao didn't notice that when she was eating melons, there were already a lot of people around her eating melons. She had seen these people at the Miaojiang King's banquet a few days ago. The second prince had already seen this group of people. Seeing that they were all staring at Lord Xiao Song's head, he knew what they were here for. Song Yaoyao, and then. Gua Gua, just like that, Yi Gengming turned 18 in the blink of an eye. Once, when Yi Gengming was out discussing business, he saw Dai Shubei unconscious on the side of the road and rescued her. However, when Dai Shubei woke up, she had lost her memory and could not remember who she was. But on a jade pendant that Dai Shubei carried with her was written the 3 characters, Dai Shubei. Close black lens bracket. In the video, Yi Gengming met Dai Shubei. Dai Shubei had many wounds on her body and her clothes were in tatters, but it was still obvious that the material of the clothes was very good. Yi Gengming quickly lifted Dai Shubei onto the carriage, took her back to the capital, and then quickly sent her to the clinic. After taking Dai Shubei's pulse, the doctor said that all she had was skin injuries, which were not serious. She was still unconscious because of the impact and hunger. He suggested that she should be given some rice soup and some herbal medicine, and she would probably wake up soon. After drinking a bowl of rice soup and a bowl of medicine, Dai Shubei woke up half a day later. After Dai Shubei woke up, she looked at Yi Gangming warily. She didn't remember anything. Song Yao Yao, it seems that Yi Gangming took Dai Shubei in. Gua, not bad. Yi Gangming couldn't get anything out of her, and he couldn't just abandon a weak woman like her, so he could only rent a yard and put Dai Shubei there. The inner voice was overheard, and the whole court was eating melons together. Chapter 178 Yi Gangming's Amazing Action 1. In the video, Dai Shubei looks very cute and lovely after washing her face. Yi Gangming looked at her face and couldn't just leave her alone. It's not that he was attracted by her beauty, but that she was a woman with amnesia. If no one took care of her and she had no relatives in the capital, the consequences would be disastrous. Gua, Yi Gangming told Dai Shubei that they were just a small merchant doing some small business. He did not reveal his true identity at all. In this way, Dai Shubei and Yi Gangming spent a long time together, and after a few interactions, they fell in love with each other. Close black lens bracket. The video shows Yi Gangming and Dai Shubei getting along with each other. Whenever Yi Gangming was free, he would come to the courtyard to see Dai Shubei. After Dai Shubei felt better, she started to ask around for embroidery studios on the street, because during this period she discovered that her embroidery skills were quite good. Dai Shubei plans to take on some embroidery work, which will be enough to support herself with her embroidery skills. Although she lost her memory, her embroidery skills remained. Song Yao Yao, and then. Gua, Yi Gangming felt that Dai Shubei was self-reliant and he admired her more and more. A few months later, Yi Gangming told his family that he was going to marry Dai Shubei, but was unanimously opposed by his family. Yi Gangming is the next head of the Yi family and the hope of the entire Yi family. His wife must be a daughter of equal status to the Yi family. They did not agree with Yi Gangming marrying a woman of unknown origin. Other members of the Yi family also said that Dai Shubei knew Yi Gangming's true identity and was after their Yi family's money. Yi Gangming denied it, saying that Dai Shubei couldn't possibly know his identity. He hid it very well, and there was true love between them. But the Yi family said that it was Dai Shubei who pretended. After hearing all the arguments from the Yi family, Yi Gangming also began to feel uncertain. In the video, Yi Gangming was surrounded by the Yi family. A group of people surrounded him and talked about their own guesses. They all agreed that Dai Shubei was pretending. Dai Shubei's status, being a concubine, is a compliment to her. Song Yao Yao, are the Yi family members overthinking this? Gua, originally, Yi Gangming believed in the relationship between himself and Dai Shubei, but after being disturbed by the Yi family, he became unsure. Later, he thought of a way to prove that Dai Shubei was not after his money and that they were in true love. Song Yao Yao, what solution did he come up with? The onlookers also want to know what method Yi Gangming came up with to test Dai Shubei. Gua, next, Yi Gangming's amazing operation made me, the entire system, admire him. This guy is truly a talent. Yi Gangming just wanted to test Dai Shubei's feelings for him, how true are they? One day, Yi Gangming, covered in blood, was carried to Dai Shubei's courtyard. Dai Shubei was horrified when she saw all this. Although she was scared, she quickly took out some money and asked the person who sent Yi Gangming to go get a doctor. In the video, Yi Gangming was dressed in rags, had chicken blood sprinkled on him, took medicine in advance that made him look particularly weak, and bribed several doctors. Yi Gangming was lying on a tattered door panel and was carried to Dai Shubei. When the doctor came, he said that Yi Gangming had been beaten and might become a paraplegic. Dai Shubei took out the money she had earned from embroidery over the past few months and told the doctor that she must cure Yi Gangming. The doctor only said that he could only do his best. This doctor was one of the doctors bribed by Yi Gangming in advance. The doctor took my pulse, wrote a prescription, and said he would go back first and would ask the boy to bring the medicine later. Because the consultation fee is high, they can send a pharmacist to make another trip and deliver the medicine to your door. After sending the doctor away, the people who had carried Yi Gangming were about to leave, saying, Miss Dai, we were the former servants of the Yi family. Now the Yi family's business has failed, and the creditors come to our door every day to collect debts. Everything the Yi family has been mortgaged. Young Master Yi was beaten by the lackeys of those creditors. We are also leaving the Yi family. Only then did Dai Shubei know what had happened to the Yi family. After sending the servants away, Dai Shubei looked at Yi Gangming, who was covered in dirt, and wanted to change his dirty clothes. Now there are only the two of them in this yard. Although they are not married, they understand each other. Thinking about how Yi Gangming once saved her life, Dai Shubei gritted her teeth and prepared to change his clothes herself. When Dai Shubei saw that Yi Gangming's skin was covered with bruises from being beaten, she felt heartbroken. Everyone present, this is a really perfect performance. They want to see how Yi Gangming will act next. Song Yao Yao, what's going on with the blue and purple bruises on Yi Gangming's body? Did Yi Gangming get there himself using some special means? Close black lens bracket. Gua, yes, this is a special potion that Yi Gangming spent a lot of money to buy. Apply it on the skin, and the places that are stained by the potion will turn purple. Song Yao Yao, this Yi Gangming is truly a talented person. Think of everything. Dai Shubei and Yi Gangming haven't gotten married yet, how could he resist being changed by others? Close black lens bracket. Gua, host, this is just the beginning. Yi Gangming has many tricks up his sleeve. Song Yao Yao, I understand from what you said, what will Yi Gangming do next? Close black lens bracket. Gua, yes. Since that day, Yi Gangming has been in a coma and has been lying in bed pretending to be a vegetable. Close black lens bracket. Song Yao Yao, no way. What brand of plastic bag is this? It can hold so much. From the conversation between Lord Xiao Song and Gua, everyone understood that a vegetative state means a paralytic. You know what, the term vegetative state is quite appropriate. In the video, from that day on, Yi Gangming lay in bed pretending to be a vegetable. Dai Shubei never left him and wiped his body. In the first few days, Dai Shubei only wiped Yi Gangling's upper body. After a long time, his lower body began to smell. After much hesitation, Dai Shubei decided to wipe his lower body as well, so she began to take off his pants. After taking off his pants, Dai Shubei was too shy to look at all. She closed her eyes and started to wipe his thighs and calves. However, her hands accidentally touched places that should not be touched, and her face turned red. She comforted herself that the person on the bed was a patient and if she didn't clean him, he would get bed sores. There was nothing she could do about it. Besides, Yi Gangling is already a vegetable and he knows nothing now. Dai Shubei murmured something to comfort herself, and then she felt relieved. Everyone watching the video was stunned. Just like that, Yi Gangling was stripped naked by a woman, and he was still lying there motionless. The inner voice was overheard, and the whole court was eating melons together. Chapter 179 Yi Gangling's Amazing Action 2. This is too much to pretend. Song Yao Yao, this is too much to bear. In the video, when Dai Shubei was wiping his lower body, he didn't react at all. Could it be that he was impotent? Close black lens bracket. Gua. He was very normal, just lying there, holding his breath, letting Dai Shubei do whatever she wanted. Song Yao Yao, it's incredible, this Yi Gangling is a ninja turtle. In the video, since that day, in order to get medicine and medical treatment for Yi Gangling, Dai Shubei doubled her embroidery work. After Dai Shubei left, she made sure that everyone had left the house, and the hiding secret guard appeared. He told Yi Gangling about the recent situation of the Yi family in business matters, and asked him to make a decision. Yi Gangling made a decision quickly, and the secret guard left with his orders. As soon as the secret guard left, Yi Gangling got out of bed and walked around the room to stretch his body. Hearing the noise outside the door, Yi Gangling immediately lay down on the bed and began to pretend to be a vegetable again. Song Yao Yao, fuck, I don't even know how to complain about this guy. Gua. Yes, if this person were alive today, it would be a waste of his talent if he didn't play a corpse on a dissection table. In the video, after Dai Shubei entered the house, she first checked Yi Gangling's condition. After finding nothing wrong, she went to the kitchen to cook and boil medicine. After the medicine was boiled, it was placed on the table to cool, and Dai Shubei went out to do other things. Yi Gangling's secret guard appeared and took the opportunity to pour out the medicine and replace it with a bowl of nourishing soup. This kind of nourishing soup can be drunk by healthy people and it will nourish the body. Just like that, when Dai Shubei felt that the medicine was almost dry, she would go into the house again and feed Yi Gangling the bowl of medicine spoonful by spoonful. Song Yao Yao, oh my god, this is so infuriating. Dai Shubei worked so hard embroidering every day, but the medicine she got was just thrown away like that, close black lens bracket. Gua. There is nothing we can do about this. After all, Yi Gangling's illness is fake. Taking medicine blindly can kill people. We can only throw it away. Song Yao Yao, seeing this, I feel so sorry for Dai Shubei. What a rubbish man she met. The video was still going on. Yi Gangling was actually urinating and defecating on the bed. Dai Shubei didn't mind. She cleaned his body and then went to wash his clothes and bedding. Everyone was stunned. Some people covered their mouths and vomited when they saw this. It was really disgusting. Song Yao Yao heard the sound of vomiting, then she looked around and found that there were many familiar faces around her. It seems that everyone is here to eat melons just like me. After Song Yao Yao nodded and greeted them, she looked away and continued watching the video. But the scenes in the video were too disgusting. All one could see were excrement, which gave Song Yao Yao a great visual impact. She couldn't help but curse. Ah, this is so fucking disgusting. How could someone do such a thing? If I had a knife, I would just kill this disgusting man with it. Close black lens bracket. Gua. Are you going to put on a full show? Isn't that what a vegetative person does? If he can take care of his bowels and bladder by himself, is he still a vegetable? Isn't this suspicious? In order not to arouse Dai Shubei's suspicion, Yi Gangling could only pee and poop in his pants. Close black lens bracket. Song Yao Yao, this is too disgusting. How could this be a test or proof? This is simply tormenting Dai Shubei. Is the Yi family a very powerful family? If you don't want to marry her, then forget it. Why come up with such an idea to torture a girl? Dai Shubei has to think about her livelihood, rent, taking care of patients, embroidering, and getting medicine for Yi Gangling, that rubbish. I really feel sorry for this girl. Close black lens bracket. Everyone listened to Song Yao Yao's voice and felt particularly sympathetic towards this girl. This Yi Gangling is so disgusting that he has no bottom line. The Yi family, after they return, they will investigate carefully what kind of family it is. Song Yao Yao urged, Gua, fast forward, skip this part, it's too disgusting, I'm going to vomit. Gua, okay, host. As soon as Gua finished speaking, the video started playing at triple speed, quickly skipping the part with feces and urine. After the video speed returned to normal, Song Yao Yao saw Dai Shubei looking at the acupuncture point map and gesturing with the needle in her hand. Song Yao Yao, Gua, what is Dai Shubei doing? Gua, Dai Shubei felt that Yi Gangling lying down for such a long time was not good for his health, so she spent money to learn massage. She often gives Yi Gangling massages. She wanted Yi Gangling to get better, but she didn't have the money to hire a doctor to give him acupuncture every now and then, so she took the gifts, went to the old doctor, and knelt down to beg him to teach him. The old doctor didn't agree at first, but after hearing about Dai Shubei's story, how she stayed with her husband after he became paralyzed and came to learn this in order to make him better, he was moved and finally agreed. After a pause, Gua continued. Dai Shubei didn't have money to buy silver needles, so she used embroidery needles. Just roast the embroidery needle over the fire before using it. By the way, in order to avoid being gossiped by neighbors, Dai Shubei always told others that Yi Gangling was her husband. Close black lens bracket. In the video, Dai Shubei learned acupuncture and only started to treat Yi Gangling's body after she became proficient in it on herself. Although I was already very skilled, I was still nervous and pierced the wrong spot at the beginning. As soon as the needle was inserted, blood started to flow from the skin. Dai Shubei pulled out the needle and quickly checked Yi Gangming's expression, seeing that he was still lying there without any reaction. Dai Shubei kept apologizing, saying that it was her first time and she was too nervous, and she would be more careful next time. After Dai Shubei made several mistakes, her hands finally stopped shaking. Song Yaoyao, even after being stabbed, Yi Gangming pretended not to move. I just want to know, how does this guy keep pretending? Doesn't it hurt? I saw that the needle pierced his flesh and a lot of blood flowed out. This Yi Gangming is truly the ancestor of the Ninja Turtles. Dai Shubei is a good girl, but her sincerity was wasted, and everything is just a scam. Why didn't Dai Shubei stab Yi Gangming to death? He should make a few more mistakes every day and see how long he can keep pretending. Or just paralyze Yi Gangming and make him a real vegetable, so that he doesn't have to pretend anymore. Even as a bystander, I can't stand it any longer. I really want to smash Yi Gangming's head. Closed black lens bracket. Everyone was also shocked. They saw the scene of the wrong injection and Yi Gangming lost a lot of blood. How did this person keep silent? Look at his delicate skin, there's not even a callus on his hands. In the video that Gua posted before, I didn't see that this person was a martial artist. How did he hold back from screaming? In order to pretend to be sick, Yi Gangming was really desperate. This completely shattered their 3 views. They have also seen people pretending to be sick, but that only lasts for a day or 2. Yi Gangming is the only one in the world who can pretend to be sick to this extent. Yi Gangming is such a talent. The inner voice was overheard, and the whole court was eating melons together. Chapter 180. Pay back the money. Gua, Yi Gangming only has some mediocre kung fu. When I saw the needle pricked him by mistake, he bled so much. It hurt just looking at it. Yi Gangming pretended like this for 3 years. After pretending for a few months, Yi Gangming realized that Dai Shubei was truly sincere to him. He wanted to wake up slowly, but the Yi family said that he had been paralyzed for too short a time and they can tell Dai Shubei's true feelings, so they asked him to pretend for a while longer. Yi Gangming thought about it and agreed. Closed black lens bracket. Song Yaoyao, people like Yi Gangming are simply Mama's boys. He does whatever his family members say and he has no opinions of his own at all. I'm really speechless. How can such a person be the next head of the family? The Yi family is really out of ideas, but they still praise such a person to the sky. Closed black lens bracket. Gua, host, I will continue. Later, the longer he pretended, the more Yi Gangming discovered that Dai Shubei was a really good person and he liked her more and more. For him, this girl worked hard every day and even borrowed high-interest loans. But he also understood Dai Shubei's character more and more. If he let her know that everything was a scam, there would be no possibility between them. Yi Gangming was reluctant to let Dai Shubei leave. In this way, Yi Gangming had no choice but to continue pretending. Closed black lens bracket. In the video, Yi Gangming also thought about confessing everything to Dai Shubei. But I took too long to pretend and had too many concerns. Every time I wanted to open my mouth, I hesitated again and again. In the end, I couldn't open my mouth at all. This pretending lasted for 3 years. Everyone was stunned. How did Yi Gangming manage to pretend for 3 years and more than 1,000 days and nights? Song Yaoyao watched the video speechlessly and said, "This Yi Gangming is such a piece of shit. It's been 3 whole years, not just 3 days. How could he keep pretending? Look at Dai Shubei kneeling on the ground, being chased by these loan sharks, who are threatening to sell her to a brothel. Yi Gangming must know all this. How could he just watch Dai Shubei suffer all this? Yi Gangming is simply a beast and worse than a thing." Closed black lens bracket. Gua, it's really excessive. So, as I said at the beginning, Dai Shubei is pitiful, but not in the way you imagine. His pity was not because of the loan sharking in front of him, but because of Yi Gangming. Everything she had suffered was because of that bastard Yi Gangming. Closed black lens bracket. Song Yaoyao, Gua, we must expose the true face of Yi Gangming, this scumbag. Gua, okay, host. It's up to you now. Come on. Closed black lens bracket. Song Yaoyao took out 250 taels of silver notes from the space under the cover of her pocket, walked out, looked at the big men, and asked. She owes you 250 taels of silver, isn't she? The leading man looked Song Yaoyao up and down, and seeing that she was well dressed, he did not dare to act rashly and said. Yes. Take out the IOU. I will pay back the 250 taels for her. Upon hearing this, the big man immediately showed a happy expression and said. Okay, wait a moment, girl. The big man turned to the men who were pulling Dai Shubei and shouted. Hurry up and stop it, everyone. After hearing this, the minions immediately let go of their hands and apologized to Dai Shubei repeatedly. Madam, we are doing this just to make a living. We have no other choice but to do this. Please be magnanimous and treat us like a fart. Yes, ma'am, if you had told me earlier that you knew such a wealthy man, there wouldn't have been such a misunderstanding. Ellipsis. The big man who was in the lead immediately took out a promissory note from his pocket. Hand over the money in one hand and the IOU in the other. After checking by both parties, there was no problem. The big man said a few more nice words before leaving with the group of minions. Dai Shubei stared blankly at everything that was happening in front of her. Someone helped her pay back the money, the crisis was resolved, and she would not be sold to a brothel. Dai Shubei didn't know why Song Yaoyao helped her. She came over timidly, clenched the corners of her clothes with both hands, and immediately knelt down in front of Song Yaoyao, then kowtowed and said. I will never forget the girl's great kindness. I will work like a cow and a horse, pay the girl back as soon as possible, and repay the girl. Song Yaoyao quickly helped Dai Shubei up and said. Hurry up, there's no rush for the money, you can pay it back slowly. I don't need you to work like a slave for me. Just now in the crowd, I heard about your story. After your husband became paralyzed, you stayed with him and took care of him for so many years. I was very touched. After Dai Shubei was helped up, she said. Thank you, girl. Thank you for helping me when I was in the most difficult and helpless time. I will always remember your kindness. Also, I will return the 250 taels of silver to you as soon as possible. Song Yaoyao nodded and said, It is good. Gua Gua, host, you don't play by the rules. In the storybooks, whenever there is a plot like this, people like you who are willing to help will definitely say, it's just 250 taels of silver, no need to pay it back. This is totally different from what is said in the storybook. Close black lens bracket. Song Yaoyao said speechlessly. Gua Gua, that's a storybook, it's all fake. We are in the real world here, and my 250 taels of silver didn't come from the wind. I have been very kind by helping her through the current crisis. She and I have no relationship at all, why shouldn't I ask her to pay back the money? Helping her is one thing, paying her back is another. I can tell the difference very clearly. Besides, I didn't say that Dai Shubei has to pay back the money. Isn't there still the Ninja Turtle Yi Gangming? Isn't he the next head of the Yi family? Isn't the Yi family very rich? It's okay for him to be the next head of the Yi family. Anyway, this money was originally spent on him. Also, I can see that Dai Shubei is a very strong-willed girl. If I tell her not to pay back the money, it will be very embarrassing for her. Close black lens bracket. Gua Gua, it turns out that the host had already planned it out. Song Yaoyao continued to say to Dai Shubei, I happen to know some medical skills, and I can help your husband take a good look for free. Dai Shubei looked at Song Yaoyao and thought she was too young. Nowadays, some of the famous doctors are all very old and have white hair. This girl looked only about 12 or 13 years old. How good could her medical skills be? She was probably just interested in medicine. Forget it, forget it. This girl just paid off a loan shark for me. It's not easy to reject her directly. Since she wanted to help Yi Gangming, she could just take a look. It wouldn't have any impact, so she said. My humble abode is simple, please do not despise me, young lady. Song Yaoyao said quickly. No, no. Dai Shubei looked at Song Yaoyao's expression and saw that she was particularly sincere, so she said. In that case, please come with me. Song Yaoyao was secretly delighted. Yi Gangming, your Aunt Song is here to expose you, are you ready? The inner voice was overheard, and the whole court was eating melons together. Chapter 181 exposed. Just like that, Song Yaoyao, the second prince and his party went directly to where Dai Shubei lived, followed by a lot of onlookers. They had all seen this place in the video. Dai Shubei took Song Yaoyao, the second prince, and his two guards directly to Yi Gangming's room. The other onlookers stood in the yard. The room where Yi Gangming was not big enough to accommodate so many people. But the doors and windows of the room were open, and the people in the yard could see everything inside the house clearly. Yi Gangming was still lying on the bed motionless. Song Yaoyao walked forward and looked at Yi Gangming carefully. This man was already pretending to be experienced. Even though so many people suddenly came to his house, he still didn't react at all. After Yimo sat down, he pinched Yi Gangming's wrist and took his pulse. After a moment, Song Yaoyao let go of Yi Gangming's hand, and Dai Shubei hurried forward and asked. How about it? Song Yaoyao glanced at Dai Shubei without saying anything. Then, using the cover of her pocket, she took out a set of silver needles from the space. Song Yaoyao has already figured out how to deal with this ninja turtle. Song Yaoyao is a doctor, and she knows exactly where to inject the needles so that Yi Gangming will immediately expose himself and jump up. Dai Shubei was very nervous. She stopped Song Yaoyao and after hesitating for a moment, she asked. Girl, this acupuncture, are you sure about it? Song Yaoyao understood what she meant. After all, her age made it hard for people to believe in her medical skills. Besides, acupuncture is not a joke, if not handled properly it can be fatal. Song Yaoyao smiled and said. My medical skills are pretty good, don't worry. I guarantee that after a few injections, the person on the bed will be alive and kicking. Before Dai Shubei could say anything else, Song Yaoyao had already picked up the silver needle and inserted it into her penis. Song Yaoyao's needles were aimed at Yi Gangming's smile point and pain point. These two acupoints would immediately jump up even if the opponent had profound skills. Sure enough, the next second, Yi Gangming jumped up from the bed, cried out in pain, then burst into laughter, and rolled over and over on the bed. Dai Shubei hurried forward, looked at Yi Gangming's expression, turned around and asked Song Yaoyao nervously. What happened to him? Before Song Yaoyao could answer, a man in black suddenly appeared in the room, stood in front of Yi Gangming, and looked at Song Yaoyao and her group vigilantly. Dai Shubei was startled by the sudden appearance of the person and asked. Who are you? Why are you in my house? Song Yaoyao glanced at the man in black in front of her and said. Why don't you hide anymore? You hide in the tree outside every day, watching the person in bed doing evil things, and you have been doing this for 3 years. Aren't you tired? Your master Yi Gangming is really shameless. He is not sick at all, but he pretends to be paralyzed in bed and makes Miss Dai serve him for 3 years. I was just very curious, how could Yi Gangming, a normal man, manage to pee and poop in his pants? You squat on the tree outside every day, watching your master's tricks, don't you have any ideas? Aren't you nauseated? Song Yaoyao wanted to continue to taunt, but Dai Shubei grabbed her hand and asked. What did you say? You said Yi Gangming wasn't sick at all, and he was just pretending all along. Yimo nodded and said. Yes, he was pretending. The Yi family has never fallen. Dai Shubei looked into Song Yaoyao's eyes and asked. How do you know this? Song Yaoyao also looked back at her and said. Don't ask me how I know this, I just know it. This is all true. Dai Shubei took several steps back, held onto the table, and murmured. This is impossible. I have asked several doctors to examine him, and they all said. Song Yaoyao interrupted her and said. Those doctors all said that Yi Gangming is a paraplegic, right? To tell you the truth, since Yi Gangming wanted to pretend to be bankrupt and paralyzed, he must have thought that you would ask a doctor to see him. All the doctors you hired have been bribed by him in advance. Therefore, those doctors were just lying with their eyes open, and everything they said was according to Yi Gangming's wishes. By the way, I have sent someone to invite the doctor who has never treated Yi Gangming. It is impossible that all the doctors in the capital city have been bribed by Yi Gangming. Wait a minute, the doctor will be here soon. As he was speaking, the man in black who was standing in front of Yi Gangming had been subdued by the two men of the second prince. They pressed his acupoints and mute point, and the man could neither speak nor move. The second prince also said at this time, I have just sent someone to inform the Yi family. I think the current head of the Yi family, Yi Gangming's father, will be here soon. Dai Shubei stood there blankly. Song Yaoyao knew that it would be difficult for her to accept reality for a while, but she would know it sooner or later. Long-term pain is worse than short-term pain. Song Yaoyao then told Dai Shubei everything she knew. After hearing this, Dai Shubei looked at Yi Gangming on the bed in disbelief and shouted. It turns out that this is all a scam. Yi Gangming, you bastard, you deceived me so much. Just then, two doctors came in from outside. Yi Mo signaled the two doctors to check on the person on the bed to see if he had been paralyzed before. The second prince's two guards walked over and directly pressed Yi Gangming's acupoints. Yi Gangming stopped rolling around on the bed and lay there motionless. It was obvious that he was still in great pain. Two doctors came forward and soon came to a conclusion. They said, this man has never been paralyzed and is in good health. The pain I feel now has nothing to do with paralysis. Song Yaoyao nodded and asked someone to send the two doctors out. Then, Song Yaoyao said, Miss Dai, did you hear everything clearly? Dai Shubei nodded, then turned and glared at Yi Gangming. Yi Gangming met Dai Shubei's gaze and said while enduring the pain. Bebe, it's not what you think. Let me explain. Dai Shubei yelled. Yi Gangming, you liar, you have been playing me like a fool for the past 3 years. Are you still laughing at me behind my back? Laughing at me for being a fool? Looking at me working so hard every day, embroidering things day and night, are you still calling me stupid? I was almost sold to a brothel by those loan sharks today. Do you feel particularly proud of having brought me to this point? Haha, I was stupid too, I was controlled by you like this. I also thought that if you never get better, I will stay with you for the rest of my life. It turns out that everything was a scam and it was all my wishful thinking. You beast, you pretend to be sick every day, how can you be so at ease? The inner voice was overheard, and the whole court was eating melons together. Chapter 182 Dai Shubei's Identity. The more Dai Shubei spoke, the angrier she became. She picked up a stool and threw it at Yi Gangming. Not satisfied yet, she jumped onto the bed and started hitting him. After a while, Yi Gangming's face had a lot of scratches. Dai Shubei stopped beating him until she was tired. Yi Gangming, aren't you bullying a weak woman like me just because you rely on the fact that you're a man? Well, if that is the case, then I will make sure you can't be a man and your Yi family will be extinct. As soon as she finished speaking, Dai Shubei kicked Yi Gangming's lower body hard several times. When everyone saw this, they couldn't help but squeeze their legs together. It was really scary when a woman got angry. Yi Gangming let out a shrill scream instantly, but due to the acupuncture points on his body, he could not move. When the head of the Yi family and his wife entered the house, they heard their son's miserable cries. No matter how much they loved their son, they still knelt down immediately after seeing the second prince. The merchants in the capital city knew everything about these officials and princes. Only then did Dai Shubei realize that the man in front of her was a prince, and she quickly knelt down. The second prince did not let the Yi family couple stand up, but turned to Dai Shubei and said, Miss Dai, please stand up. The second prince's main point is differential treatment. Song Yaoyao helped Dai Shubei up. The second prince then turned around and looked at the Yi family couple on the ground and said, You must also be aware of what your son has done. Not a question, but an affirmative. The second prince cursed, You bastards. Yi Ruochang, the head of the Yi family, and Mrs. Yi kowtowed and admitted their mistakes. The two kowtowed and said, We deserve to die, we deserve to die. The second prince glanced at the two people on the ground and continued. You deserve to die, look at what the son you taught has done. Your family really opened my eyes. He pretended to be paralytic, lying in bed for 3 years, and had a woman serve him for 3 whole years. How could he keep pretending? You guys are really crooked from top to bottom. What a family of bastards. Yi Ruochang and his wife kowtowed continuously. The second prince felt annoyed just looking at the people on the ground. Although what they did was not a capital crime, it was really disgusting. The second prince turned around and asked Dai Shubei, Miss Dai, how do you think we should deal with this matter? Dai Shubei looked at Song Yaoyao, and Song Yaoyao said, Miss Dai, just tell me what you think. Don't be afraid, we are here. Dai Shubei took a step forward and said, I want to cut ties with Yi Gangming. He saved my life before, and I took care of him for 3 years. Any kindness I have shown him should have offset that. That's it, I wish everyone good health in the future. The second prince thought about it and realized that now Yi Gangming had been crippled by Dai Shubei, so it was reasonable to offset the situation in this way. So, he nodded and said to Yi Ruochang, Since Miss Dai has said so, just take your son and get out. Yi Ruochang kowtowed again and said, Thank you, Your Majesty. Thank you, Your Majesty. Get out. Yi Ruochang and his wife hurriedly took their son back. Yi Ruochang thought that the matter was over, but when he returned, he found that Yi Gangming was screaming in pain and laughing uncontrollably, and his lower body was red and swollen. This happened because Yi Gangming's acupoints were automatically unblocked at this time. Yi Ruochang invited many doctors, and finally found an old doctor who was good at acupuncture. After acupuncture, Yi Gangming finally stopped screaming and laughing. However, there was some sequelae. From time to time, the facial muscles would twitch and the mouth became a little crooked. As for Yi Gangming's lower body, the swelling had gone down, but he was still unable to get an erection. Yi Ruichang regretted it so much. Why did he let his son test the woman Dai Shubei? The attitude should have been tougher at the time and the woman should have been directly refused entry. The Yi family's affairs soon spread throughout the business circles in Beijing. They knew what the Yi family had done, and Yi Gaming also got a nickname, Ninja Turtle. At first, no one knew what this nickname meant, but after others explained it, everyone knew it. Of course someone fanned the flames of this matter. When the merchants learned that the Yi family had offended the second prince and many officials in the court, they began to exclude the Yi family. They didn't want the second prince and those officials to think that they had a relationship with the Yi family, so they didn't want to implicate them. They would rather pay compensation than terminate the cooperation with the Yi family. Just like that, the Yi family fell into decline within less than half a year. In just half a year, the Yi family had dismissed all their servants and had to sell their house. This is all a story for later. Here, after Yi Ruichang and his wife took Yi Gaming away, Dai Shubei could no longer control her tears and started to fall. Song Yaoyao patted Dai Shubei on the shoulder and said, it's okay, just let it out. Song Yaoyao, Gua, you said Dai Shubei has no relatives and has lost her memory, and now she has offended the Yi family. What should she do if the Yi family retaliates in the future? I'll bring her back home and let her live there. I wonder if mother will agree. Close black lens bracket. Gua, host, your mother is usually a bit fierce, but she has a soft heart and will definitely agree. But host, I have a better solution, would you like to listen to it? Close black lens bracket. Song Yaoyao, what method? Gua, host, I know Dai Shubei's identity. We can inform her family. How could Song Yaoyao forget about Gua, the know-it-all? She quickly asked. What is Dai Shubei's identity? As Song Yaoyao finished her words, Dai Shubei's image appeared above her head again. Gua, Dai Shubei is the granddaughter of Dai Shubo, a famous scholar in Jiangnan. 3 years ago, Dai Shubei's grandmother fell ill. She was going to visit her grandmother, escorted by her guards and maids. However, she encountered bandits on the way. The maids and guards all died in order to protect her. When she was escaping, she fell off a cliff, was injured, and lost her memory. She was rescued by Yi Gangming. Close black lens bracket. The video shows Dai Shubei in distress. Song Yaoyao, I've heard of this Dai Shubo. He is very famous in Jiangnan. It is said that many officials in the court whose ancestral home is in Jiangnan are his students. Gua, yes, it's him. By the way, Dai Shubei's biological aunt is in the capital. She is the wife of the Minister of Works, Lord Mei Zeme. Mr. Mei was also a student of Dai Daru, and later married Mrs. Mei. We can send the person to Mrs. Mei first. Host, have you figured out how to tell others about Dai Shubei's identity? Close black lens bracket. Song Yaoyao, it's quite a headache. Let me think about it and come up with a better reason. Alas, every time I want to help others, I have to rack my brains to think of the right words. My brain works really slowly at critical moments. It's really frustrating. Close black lens bracket. The inner voice was overheard, and the whole court was eating melons together. Chapter 183 Encountering Melons Again. Just when Song Yaoyao and Gua were distressed, the second prince spoke up. Master Xiao Song, I just got the news that this Miss Dai is a relative of the Minister of Works, Master Mei. Master Mei's wife is Miss Dai's aunt. We can send Miss Dai to Lord Mei's residence. Song Yaoyao couldn't help but admire. Gua, I was just worrying about how to explain Miss Dai's identity. I didn't expect the second prince to be so helpful and have already found it out. Now there is no need to worry about Miss Dai's safety. Close black lens bracket. Afterwards, Dai Shubei packed up and they took her to Lord Mei's residence. When Mrs. Mei saw Dai Shubei, she said in disbelief. Bebe, why are you in Beijing? Where have you been these years? After you disappeared, your family went crazy. Your grandfather and your maternal grandfather sent people to look for you everywhere, but there was no news at all. When Dai Shubei saw Mrs. Mei, she just looked at the person in front of her nervously and blankly. Dai Shubei could see that the noble lady in front of her cared about her very much, but she had no impression of the person in front of her at all. She felt confused and scared. Madame Mei noticed something was wrong and then looked at the second prince and Song Yaoyao. Song Yaoyao sighed and told Madame Mei everything she knew. Mrs. Mei never imagined that Jiangnan and the capital were so far apart that Dai Shubei would be brought to the capital. Mrs. Mei never expected that her niece had been tortured for 3 years right under her nose. Mrs. Mei was so angry that she wanted to explode. Because the second prince and Song Yaoyao were present, she held back. It's really too much for their family to be bullied like this. Lord Mei was also very angry when he heard Song Yaoyao's story. When he thought about his teacher who fell ill several times because of this granddaughter, he trembled with anger. How dare they do that to a small business? Mrs. Mei told Song Yaoyao and the others that she would send someone to Jiangnan soon to inform her family. After getting the people there safely, Lord Mei would take care of the rest, and Song Yaoyao and the others prepared to leave. After Song Yaoyao and the others left, Lord Mei immediately contacted several officials in the court, all of whom were students of Dai Daru. They gathered at Mei's house and were all furious when they learned that their teacher's granddaughter had been bullied by a merchant for 3 years. Who gave a businessman who was not worthy of being in the spotlight the courage to treat the teacher's granddaughter like this? After discussing it, several people sent people to publicize what the Yi family had done. Lord Mei and his men are the ones who are fanning the flames behind the scenes. Here, Song Yaoyao was in a good mood. She did a good thing today and helped a kind girl. It was getting late and my stomach started to growl. Just now, Mrs. Mei wanted to invite him to dinner, but they refused. They had just reunited and must have a lot to talk about. They won't bother others. The second prince heard Song Yaoyao's stomach growling, raised his eyebrows and said. It's getting late, and I'm a little hungry. I want to go to the restaurant to eat something. Master Xiao Song, please come with us. Song Yaoyao's eyes suddenly lit up and she said. Since the second prince sincerely invites you, I will respectfully obey your invitation. The second prince nodded. Song Yaoyao followed the second prince and the others, unable to hide the joy in her eyes. Gua Gua, I didn't expect the second prince to be so considerate as to treat me to a meal. After working for so long, I am indeed hungry. Today, I can eat at a rich restaurant again. Gua Gua, do you think I was a koi carp in my previous life? Look at my luck. When I'm hungry, someone will take the initiative to treat me to a meal. Whatever you think, you get it. Close black lens bracket. Gua Gua pursed his lips and said, I don't know whether the host was a koi carp in his previous life. But I know that in one of his lives, the host must have been a giant monkey, jumping up and down. Close black lens bracket. Song Yaoyao, you are the big monkey, your whole family are big monkeys. Your monkey butt and your face are both red, I can't tell which is your butt and which is your face. Close black lens bracket. Gua Gua, host, your face is your butt, and your butt is your face, and you use your anus to eat. Song Yaoyao, Gua Gua, are you disgusting? Ellipsis. The daily routine of Song Yaoyao and Gua Gua bickering with each other began again. It was the first time that the second prince heard Lord Xiao Song and Gua Gua bickering with each other, and he found it quite interesting. The second prince turned around inadvertently and saw the group of onlookers not far away, following them. The second prince was speechless. Why were these people still following them? Before, he and Lord Xiao Song entered the Mei mansion, and these people did not follow them in. He thought these people had dispersed, but now it seems that these people are hiding in some corner waiting for them to come out. These people are really enthusiastic about eating melons day by day. Song Yaoyao and the others soon arrived at Fu Manlu. Song Yaoyao looked at Fu Manlu and couldn't help muttering in her heart. These princes are all good at living. When several of them invited me to dinner, I always went to Fu Manlu. This is really a good thing. It's to generate income for my dad. But there are many restaurants in Beijing. I have only been to Fu Manlu. I wonder if the food in other restaurants is good. Close black lens bracket. Gua Gua, host, that's called careful calculation. Unlike you, you don't know how expensive firewood and rice are until you run the household. Close black lens bracket. Song Yaoyao, Gua Gua, are you a nagging person? No matter what I say, you always argue with me. Gua Gua, alright, since you are such a coward, I will let you go today. Song Yaoyao, let your uncle go, get out. Gua Gua, you can't win the argument with me, so you start roaring again. The tigress is showing her power. Close black lens bracket. Song Yaoyao. Song Yaoyao simply stopped talking. The more she talked, the more excited Gua Gua became. If she can't afford to offend him, can't she just hide away? Gua Gua is still clamoring. Host, are you scared? Why are you silent? Song Yaoyao. Gua Gua, host, speak up. Host, you are a coward. Song Yaoyao. Ellipsis. No matter how Gua Gua yelled, Song Yaoyao was so angry that her teeth were itching, but she just kept silent. Gua Gua talked for a while, but seeing that Song Yaoyao ignored him, he felt it was boring and stopped talking. Not long after entering the private room, we heard shouting and crying outside. What happened? The second prince and his companions left the private room and stood in the corridor, looking towards the source of the sound. They saw a girl lying on the ground in pain at the staircase on the second floor, and her maid was kneeling on the ground, crying and shouting. Miss, what's wrong with you? Miss, what's wrong with you? There were already quite a few people gathered there, and Princess Wanchen and Kui Yuji were also standing in the crowd. The maid turned around and looked at Princess Wanchen angrily, asking, You witch, what did you do to my lady? The inner voice was overheard, and the whole court was eating melons together. Chapter 184 Yin Hui Hui. Princess Wanchen ignored the maid and turned to leave, but unexpectedly, the maid pounced on her. Princess Wanchen was caught off guard and was actually hugged by the maid. She cried out, You can't leave, you can't leave. You have harmed my young lady, you can't leave. Princess Wanchen hadn't made a move yet, but her maid had already kicked the maid to the ground, cursing. How dare you? Do you know who my lady is? You dare to pounce on me. You really don't want to live. The maid shuddered when she heard this, but she thought that if something happened to the young lady, she would not survive if she went back, so she cried and complained without caring. Is there any justice in this? In the imperial city, under the feet of the emperor, she dared to blatantly harm people. The murderer was right at the scene, and her maid even beat him up. The maid pointed at Princess Wanchen and said, She is the murderer. Princess Wanchen's maid scolded. What nonsense are you talking about? I'm not talking nonsense. We had a quarrel just now and my young lady suddenly fell to the ground and became like this. Who else could it be but you guys? What nonsense? Ellipsis. Song Yaoyao, Gua Gua, what happened down there? Gua Gua, didn't you ignore me just now? Why are you willing to open your precious mouth and talk to me now? Song Yaoyao didn't expect that Gua Gua still remembered what happened just now, so she said without any embarrassment. It's been so long, do you still remember it? Gua Gua is the best, just tell me, what's going on downstairs? Close black lens bracket. Gua Gua said proudly. Okay, since you look so pitiful, I'll tell you. The woman lying on the ground downstairs in agony is Yin Hui Hui, the legitimate daughter of the third rank Waihua General Yin Hui. Close black lens bracket. As Gua Gua finished speaking, Yin Hui's image appeared above Song Yaoyao's head. Song Yaoyao, why did she fight with Princess Wanchen? Gua Gua, it's really hard to describe Yin Hui. In the capital, she had a very bad reputation among the children of officials with lower official positions than her father. No matter if it was a legitimate son or daughter, or a bastard son or daughter, as long as she didn't like them, she would go up and find trouble and take the opportunity to beat them up. When her lackeys beat people up, they were very measured. They only caused superficial injuries without breaking bones. After beating people up, they would just compensate them for some medical expenses and that was the end of the matter. If she sees a woman who is prettier than her, she will poison her and ruin her appearance. Yin Hui Hui is a well-known villain in the capital. Close black lens bracket. The video was full of Yin Hui Hui bullying others. She made a woman kneel down in public and squeal like a pig. Ask a fat girl, she is so fat, can her butt kill someone? There was a man who had buck teeth, so Yin Hui Hui ordered someone to pull out his buck teeth. The man fainted from the pain. Ellipsis. There are too many things like this. The second prince had also heard of Yin Hui Hui. He heard that she had reached the age of 15, but no one had come to propose marriage to her yet. The spectators, who were not far away, were somewhat surprised when they saw everything in the video. They had heard of Yin Hui Hui a long time ago. She had a very bad reputation, but they only heard why it was bad from hearsay. Today I finally saw how bad she is. Seeing this, Song Yaoyao gritted her teeth and said, "This person is so bad. Is there no one to care about her when she is like this? Didn't anyone come to her house to look for those she had bullied?" Close black lens bracket. Gua Gua, as I said before, her lackeys are very careful when beating people. These are just superficial injuries that will heal after some rest. Besides, didn't they pay for the medical expenses after the vaccination? Also, the fathers of those people she bullied did not hold higher official positions than Yin Hui Hui, so Yin Hui Hui was not afraid at all. Because of Yin Hui Hui's status as a general, they were afraid of offending the Yin family, so they endured it. The most important point is that Yin Hui Hui has been stationed at the border for a long time. Even if Yin Hui Hui made a mistake, as long as she didn't kill or burn anything, the emperor would protect her. Close black lens bracket. Song Yaoyao, I think Yin Hui Hui is a bully who only dares to bully those who hold lower official positions than her father. Don't the elders in her house know that Yin Hui Hui is like this? Close black lens bracket. Gua Gua, speaking of this, host, let me first tell you about the situation in the Yin mansion. This is a long story. Let's start with Yin Hui Hui's father Yin Hui Hui. Close black lens bracket. At this time, the image of Yin Hui Hui appeared on the screen above Song Yaoyao's head. Gua Gua continued, Yin Hui Hui and his first wife Jung Lingxu were childhood sweethearts. When they reached the age for marriage, they fell in love and got married. It was 3 years after their marriage that they had a daughter, Yin Hui Hui. The two of them loved the daughter very much. When Yin Hui Hui was 2 years old, Jung Lingxu went outside the city to burn incense. As a result, an accident happened on the way. She and the carriage fell off the cliff and died on the spot. Yin Hui Hui was deeply saddened when he heard the news. He is unable to recover from the grief of losing his wife. Close black lens bracket. In the video, Yin Hui Hui and Jung Lingxu were childhood sweethearts who grew up together. When they reached a certain age, they got married. After marriage, the two are even more sweet and loving. After Jung Lingxu left, Yin Hui Hui got drunk every day. Only alcohol could make him forget the pain. 2-year-old Yin Hui Hui had no one to take care of her, so old Madam Yin took her in to raise her. A year passed in the blink of an eye, and Yin Hui Hui still could not accept his wife's departure. Every day, apart from attending court, he would drink, and he was in a daze. Song Yaoyao, Yin Hui Hui really loves his wife deeply. It's just that the dead are gone, and the living still have to look forward. Close black lens bracket. No one expected that Yin Hui Hui had such deep feelings for his wife. Gua Gua, old Madam Yin feels that if her son continues like this, he will be completely ruined. So they suggested that Yin Hui Hui find another wife. Yin Hui Hui refused at that time. Close black lens bracket. In the video, Yin Hui Hui rejected the suggestion of remarrying. Old Madam Yin advised him that Hui Hui was still young and needed a mother. Even if he didn't think about himself, he should think about Hui Hui. Besides, the Yin family didn't have a legitimate grandson yet. If he died, he would not be able to face his ancestors. Even so, Yin Hui Hui still refused to marry again. Old Madam Yin had no choice but to do as she wished. She secretly helped Yin Hui Hui to look for girls, and finally, he chose his current stepwife Bao Mengdi. The method was very simple. Yin Hui Hui drank every day until he passed out, so the old lady let Bao Mengdi and Yin Hui Hui lie together. Bao Mengdi was also the daughter of a 4th rank official. Although she was a concubine's daughter, she was still a rich lady and he had to marry her. In the end, Yin Hui Hui learned that all this was his mother's idea, so he stopped resisting. In this way, Bao Mengdi married Yin Hui Hui. The inner voice was overheard, and the whole court was eating melons together. Chapter 185 Praise and Killing. Song Yaoyao, what happened next? Gua Gua, even after getting married, Yin Hui Hui still felt indifferent towards Bao Mengdi. Although the two of them slept on the same bed at night, Yin Hui Hui never touched Bao Mengdi. Even so, Bao Mengdi was not angry, and she continued to take care of the affairs of the mansion with a smile every day. Close black lens bracket. In the video, Bao Mengdi was humble and tried to please old Madam Yin, and was also especially nice to Yin Hui Hui. In this way, half a year passed in the blink of an eye. Yin Hui Hui saw everything Bao Mengdi did, but he still wanted to take another look. While Yin Hui Hui was observing Bao Mengdi, old Madam Yin was also observing Bao Mengdi. Gua Gua went on. While observing, half a year had passed in the blink of an eye, and it had been a year since Bao Mengdi got married. Everything she did with hard work and dedication was seen by Yin Hui Hui and old Madam Yin. Gradually, Yin Hui Hui was moved and felt that he was too cold towards Bao Mengdi. After all, she had married him and was his wife, so he should be nicer to her. Just like this, Yin Hui Hui felt a little guilty. Bao Mengdi saw his guilt and took this opportunity to propose consummating the marriage. Yin Hui Hui did not refuse and agreed. And just like that, the two of them consummated their marriage. Old Madam Yin also felt that Bao Mengdi had good character and that the child should be raised by the mother, so she entrusted Yin Hui Hui to Bao Mengdi without any worries. In the video, Bao Mengdi was working hard and taking care of the affairs of the whole mansion. Song Yaoyao, why do I feel so weird? I feel like Bao Mengdi is so fake. It feels like she is just pretending. Close black lens bracket. Gua Gua, the host feels good, she is just pretending. Before Bao Mengdi got married, Mrs. Bao couldn't tolerate illegitimate children like them, so she learned to pretend. If I hadn't pretended to be stupid and dull, I would have died long ago. Does Bao Mengdi know what she wants? Even if Yin Huihua didn't like her, as long as she had her own child and raised the child well, the child would be her hope for the future, so she would not be afraid of anything. She just wanted to seize the opportunity to give birth to her own child, but what she didn't expect was that the old lady handed the legitimate daughter to her. What a pleasant surprise. Close black lens bracket. In the video, when old Madam Yin handed Yin Huihui to Bao Mengdi, she showed a sinister smile where no one else could see. Song Yaoyao, seeing Yin Huihui's look, I have guessed that Bao Mengdi deliberately made Yin Huihui useless. This is called praising to death. Close black lens bracket. Gua. Yes, that's what the host said, flattery kills. In the video, Bao Mengdi gave birth to 2 children in 3 years, a son and a daughter. Bao Mengdi was extremely strict with her children. If they did not learn the homework assigned by the teacher well, they would be punished. However, when it comes to Yin Huihui, as long as she feels tired, Bao Mengdi will immediately say, Huihui, if you feel tired, take a break and then study again. It is said that a woman's virtue lies in her lack of talent. Besides, your father is a general. In the capital, you can bully anyone whose official position is not as high as your father's. Those people dare not offend you at all. Even if they come to your house, then you still have your mother. She will help you deal with it. Ellipsis. Yin Huihui remembered these words clearly, and from then on, she specifically targeted the children of officials who held lower positions than her father. After beating someone up, you pay some money as compensation, and most of the time, the matter is over. But sometimes money can't solve the problem. Bao Mengdi will appear and go to apologize on Yin Huihui's behalf. The apology was made in a big way, for fear that people in the capital would not know. As time went by, Bao Mengdi's reputation as a loving mother became more and more famous, while Yin Huihui's reputation as a vicious woman became more and more well-known. Everyone watched the video in disbelief. Bao Mengdi was a well-known loving mother in Beijing, but it turned out that all of this was fake. Yin Huihui was just a stepping stone for them and their son. When others mention Bao Mengdi's 2 children, they're full of praise, but when it comes to Yin Huihui, they're full of contempt and disdain. Every time others sympathized with Bao Mengdi, she would smile helplessly and say, "Oh, it's so hard to be a stepmother." In fact, Huihui is not a bad child. She is just too young now and doesn't understand things. I believe that she will not be like this when she grows up. At this moment, Bao Mengdi is like a helpless and crumbling old white lotus being destroyed by Yin Huihui. Song Yaoyao, Bao Mengdi is already quite old, but she still acts like a little girl, pretending to be a white lotus. It makes me want to vomit. Over the years, didn't the Yin family discover Bao Mengdi's vicious intentions? Close black lens bracket. Gua. After Bao Mengdi gave birth to a son and a daughter, Yin Huihui volunteered to go to the border because the border needed people to guard it. Although several years have passed, Yin Huihui still doesn't like Bao Mengdi. He feels that his mission of carrying on the family line has been accomplished. When he thought about having physical contact with another woman, he felt that he had betrayed his ex-wife and he felt that he was not clean. She felt sorry for her ex-wife and couldn't face Bao Mengdi. He took the opportunity to leave the capital so that he would not have to see Bao Mengdi again. As for old Madam Yin, she didn't notice it at first. When Bao Mengdi's reputation became better and better and Yin Huihui's reputation became worse and worse, he finally discovered her vicious intentions, but it was too late. Yin Huihui has been spoiled and there is no way to change her. Moreover, Yin Huihui was very close to Bao Mengdi and the half-siblings, and not close to old Madam Yin at all. Yin Huihui just ignored what old Madam Yin said and didn't listen at all. This was also the idea that Bao Mengdi had instilled in her before, saying that old Madam Yin did not like Yin Huihui as her granddaughter, nor did she like her as her daughter-in-law, and would sow discord between them. Close black lens bracket. Song Yaoyao, there are so many underworld methods in this wealthy and powerful family. The stepmother would either kill the children left by the previous wife directly, or use this roundabout method to destroy those children. Oh, it's really creepy. Old Madam Yin and Yin Huihui didn't even think about it. In this world, is there any stepmother who would want the children left by the late wife to be outstanding? The late wife's children were excellent, so what can my own children inherit? So, no matter what, the stepwife will make her biological children better. Only if their children are outstanding can they gain a firm foothold in the mansion, inherit everything in the mansion, and their future life will be better. As long as you figure this out, no matter what tricks the stepmother uses, you will be able to see through them at a glance. Close black lens bracket. Gua. The host still thinks things through. Everyone thought about it and felt that what Lord Xiao Song said made sense. The stepmother had her own children, so why should she treat other people's children better than her own children? This makes absolutely no sense. Things that don't make sense or make sense are the beginning of a conspiracy. The inner voice was overheard, and the whole court was eating melons together. Chapter 186 Processing. Song Yaoyao, what about Yin Huihui and Princess Wanchen? Didn't Yin Huihui attend the palace banquet a few days ago? Doesn't she know the identity of Princess Wanchen? That was someone that even her father didn't dare to provoke. How dare she? Aren't you afraid of pissing her off? Put a worm in her body. Make her unable to live or die. Doesn't she only mess with people who hold lower official positions than her father? Close black lens bracket. Gua. The Yin mansion did not attend the palace banquet a few days ago because General Yin was not in the capital. Besides, the palace banquet was for foreign envoys and it would be inappropriate for only the female family members to attend without General Yin. Therefore, no one from the Yin mansion was invited. Therefore, Yin Huihui didn't know the identity of Princess Wanchen at all. Close black lens bracket. Song Yaoyao, I see. Gua. As for the cause of the incident, it is also very simple. Yin Huihui led a group of people upstairs, and Princess Wanchen led a group of people downstairs. On the stairs, the two groups met. Yin Huihui insisted that Princess Wanchen hit her and asked her to apologize. Princess Wanchen said that she had not touched her at all, and after explaining, she turned around and prepared to leave. Close black lens bracket. In the video, Yin Hui met Princess Wanchen and her group, and said that Princess Wanchen bumped into her. Everyone in the video saw clearly that Princess Wanchen didn't even touch the corner of Yin Hui's clothes. Yin Hui is just looking for trouble on purpose. Song Yao, and then Gua. Yin Hui was not happy with this and said that she could have gotten away with it by just apologizing, but now it was not so easy. Yin Hui directly ordered her lackeys to block the way of Princess Wanchen and her group, and the two sides were in a stalemate. Yin Hui had never seen Princess Wanchen in the capital, and she thought that her father must not have a higher official position than her own father, so she became bolder. When Yin Hui saw Princess Wanchen's beautiful face, she became jealous and wanted to poison her to destroy it. Who is Princess Wanchen? She is an expert in using poisons. Yin Hui's skills are not good enough in front of her. Close black lens bracket. In the video, as soon as Yin Hui approached Princess Wanchen and was about to poison her, Princess Wanchen took the initiative and poisoned her, which became the scene they saw at first. Song Yao, Yin Hui is used to being arrogant and dares to mess with anyone. This time she has hit a wall. If you don't seek death, you won't die. Seeing her lying on the ground in agony, I felt relieved. Close black lens bracket. Gua. Host, which side are you on? Song Yao, I'm a person who supports what is right, not my relatives. Although, I don't really like Princess Wanchen, but this time, I stand on her side. Close black lens bracket. Gua. Although Yin Hui is from Tianfeng country, I really can't say with a clear conscience that she is right. This time, I also stand on Princess Wanchen's side. Close black lens bracket. Ellipsis. Everyone already understood the cause and effect of the incident. The second prince didn't like to get involved in such trivial matters, but he had to. If things went wrong, this matter might affect the relationship between Tianfeng Kingdom and Miaojiang. Thinking of this, the second prince went downstairs directly and came to Princess Wanchen. In fact, Princess Wanchen had already seen the second prince upstairs. She wanted to see the second prince of Tianfeng Kingdom. How long could she watch the show? If no one cares about the idiots in front of her, and they run out of her patience, don't blame her for being cruel and ruthless. Not long after, the second prince came down. Princess Wanchen bowed. Second prince. The second prince also returned the greeting and said, Princess Wanchen, we meet again. Princess Wanchen did not give the second prince any face at all and said sarcastically. It is said that Tianfeng is a country of etiquette, and everyone knows and understands reason. But what I saw today was completely different from the rumors. Although the second prince felt guilty, he still said, for the sake of the country's reputation. The words and deeds of an individual cannot represent the entire country. Besides, which place doesn't have a few dudes? I guess there are people like this in Miaojiang too, right? Princess Wanchen nodded. That's true, there is no shortage of such scums everywhere. Second prince, how do you think we should deal with this matter? The second prince smiled and said, Princess Wanchen, if you trust me, please go ahead and leave the rest to me. Princess Wanchen nodded and said, Okay, I'll go ahead then. Princess Wanchen looked at Yin Hui and her group, snorted coldly, turned around and left. After Princess Wanchen left, the second prince looked at Yin Hui and her group with disgust. Yin Hui was lying on the ground, in so much pain that she was almost unconscious. Yin Hui's lackeys were frightened when they saw the second prince appear. When they heard the second prince call the woman, Princess Wanchen, again, they knew that they had hit a wall this time and they were finished. The second prince looked at these playboys and really wanted to slap them hard. He said to the person next to him, Send these people to Jingzhou Prefecture, and give each of them 10 heavy blows. Then, send them back to their respective houses and tell their elders that what happened here must be strictly disciplined in the future. Otherwise, if they cause trouble or behave recklessly next time, they will lose their lives. Your Majesty, this woman on the ground looks very painful. Do you still want to beat her with a stick? The second prince was also afraid that something might happen to Yin Hui, and he would not be able to explain it to Yin Hui, so he said, Forget about her for now, just send her back to their house, and send the others to be beaten with a stick first, and then send them back. Yes. In this way, except for Yin Hui, all the other playboys were beaten to pieces before being sent back to the mansion. After I go back, I will probably be punished by the family. After finishing his business here, the second prince returned to the private room. The food is already on the table, we are just waiting for the second prince. As soon as the second prince arrived, everyone picked up the chopsticks and started eating. Song Yao asked casually. Second prince, the woman who was in so much pain on the ground just now is the legitimate daughter of General Yin Hui. If she is sent back like this, will the people in the Yin mansion cause a commotion? The second prince thought for a moment and said, I don't know, if there's a commotion, isn't father still here? Let's not worry about that. Song Yao thought about it and felt that there was nothing wrong with this statement. At this moment, Guoguo's voice rang out. Host, you don't have to worry. Princess Wanchen is a person who knows her limits. The kind of poison she uses will only cause pain for 7 days. During these 7 days, the poisoned person will experience bone-eroding pain every minute and every second. After 7 days, the drug's effect will automatically wear off. Just rest for a few days and you'll be fine. Princess Wanchen really wanted to marry into the Tianfeng Kingdom. She didn't want to make enemies. This time she just wanted to teach Yin Hui a lesson, but she didn't really want to take her life. Close black lens bracket. Song Yao, well, it's no wonder that Princess Wanchen is so favored by the King of Miao. It's just the right way to handle things. Close black lens bracket. The inner voice was overheard, and the whole court was eating melons together. Chapter 187 Hot Weapons Online. Gua, there is really no doubt about this. Ellipsis. After dinner, Song Yao prepared to go home. I've been walking around for long enough today and I'm really tired. Now that you have eaten and drunk enough, you should have a good sleep. Thinking of this, Song Yaya became more and more sleepy, and then she yawned twice in succession. After Song Yaya said goodbye to the second prince, she got into her own carriage, found a comfortable seat, and closed her eyes. Gua, host, are you a pig? You sleep when you are full. Do you want to let the butcher slaughter you in the 12th lunar month? Close black lens bracket. Song Yao, I am so small that I don't look like a pig. Please stop arguing and let me sleep for a while. Gua, host, you're a girl, you should pay attention to your figure. Gua talked for a long time and found that Song Yao had not responded. When he looked carefully, he found that she was snoring evenly. Gua. It turns out that it has been talking for a long time, but it is just talking in vain. A few days passed peacefully like this. One morning during the court session, Song Yao heard the emperor say, My dear ministers, we in Tianfeng country have mastered the production methods of refined salt and sugar. The products we produce are of good quality and affordable. The other two countries have placed a lot of orders from us, so we have cut off the financial resources of Tianshan country. Now there are unusual movements on the border of Tianshan kingdom. It is estimated that we will go to war with them soon. Our spies lurking in Tianshan kingdom sent back news that Tianshan kingdom got a batch of muskets from somewhere. This musket is extremely powerful. It can take a person's life from hundreds of meters away as easily as taking something out of a bag. This is the first time I have heard of this thing, and I have never seen it in detail. We must make preparations in advance, the Ministry of Revenue and the Ministry of War. Song Yao was drowsy at first, but after hearing this, her whole mind instantly became clear. Song Yao, fuck, a war is about to start. Fire gun, where did the Tianshan kingdom get this thing from? Others don't know what a musket is, but don't I know? How did hot weapons appear in ancient times? By the way, isn't it my grandfather who is stationed at the border of Tianshan country? If the Tianshan kingdom had muskets, they would be able to defeat 100 of us alone. There would be no point in fighting the rest of the battle and our Tianfeng kingdom would definitely lose. No matter how good my grandfather, my uncles, and cousins were at martial arts, they were no match for the musket. This is how to do. If a fight really breaks out, my unfortunate grandfather and his family will have to meet the ancestors of the Ning family in no time. Close black lens bracket. When the court officials heard Song Yao's voice, their expressions changed immediately. The emperor's expression was also extremely ugly. It seems that Lord Xiao Song knows what a musket is, and he is very familiar with it. Song Yao's voice continues. The emperor just said that they had never seen a musket. Isn't the gun in my hand an improved version of the musket? Haven't you seen my father and his guards, as well as the secret guards sent by the emperor? The gun in my hand can change into various styles and models, but the gun in reality is of a fixed type and cannot be changed. Also, the workmanship and accuracy of these ancient fire guns are much worse. Oh, right, guns. It's too late for us to make them now. It's really frustrating. Close black lens bracket. As Song Yao finished her words, the image and introduction of the musket appeared on the screen above her head. No one had ever seen such a weapon. When Minister Song saw this, he remembered the weapon that could transform in Song Yao's hand. It turns out that is an improved version of the musket. They have seen the power of guns. Although the emperor had never seen the weapon in Song Yao's hand with his own eyes, he had heard the secret guards talk about that thing more than once. If the Tianshan kingdom really got such weapons, then there would be no need for the Tianfeng kingdom to fight this war and they would definitely lose. Gua, host, don't be anxious, listen to me. We can make a cannon. It is relatively easy to make and has great power. When it is fired, there is a loud bang, causing casualties everywhere. After the cannons are made, we will make some guns. As long as we make cannons and guns, these two things are enough to deal with muskets. What do you think? Close black lens bracket. Song Yao, this is the only way for now. I had never thought that in this imaginary era, there would be muskets, nor had I thought of producing hot weapons so early. What a mistake. After the court session, I asked my father to take me to see the emperor. Gua, please help me print out the information about guns and cannons, as well as the methods of making guns, bullets and cannons. As for guns, with the current level of technology, it would be enough if we could make a gun that is more advanced than a musket. The rest cannot be done with the current level. Gua, do you understand what I mean? Close black lens bracket. Gua, I understand. Song Yao, yes, hurry up. I need it after the court session. Gua, okay, host. With Song Yao and Guogua's words, everyone felt a little more at ease. They had never actually seen a musket and could not imagine its power. After the morning court session was over, Song Yao quickly went to find her father and said, Dad, can you take me to see the emperor? I have something to give to the emperor. Minister Song did not ask anything and said, It is good. Dad, don't you even ask me why I want to see the emperor. You will tell the emperor when you see him later, right? What do I have to ask? This is it too. The emperor, the Minister of War, the Vice Minister of War, the Minister of Works, the Vice Minister of Works, and the Minister of Revenue were all waiting in the imperial study. When Song Yao and Minister Song went there, they saw these people. The emperor asked with a smile, Master Xiao Song, I heard that you want to see me. Yes, Your Majesty, I have something to present to Your Majesty. Oh, what? Song Yao was a little hesitant, as these weapons could not afford any mistakes. The emperor saw Song Yao's hesitation and said, Everyone present is one of our own. Only then did Song Yao take out all the information she had prepared long ago. The emperor looked at the introduction and production methods in the materials, his eyes were particularly bright. The emperor said to the Minister of War, the Vice Minister of War, the Minister of Works, and the Vice Minister of Works, You four take a look. Eunuch Wang picked up the information and handed it to the four people, who couldn't wait to read it. The emperor said to Song Yao, Master Xiao Song, are these weapons really that powerful? Song Yaoyao nodded. Your Majesty should know that my weapon is similar to what the information says. I can show it to your Majesty and the others. Okay, I'll find a place later so you can show it to everyone. Yes. After a long while, the Minister of Works and his 4 other colleagues finished reading the information, and they were all very excited. The inner voice was overheard, and the whole court was eating melons together. Chapter 188 Display of Hot Weapons. The Minister of War said in a trembling voice. Your Majesty, if we had such a weapon, we wouldn't have to fear the other 3 kingdoms at all. The Emperor nodded, and then said. Master Xiao Song, let's go and show everyone the power of these weapons. Yes. They went to the Ministry of Industry's experimental site. The only place in the capital suitable for demonstration is the experimental field of the Ministry of Industry. When they got there, the Emperor ordered everyone except Song Yaoyao and a few others to leave. The entire Ministry of Industry has been guarded by the Imperial Guards, and the demonstration area of the Ministry of Industry has been tightly blocked, with no one allowed to enter. The Emperor looked at Song Yaoyao and said, Master Xiao Song, let's begin. Song Yaoyao nodded and said, yes. Song Yaoyao took out her pistol, and with a thought, it turned into a musket. Everyone just watched as the weapon in Lord Xiao Song's hand transformed into another weapon right in front of their eyes without any hesitation. They thought their eyes were blurry, so they rubbed their eyes hard and looked carefully again to make sure they were not seeing things. This is incredible. They all looked at the Emperor at the same time. Seeing that he looked normal, they understood. It seemed that the Emperor had known for a long time that Lord Xiao Song had such a weapon. The Emperor didn't say anything, and they didn't dare to ask more questions. Besides, they can all hear what Lord Xiao Song is thinking, so if some mysterious things happen to Lord Xiao Song, it doesn't seem like a big deal. And just like that, they quickly figured it out. Song Yaoyao did this because she had no other choice. How could she get the weapons to demonstrate to everyone in such a short time? She could only use the weapons rewarded to her by the system. The secret guards sent by the Emperor had already seen this gun of his, and the Emperor must also know about it. Only Song Yaoyao dared to take it out so openly. As for these ministers, she couldn't care less. Besides, isn't there still the Emperor? The Emperor will take care of the follow-up matters. Song Yaoyao picked up the musket, introduced it to everyone, and then fired a shot at the target in the distance. The loud bang really scared the Emperor and his ministers. But everyone accepted it very quickly. The Minister of Works reported the range. Your Majesty, it hit the bull's eye. The range is 27 zhang, about 90 meters today. The Emperor nodded. Yes, although a powerful crossbow may be able to reach such a range, there are only a few people who can pull a powerful crossbow. Song Yaoyao, yes, as long as you master the shooting skills of the musket, it will be effortless to hit the target within 100 meters. In other words, the use of a musket has nothing to do with one's strength. Everyone nodded. Song Yaoyao continued. The one in my hand is the best musket. Its maximum range is 30 zhang, 100 meters. Song Yaoyao's mind moved, and the musket turned into a gun. Everyone has seen it before, so they're not surprised by the changes in weapons this time. The gun in Song Yaoyao's hand now is the same one as shown in the blueprint presented to the Emperor. She raised the gun, pointed it at the bird in the sky, and fired a shot. Then the bird fell down, and Song Yaoyao continued. This is the gun I presented to the Emperor on the blueprint, and its range is 150 zhang, 500 meters. It is much more advanced than the firearm. The Minister of Industry was even more excited than the Emperor. What, 150 feet? Master Xiao Song, are you telling the truth? Song Yaoyao nodded. How dare you talk nonsense about something like this? Of course it's true. The Minister of Industry looked at the gun in Song Yaoyao's hand with burning eyes and said. Master Xiao Song, can I touch it? Can. Song Yaoyao handed the gun to the Minister of Industry, pointed to a place and said. Don't touch here, or you might hurt someone by mistake. And don't point the gun at anyone. The Minister of Industry said excitedly. Understood. Then he took the gun and looked at it carefully. Everyone gathered around and started watching. It took them a long time to return the gun to Song Yaoyao. Song Yaoyao held the gun, and with a thought, she turned it into a cannon. Everyone stand back and cover your ears. Everyone didn't understand, but they still had to do what Song Yaoyao said. Song Yaoyao started firing only after everyone had moved away. Everyone only heard a loud bang, smoke and dust rose, and the trees on the opposite side fell down. After the smoke and dust settled, a huge hole appeared on the ground. Everyone was stunned when they saw the devastated scene. The Emperor's heart was pounding with excitement, and he asked, is this a cannon? Song Yaoyao nodded and said. This is a cannon. With one shot, it can knock down a large area. It's suitable for group attacks. The range of the gun I have is 450 zhang, 1,500 meters. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the cannon in front of them. Song Yaoyao, the Emperor and his men are already so excited about this kind of cannon. If they were to see modern weapons, their jaws would drop in shock. Everyone, is there any weapon more powerful than this cannon? Gua, this cannon is already very advanced in this world. Even if you bring out more advanced weapon blueprints, it is impossible to make them with the current production level. Closed black lens bracket. Everyone, sure enough, there are weapons more powerful than cannons, but they can't make them. Even if they couldn't do it, they wanted to see it, but they couldn't tell Master Xiao Song about their ideas. Song Yaoyao, alas, this is the only way. If we can bring some advanced weapons of the modern era to this era, then it will be a piece of cake for our Tianfeng country to unify the world. Closed black lens bracket. Gua, host, when did you have such ambitions? Song Yaoyao, I'm just thinking about it. After all, we don't have those advanced weapons. Here, after Song Yaoyao explained the precautions of the cannon, everyone gathered around to study the cannon. With such a big commotion, everyone in the Ministry of Industry was extremely curious. They wanted to go to the demonstration site to take a look, but there were royal guards guarding outside and they couldn't get out at all. Besides, the emperor and all the gentlemen are here today, so they dare not act rashly. But they are really curious, very curious. Here, Song Yaoyao is still explaining to everyone. This cannon is relatively simple to make. I suggest making this cannon first. You have all seen its power. It can completely suppress the fire gun. The emperor nodded in agreement. Just do as Master Xiao Song said. The matter of the new weapon will be handed over to Mr. Xiao Song, and the Ministry of Industry will fully cooperate. The Minister of Industry stepped forward and accepted the order. Yes. Song Yaoyao. Song Yaoyao, Gua, I just want to provide the method of making weapons. I don't want to find a job for myself. Am I not shooting myself in the foot? Close black lens bracket. The inner voice was overheard, and the whole court was eating melons together. Chapter 189 Preparing to go to the border. Gua, think about the people and soldiers on the border, and then think about your grandfather's family. Host, please don't give up. You are the only one here who knows about guns and cannons. If you don't go, who will? Close black lens bracket. Song Yaoyao, okay, for the sake of so many lives, I agree. Song Yaoyao hurried forward and accepted the order. Yes. The emperor took out a token from his waist and handed it to Song Yaoyao. Take this token. If you encounter something and don't have time to report it, you can take advantage of it. Yes. Song Yaoyao took the token. Today's commotion is so big that the spies and forces from various countries hidden in the dark are about to take action. Even if the emperor sends people to guard it strictly, there will always be loopholes. The emperor was afraid that Song Yaoyao might encounter some emergency. With this token, he could handle it on his own. Although Lord Xiao Song is usually a little lazy, he is still very reliable when something happens. The emperor believes her. In the following period of time, Song Yaoyao became extremely busy. After attending the morning court, he went directly to the Ministry of Works and returned home very late every day. If Song Yaoyao were a man, he would probably live directly in the Ministry of Industry. Because she is a woman, she has to go back home every night. The Minister of Works and his entourage brought bedding and spare clothes and lived in the Ministry of Works. Time is urgent and they have to make the weapons in the shortest possible time. The emperor specially sent 2 female secret guards to Song Yaoyao to protect her safety. During this period of time, Song Yaoyao has encountered 2 incidents of blueprint theft. The 2 men were arrested and sent to the Ministry of Justice. Those 2 men were spies planted in the Ministry of Industry early on. Now, for the sake of the blueprints, all the spying work they had done for so many years was exposed. The price they paid was really high. Song Yaoyao also encountered several groups of men in black who tried to kidnap her. Why kidnap her? The intention is very obvious. These men in black are mainly spies from the 3 kingdoms, but there are also people from other forces. Song Yaoyao took out her weapon and shot them all without mercy. Song Yaoyao also destroyed these people's lair. As a result, he made a huge fortune. After several months of hard work day and night, everyone had produced 50 cannons, 100 guns, and a number of shells and bullets. These items must be sent to the border immediately. These weapons have already attracted a lot of attention recently, and if they are given out so openly, they will definitely attract attention. If the 3 kingdoms sent people to sabotage it, then all their work over the past few months would have been in vain. How do you get things across the border safely? At the morning court, everyone started arguing about this matter again, although except for a few adults who had seen the new type of weapon, other officials had not seen it. But the demonstration made such a big fuss that day, they all knew how important these weapons were. Your Majesty, mobilizing the army to deliver the weapons will ensure that they're safe. That's not right. Wouldn't it tell others that the weapons are here? It would make the target even bigger. Hey, this won't work, and that won't work either. Ellipsis. The emperor's head hurt even more when he looked at the noisy crowd below. After much consideration, Song Yaoyao made a bold decision. She wanted to use space to transport these weapons. However, Song Yaoyao also had to make sure that the space would not be exposed before doing this. After court dismissal, Song Yaoyao returned home and went straight to her father's study. Minister Song saw Song Yaoyao and asked, Yaoyao, what's wrong? Song Yaoyao glanced at her father and asked Gua. Gua, I want to use space to transport weapons to the border. Do you think my father can support me? Gua, your space is very large, so there is no problem storing those weapons. Those things entered the space and no one can find them. This is the best way to deliver weapons to the border safely. As long as you keep a low profile on the road and don't let anyone notice you, it's fine. Close black lens bracket. Song Yaoyao, I can't tell my father and the emperor about the space. How can I convince them to let me transport the weapons? Gua, try to convince your father first. Song Yaoyao, yes. Recently, during the morning court session, court officials were discussing this matter, and Minister Song was also considering it. I didn't expect to hear Song Yaoyao's thoughts now. This is a good idea. Song Yaoyao looked at her father and said, Dad, I have a way to deliver the weapons to the border without any risk of failure. Can you take me to see the emperor? Minister Song looked at Song Yaoyao and pretended not to understand and asked, Yaoyao, you can't take on this kind of thing without any hesitation. If you are not absolutely sure and the mission fails, do you know the consequences? I know the consequences, and I am confident that I can deliver the weapons to the border intact. Minister Song looked at Song Yaoyao and nodded. Then follow your father into the palace. In this way, Song Yaoyao followed Minister Song to meet the emperor. When he met the emperor, he looked very worried and was worrying about the transportation of weapons every day. The emperor looked at Minister Song and asked, My dear ministers, what is the matter? Song Yaoyao looked around and said, Your Majesty, I dare to ask your Majesty to dismiss everyone in the palace. The emperor looked at Song Yaoyao's serious expression, waved his hand, and asked everyone to leave. After the palace door was closed, Song Yaoyao said, Your Majesty, I have a way to transport weapons to the border. When the Emperor heard this, he immediately raised his head and asked. Really? Song Yaoyao, Gua, using space to transport weapons is very safe. However, space is my last trump card, which cannot be exposed to anyone, so how can I convince the Emperor? Close black lens bracket. Gua, host, you can issue a military order. Space, what is that? The Emperor was confused and looked at Lord Song. Here, Song Yaoyao could only issue a military order. Your Majesty, I promise that I can complete this mission. If I fail, I will die as an apology. Song Yaoyao said a lot, but the Emperor didn't listen carefully at all. He was still wondering what space was. The Emperor did not speak, but said to Song Yaoyao. Master Song, please go wait outside the palace first. Master Song and I will discuss some things and call you in later. Yes. Song Yaoyao didn't know what was going on, but she still went out. As soon as Song Yaoyao left, the Emperor asked about the space. After Minister Song's explanation, the Emperor realized that Song Yaoyao also had something like the universe in her sleeves, and she wanted to use that space to transport weapons. The Emperor's headache immediately stopped. He had never imagined that such a thing really existed in the world. Although he was curious, the Emperor could not let Song Yaoyao show it to him. Even so, the Emperor was still very happy. As expected, Song Yaoyao is the lucky star of their Tianfeng country. The inner voice was overheard, and the whole court was eating melons together. Chapter 190 Meeting Grandma. The Emperor called Song Yaoyao in. Master Xiao Song, the matter of transporting the weapons is now entirely up to you. Song Yaoyao. What happened in such a short period of time? Your Majesty agrees now. Song Yaoyao, Gua, what happened? Why did the Emperor agree so quickly? I was fully prepared to lobby, but it was totally useless. Close black lens bracket. Gua, host, you have achieved your goal, hurry back and make preparations. Song Yaoyao bowed and said, I accept your order and promise to complete the task. The Emperor nodded and said, then Master Xiao Song should go back and prepare. We will leave in 2 days. Song Yaoyao, yes. When Song Yaoyao left, she couldn't help but sing the DJ version of Cloud Palace Swift Sound in her heart. Everyone is working, 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 no money. I have no money from working, 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 wait, close black lens bracket. Gua heard Song Yaoyao singing and thoughtfully found this music for her. The combination of this music and this singing was indescribably weird. Since he was able to hear people's voices, the Emperor has also learned a lot of new words from Song Yaoyao. The Emperor knows what working means. The Emperor laughed out loud as he listened to Lord Xiao's song singing fading away. On this side, Song Yaoyao returned to the mansion and started to get ready. During the 2 days of preparation for departure, Dai Shubei and her family came to visit. The people who came were Dai Shubei's 2 biological brothers, as well as the Minister of Works, Lord May and Mrs. May. They brought 4 boxes of things and 5,000 taels of silver notes. Song Yaoyao kept the banknote herself. There were 4 boxes of things, many of which were high-quality fabrics from Jiangnan, and they were left for Mrs. Song to take care of. 2 days later, Song Yaoyao was ready to set off. Song Yaoyao ordered everyone to wait for her 5 miles outside the city. Song Yaoyao was dressed as a man and had a disguise on her face. She was accompanied by only 6 guards, 4 men and 2 women. The 6 of them were also dressed as ordinary guards. When she got outside the city, Song Yaoyao saw the 6th prince. Song Yaoyao, Gua, why is the 6th prince here? Gua, the Emperor is worried, so he specially sent the 6th prince to accompany us, but everything on the way must be arranged by you. Song Yaoyao, that's great. I just needed someone to attract firepower, and I didn't expect the 6th prince to come to me. The 6th prince did not recognize Song Yaoyao in this outfit. If it were not for this familiar voice, the 6th prince would have ordered her to be kidnapped. As the 6th prince listened to her thoughts, his eyelids twitched non-stop, and he felt that it was definitely not a good thing. When Song Yaoyao saw the 6th prince, she quickly bowed, pulled the 6th prince aside, and whispered to him. 6th prince, I have thought of a way. We will split into 2 groups. You will take the fake weapons and the escorting soldiers as one group, and I will take the real weapons and a few more people as the other group. The 6th prince raised his eyebrows. You mean to make me a living target? Song Yaoyao blinked. 6th prince, please don't say such harsh words. Isn't our goal to deliver weapons safely to the border? Besides, you have unparalleled martial arts skills, and the people around you are also highly skilled in martial arts, unlike me who only have some mediocre skills. Besides, there are many experts sent by the Emperor to protect you in secret. The 6th prince interrupted Song Yaoyao and said. You only bring a few people, is that okay? Song Yaoyao patted her chest and said. Do not worry. The 6th prince did not hesitate and quietly ordered people to move the weapons out of the box and put them back where they were. He also put a lot of stones into the empty box containing the weapons, and then left with his group. Song Yaoyao sent away the 6 guards, put all the weapons into her own space, and led the 6 people towards another road. As for Song Yaoyao, she was extremely low-key and calm along the way. As for the 6th prince, it had only been 3 days since he left the capital, and he had already experienced more than a dozen assassination attempts, big and small. At the court, Minister Song asked the Emperor for leave, saying that Song Yaoyao was seriously ill and needed to recuperate in the mansion for a while. The Emperor agreed. At the morning court, without Song Yaoyao, the court officials all felt it was particularly boring. Some people came to visit the patient, but Minister Song refused them all, saying that Song Yaoyao needed to rest. Song Yaoyao hurried over here, and after a month, they finally arrived at the border smoothly. The situation on the 6th prince's side was terrible. In this month, they had only traveled 1/3 of the distance. There was no way to speed up the process, and they encountered assassination attempts every day. When Song Yaoyao and her group saw Yuhan pass, they quickened their pace. Song Yaoyao doesn't know how to ride a bike, so she rode in a horse carriage the whole way. If she could ride a horse, it would probably only take half a month for her to see her grandpa and others. After walking for another 2 days, Song Yaoyao and her group finally arrived at Hangwan City. After entering the city, Song Yaoyao went straight to the general's mansion. When they got there, Song Yaoyao was stopped outside the mansion. After she gave her address, the guard at the gate hurried inside to report. After a while, Song Yaoyao's grandmother and an aunt came out. The moment the old lady saw Song Yaoyao, she said excitedly, "Yaoyao, it's really Yaoyao, it's really my Yaoyao who is here." Song Yaoyao quickly stepped forward to support the old lady and called out, "Grandmother." The old lady held Song Yaoyao's hand and kept looking at her. The beautiful woman next to him said, "Yaoyao, I'm your aunt, do you still remember me?" Song Yaoyao nodded. "Remember, hello, aunt." The aunt looked at Song Yaoyao, who was exhausted and dressed in men's clothes, and said, "Good boy, let's go to the mansion first." The old lady then remembered. Yes, first go to the mansion." After entering the house, the aunt first asked someone to take Song Yaoyao to wash up. My aunt, Lei Kellen, is also the daughter of a general, and her father is a subordinate of Grandpa Ning. Lei Kellen has asked the kitchen to prepare the meal. Song Yaoyao took off her men's clothes and put on women's clothes. When she appeared again, the room was already full of people. The old lady smiled and said, "Yaoyao, come here, let me introduce you. This is your aunt, you have already met her. This is your second aunt, this is your third aunt, and the one next to you is your fourth aunt. This is your eldest cousin, born to your eldest aunt. Wow, 7 aunts, 8 unmarried cousins, 6 cousins-in-law, and 5 little kids, all of whom are my cousin's children. A real big family." My aunt said, "Let Yaoyao eat first. If there's anything, we can talk after dinner." Song Yaoyao was indeed hungry. Along the way, they were very low-key and ate very ordinary food. The inner voice was overheard, and the whole court was eating melons together. Chapter 191 Meeting Grandpa. Although there were a lot of delicious food in her space, she had no chance to take them out and eat them because the 6 guards were always protecting her closely. After Song Yaoyao finished her meal, everyone started asking, "Old lady, Yaoyao, why did you come to the border alone? Didn't the people in the mansion arrange someone to escort you? I said your father is unreliable, and your mother is even more unreliable. How dare they let a little girl like you come to the border alone? This is really ridiculous. Next time I write, I must talk about these 2 people in detail." Song Yaoyao felt warm in her heart when she heard her parents being blamed, but she still explained, "I came to the border this time to find my grandfather under orders. The emperor has sent top-secret guards to protect me. I am fine, don't worry." After hearing this, everyone knew that the matter was not simple and did not ask any more questions. The old lady comforted her. "Someone has been sent to inform your grandfather and your uncle. You will be able to see them later." Song Yaoyao nodded, "Okay." Then they started chatting about family matters. By the evening, Song Yaoyao finally met her grandfather, 7 uncles, and 10 cousins. Song Yaoyao looked at the people in the room. Uncle Ning Yuancheng, Aunt Lei Kellen. My second uncle Ning Zhaoheng and my second aunt Ming Kaiwei. Third uncle Ning Chenheng, third aunt Han Muqing. Fourth uncle Ning Jiefeng, fourth aunt Lu Jingyu. Fifth uncle Ning Yiming, fifth aunt Lu Yanqing. Sixth uncle Ning Xiaoyan, sixth aunt Chen Xiaoyu. My 7th uncle Ning Dongs, my 7th aunt Bai Tongyan. There are so many cousins that Song Yaoyao can't even remember the names. Song Yaoyao couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. "Guogua, Grandpa's family is really prosperous." Guogua, yes, it is indeed a big family. The Ning family knew that Song Yaoyao had a system, and they also heard that they often chatted with each other. When I heard the conversation between Song Yaoyao and Guogua again, I didn't show any surprise. The Ning family members who had never seen Song Yaoyao before heard her inner voice for the first time. Although they were curious, they did not dare to act rashly and just looked at her curiously. After Song Yaoyao finished sighing, she did not forget the important matter, so she said to Grandpa Ning, "Grandpa, let's go to the study. I have something to tell you." Grandpa Ning nodded and walked towards the study with several uncles. When they arrived at the study, Song Yaoyao took out the Emperor's secret decree. After reading the secret decree, Grandpa Ning's eyes lit up and he asked, "Where are the weapons?" "I hid outside the city. Grandpa brought people with me to the outer city to get it." "It is good." Song Yaoyao took her grandfather and others to the dense forest outside the city. There was a cave on the other side of the forest. Song Yaoyao made an excuse that she would go into the cave first, and then quickly moved the weapons out of the space and put them into the cave. It was Guogua who told Song Yaoyao about this cave, otherwise it would have been difficult to get away with it. Only then did Song Yaoyao feel at ease letting Grandpa Ning and the others enter the cave. There was no time to ask more questions, and Grandpa Ning immediately ordered people to start moving the weapons. The weapons were sent directly to the military camp, and Song Yaoyao also followed them into the camp. In order to avoid giving people a chance to talk, Song Yaoyao changed back into men's attire in the carriage. Well, it was too troublesome to change back and forth all the time. During this period of time, she would just dress like a man. After entering the military camp and placing the weapons, Grandpa Ning asked about the situation of these weapons. Song Yaoyao started from the time when the emperor got the news of unusual movements in Tiangshan country, and then moved on to the production of this batch of weapons, and after they were completed, she tried to find a way to transport them to the border. This time they also split into 2 groups. The 6th prince attracted the enemy's attention, while she secretly came to the border from another road with weapons. Grandpa Ning's heart was in turmoil after hearing this. Grandpa Ning said, "You guys used this tactic of making a feint to the east and attacking in the west quite well. By the way, I will select some people right away. Yao Yao, will you teach everyone how to use these weapons tomorrow? Yes. For the next few days, Song Yao Yao stayed in the military camp, teaching everyone how to use those weapons. I thought that the military camps had been sealed off recently and the weapons issue shouldn't have been leaked, but an accident almost happened. Here's the thing. One night, Song Yao Yao came out of her tent and wanted to go to the toilet. She saw a man acting suspiciously. Song Yao Yao felt something was wrong and followed him. As a result, the man took out a carrier pigeon from his arms, tied a note to the pigeon's leg, and let the pigeon deliver the message. Song Yao Yao took out a gun and shot the man's hand. The note fell to the ground and G-Easy flew away in fear from the gunshot. The man immediately squatted down and was about to pick up the note that fell on the ground, but Song Yao Yao would not let him do that, so she shot him in the leg. Taking advantage of the man's pain, Song Yao Yao didn't care about the note and immediately walked over and picked up the note on the ground. The man fell to the ground and wailed. The gunshots alarmed the soldiers, and they immediately surrounded Song Yao Yao and the man. A moment later, Grandpa Ning came with several uncles. When Grandpa Ning arrived, he saw the man wailing on the ground, then looked at Song Yao Yao and asked, Yao Yao, what's going on? Grandpa, I just walked out of the tent and saw this man acting suspiciously, which I thought was very suspicious. So I followed him to see what he was going to do. As a result, I saw him go to a deserted place, take out a carrier pigeon from his arms, and was about to tie a note to the pigeon's leg. In desperation, I shot him. Song Yao Yao handed the note in her hand to Grandpa Ning. This is the note. You guys came before I could even read what was written on it. Grandpa Ning took the note, opened it, and his expression turned extremely ugly. Grandpa Ning passed the note to his sons, and after reading it, they all looked unhappy. Finally, the note returned to Song Yao Yao, and only then could she see clearly what was on it. This was a message to the Tiangshan Kingdom, explaining the situation of the new weapons here, and saying that Grandpa Ning and his men were going to take them by surprise and use these weapons to make the Tiangshan Kingdom suffer a great loss. When Song Yao Yao saw this, she was extremely angry. She hated this kind of traitor the most. Song Yao Yao was also glad that she came along, otherwise her grandfather and his men's deployment would have been exposed. Someone has already shone a torch in the traitor's face. This is a person that no one expected. Uncle Ning Yuancheng looked at the man's face and shouted in disbelief. Lin Zhenhua, why is it you? Lin Zhenhua, how dare you be a traitor? Second Uncle Ning Xiaohong and third Uncle Ning Chenhong grabbed the furious Ning Yuancheng and ordered. Take the man down and let the military doctor take a look. Don't let him die. Judging from my uncle's reaction, is there something wrong? Song Yao Yao, Guogua, why do I feel like there's something going on between my uncle and the Lin Zhenhua? The inner voice was overheard, and the whole court was eating melons together. Chapter 192 Lin Zhenhua. Guogua, yes. But this time, my uncle Ning Yuancheng had already been taken away. Grandpa Ning looked at Song Yao Yao and said, Yao Yao, this time it's all thanks to you. If you're okay, just go back to your tent. Song Yao Yao, yes. Grandpa Ning also left. Song Yao Yao quickly went to the toilet and then returned to the tent. Living in the tent, Song Yao Yao was worried that someone might come in at any time. When she wanted to go to the toilet, she didn't dare to enter the space and could only go outside. Oh, this is really a difficult situation for the child. Back in the tent, Song Yao Yao asked about what happened just now. What is going on between my uncle and Lin Zhenhua? As Song Yao Yao finished her words, the screen above her head split into two, and the images of Ning Yuancheng and Lin Zhenhua appeared. Guogua, since the host wants to know, I will explain it to you in detail. When your uncle first joined the military camp, no one knew his identity and he started out as a soldier at the bottom. At that time, he knew Lin Zhenhua, and your uncle was only 12 years old. Lin Zhenhua was a son of a farming family. His parents died one after another, and he became an orphan. In order to survive, he begged all the way to the border and joined the army. He was only 11 years old when he joined the army. Just like that, your uncle and Lin Zhenhua were assigned to a small team. Close black lens bracket. In the video, Ning Yuancheng and Lin Zhenhua's faces at that time were still particularly young. Song Yao Yao, and then Guogua, in the beginning, the two of them disliked each other. When they were sparring, neither of them would show mercy, and they would often beat each other up. As time went by, the two became good friends. Later, the two of them carried out missions together and spied on the enemy together. Your uncle saved Lin Zhenhua's life, and Lin Zhenhua also saved your uncle's life. It can be said that the two are friends for life and death, and their feelings are exceptionally deep. Close black lens bracket. In the video, Ning Yuancheng and Lin Zhenhua were in danger of death in many missions, and they completed the missions only after helping each other. After watching the video, Song Yao Yao sighed. No wonder my uncle couldn't accept it when he saw it was Lin Zhenhua. Who wants this and who can accept it? The comrade who fought side by side with me in the past turned out to be a traitor. Close black lens bracket. Guogua, yes. Later, your uncle became a general under your grandfather, and Lin Zhenhua became your uncle's deputy. The two have been working together for many years. Song Yao Yao, if that's the case, then why would Lin Zhenhua pass on information to the enemy? Guogua, there is a saying, even a hero cannot resist the temptation of beautiful women. Lin Zhenhua is a man of steel, but he fell for a woman. Close black lens bracket. Just then, the eldest cousin Ning Chaorui and the second cousin Ning Chaoyun came outside the tent. After what happened just now, the two of them were worried and wanted to come over to check on Song Yao Yao. Unexpectedly, they heard her voice. The two of them stopped outside the tent at the same time. They wanted to hear what kind of vixen had bewitched Lin Zhenhua. Song Yao Yao, is this a honey trap used by Tiangshan Kingdom on Lin Zhenhua? Guogua, not bad. The Tiangshan Kingdom has always wanted to plant a thorn in the upper echelons of your grandfather Ning's military, but has never found the right person. Later, because of the refined salt and white sugar issue, the Tiangshan Kingdom hated our Tianfeng Kingdom to the core. Finally, among all the generals, they chose Lin Zhenhua. Because Lin Zhenhua was the only one who came from a commoner background, the chances of him turning against the enemy were relatively high. Close black lens bracket. In the video, the people of Tiangshan country made many plans to subvert Lin Zhenhua: poisoning, beauty trap, money temptation. Among many strategies, the beauty trap was finally chosen. Guogua continued. The story began half a year ago. On the day off in the military camp, Lin Zhenhua went to Hangwan City and saw an exceptionally beautiful and delicate woman on the street, who was selling herself to bury her father. In the video, there appeared an extremely beautiful woman, crying, kneeling on the ground, selling herself to bury her father. Fang Luyao. Song Yaoyao, this woman is indeed attractive enough to seduce people. How could a rough man stand up to such a delicate beauty? It is reasonable for a fool like Lin Zhenhua to be fooled. Close black lens bracket. Guogua, if they want to target Lin Zhenhua, they must have studied his preferences. The woman they're looking for must be one that suits Lin Zhenhua's preferences. Sure enough, Lin Zhenhua took the bait. The woman cried and said that she was willing to stay by Lin Zhenhua's side as a slave for the rest of her life, without asking for any status. Lin Zhenhua was moved, and just like that, the two of them got together. Close black lens bracket. In the video, the woman named Fang Luyao had admiration and adoration in her eyes every time she looked at Lin Zhenhua, which greatly satisfied Lin Zhenhua's self-esteem as a man. Song Yaoyao, Lin Zhenhua betrayed me just like that. Guogua, Lin Zhenhua rebelled for two reasons. One was because of Fang Luyao, and the other reason was that Fang Luyao was pregnant. Lin Zhenhua was already in his 30s when he finally found a woman who suited his taste, and this woman was pregnant with his child. Lin Zhenhua values this child very much, and whenever he has a day off, he will go to Hangwan City to see Fang Luyao. Close black lens bracket. In the video, Lin Zhenhua, after learning that Fang Luyao was pregnant, excitedly hugged her tightly in his arms. Song Yaoyao, and then Guogua, the people in Tiangshan country learned that Lin Zhenhua was particularly concerned about this child, so they came up with an idea and took Fang Luyao back. Then he sent a message to Lin Zhenhua, asking him to be the spy of Tiangshan kingdom. If he didn't obey, Fang Luyao and her unborn child would be killed. Close black lens bracket. In the video, when Lin Zhenhua received the note, he sat there all night, but finally compromised. Song Yaoyao, oh, Lin Zhenhua compromised like this. It's really infuriating. By the way, Guogua, what is the origin of Fang Luyao? I feel that her charm is particularly powerful. Close black lens bracket. Guogua, Fang Luyao, formerly known as Fang Xiangxian, is the top performer at Zuishenglu in Tiangshan country. Zuishenglu is the largest brothel in the capital of Tiangshan kingdom. Fang Xiangxian has always sold her art but not her body. In order to set a trap for Lin Zhenhua, Teng Lingfeng, the 10th prince of Tiangshan kingdom, personally redeemed Fang Xiangxian and promised her that as long as she could capture Lin Zhenhua and make Lin Zhenhua be a spy for Tiangshan kingdom, he would marry her into the 10th prince's palace when the task was accomplished. Fang Xiangxian was particularly moved, and finally changed her name to Fang Luyao and came to the border. Closed black lens bracket. The video shows Teng Lingfeng making big promises to Fang Xiangxian. Song Yaoyao, it's the 10th prince Teng Lingfeng again. We captured him last time and used him to exchange a lot of silver from the Tiangshan kingdom. He's holding a grudge against us. Fang Luyao was so naive. Would a prince marry a prostitute like her? What's more, she was a prostitute with an unclean body. It's so whimsical. He is being taken advantage of, but he can't even see it. He is simply a fool. Close black lens bracket. Guogua, it's not that Fang Luyao can't see it, but she has a fluke mentality. What if she can really enter the 10th prince's palace? The inner voice was overheard, and the whole court was eating melons together. Chapter 193. There's going to be a war. Song Yaoyao, TSK, it's just a daydream. It's really ridiculous that Lin Zhenhua was played around by such a stupid woman. By the way, where is Fang Luyao hiding now? Close black lens bracket. Guogua, she is hiding in Hangwan City. The place where Fang Luyao was hiding was also the base of Tiangshan Kingdom's spies in Hangwan City. The location is the Four Seasons Casino in the east of the city. Close black lens bracket. The video showed images of the Four Seasons Casino, and Fang Luyao was indeed seen in the backyard. Song Yaoyao watched the video speechlessly. The bases of these spies are either gambling houses, brothels, or restaurants. There is nothing new about them. Before, the bases of the spies and assassins in the capital were openly covered by these industries. I must find time to ask Grandpa to check these places thoroughly. Now that I know the base, I have to find a reason to tell my grandfather and the others about this. Close black lens bracket. Guogua, well, these spies must be eliminated, otherwise there will be endless trouble. At this moment, Ning Chaorui and Ning Chaoyun looked at each other outside the door. Ning Chaorui spoke up. Is Yaoyao here? We are worried about you, so we came to see you. Can you come in? Song Yaoyao quickly stood up, straightened her clothes, and said, come in. After the two of them came in, Song Yaoyao hurriedly asked them to sit down. Ning Chaorui looked at Song Yaoyao and asked, Yaoyao, are you okay? It's okay, what could happen to me? Don't worry about me. That's good. Ning Chaoyun also said, we were afraid that you were frightened by what happened tonight, so we came to see you. I'm fine, don't worry. Ning Chaorui stood up and prepared to leave, but still said, we already know the reason why Lin Zhenhua betrayed us. She did it for a woman who is now pregnant. There are many things involved here, so I won't go into details. That woman is now hiding in a gambling house in Hangwan City. That gambling house is a secret casino of Tiangshan country. We are going to arrest her immediately. It's urgent, so we'll leave first. Yaoyao, please pay more attention to your safety. Okay, cousin, go ahead, business is more important. Song Yaoyao watched her two cousins leave. Song Yaoyao sighed. Guogua, my grandpa and the others are really quick. They figured out the whole story so quickly. I wasted my time thinking about telling my grandfather what I knew, but now it seems that it is useless. Close black lens bracket. Guagua also agrees very much. Your grandfather is indeed a great general. His strength should not be underestimated. Ellipsis. While Song Yaoyao and Guagua were sighing, Ning Chaori and Ning Chaoyun had already gone to find the grandfather and father. After hearing what his two grandsons said, Grandpa Ning immediately asked his 3 sons, 4 grandsons and a large number of people to go to Hangwan City. They firmly believed what Song Yaoyao mentioned in her heart. They had already tested the truth of the matter before, so when they got the news this time, they didn't even need to confirm it and immediately took people there. On this side, Ning Yuancheng and his group entered Hangwan City half an hour later and went straight to the Four Seasons Casino. When they got there, they surrounded the entire Four Seasons Casino without saying anything, not allowing anyone to enter or leave, and killing anyone who resisted. An hour later, everyone in the Four Seasons Casino was taken to jail, including Fang Luyao. Fang Luyao is still shouting. Do you know who I am? I am the woman of your Deputy General Lin Zhenhua, and I am pregnant with your Deputy General Lin's child. Let me go, I want to see Lin Zhenhua. It would have been fine if Lin Zhenhua wasn't mentioned, but as soon as he was mentioned, Ning Yuancheng became furious, his hands clenched into fists, and veins on his hands bulged. Ning Yuancheng really wanted to kill the woman in front of him immediately. Ning Zhaohong stopped him and said, Brother, let's lock this woman up first. Someone will come to interrogate her. She will definitely have a hard time in the future. Ning Yuancheng snorted coldly before leaving. Song Yaoyao only learned the news the next day. Song Yaoyao, were both the spy and Fang Luyao captured. Guagua, all the spies of the Four Seasons Casino have been caught. Whether there are still spies in Hangwan City is beyond my reach, so I don't know. As for Fang Luyao, she was also arrested and held in solitary confinement. Lin Zhenhua already knew that Fang Luyao had been arrested, and he also knew that she was a spy. The whole story of selling herself to bury her father was fake from the beginning, and everything was aimed at him. He also knew that Fang Luyao was a prostitute, close black lens bracket. Song Yaoyao, what was Lin Zhenhua's reaction? Guagua, what other reaction could there be? When Lin Zhenhua learned that all this was a conspiracy against him, he completely collapsed. He betrayed his brothers and his country. It turned out that everything was a conspiracy. This morning when the soldiers brought him food, he picked up a chopstick and pierced his temple with it, dying instantly. Song Yaoyao clenched her fists angrily. Such a talented general was killed by the Tiangshan kingdom. Although Lin Zhenhua deserved the punishment, the blame should be placed on Tiangshan kingdom. We will remember this grudge and seek revenge from Tiangshan nation sooner or later. Close black lens bracket. For the next few days, the entire military camp was sealed off. 3 days later, the Tiangshan kingdom sent a challenge, and Grandpa Ning accepted it. The war started 2 days later. Song Yaoyao, Guagua, fighting a war in ancient times was really troublesome. You had to issue a challenge. It would be better to just fight directly. Still doing these. Wouldn't it be better to attack it by surprise? I don't know what these ancient people were thinking. Close black lens bracket. Guagua, this is how the ancients fought wars. They first issued a challenge, and then fought after the other side accepted the challenge. Song Yaoyao, if the other party doesn't respond and puts up a sign saying no to fighting, are we just going to waste time like this? Guagua, that's right, let's just keep wasting time like this. Many people who challenge others will shout and curse in front of other people's city gates. When they can't stand being cursed, they will come out to fight back. Close black lens bracket. Song Yaoyao, it's quite speechless. Song Yaoyao felt speechless, but she still had to make preparations for the war in the next few days. Song Yaoyao removed the outer packaging of the medicines and anti-inflammatory drugs in the space and took them out. Once these medicines are taken out of the space, the pharmacy will automatically refill them the next day. With the supply accumulated over a few days, these medicines should be barely enough. Song Yaoyao also prepared a lot of gauze, alcohol, iodine, surgical supplies, etc. for bandaging external injuries. Everything's ready. 2 days later, Ji Changyuan, the head coach of Tiangshan Kingdom, appeared in front of the battle. Ji Changyuan is a prince of a different surname, known as the War King. He is an expert in martial arts and his strategy is unmatched. The Tiangshan Kingdom has already received the news. The Tianfeng Kingdom has new weapons, which are more powerful than the muskets they have. The inner voice was overheard, and the whole court was eating melons together. Chapter 194 Persuading Surrender. However, the 6th prince, who was transporting this batch of new weapons, has not yet arrived at the border. It is still unknown whether this batch of weapons can be safely delivered to the border. Regardless of whether it can be delivered safely or not, Tiangshan Kingdom must fight a battle before Tianfeng Kingdom's weapons reach the border. Let's give Tianfeng Kingdom a hard blow first. The Tiangshan Kingdom had no idea that the weapons had already reached the border, and their plan was likely to fail. 2 days later, Song Yaoyao stood on the city wall and watched the two armies fighting in the distance. Because it's too far away to see clearly. Song Yaoyao, Guagua, what are they doing? I can't see clearly, can you broadcast the footage over here? Guagua, sure. After a moment, Song Yaoyao saw the scene clearly. Now, each side has a general, and the two generals are fighting fiercely. Song Yaoyao, Guagua, the way wars were fought in ancient times is so speechless. Are they fighting alone? Is it the turn of these soldiers to fight after the general has finished fighting? Now that we've already torn our faces apart and started a war, why bother with so many things? I really don't understand. We in Tianfeng country have advanced weapons, we can just do it directly, it's over, you're being so fussy, it makes me anxious. Close black lens bracket. Standing on the city wall with Song Yaoyao were her eldest cousin Ning Chaori and second cousin Ning Chaoyun. They listened to Song Yaoyao's words and thought they made sense. However, in their understanding since childhood, war has always been like this. Even if they think what Song Yaoyao said makes sense, they cannot change the status quo. In the distance, two generals were still fighting. Song Yaoyao thought about it, went out for a while, and when she came to the city wall again, she had a loudspeaker in her hand. This is a super loudspeaker that Song Yaoyao found when she was tidying up the space warehouse. The manual said that this speaker had a super strong penetration of 1500 meters. Is it really that powerful? Song Yaoyao didn't know. She hadn't tried it yet, so she took it out and tried it today. Everyone looked at the thing in Song Yaoyao's hand curiously, wondering what it was or what she was going to do. Ning Chaohui was about to ask, but unexpectedly Guogua spoke first. Host, take out the speaker, what are you going to do? Song Yaoyao, isn't it true that fighting involves yelling and cursing? I'm not yelling and cursing, I'm going to sow discord and persuade Ji Changyuan to surrender. I am going to record it now and play it on a loop in a moment. Close black lens bracket. Guogua, you only yell and curse when you are not fighting. They're not fighting. Song Yaoyao, no one has stipulated that we cannot yell or curse during a fight. Besides, I didn't mean to yell or curse. I said I wanted to sow discord and persuade them to surrender. Close black lens bracket. Guogua, host, you are really acting out of the ordinary. Song Yaoyao, what we want is an unexpected effect. Guogua, alright, host, as long as you are happy. Ning Chaohui still didn't know what the thing in Song Yaoyao's hand was for, so he asked. Yaoyao, what is that in your hand? What is it for? This is called a loudspeaker, also called a megaphone. You'll know what it's used for in a moment. Song Yaoyao said so, and Ning Chaohui didn't ask any more questions. Song Yaoyao began recording. Ji Changyuan, Prince Ji, I heard that you are a prince of a different surname from the Tiangshan kingdom. Throughout history, has there ever been a prince of a different surname, especially one with a large number of troops under his command, who had a good ending? The dog emperor of your Tiangshan country is using you to build his empire. Once he has secured his throne and squeezed every last bit of your value out of you, you will be abandoned and abandoned. Even though you are in a great position now, I am afraid that you will have no place to cry in the future. Your wife and children should still be held hostage in the capital by the dog emperor. That's blackmailing you. As long as the dog emperor notices that there is something wrong with you, your wife and children will die. There should be a military supervisor sent by the emperor by your side. I'm talking about a military supervisor, but in fact, it's the one sent by the dog emperor to monitor your every move. Prince Ji, why don't you just bring your army over to our side? We here will never be suspicious of you like your dog emperor does. Talents like you should be treated preferentially. Ning Chaohui and Ning Chaoyuan were both stunned. Was the first half about sowing discord, and the second half about persuading surrender. After Song Yaoyao finished recording, she felt there was no problem, so she turned the volume up to maximum, and then the sound from the speaker came out. On the battlefield in the distance, everyone was startled when they heard this sudden sound. The two generals who were fighting stopped their movements. After hearing the content clearly, Ji Changyuan's face became extremely ugly. What Song Yaoyao said is all true. Ji Changyuan, the emperor and many ministers all knew some things, but no one spoke about them openly. Ji Changyuan couldn't even maintain his superficial calm after being exposed so directly by someone from the Tianfeng country today. Looking at Ji Changyuan's gloomy face, one of his generals said, Your Majesty, don't listen to the nonsense of the people of Tianfeng country. They're just trying to sow discord and disrupt the morale of the army. The emperor trusts you very much. The general tried to persuade him until he can continue. Because before Ji Changyuan left the capital, his only son was taken into the palace by the emperor. Everyone knew what it meant to bring him in at this time, whether earlier or later. Ji Changyuan didn't say a word from beginning to end. The soldiers also heard the words on the loudspeaker and looked at Ji Changyuan suspiciously. The morale of the army had begun to waver. Song Yaoyao looked at the screen broadcast by Guogua and said, Guogua, what I said can't be true, right? Looking at Ji Changyuan's expression, it seemed that what I said was right. Is he really threatened by the emperor? Close black lens bracket. Guogua, yes, Ji Changyuan looks glorious on the surface, but secretly he is excluded by the emperor. When the war broke out, the emperor even asked him to fight for him. Song Yaoyao, what a shameless dog emperor. This is to squeeze out the last bit of value from Ji Changyuan, and I won't stop. Close black lens bracket. In the video, the two generals have finished fighting and the two sides are preparing for a melee. At this moment, on the Tianfeng kingdom side, Grandpa Ning gave an order and began bombardment. Suddenly, there was continuous artillery fire and the roar was deafening. Everyone in Tiangshan country was stunned. They had never seen such a weapon before. This power is too great. How can we fight this battle? Didn't we receive news before that the new weapons from Tianfeng country have not yet been delivered to the border? Now it seems that the sixth prince of Tianfeng kingdom is just attracting everyone's attention, and the real weapons have already been secretly transported to the border. It's too late to say anything now. On the Tiangshan kingdom side, there were heavy casualties and no one dared to move forward. Ji Changyuan ordered everyone to retreat. The inner voice was overheard, and the whole court was eating melons together. Chapter 195 Going to Skyhawk City. The surviving soldiers of Tianfeng kingdom immediately ran back after receiving the order. Song Yaoyao, Guogua, who among these is the military supervisor of Tiangshan nation? Guogua, the guy wearing silver-grey armor and whose hat was lost. Song Yaoyao took out a sniper rifle, aimed at the military supervisor's head, and shot him. The military supervisor fell off his horse and died on the spot. Song Yaoyao, Guogua, hit it. Fortunately, I had turned my gun into a sniper rifle in advance, and it really came in handy when I held it in my hand. Close black lens bracket. In the past, when the soldiers of Tiangshan kingdom retreated, Tianfeng kingdom would not pursue them. But today is different. With the suppression of cannons, the Tiangshan kingdom has no ability to resist at all. The soldiers of the Tianfeng kingdom can take advantage of the victory and kill more enemies. When they chased the city wall of Tiangshan kingdom, countless arrows were shot from the city wall, preventing the soldiers of Tianfeng kingdom from advancing any further. The soldiers of Tianfeng kingdom retreated reluctantly. When Grandpa Ning and the others came back, they couldn't hide their excitement. Uncle Seven Ning Dongs looked at Song Yao Yao and said, "Yao Yao, we won. This is the first time we won so easily after fighting for so long. Thanks to those weapons. I saw we won. Those weapons are specifically designed to deal with muskets. I saw that the Tiangshan Kingdom's muskets were the kind that could only be fired after being ignited. They were too backward. By the time they had lit the fire, our artillery had already fired. We found that, too." Ellipsis. Song Yao Yao continued to ask, "Where are my cousins? Didn't they come back with you?" Grandpa Ning said, "Your cousin and his friends are cleaning up the battlefield." Song Yao Yao nodded, looked at Grandpa Ning and asked, "Grandpa, are we going to take the opportunity to attack the city of Tiangshan Kingdom tomorrow?" Grandpa Ning asked back, "Yao Yao, do you want us to take advantage of the opportunity to attack tomorrow?" "Yes, a war must be fought with all one's might. By the way, Grandpa, there is no need to declare a war. We have advanced weapons and can just bombard them directly. It is a waste of time to declare a war. Whoever has the more advanced weapons will have the upper hand, so why bother talking so much nonsense with them? Just hit it and it's over." Grandpa Ning laughed heartily after hearing what Song Yao Yao said. "I didn't expect that our Yao Yao is still such an impatient person. We will consider your suggestion, but whether to attack or not, we need to discuss it before deciding." Song Yao Yao took the opportunity to put forward her own request. "Grandpa, I want to go to the city of Tiangshan country across the street to have some fun." Grandpa Ning's face changed. "What are you doing there? I just haven't seen the lives of people in other countries. I want to go and see for myself. No fooling around. Grandpa, I'm just a little girl. Who would pay attention to a little girl like me? Besides, didn't the Emperor send 6 secret guards to protect me? I have my own weapons, so I have no problem protecting myself. No. Grandpa, if you don't agree, I'll go by myself. Besides, I'm not your soldier." What Song Yao Yao meant was, "I am not your soldier, I can go wherever I want." Grandpa Ning pointed at Song Yao Yao, "You." Grandpa Ning was really afraid that this girl would run away, so instead of letting her run away on her own, he might as well agree to her request. Grandpa Ning sighed and said, "Let your cousin go with you." Song Yao Yao waved her hand. "No, those people on the other side must have thoroughly investigated every single person in the Ning family. I guess my cousin would be discovered as soon as he appeared in the opposite city. Forget it, it's even more dangerous with my cousin by my side." Song Yao Yao spoke the truth. Grandpa Ning thought for a moment and said, "Okay, I'll send a stranger to take you there. Remember to bring along the 6 secret guards that the Emperor has assigned to you." Understood. 2 days later, a pioneer named Li Nian, leading Song Yao Yao and 6 secret guards, crossed a dense forest and climbed a high mountain. A very thick rope appeared in front of everyone. Song Yao Yao looked down and saw a deep abyss between the 2 mountains. "If this falls, I dare not think about it, I dare not think about it." Li Nian looked at the rope and said, "People without martial arts skills can grab this rope with both hands and move it little by little to the opposite mountain, and then they will reach the territory of Tiangshan country. People who are skilled in martial arts can use their lightness skills and step on the rope to gain leverage and reach the other side quickly. After going down the mountain, we will reach the border city of Tiangshan Nation, Tianying City." Song Yao Yao asked, "Every time you go to Tiangshan country to spy on military intelligence, do you take this route?" "Yes." Song Yao Yao nodded. Someone in the secret guard said, "Master Xiao Song, I'll carry you. We all know King Gong, so it'll be easy to get to the other side." Li Nian also knows Kung Fu and was the first to reach the other side. It turns out that among the group of people, I'm the only one who doesn't know martial arts, so I am the only rookie. Song Yao Yao didn't think much about it and lay on the back of a secret guard. After a while, she reached the other side. After everyone arrived, they changed into the clothes of Tiangshan Kingdom and went down the mountain. When she arrived at Tianying City, Song Yao Yao found that the whole city was dead silent. What happened? The best place to get information is from a restaurant. Song Yao Yao suggested that everyone go to the restaurant for dinner first. When they arrived at the restaurant, Song Yao Yao and the others did not go to the private room, but sat in the corner of the hall. Song Yao Yao said to the others, "You all sit down. When you're out and about, there's no need to be so particular. Just be casual." Yes. Song Yao Yao and her friends ordered a few special dishes, asked for a pot of tea, and then listened carefully to the discussions around them. "Hey, I heard that new weapons appeared in Tianfeng country. We suffered heavy casualties in this battle. I heard that the military supervisor also died. I also heard from my aunt's second cousin's niece's cousin's nephew that 8 people were taken out for the war, but only 2 were brought back, and these were also seriously injured. Few of them came back intact. I don't know where the Tianfeng kingdom got such powerful weapons. On the day of the battle, all I heard was the sound of boom, boom, boom. It was too scary. I'm just worried that the Tianfeng kingdom will take advantage of the victory and attack Tianying City directly. If we don't respond to the challenge from the Tianfeng kingdom, isn't that the end? Are they going to attack us head on? You're stupid. A challenge is only issued when both sides are equally strong. We are obviously inferior to them, so do they need to issue a challenge? Not at all. Just use those powerful weapons to attack and that's it. Everyone must be worried to death. Today we are still the people of Tiangshan country, but tomorrow we may become slaves of Tianfeng dynasty. You're asking for your life. You drank a little cat urine and you're talking nonsense. I am telling the truth, and you are not allowing me to tell the truth. Just shut up. Do you know what it means to speak out? You've already been killed before the Tianfeng kingdom attacks. Ellipsis. The inner voice was overheard, and the whole court was eating melons together. Chapter 196 Bombing the Tiangshan National Army Camp. Song Yao Yao and the others didn't say a word. They just listened and ate their food with their heads down. After dinner, when Song Yao Yao walked out of the restaurant, she saw that some people were already packing up. Are they moving? Song Yaoyao, Guogua, this is too much. Even if we occupy this place, we will not do anything to the unarmed civilians. Guogua, based on your grandfather's character, you would not do anything to the people. However, the people of Tiangshan Kingdom don't know your grandfather's character. After the city was occupied, the people were worried that the Tianfeng dynasty's army would kill people, so it was understandable that they fled for their lives in advance. Close black lens bracket. Guogua was right. Song Yaoyao fell silent. Li Nian took them to the inn in Qianying City first and everyone settled down first. The waiter of the inn took them to the number 1 room and then left. Several people gathered in Song Yaoyao's room. Song Yaoyao, Guogua, help me keep an eye on the outside. If anyone approaches, remind me in time. Guogua, host, are you mistaken? I am a melon-eating system, not a dog that helps you watch the door. Close black lens bracket. Song Yaoyao, I call this full utilization of resources. Just tell me whether you will help me or not. If you don't help me, and we are discovered, I will be killed and you will disappear from this world completely. Close black lens bracket. This reason does threaten Guogua. Guogua, okay. Only then did Song Yaoyao feel relieved and started discussing the matter with the others. Song Yaoyao said to several people. As you walk along the road, you have seen that chaos has occurred in Qianying City. When war breaks out between two countries, the most unfortunate and innocent people are the common people. I think it would be best if we could take down Qianying City without bloodshed, and the people of Qianying City could also avoid the persecution brought by the war. What do you think? Li Nian, Master Xiao Song, do you have any good ideas? Song Yaoyao, good idea, I don't have one now. I think we should go to the Tiangshan Kingdom's military camp to investigate the situation at night. And see, Master Xiao Song, the military camp is too dangerous. The Emperor asked us to protect your safety. Anwu, yeah, it's too dangerous there. If it doesn't work, we can go and spy on the military situation, and Master Xiao Song can just wait for the news at the inn. Song Yaoyao, no need to say anything, I must go to the military camp of Tiangshan Kingdom. The Emperor said that you must listen to me in everything. Besides, how can you get a tiger cub without risking it? Seeing Song Yaoyao's firm attitude, no one said anything. At night, the group left the inn and headed towards the military camp. When they were almost at the military camp, they changed into night clothes and continued on their way. 100 meters away from the military camp, several people stopped, hid behind a slope and began to observe. It can be seen that although Tiangshan Kingdom was defeated, the defense in the military camp was still very tight. Song Yaoyao, Guogua, can you broadcast the footage from the Tiangshan Nation military camp? Guogua, okay, host, please wait. A moment later, the scene of the entire military camp of Tiangshan Kingdom appeared in the video. Song Yaoyao, Guogua, how often do these patrolling soldiers return to inspect the same place? Guogua, about 10 minutes. Song Yaoyao, where are their food supplies? Guogua, in the west, it is heavily guarded. As Guogua finished speaking, the place where the food and fodder was stored appeared in the video. There were indeed heavy troops guarding the place, and a rough estimate was that there were about 150 people. Song Yaoyao continued to ask. Where is Ji Changyuan? Where is he? Guogua, he and several generals are discussing things in the big tent. It's in the largest tent in the middle. Close black lens bracket. Song Yaoyao, where is Ji Changyuan's own tent? Guogua, it's the tent next to the left side of the big tent. After Song Yaoyao figured out these things, she already had an idea in her mind. Guogua, the host wants to use the space to take away the food and grass in the barracks. If they don't have food, they will become chaotic. Song Yaoyao, Guogua, your method is too conservative, too old-fashioned, and too troublesome. Have you seen modern warfare? They use drones. I also want to use drones to directly bomb the military camp of Tiangshan Nation. Close black lens bracket. Guogua, host, you are awesome. Song Yaoyao said to Li Nian and the others. Let's go to the west, it's easier to hide there. Yes. While everyone's attention was not on her, Song Yaoyao quietly took out her gun from the space and hid it in her bag. With a thought, the gun turned into a drone. After they hid again, Song Yaoyao took out the drone from her bag. There was TNT explosives on the drone, and Song Yaoyao also put a sufficient amount of 10 fragrance cartilage powder. Everyone saw Song Yaoyao take out a strange thing and start controlling it. Li Nian asked curiously. Master Xiao Song, what is this? Song Yaoyao answered while operating. This is a drone. It carries explosives and 10 fragrance soft bone powder. You will know the details in a moment. After Song Yaoyao said this, the others did not ask any more questions and just watched quietly. The drone slowly rose into the air and flew to a place 150 meters above the Tiangshan Kingdom military camp. It stopped and began to bomb the camp. While bombing, it also scattered the 10 fragrance cartilage throughout the camp. After bombing one place, moved to another place to bomb again. When the people in the tent heard the noise, they all ran out. There were bursts of wailing coming from the military camp. Ji Changyuan and several generals were shocked when they saw the tragic situation in the military camp, and then they were filled with anger. Not only Ji Changyuan and the others were surprised, but Li Nian and the others were also stunned. What kind of weapon is that drone? It's so small, but it's amazing. Ji Changyuan and his team looked in the direction where the explosives were fired from, and they only saw a small black dot in the sky firing something towards them. Ji Changyuan and several generals quickly hid. Before Ji Changyuan could figure out what was attacking him, he and the generals had already fainted from the Chinese medicine. Just like that, it only took 10 minutes, and everyone in the military camp was either dead or fainted. Song Yaoyao, Guogua, have all the people in the barracks fainted? Is there no one sober? Guogua, yes. Song Yaoyao, not bad, this is the effect I want. Li Nian and the 6 secret guards were stunned by what they saw. How could a war be fought like this? Song Yaoyao said to Li Nian. Li Nian, didn't you bring a carrier pigeon? Go and tell Grandpa to bring his troops over immediately. We'll open the city gates to welcome them. Yes. Here, Ning Charui received Li Nian's message and immediately went to find his grandfather and father. The inner voice was overheard, and the whole court was eating melons together. Chapter 197. Change the place, let's continue eating melons. An hour later, Grandpa Ning arrived personally leading the soldiers. When Song Yaoyao saw that it was Grandpa Ning, she immediately ordered people to open the city gate. In this way, the Tianfeng kingdom occupied the Tianying city without losing a single soldier. Ji Changyuan and several generals were captured and tied up. After Ji Changyuan woke up, he felt completely powerless and could use his inner strength to break the rope. He looked at Grandpa Ning with a bad look and said, "Ning, you are so despicable and shameless that you actually resorted to sneak attacks and poisoning. This is not what a gentleman does." Song Yaoyao looked at the person in front of her. He had sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, and he looked extraordinary. Song Yaoyao smiled and said, "Lord Ji, you scolded the wrong person. It was me who attacked you, and it was also me who poisoned you. It has nothing to do with my grandfather. Besides, I am just a little woman, not a gentleman. As the saying goes, no matter whether the cat is black or white, the one that catches the mouse is a good cat. No matter what method I use, you are still captured by us now." Ji Changyuan looked at Song Yaoyao, who was wearing men's clothes in front of him, without saying anything. Song Yaoyao ignored his gaze and said, "Prince Ji, what do you think of my previous proposal? Your dog emperor is heartless and ungrateful. He treats you like that. Why should you be loyal to him? Even if you don't think about yourself, think about your wife and children. Would you like to consider joining our Tianfeng nation?" Ji Changyuan snorted coldly and closed his eyes. It turned out that the little girl in front of him was the one who used a loudspeaker to persuade him to surrender on the battlefield that day. What a sharp-tongued, cunning man. Song Yaoyao talked for a long time, and Ji Changyuan interrupted her impatiently and said, "What nonsense are you talking about? You can kill me or chop me up as you please." Song Yaoyao was not angry either, and said, "He has a bad temper. Aren't you just worried that if you surrender, your wife and children will be killed? This is easy, just rescue them and bring them to you, isn't it? Little girl, stop bragging. Do you think it's easy to take my wife and children out of the imperial city? Prince Ji, don't be so sure, what if I did it? Before I caught you, you definitely didn't believe that you would fall into the hands of a little girl. Look, now you've been caught by me, right? As long as you can bring my wife and children here intact, I will be willing to submit to the Tianfeng kingdom." "It's a word." Song Yaoyao turned to Grandpa Ning and said, "Grandpa, you've seen that I have to go to the capital of Tiangshan country this time." Grandpa Ning was silent for a long time, then said, "Ask your eldest cousin and second cousin to go with you." During this period of time together, Grandpa Ning also understood Song Yaoyao's temperament. She was the kind of person who was firm in her words, and once she made a decision, 10 oxen could not pull her back. It was useless for him to stop her, so he might as well send someone to protect Song Yaoyao's safety. Grandpa Ning asked her two cousins to go with her, and Song Yaoyao did not refuse. If she had refused, Grandpa Ning would definitely not have let her go. Now that the decision has been made, it's time to prepare. 2 days later, Song Yaoyao and her group set off. As soon as Song Yaoyao and the others left, Grandpa Ning and the others spread false news, saying that Ji Changyuan would rather die than surrender, and was beheaded on the spot. Before Song Yaoyao and the others arrived at Tianyan City, the capital of Tiangshan Kingdom, the news of Ji Changyuan's death had already spread throughout Tianyan City. People on the streets were talking about this matter, and no one expected that the former god of war would fall in this way. When Song Yaoyao and the others arrived, they heard all kinds of discussions as soon as they entered the city. Ning Charui took Song Yaoyao and the others directly to a house. Song Yaoyao looked at the 3-story house and asked, "Cousin, do you still have property in Tiangshan country? Before, I stayed in Tianyan City for a while to gather intelligence. Living in an inn for a long time would attract other people's attention, so I bought this house. The servants in the house are all our own people. Everyone, take a good rest today. I will take you out for a walk tomorrow." Song Yaoyao nodded. The next day, Ning Charui took Song Yaoyao and others out. As soon as I went out, I met the wedding procession. Judging from this scene, the couple must be from a high family background and high status. Song Yaoyao sighed. Even though the border has been occupied, these people are not worried and are still happily holding their wedding here. What an irony. Ji Changyuan is a god of war after all. He has protected the people of Tiangshan Kingdom for so long, but these people have no gratitude at all. Knowing that the war king is dead, they're still holding a banquet here. Oh, such a country will perish sooner or later. At this moment, Guoguo's voice rang out, interrupting Song Yaoyao's thoughts. "Host, there are melons, do you want to eat them?" Song Yaoyao, "Guoguo, don't you see what time it is? You are still thinking about eating melons." Guoguo, "Host, eating melon won't interfere with your work, just tell me, do you want to eat it?" Song Yaoyao, "Yes." As Song Yaoyao's voice fell, an image of a bride appeared on the screen above her head. Yuan Wanwan. Song Yaoyao, "Wow, this bride is so beautiful. The accessories on my body and head are definitely telling others that I am rich." Guoguo, "Tell me quickly, what's the melon about this beauty?" Closed black lens bracket. Guoguo, "This beautiful lady is Yuan Wanwan, the legitimate daughter of Tiangshan Kingdom's General Yuan Xingheng. Yuan Xingheng and his wife Shan Yue knew each other and fell in love. After marriage, they gave birth to 3 sons and 1 daughter, and Yuan Wanwan was the only girl. Yuan Wanwan was especially loved by her family, who agreed with her in everything, including her future husband, whom she chose herself. The Yuan family just wanted their only daughter to be carefree and happy every day. The video is full of scenes of Yuan Wanwan being doted on since childhood. No matter what Yuan Wanwan wanted, her parents and brothers would get it for her. I'm afraid of it falling if I hold it in my hand, and afraid of it melting if I hold it in my mouth. Here, the bride-picking team was about to go far away. Song Yaoyao touched her cousin Ning Chari's arm and said, "Brother, is the team going far away? Can you think of a way? Can we go to the banquet together? I haven't eaten the banquet of Tiangshuan Kingdom yet." Song Yaoyao really has a special liking for banquets. Ning Chari thought for a moment and said, "Let's follow the team. I'll try to figure out a solution." Song Yaoyao nodded and said, "Okay." So, Song Yaoyao and the others followed the wedding procession, eating melons as they walked. Song Yaoyao, and then. Gua Gua, although Yuan Wanwan is very favored, she does not take advantage of her favor to become arrogant. She knows her limits when dealing with people and things. After Yuan Wanwan came of age, the number of people who came to propose marriage to her almost broke down the threshold of the Yuan family's house. Finally, among all the people who came to propose marriage, Yuan Wanwan chose Chu Chanyu, the eldest son of Enping Marquis. The main reason is that Chu Chanyu is very handsome, and Yuan Wanwan is attracted by his appearance. Close black lens bracket. The inner voice was overheard, and the whole court was eating melons together. Chapter 198 Chu Chanyu's Resistance. Song Yaoyao nodded. "Groom, I just saw him, he really looks good." Gua Gua, the groom you just saw is not Chu Chanyu, he is Chu Chanyu's younger brother Chu Chanzi. Song Yaoyao, what's going on? Is the sister-in-law and brother-in-law having an affair? Gua Gua, no, host, it's not what you think. Song Yaoyao, it's not what I thought. What's going on? Gua Gua, this has to start from the Enping Marquis mansion. It can be said that the Enping Marquisate is a dilapidated marquisate. Apart from the title of a marquisate, it has neither real power nor strong economic strength. Because the Enping Marquisate was not good at doing business, many of its shops were constantly losing money. These shops have passed through the hands of several generations of the marquisate, and those that were losing money have been sold off, with only a few left. The only 2 shops left can barely sustain the daily expenses of the mansion. Close black lens bracket. Song Yaoyao, it is rare to see a marquisate become so dilapidated. Gua Gua, you continue. Close black lens bracket. Gua Gua, the Enping Marquis's mansion is still maintaining its superficial splendor, and they want to marry a noble lady to change the status quo. It happened that Yuan Wanwan had reached marriageable age at this time. The Enping Marquis's mansion went to propose marriage with an attitude of giving it a try, and unexpectedly, Yuan Wanwan really fell in love with her. This made everyone in Enping Marquis's mansion very happy. Close black lens bracket. Song Yaoyao, how can I not be happy when such a pie falls from the sky? Gua Gua, the people in Enping Marquis mansion want to marry Yuan Wanwan as soon as possible, so that with Yuan Wanyuan's dowry, the life of Enping Marquis mansion will be better. It would be even better if Yuan Wanyuan's father Yuan Xingheng could help and find a good job for the sons of the Marquis mansion. Close black lens bracket. Song Yaoyao, the Enping Marquis's wishful thinking is really going smoothly. However, what does this have to do with the groom's brother Chu Chanzi coming to pick up the bride? Close black lens bracket. Gua Gua, host, don't be anxious, just listen to me slowly. Because Yuan Wanwan fell in love with Chu Chanyu, the entire Enping Marquis mansion was very happy, but among these happy people, Chu Chanyu himself was not included. Chu Chanyu has someone he likes his childhood sweetheart Yu Chushin, and they have always had a good relationship. However, the Yu family is even more impoverished than the Enping Marquis mansion, and the Enping Marquis mansion will absolutely not allow Chu Chanyu to marry Yu Chushin. Chu Chanyu resisted several times, but was ruthlessly suppressed each time. Chu Chanyu was punished by his family and had to stay in bed for 2 months. Chu Chanyu felt that direct resistance would not work, so he learned to submit superficially. In the video, everyone in Enping Marquis's mansion was overjoyed, except Chu Chanyu, who looked worried. Originally, the Marquis mansion went to the general's mansion to propose marriage in the name of Chu Chanyu, but Chu Chanyu was unwilling. His protest was ignored. Later, Chu Chanyu thought again that there were many men in the capital who were better than him in character, learning and appearance, and Miss Yuan might not be interested in him. He was just going through the motions, so it didn't seem like a big deal. However, Chu Chanyu never expected that Yuan Wanwan, despite not liking so many talented men, chose him. Chu Chanyu resisted again. He wanted to make things clear with Yuan Wanwan, saying that he had someone he liked and that he had no choice but to go to the general's mansion to propose marriage because he was forced by his parents. How could the Enping Marquisate allow Chu Chanyu to act like this? He was locked up before he even left the house. He made such a big fuss that he was punished by the family law. Chu Chanyu was beaten so badly that he had to stay in bed for 2 months. Chu Chanyu also realized that his resistance was completely useless. How could the Marquis mansion give up the wealth that fell from the sky just because of him? So, he began to pretend to be obedient. Marquis Enping looked at his exceptionally docile son and said to his wife. The kid finally figured it out. It seems that he didn't fight enough when he resisted before. Although Mrs. Chu felt sorry for her son being beaten, compared with the wealth and splendor of the entire marquisate, wealth and splendor were more important, so she instantly stopped feeling sorry for her son. Song Yaoyao, and then. Gua Gua, as the wedding date approaches, Chu Chanyu has been very honest recently, and the people in Enping Marquis mansion have relaxed their vigilance towards him. 2 days before the wedding, Chu Chanyu found an opportunity and eloped with Yu Chushin. By the time the people from Enping Marquis mansion discovered the situation and went to chase after him, it was already too late and they couldn't even find a trace of him. This made the Enping Marquis's mansion very anxious. Before the wedding, the groom ran away, which was a great insult to the bride and her family. Once General Yuan Xingheng knew the truth, he would definitely not let the Enping Marquis mansion go. Besides, how could Marquis Enping be willing to see such a good marriage being ruined? So, Marquis Enping came up with an idea. On the wedding day, Marquis Enping asked Chu Chanyu's younger brother Chu Chanzi to pick up the bride, falsely saying that Chu Chanyu was ill and that his younger brother would pick up the bride instead. They wanted to marry Yuan Wanwan first. As long as she entered the gate of the Marquis mansion, as the saying goes, a daughter who is married off is like spilled water, and what happens afterwards is up to their mansion to decide. As long as Yuan Wanwan has some dignity, she will endure this. By then, if they can quickly find Chu Chanyu, nothing will happen. Closed black lens bracket. Song Yaoyao, what a beautiful dream they have, right? At this point, Song Yaoyao already had an idea in her mind. If we want to rescue Ji Changyuan's wife and children, the capital city must first be in chaos. Song Yaoyao, Guogua, print out the whole thing as flyers, print more, quickly. Guogua, host, what are you going to do? Song Yaoyao, you will know in a moment. Guogua, please print out the stuff for me first. Close black lens bracket. Guogua, okay, host. A moment later, Song Yaoyao was holding a large stack of flyers printed by Guogua. While everyone was not paying attention, Song Yaoyao took out some flyers and threw them into the crowd. The onlookers looked at the falling papers and picked them up. Those who could read had already started reading. Everyone was shocked when they heard the whole story. The flyers were still falling, and the people were scrambling to grab them. They wanted to see something so exciting. Word spread quickly from 1 person to 10, and from 10 to 100. In just a short while, the people knew the whole story, and more people rushed to grab the leaflets. Yuan Wanwan in the bridal sedan also heard the noise outside and asked the maid outside the sedan. What's going on outside? Why is there so much noise? Miss, I'll go take a look. After a while, the maid came back with a flyer in her hand and a very ugly look on her face. The maid also knew the seriousness of the matter, and said to Yuan Wanwan. Miss, I am back. I brought some things back. Please take a look. The inner voice was overheard, and the whole court was eating melons together. Chapter 199, The Rumble at Enping Marquis's Mansion. The maid passed the flyer in through the window of the sedan chair. Yuan Wanwan took the flyer and after reading it, her expression turned extremely ugly. She knew that the one who came to pick up the bride today was Chu Chanyu's younger brother Chu Chanzi. Chu Chanzi told their general's mansion that his brother Chu Chanyu was ill and could not come to pick up the bride, so his younger brother would come instead. Unexpectedly, the truth was that Chu Chanyu eloped with someone. Although the matter has not been confirmed yet, Yuan Wanwan has a hunch that what is written on the paper is true. If all this were true, she would definitely turn the world upside down. Everyone saw Yuan Wanyuan's maid handing the flyer into the sedan chair. Everyone wanted to know what Yuan Wanwan, the real owner, would do next after seeing the flyer. Everyone thought that Yuan Wanwan would send the bridal sedan back home in a fit of anger, but that didn't happen. The sedan chair continued to move towards the Enping Marquis mansion. Song Yaoyao, TSK, as expected of a great general's daughter, she is so patient. Gua, Yuan Wanwan grew up being pampered and has seen everything. When encountering such a thing, she must have already made a plan in her mind. Next, let's wait and see what happens. Closed black lens bracket. Song Yaoyao, you say, if there is a commotion, can we still sneak in and have a meal? Gua, host, it's already this late, and you're still thinking about eating. Song Yaoyao, there is no conflict between eating at the banquet and watching the fun. Gua, that's right. Host, I just saw one of Yuan Wanyuan's maids returning along the same path. She must have gone to the general's mansion to file a complaint. Closed black lens bracket. Song Yaoyao, it's getting more and more lively. Let's go, let's catch up quickly, we can't miss such excitement. Song Yaoyao and the others followed the bridal sedan all the way to the Enping Marquis mansion. The bridal sedan landed and the matchmaker asked Yuan Wanwan to get out. Yuan Wanwan obediently got off the sedan chair. Someone had already handed her red silk with a huge red flower in the middle. One end of the red silk was held in Yuan Wanyuan's hand and the other end was held in Chu Chanzi's hand. Yuan Wanwan calmly grasped one end of the red silk and was led by Chu Chanzi towards the Enping Marquis mansion. Gua, this Yuan Wanwan is really a character. Even at this time, she didn't make any move. Song Yaoyao, it will probably be there soon, so be patient. As the saying goes, either die in silence or explode in silence. Yuan Wanwan must be holding back a big move. The good show is about to begin, I am so looking forward to it. Closed black lens bracket. Gua, host, the bride has gone in, but we can't go in. Song Yaoyao asked Ning Charui who was standing beside her. Cousin, have you thought of a way? How can we sneak in and have a seat at the banquet? Let's just say we are distant relatives of an official who didn't attend the wedding banquet. This way, our identities won't be exposed. We can also give some gifts, and it will be even more perfect. But now we don't know which officials didn't come today, so we still need to find out. Song Yaoyao thought for a moment and said. This is easy, no need to ask, just look at me. After Song Yaoyao finished speaking, she led everyone towards the Enping Marquis mansion. Song Yaoyao had already tidied up the warehouse in the space and picked out a lot of things suitable for gifts. At this time, she directly took out something from the space, a wind-up music box. When they got to the place where the gift list was submitted, Song Yaoyao introduced herself. We are distant relatives of the bride's mother. Madame Yuan really couldn't bear to let her daughter go. She wanted to see her daughter get married in person, but due to her status, it was inconvenient for her to come, so she sent us to take a look. Therefore, we took the liberty of coming here. Normally, the bride's family would not come to the groom's house. Song Yaoyao took advantage of this point and dared to pretend to be a distant relative of Yuan Wanyuan's family. The person who wrote the gift list nodded. I understand. After all, Madame Yuan only has this one daughter. Song Yaoyao took out the music box and said. This is the gift we brought, a music box. The person writing the gift list paused when he heard the unfamiliar name, then looked up and asked. What is a music box? Song Yaoyao opened the gift box and showed it off. She wound it up, and the music box immediately started to play pleasant music. A woman in the music box then started to dance. Everyone looked on in amazement. They had never expected that such a small box could produce such beautiful music. This was the first time they had seen such a gift. This is a priceless treasure. Song Yaoyao was very satisfied with everyone's expressions and said, "This is the music box." Afterwards, he explained to everyone how to use the music box before putting the gifts away again. After the gift list was written, Song Yaoyao and the others hurried inside. They found a few empty seats and sat down quickly. In just a short while when the gift list was presented, Yuan Wanwan had already torn off the red veil on her head and started to make a noise. Song Yaoyao was particularly excited. "Guagua, what happened? I haven't been paying attention to them for a while, but they've already started quarreling." Guagua also seemed particularly excited. "Host, you don't know. Just now, after Chu Chanzi brought Yuan Wanwan in, the master of ceremonies was ready for the two of them to get married." Yuan Wanwan immediately stopped the conversation and asked Chu Chanyu to come out. It was fine to let his younger brother pick up the bride, but how could he let his younger brother take his place in the wedding ceremony? "Do I need my younger brother to help me enter the bridal chamber?" When everyone heard this, they were furious. Everyone thought that Yuan Wanwan was going to marry the man in front of her, but it turned out that this man was the groom's younger brother. Close black lens bracket. Guagua has already released this video to Song Yaoyao. Ning Chaorui and Ning Chaoyun were also watching everything that was happening on the screen above Song Yaoyao's head. The two of them carefully observed the people around them. They were really afraid that someone here could also hear Song Yaoyao's thoughts. If that happens, it will be troublesome. But seeing that everyone was so excitedly watching the farce in front of them, no one noticed them at all. Ning Chaorui and Ning Chaoyun finally felt relieved. It seemed that no one could hear what Song Yaoyao was thinking. What Ning Chaorui and Ning Chaoyun didn't know was that Song Yaoyao's voice could only be heard by some high-ranking officials of Tianfeng Kingdom and their families, while the small officials and ordinary people of Tianfeng Kingdom could not hear it. No one from other countries or tribes could hear Song Yaoyao's thoughts. This was predicted long ago by Master Liaran of Ban Temple, but no one knew about it except the Emperor. The previous quarrel is still going on. Yuan Wanwan was firm in her attitude. "I want to see what disease Chu Chanyu has. Even for such things as the wedding ceremony, he needs someone else to take his place. Even if you have to carry him today, you must bring him here for me." Mrs. Chu took Yuan Wanyuan's hand and comforted her. "Wanwan, listen to me. You get married first, and we can discuss the rest in private, okay?" The inner voice was overheard, and the whole court was eating melons together. Chapter 200 Divorce Mrs. Chu. Yuan Wanwan shook off the hand that Mrs. Chu was holding on her and said, "Not good." Mrs. Chu said with an unpleasant expression, "What do you want to do in order to get married first?" Yuan Wanwan showed a vicious smile. "This is very simple. Aren't you looking for someone to marry Chu Chanyu? This is not impossible. However, I need to choose the person who will perform the ceremony myself." Mrs. Chu only wanted Yuan Wanwan to agree to marry first, so she asked, "Then tell me, who do you want to replace me?" Yuan Wanwan pointed at Marquis Enping and said, "It's him." Everyone looked in the direction of Yuan Wanyuan's finger and were all shocked. Song Yaoyao was also shocked, but even more excited. "If I can't be your wife, I'll be your mother. This is too exciting." Close black lens bracket. Ning Chaorui and Ning Chaoyun also opened their mouths wide. When had they ever seen such a thing? Following Yaoyao, they could always get such explosive news. Song Yaoyao was still immersed in excitement. "Guagua, will Mrs. Chu fight with Yuan Wanwan? Two women are fighting for one man, and what they're fighting for is a piece of dried old bacon. Can this world get any crazier? Hurry up, slap, pull hair, scratch, scratch, bite. I can't wait." Close black lens bracket. Ning Chaorui and Ning Chaoyun were stunned when they heard Song Yaoyao's thoughts. How could they have never imagined that Yaoyao actually liked watching women fight? They looked at Song Yaoyao's expression again. She still looked simple, innocent, and quiet. The contrast was too great. Song Yaoyao didn't notice the expressions of her two cousins at all. Her eyes were always on Yuan Wanwan and the others. In front, Mrs. Chu's face became extremely ugly after hearing Yuan Wanyuan's request. When Marquis Enping heard Yuan Wanyuan's request, he was stunned at first, then he coughed twice, but it was obvious that there was joy in his eyes. Song Yaoyao saw clearly the expression on Marquis Enping's face. "Song Yaoyao, Guagua, the Marquis of Enping seems particularly happy. It seems that he is very pleased. This old man, Marquis Enping, doesn't really want to marry Yuan Wanwan, right? At such an old age, does he really dare to think like this? Ordinary girls who have just come of age from ordinary families would not look down on such a piece of old meat, let alone the eldest daughter of a general's mansion. The more people there are, the bolder they are, and the more fertile the land will be. Today, the crazy woman Yuan Wanwan meets the crazy man Enping Hu. It's going to be a good show." Close black lens bracket. Guagua, in the eyes of the ancients, this wedding ceremony was an oath to heaven and earth. When two people got married, it was recognized by heaven and earth. Therefore, the bride and groom cannot allow anyone to complete the ceremony on their behalf. This is also the reason why Yuan Wanwan insisted on not letting Chu Chanzi get married in place of Chu Chanyu. But now, Yuan Wanwan specifically requested that Marquis Enping should take her place, which meant that she wanted to marry Marquis Enping. Now that the beauty has come to him, it is reasonable for Marquis Enping to want to marry Yuan Wanwan. Close black lens bracket. Mrs. Chu suppressed her anger and said, "Wanwan, stop making a fuss. How can you let your father-in-law marry in place of your son?" Yuan Wanwan was not willing to be outdone and said, "You can let the groom's brother take his place, so why can't you let the groom's father take his place? Besides, after worshipping heaven and earth, I only recognize Marquis Enping as my husband. But, I am the legitimate daughter of the general's mansion, and I cannot be a concubine, so before the wedding, please ask Marquis Enping to divorce this yellow-faced woman, Madame Chu." When everyone heard this, they were all shocked. No one expected that the legitimate daughter of the general's mansion, if she can marry his son, would have to marry his father. This is so exciting. Song Yaoyao became even more excited. Open black lens bracket, hurry up and fight. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Close black lens bracket. Ning Chaoyu and Ning Chaoyun listened to Song Yaoyao's thoughts, looked at each other, and shook their heads helplessly. Mrs. Chu could no longer hold back and cursed. How dare you, vixen, seduce my husband in front of me? Yuan Wanwan was not to be outdone and cursed back. You want to be a vixen, but you can't do it. Look at yourself, you are just a yellow-faced woman, with the skin on your face almost drooping to your chin. No woman wants to be called old, especially in front of her husband. Mrs. Chu was furious and yelled. Yuan Wanwan, you bitch, I'm going to fight you. After saying that, he pounced towards Yuan Wanwan. Song Yaoyao, wow, hurry up, fight, fight. But the next second, Song Yaoyao was greatly disappointed. Mrs. Chu was stopped by Marquis Enping halfway through her charge, and he scolded her. What a shame, in public, she is just like a shrew. Mrs. Chu's chest heaved with anger when she heard this. You actually called me a shrew for this vixen. Well, you two are so nice, I will show you how I am today. Madame Chu pounced forward, and Marquis Enping was caught off guard and fell to the ground. Mrs. Chu started scratching Marquis Enping's face. Everyone was shocked and stood up to watch. Because the two men were wrestling on the ground, they couldn't see clearly what was happening on the ground in front of them while sitting. So they all stood up and stretched their heads to look forward. Song Yaoyao stood directly on the chair and started watching. Song Yaoyao couldn't help but sigh. He really knows how to be a chair top, and he looks small from a distance. Gua. Two cousins. Song Yaoyao watched with great interest. What Song Yaoyao didn't know was that when she was looking at others, others were also looking at her. She was also a wonderful sight in the eyes of others. Song Yaoyao was the only girl in the audience who stepped on a chair just to watch the fun. Ning Chaoyu and Ning Chaoyun both felt embarrassed and tugged at Song Yaoyao's sleeves. Song Yaoyao was watching the show so intently that she ignored her cousin's attempt to pull her clothes. Ning Chaoyu and Ning Chaoyun were helpless. They looked at each other and made a decision. They walked over, one on the left and one on the right, lifted up Song Yaoyao and pulled her down from the chair. When Song Yaoyao was being dragged down, she saw a lot of people looking at them and smiled awkwardly. By this time, Mrs. Chu had been pulled away by the servants. Enping Hao felt extremely ashamed and roared. You shrew, you actually dared to hit your husband in public, I must divorce you today. Come, bring the pen, ink, paper and inkstone. The servants looked at each other, not knowing what to do. Marquis Enping became even angrier. Today, these servants were also against him and were not obedient. A fierce look flashed in his eyes and he roared. What, my words don't work anymore. After hearing this, the servants knew that Marquis Enping was really angry, and someone hurried to get writing brushes, ink, paper and inkstone. As soon as the pen, ink, paper and inkstone arrived, Marquis Enping immediately wrote a letter of divorce and threw it directly in Mrs. Chu's face. The inner voice was overheard, and the whole court was eating melons together. Chapter 201, Marquis Enping is beaten up. Mrs. Chu didn't expect that after so many years of marriage, Marquis Enping would actually dare to write her letter of divorce. Mrs. Chu picked up the divorce letter and tore it up without even reading it. You two adulterers, you want to divorce me. Don't even think about it. I won't let you have it easy. Marquis Enping glanced at Madame Chu, then turned and walked to the table and continued writing. As he wrote, he said, if you tear it up, I can still continue writing. When Mrs. Chu heard this, she completely collapsed. After writing the divorce letter, Marquis Enping immediately sent someone to send it to the government for filing. When Yuan Wanwan saw this scene, she immediately whispered to her maidservant. Go, send someone to watch over it, and make sure they see the divorce letter being sent to the government office. Yes. The maid turned around and went to give orders. Marquis Enping pointed at Madame Chu and said to the servants. Send her back to her own courtyard. When the divorce letter is stamped with the official seal and brought back, let her pack her things and leave immediately. Yes. Mrs. Chu collapsed and yelled. We have been married for so many years, Chu Yuping, you can't do this to me. Chu Yuping, Chu Yuping. Mrs. Chu was dragged away, and her angry voice was heard from the yard. Chu Yuping, you will not die well. You will be punished. Chu Yuping, I am waiting to see what happens to you. No one expected that things would develop to this point, and that Marquis Enping would actually divorce his first wife. Everyone felt that Marquis Enping was too heartless. Things have come to this point, all the shame has been done, and Marquis Enping no longer cares about what others think. Marquis Enping turned around and looked at Yuan Wanwan and said, Wanwan, wait for me. I'm going to change into my wedding dress. When I come back, we'll get married right away. Yuan Wanwan didn't say anything, and Marquis Enping turned around and left. Song Yaoyao, Gua, Yuan Wanwan is not really going to marry Enping Hao, this old bastard, right? Gua doesn't know about things that haven't happened. Let's just keep reading. After a while, Marquis Enping came out in a bright red wedding dress and said, Wanwan, I'm here, we can get married now. Yuan Wanwan took a step back in disgust and said, Old man, you were the one who called me Wanwan. Stay away from me, you disgust me. Don't you look at yourself, your face is as wrinkled as old tree bark, yet you still want to marry a delicate beauty like me. Why don't you look in the mirror? Are you worthy? Song Yaoyao said excitedly. Sure enough, there is a twist. Didn't I know it? How could a beautiful girl like Yuan Wanwan fall in love with an old man who is about the same age as her father? Wait for the subsequent development. Close black lens bracket. Gua, I am looking forward to it too. Ning Chaoyu, Ning Chaoyun, what kind of master you have, what kind of system you have. They all like to watch the fun. Everyone was also shocked by Yuan Wanyuan's words. Was she changing her mind again and not willing to marry Marquis Enping? Enping Hao asked in disbelief. What do you mean? Are you going back on your word? Are you unwilling to marry me again? Yuan Wanwan laughed contemptuously. Yeah, that's what I mean. I'm just teasing you. Enping Hao asked angrily. You just promised in public that if I divorced the yellow-faced woman, you would marry me and take me as your husband. How could you go back on your word? Why can't I regret it? At the beginning, it was Chu Chanyu who came to our general's mansion to propose marriage, and it was also Chu Chanyu who got engaged. But on the wedding day, you replaced Chu Chanyu with Chu Chanzi. You can go back on your word, so why can't I? You said that Chu Chanyu was sick and couldn't come for the wedding ceremony, but as far as I know, Chu Chanyu was not sick at all, but eloped with a woman. You, the Enping Marquis Mansion, are really great. You trampled on my and our general mansion's reputation. How can I let you, the Enping Marquis Mansion, have an easy time? Enping Hao knew that the truth had been revealed, but there were too many people here, so he still refused to admit it and said, What nonsense are you talking about? Chanyu didn't elope with anyone at all. He was just sick. Yuan Wanwan sneered. Since you've said that, I have nothing to say. Chu Chanyu is just sick, not dead. Please bring him here immediately so that everyone can see him. Is he sick or has he eloped? Enping Hao did not expect that Yuan Wanwan would make this request, and everyone started to make a noise. Marquis Enping, please let your son come out. This will also help to silence the gossips. That's right, let Mr. Chu come out quickly. Yes, yes. Marquis Enping, you are so reluctant, could it be that your son really eloped with someone? Ellipsis. Enping Hao shouted, what nonsense are you talking about? My son is sick, he just has an epidemic disease. I am afraid that he will infect everyone, so I won't let him out. When everyone heard this, they were shocked and took several steps back. Yuan Wanwan sneered. Even at this point, this old man still refused to admit it. Let her see how she will expose him. Yuan Wanwan also stepped back several steps, took out a handkerchief, quickly covered her mouth and nose, and said, So it was Master Chu who was sick with the disease, then why didn't you, the Enping Marquis, tell us earlier? I just want to ask, have all the people in your house been infected? Then why are you holding a big wedding banquet today? Are you trying to kill us all? We have an epidemic, this is a big deal, why didn't you report it to the emperor immediately? Yuan Wanyuan's words became more and more outrageous, and the crowd became agitated. Everyone glared at Marquis Enping angrily. In the face of life and death, who cares about hierarchy? So everyone cursed. You are a bunch of evil people in Enping Marquis Mansion. You didn't even report the disease to the emperor. Are you trying to kill us all? That's right, this Marquis Enping is really a scoundrel. I suspect he is a spy from another country. He wants to use this wedding banquet to gather all of us officials together, infect us with the disease, and catch us all in one fell swoop. Marquis Enping, he is most likely a spy. We cannot let him go. Yes, we can't let him go. He wants us all to be buried with him, so let's kill him first. Ellipsis. Everyone was so angry that they rushed to Marquis Enping and started punching and kicking him. In order to avoid being hated by the general's mansion, Marquis Enping fabricated the epidemic. This matter will soon be known to the Emperor of Tiangshan Kingdom, and the Enping Marquis Mansion will probably soon. Seeing that the situation was getting worse, Song Yaya said to her two cousins. Cousin, we can't stay here for long, let's leave quickly. Okay, that's what we meant. The three men took advantage of the chaos when everyone was beating Marquis Enping and had already left the Marquis Enping's mansion. The inner voice was overheard, and the whole court was eating melons together. Chapter 202, Enping Marquis Mansion is sealed. The three of them went to a restaurant not far away and asked for a private room with a window that allowed them to see the entire Enping Marquis Mansion. You can sit in the private room, open the window, continue eating melon, and order some food to satisfy your stomach. Now, Song Yaya was so hungry that her stomach was sticking to her back. While waiting for the food to be served, Song Yaya couldn't help but mutter. Guogua, you said that we lost a music box and didn't even get to eat. We lost money this time. Guogua, host, are you still thinking about the feast? Song Yao, yes, it was because I wanted to enjoy the feast of Tiangshan country that I came up with such a big melon. Ellipsis. Guogua, host, look outside the window. The servant who went to the government office to stamp the divorce seal has returned. The divorce between Marquis Enping and Madame Chu is now a done deal. Song Yao gloated over the misfortune. You're back so soon. This servant is really efficient. It is said that Marquis Enping didn't get the best of both worlds. He divorced his original wife and Yuan Wanwan also regretted her decision. It's really his own fault. He deserves it. Close black lens bracket. Guogua, you deserve it. Just then, dozens of people came downstairs, and the leader was Yuan Wanyuan's father Yuan Xingheng. Song Yao became even more excited, and the excitement in her eyes could not be hidden. She looked downstairs. With Yuan Xingheng's arrival, things have become even more lively. They have already entered the Enping Marquis Mansion. Guogua, hurry up, send over the images of the Marquis of Enping's mansion. Close black lens bracket. Guogua, okay, host. As Guogua finished speaking, everything that was happening in Enping Marquis Mansion at that moment appeared on the screen above Song Yao's head. Ning Chaorui and Ning Chaoyun were also staring at the screen intently. Yuan Xingheng and his sons, along with dozens of servants, broke into the wedding banquet. When Yuan Xingheng saw Yuan Wanwan, he quickly stepped forward and looked her up and down carefully before asking. Wanwan, are you okay? Dad is here, don't be afraid. No matter what happens, Dad and your brothers are here for you. When Yuan Wanwan saw her father and brothers, her nose suddenly felt sore and she couldn't hold back her tears any longer. She threw herself into Yuan Xingheng's arms. Dad, woo. Yuan Xingheng hugged his precious daughter, patted her back gently, and said soothingly. My dear daughter, don't cry, don't cry. Dad already knows about this matter, and he will not let Enping Marquis Mansion go. Yuan Wanyuan's brothers were also there to comfort their sister. When the people from the Yuan family came in just now, they all had murderous intent, but when facing Yuan Wanwan, they were exceptionally gentle and cautious. When Yuan Wanwan finally stopped crying, Yuan Xingheng said to his 3 sons. Keep an eye on your sister. Yes. Yuan Xingheng looked at the Marquis of Enping, who was wearing a bright red wedding dress, and immediately understood what was going on. He cursed. You old thing, not only did you let those 2 little bastards of yours cheat you into marriage, but now you're wearing a wedding gown yourself. What are you trying to do? You, the Enping Marquis Mansion, are really going too far. Are you, an old bastard, still coveting my daughter? Don't you even look at what you are? In your Enping Marquis Mansion, no one is a good person, young or old. Enping Hao felt aggrieved and explained. General Yuan, it's not what you think. Wanwan said she wanted to marry me. Fuck you, you stinky dog fart. Do you think you can call me Huan Huan? Keep your mouth shut. How could my daughter, a beautiful young lady, possibly want to marry an old man like you? If you slander my daughter again, I will punish you. Everything I said is true. If you don't believe me, you can ask everyone. Yuan Xingheng looked around and no one dared to say a word. Looking at the murderous Yuan Xingheng, who would dare to testify without fear of death. Yuan Xingheng was very satisfied with everyone's reaction. He turned around and looked at Enping Hao again. Bullshit. No one agrees with you. You are just throwing dirty water on my daughter. What I said is the truth. Enping Hao wanted to say that he did not lie, but he was beaten to the ground by Yuan Xingheng. He cursed as he beat him. Old man, you, the Enping Marquis, cheated me in marriage first, and now you are here to slander my daughter's reputation. Don't you look at yourself. You are almost dead, and you still dare to covet my daughter. I will beat you to death today. Then, Marquis Enping let out a miserable cry. When Yuan Xingheng beat Enping Hao, Yuan Wanyuan's 3rd brother accompanied her. Her eldest and 2nd brothers rushed forward, grabbed Chu Chanzi and started beating him. It's the bastard Chu Chanzi who went to pick up the bride. He also participated in the marriage fraud and we cannot let him go. The 3 brothers of the Yuan family are all martial artists. Suddenly, Chu Chanzi also screamed. Song Yao Yao, Yuan Wanwan is so lucky to have such a protective family. Gua Gua, host, don't envy others. Your family treats you very well, and you are also very happy. Song Yao Yao, that's right, my parents, brother, and sister are all really good to me. While Song Yao Yao and Gua Gua were sighing, the Imperial Guards had already surrounded the entire Enping Marquis Mansion. The people were enjoying watching the fun, but when they saw the Imperial Guards coming, they immediately dispersed. Enping Marquis Mansion, you are only allowed to enter but not leave. The moment the guests saw the Imperial Guards surrounding the Enping Marquis's mansion, they all became agitated. Someone asked the leader of the Royal Guards. Sir, why did you surround the Enping Marquis's mansion? We are not from the Enping Marquis's mansion. We are just here to attend the wedding banquet. Please let us go back home, sir. The Emperor has ordered that anyone who appears in the Enping Marquis mansion cannot be let go. The Emperor has received news that Enping Marquis's eldest son Chu Chanyu has contracted an epidemic. To prevent the spread of the disease, please stay here. The Imperial physician will come to treat you later. When everyone heard this, they realized that all this was caused by the Enping Marquis mansion. They just came to attend a wedding banquet, and never thought it would come to this. They rushed forward, pushed Yuan Xingheng aside, and started beating Marquis Enping. Anyone who was from the Enping Marquis's mansion, whether they were masters or servants, was beaten up by these guests. If they were really infected with the disease, they would not let anyone in Enping Marquis mansion go even if they became ghosts. Now, Marquis Enping was furious and used up his last bit of strength to shout. Everyone, please stop fighting. I made up the story about the epidemic. My son Chu Chanyu eloped with someone, and I was afraid of offending the general's mansion, so I made up the story that my son had the epidemic. After hearing this, someone's dying heart finally had a glimmer of hope and asked. Are you telling the truth? I swear, it's absolutely true. My dear children, I wish you all good health, prosperity and a happy Mid-Autumn festival. Let's have some mooncakes. My dears, it's time to eat double yolk lotus seed paste mooncakes. The inner voice was overheard, and the whole court was eating melons together. Chapter 203 The End of Marquis Enping. You old man, you never tell the truth, but we will trust you for now. When the imperial physician comes and diagnoses you, if it turns out that you are lying, don't blame us. That's right, even if we die, we will make you live a life worse than death before we die. Marquis Enping looked at the fierce looks of the crowd, shrank his neck, and said. Understood. Marquis Enping was really scared of being beaten. He never thought that just by telling a lie, things would have come to the point where there was no way out, and he was even beaten up by a group of people. At this moment, Marquis Enping was lying on the ground in a miserable state, and no one cared about his life or death. Everyone was waiting for the arrival of the imperial physician to see if they were infected. Yuan Wanwan was also blaming herself at this time. If it weren't for her, her father and brothers wouldn't have come to Enping Marquis's mansion, and they wouldn't have been trapped here. If everyone was really infected. Yuan Wanwan didn't dare to think any further, and tears of self-blame welled up in her eyes again. Yuan Xingheng saw his precious daughter's expression, patted her shoulder soothingly, and said. Wanwan, it's okay, didn't that old man say that he made everything up? When the imperial physician comes in a little while, and he checks everything out, Dad will take you back to the general's mansion, okay? Yuan Wanwan nodded. She also hoped that all this was made up by Marquis Enping. Song Yao Yao, Marquis Enping told such a big lie. When the truth comes out, he will suffer the consequences. Fortunately, we ran fast and were not trapped in Enping Marquis's mansion. Otherwise, we would have been exposed when our identities were checked. Closed black lens bracket. Guagua, well, the host is still foresighted. Song Yao Yao, Guagua, you are pretty good too. Just when Guagua and Song Yao Yao started to flatter each other, 4 imperial doctors came to the Enping Marquis mansion. Song Yao Yao watched the video, and all the guests began to line up to be diagnosed by the imperial physician. An hour later, the imperial physician came to the conclusion that no one's body was infected and the story about the epidemic was made up by Marquis Enping. As soon as the danger was over, the royal guards withdrew and returned to the palace to report. All the guests left the Enping Marquis mansion immediately, as if there was something dirty here and they were afraid of being contaminated. Yuan Xingheng took Yuan Wanwan back to the general's mansion first. Yuan Wanyuan's 3 brothers were responsible for leading people to carry all of their sister's dowry back. This time, the Enping Marquis mansion lost more than it gained because it offended half of the officials in the capital because of the epidemic. I thought the matter was over, but unexpectedly, when Song Yaoyao and the others were having dinner, Gua suddenly spoke up. Host, there is an imperial decree from the palace. Song Yaoyao, what imperial edict? Gua, the Enping Marquis mansion caused such a big commotion that it alarmed the emperor of Tiangshan Kingdom, who even sent out the imperial guards and the imperial physician. In the end, it turned out to be a lie. How could the emperor not be angry? Spreading rumors and disturbing people's hearts is an unforgivable crime. So he immediately issued an order to severely punish the Marquis of Enping. Close black lens bracket. In the video, several people dressed as eunuchs walked into the Enping Marquis mansion. After everyone arrived, one of the eunuchs took out the imperial edict and read it out. The general meaning of the imperial edict was, Marquis Enping spread rumors about the epidemic and disturbed people's hearts. His crime was unforgivable. Considering his ancestors' meritorious services, his title of Marquis was revoked and he was demoted to a commoner. He was not allowed to take the imperial examinations for 20 years for 3 generations. When everyone in Enping Marquis mansion heard the contents of the imperial edict, they all collapsed to the ground. It's over, they're completely finished. This does not include Mrs. Chu, who has already divorced and is packing her things to leave the mansion. Unexpectedly, the imperial edict came at this time, and she came to the front yard. Unexpectedly, she heard such good news, and she laughed crazily. Ha ha ha, Chu Yuping, you have finally gotten what you deserved. Your retribution has finally come. You deserve it, God is watching over you. When Marquis Enping heard this, he endured the pain in his body, pounced on her, and wrestled with Madame Chu. Ning Chaorui and Ning Chaoyun felt that the punishment imposed by the emperor of Tiangshan Kingdom was too light. If it happened in the army, anyone who dared to disrupt the morale of the army would definitely be beheaded. Song Yaoyao, this Marquis Enping has offended so many powerful people, and now he has lost his title of Marquis. I don't know how he will be retaliated against. Gua, of course he has to taste the bitter fruit he sowed himself. After that, Song Yaoyao didn't say anything else and just quietly ate the food in front of her. Ning Chaorui ordered the specialties of Tiangshan country, which tasted completely different from the food of Tianfeng country, but were also delicious. Just when Song Yaoyao was enjoying the food, there was a noisy sound outside. Song Yaoyao, Gua, what happened outside? Gua, a beautiful lady has come to the restaurant. As Gua finished speaking, the image of a beautiful woman appeared on the screen above Song Yaoyao's head. Wang Chu. Song Yaoyao couldn't help but sigh. Who is this girl? She is so beautiful. Eyebrows like distant black, skin like cream, straight nose, pink lips, long silky hair. Tell me, how did this person grow up? The eyes are eyes, the nose is a nose, and look at her figure, so graceful. The whole person looks bright, lively and charming. All the beautiful things are concentrated on her. There is really no comparison between this person and another. Close black lens bracket. Gua, host, what you said, whose eyes are not eyes, whose nose is not a nose. Song Yaoyao. Song Yaoyao was choked by Gua and couldn't speak for a long time. Finally, she said. You are a system without emotions. Even if I tell you, you still won't understand. Gua, TSK. What don't I understand? I just listen, your words are full of soreness. Don't be jealous. She is the most beautiful woman in the capital of Tiangshan Kingdom, Wang Chu, and the legitimate daughter of Wang Hanman, the second-rank minister of the Central Secretariat. Wang Chu was a famous talented woman who was proficient in playing the piano, chess, calligraphy, painting, reciting poems and composing couplets. She met up with a few friends today and came to the restaurant, which caused such a commotion. Close black lens bracket. The video shows the scene in the restaurant at that moment. After seeing Wang Chu, everyone exclaimed in amazement. Wang Chu had already been escorted upstairs by 2 maids and entered the private room. The private room where Wang Chu and the others were was not far from the private room where Song Yaoyao and the others were. Song Yaoyao, she is more beautiful than flowers. Gua, host, I have Wang Chu's melon, do you want to eat it? Song Yaoyao, I can guess what's going on here. The matchmaker must have trampled down the Wang family's doorstep. Gua, host, you are half right. Although what I want to talk about today is related to Wang Chu's marriage, it is not a drama of a family with a daughter being sought after by hundreds of families. Wang Chu. Song Yaoyao, tell me quickly, what's the secret behind this beautiful woman? Gua, there are many things involved here, especially party disputes. Host, listen to me. Let's start with Wang Hanman. As mentioned earlier, Wang Hanman served as the second-rank minister of the imperial court. He was a neutral figure who was only loyal to the emperor. Now the emperor of Tiangshan Kingdom is old and his health is getting worse. The fighting among the princes became more and more intense. The princes tried every means to win over the ministers in the court. At this time, many ministers became more cautious. They would not easily choose sides. If they accidentally chose the wrong side, they would be executed along with their entire family. Close black lens bracket. In the video, the princes of Tiangshan Kingdom stayed with their advisors every day, thinking of various ways to win over the court officials. Winning over, flattering, and fawning over others. If that doesn't work, then using covert tactics, poisoning, sending beauties, and arranging marriages. The conspiracies were endless and made Song Yaoyao's scalp tingle. Song Yaoyao, This is too scary. I could get into trouble if I'm not careful. By the way, what does this have to do with Wang Chuchu? Close black lens bracket. Gua, that's a big deal. The Wang family dotes on the daughters, and Wang Hanman especially dotes on Wang Chuchu, the legitimate daughter. This daughter is not only beautiful, but also very talented. The Wang family never thought about what benefits they could gain from using Wang Chuchu to form an alliance. They only hope that the daughter can marry into a good family and live a peaceful life. This is just what Wang Hanman and Mrs. Wang think, others don't think so. Close black lens bracket. Song Yaoyao, could it be that Wang Hanman is a neutral party, and those princes can't do anything to him, so they set their sights on Wang Chuchu? Gua, that's right, this is one of the reasons. On the other hand, Wang Chuchu's maternal grandfather was Qi Weitian, the Duke of Tiangshan Kingdom, who commanded an army of 200,000 but was also a neutral party. If he could marry Wang Chuchu, he would get the support of the two forces of Zheng Xiling and Zheng Guogong, so they all kept their eyes on Wang Chuchu, trying to get her attention by trying to curry favor with her or using the beauty trap. The third prince also wanted to marry Wang Chuchu, but he felt that fawning on her would not necessarily win her favor, so he chose another method, playing dirty. In the video, in addition to Mrs. Wang, Wang Hanman also has 3 concubines in the backyard, Aunt Lan, Aunt Mei, and Aunt Lian, and he has several illegitimate sons and daughters. Among them, Wang Cixin, the concubine born to concubine Lian, could not hide her malice towards Wang Chuchu. Wang Cixin felt that Wang Chuchu was prettier than herself, more talented than herself, and her maternal family was also better than hers. In short, she was better than herself in everything. In particular, when the mansion bought new clothes and jewelry for the changing seasons, it was always the legitimate daughter, Wang Chuchu, who would choose first, and only after the rest would it be the turn of the concubines. Why? We are all daughters of the Wang family. Why should the things that Wang Chuchu doesn't want be given to these concubines? Wang Cixin was not convinced. Wang Cixin didn't even think about it. The treatment of legitimate and illegitimate children has been different since ancient times. Mrs. Wang was already a very tolerant mother. She never deducted food and clothing from her illegitimate sons and daughters. Some stepmothers treat illegitimate sons and daughters in such a way that not only can they not wear the clothes left over by the legitimate daughters, but even having enough to eat becomes a problem, and the sons and daughters are subjected to overt and covert abuse from their stepmothers. It was rare to have a legitimate mother like Madame Wang, but Wang Cixin was still not satisfied and was full of resentment towards both Madame Wang and Wang Chuchu. The third prince sent secret guards to keep an eye on the minister of the Central Secretariat's mansion for a while and discovered that Wang Cixin resented Madame Wang and Wang Chuchu. After the third prince learned of this news, he prepared to take advantage of it. Song Yaoyao, are you trying to use Wang Cixin to harm Wang Chuchu? Gua, not bad. I have tried this once before, but it was unsuccessful. Close black lens bracket. Song Yaoyao, how did you harm people? Tell me in detail. Gua, the third prince wanted to use Wang Cixin, so he met with her in private and promised as long as Wang Cixin worked well for the third prince, he would give Wang Cixin a position as a concubine after the matter was accomplished. Wang Cixin already hated Wang Chuchu to the core, but she didn't expect such a pleasant surprise, so she agreed without hesitation. Some time ago, the third prince sent someone to give Wang Cixin a packet of medicine powder and asked her to sprinkle the powder on Wang Chuchu's rouge. This is a powder that can disfigure a person. The third prince had a good idea. When Wang Chuchu was disfigured and became ugly and no one wanted to marry her, he would appear like a savior and marry her. Wang Chuchu will definitely be grateful. Close black lens bracket. In the video, a man dressed as a secret guard gave Wang Cixin a packet of medicine powder and told her what to do next. Ning Chaorui and Ning Chaoyun watched everything in the video in shock. Jealousy can make a person willing to become a knife in the hands of others. This is too. They can't describe the feeling in their hearts. Song Yaoyao, isn't Wang Chuchu's face fine now? This thing must have failed. I just want to know, how did Wang Chuchu figure this out? Close black lens bracket. Gua, Wang Cixin bribed a second-class maid in Wang Chuchu's yard. The maid sneaked into Wang Chuchu's boudoir and poured the powder into her rouge. Because she was nervous, some of the powder spilled outside and she didn't notice. When Wang Chuchu's maid was putting makeup on her, she saw the white powder. She picked up the rouge and looked at it carefully. She found that the rouge was different from when she used it yesterday. It was obviously tumbled over by someone. She immediately told Wang Chuchu about it. After hearing this, Wang Chuchu called the doctor to check the rouge, and confirmed that disfiguring powder was mixed into it. Wang Chuchu asked everyone not to make it public and secretly investigated the matter. In the end, he found out that it was the second-class maid. When he sent people to capture the second-class maid, the maid was already dead. The clues are cut off here. Close black lens bracket. In the video, it was Wang Cixin who bribed the second-class maid, who drugged the girl. Eventually, the truth was revealed and the investigation was about to be traced back to the second-class maid, when the third prince's secret guards took action and killed the maid directly. Song Yaoyao, the first attempt failed, but the third prince won't give up. There will be a second attempt, right? Gua, that's right, how can I give up if I haven't achieved my goal? Today is the second calculation. Close black lens bracket. Song Yaoyao, what? Coming to the restaurant for dinner today was also a plot. Gua, tell me quickly, what's going on? Close black lens bracket. Gua, today, Wang Chuchu and some of her close friends made an appointment to have dinner at the restaurant. When the third prince got the news, he asked Wang Cixin to find a way to come to the restaurant with him so that he could implement the next plan. Close black lens bracket. The inner voice was overheard, and the whole court was eating melons together. Chapter 205, Vicious Plot. After a pause, Gua continued. Generally, legitimate daughters only interact with legitimate daughters, and illegitimate daughters only interact with illegitimate daughters. In the ancient times with strict class distinctions, these divisions were very clear. Today, all the legitimate daughters came. Wang Cixin was outside the restaurant, pretending to meet Wang Chuchu and her group by chance, and insisted on joining them for dinner. Although these legitimate daughters were unhappy, they could not chase him away because of the usual upbringing. Close black lens bracket. In the video, when Wang Cixin proposed to go to the restaurant with these legitimate daughters to have dinner, the faces of these noble ladies from aristocratic families were extremely ugly. Due to their status and in order not to lose face for Wang Chuchu, these noble ladies did not say anything. Wang Chuchu's face looked extremely ugly. She winked at Wang Cixin to warn her to leave quickly, but Wang Cixin pretended not to see her look and insisted on following her in. Song Yaoyao, in order to achieve his goal, Wang Cixin can really endure the cold stares from those noble ladies. Gua, what's wrong with this? Wang Cixin didn't take them seriously at all. In her eyes, they were just corpses that would die sooner or later. Wang Cixin felt that she would be the third prince's concubine sooner or later and a member of the royal family. She would get back at the humiliation she suffered today one day. Song Yaoyao, why do I feel that Wang Cixin is just a tool? The third prince is just using her at most. How could he possibly marry a woman like this? If I marry such a ruthless woman, how can there be any peace in the backyard? There will be chaos every day. This Wang Cixin is still daydreaming about becoming the third prince's concubine. What a fool. Gua, please continue. Close black lens bracket. Gua, now that Wang Chuchu and the others have entered the private room, these noble ladies don't like Wang Cixin at all. Wang Cixin did not sit down either, but stood the whole time. She was not here to eat today, so she was just waiting to serve these people dinner later. The third prince has made all the arrangements, and the wine will be delivered in a while. The wine is in a mandarin duck wine pot, one side of which is filled with ordinary wine, and the other side is filled with wine with medicine added. Close black lens bracket. In the video, the third prince's people had already bribed the waiter of the restaurant, and the wine jug had long been replaced with a mandarin duck wine jug. After a while, Wang Cixin prepared to pour drugged wine for Wang Chuchu, and ordinary wine for other noble ladies. We can't let these noble ladies take Chinese medicine. Isn't this telling others that they're being plotted against? If only Wang Chuchu took the Chinese medicine, even if there was suspicion, everyone ate the same food and drank wine from the same jug, and everyone else was fine, so why was she abnormal? This way Wang Chuchu can explain it clearly. Song Yaoyao said speechlessly. This third prince is so speechless. Is this the only method he knows how to use poison? Gua, by the way, what kind of medicine did the third prince give Wang Chuchu this time? How do they want to deal with her? Close black lens bracket. Gua, this time they used a drug. They wanted to knock Wang Chuchu unconscious. Wang Cixin would tell those noble ladies that Wang Chuchu was drunk and had to go first, and then she would take Wang Chuchu away. Wang Cixin handed the unconscious Wang Chuchu to the third prince, and they took her directly out of the city. Then the third prince took advantage of Wang Chuchu's coma to destroy her innocence. Here, Wang Cixin pretended that Wang Chuchu had been kidnapped, and ran back to the mansion in panic to report the news. Close black lens bracket. Song Yaoyao, haha, so this is what you were thinking. Gua, even if you don't tell me, I can guess what happened next. The third prince's men took the opportunity to spread the word in the capital that Wang Chuchu had been kidnapped. Finally, Wang Chuchu was found outside the city in disheveled clothes. Wang Chuchu's reputation is ruined. With Wang Chuchu's pride, she would definitely commit suicide. But this time, the third prince appeared and expressed his willingness to marry Wang Chuchu. The emperor absolutely did not agree to let a woman with a ruined reputation marry his son. Next, the third prince began to establish himself as a deeply affectionate person. He knelt outside the imperial study every day and begged the emperor to grant him a marriage. He insisted on marrying no one but Wang Chuchu, and finally he fainted from kneeling. Finally, the emperor agreed, and the minister of the central secretariat and the Duke of Zhengguo were moved by the third prince and decided to support him. Close black lens bracket. Gua, yes, that's what the third prince and his men planned. Song Yaoyao, the third prince really has a good plan. He ruined Wang Chuchu, and in the end, he wanted Wang Chuchu, the Wang family, and Duke Zheng to thank him. In order to gain the support of the minister of the central secretariat and the Duke of Zhengguo, the third prince actually came up with such a sinister method. It's a pity that such a beautiful woman is going to be ruined like this. Close black lens bracket. Song Yaoyao's eyes turned and she had an idea. No, Gua, we can't let the third prince's conspiracy succeed. We need to tell Wang Chuchu the whole story. When Wang Chuchu learned of these plots, he would definitely tell the minister of the central secretariat the truth after returning, and soon the Duke of Zhengguo would also know about it. If the ministers of Tiangshan Kingdom start fighting with the prince, do you think the capital will soon be in chaos? Close black lens bracket. Ning Chaorui and Ning Chaoyun were also very excited. If the capital city could be in chaos, it would be much easier for them to rescue Ji Changyuan's wife and children. At that time, it would be much easier for their Tianfeng Kingdom to attack Tiangshan Kingdom. Gua, host, your idea is good. Let them fight among themselves. Then, our Tianfeng country will be the one that benefits. As the saying goes, when the snipe and the clam fight, the fishman benefits. Once the host has made up his mind, just do it. By the way, the mandarin duck wine pot will be served on the table soon, the host should hurry up. Close black lens bracket. Song Yaoyao, Gua, print out the whole thing, including the first time Wang Cixin poisoned someone. Quickly. Gua, okay, host. After a moment, Song Yaoyao held the evidence in her hand. Time was urgent and she couldn't do it alone. She could only ask her two cousins for help. Song Yaoyao briefly told her two cousins about the whole incident and asked them to hand the evidence to Wang Chuchu. Ning Chaorui took the evidence, looked at it, and nodded. Ning Chaorui went out, and soon a dispute broke out in the restaurant. Many people left the private room to see what was going on. Wang Chuchu and the others also left the private room. A woman took the opportunity to bump into Wang Chuchu and stuff the evidence into her hands. When Wang Chuchu wanted to see who it was, the woman had disappeared. Wang Chuchu returned to the private room, quietly opened the paper ball and started reading it. The more she looked, the more surprised she became, and her eyes widened involuntarily. Wang Chuchu didn't know whether what was written on the paper was true or not, but she still remained calm and wanted to see what would happen next. Would it be the same as what was written on the paper? Wang Chuchu put the paper ball away, but this time, the young ladies who had been watching the fun in the corridor came back one after another. The inner voice was overheard, and the whole court was eating melons together. Chapter 206. Wang Chuchu breaks the situation. They murmured. How much did you drink to cause a scene in a restaurant? Don't you even look at who is the owner of this restaurant? How dare you cause trouble here? Fortunately, they just quarreled for a few minutes and didn't fight. Ellipsis. Wang Chuchu didn't say anything, but observed Wang Sixen calmly. Sure enough, Wang Cixin would look towards the door from time to time, as if she was waiting for something. Wang Chuchu began to feel uneasy. She had a feeling that what was written on the paper ball was true. Soon, the food was served, along with a pot of wine. Because it is fruit wine, it is normal for women in Beijing to order a pot of fruit wine when they come to a restaurant for dinner. At the dinner table, the other ladies had no doubts. Wang Chuchu kept staring at the wine jug. The appearance of this wine jug was completely different from the ones they had seen when they had dined at the restaurant before. Wang Cixin came forward and started to serve the noble ladies for their meal. Wang Chuchu saw it clearly and there was nothing unusual when Wang Cixin poured wine for the other people. When pouring wine for herself, I saw her hand pressing the raised part of the handle of the wine jug before pouring the wine for herself. At this moment, Wang Chuchu's heart had sunk to the bottom. What was written on the paper ball was all true. She had never done anything to bully Wang Cixin and Aunt Lian while in the mansion. She never expected that one day Wang Cixin would join forces with outsiders to harm her. Hasn't Wang Cixin ever thought that if one suffers, all suffer together, and if one prospers, all prosper together? Her reputation as a legitimate daughter has been ruined, and the girls in their Zhongxiling mansion will also be implicated. They can forget about finding a good marriage in the future. By then, it would be just a pipe dream for Wang Cixin to become the third prince's concubine. Here, Wang Cixin only saw Wang Chuchu in a daze. She kept persuading Wang Chuchu to drink the glass of wine quickly so that she could fill it up again. Wang Chuchu came to his senses, knocked over the glass of wine, and then stared at Wang Cixin. There were other noble ladies in the private room. Wang Chuchu tried hard not to get angry. Wang Cixin looked at Wang Chuchu, wondering why she was going crazy for no reason, and thought about pouring another pot of wine. The wine jug was already in the hands of Wang Chuchu. He pressed the mechanism on the handle of the jug and poured out a cup of wine mixed with drugs. He asked his maid to hold Wang Cixin down tightly and poured the wine into her mouth. Wang Cixin wanted to resist, but Wang Chuchu approached her and whispered, "Be honest and drink the wine obediently, otherwise don't blame me for ruining your dream of becoming the third prince's concubine." After hearing this, Wang Cixin looked at Wang Chuchu in disbelief. What went wrong? At this moment, Wang Cixin also knew that the conspiracy between herself and the third prince had been exposed. She looked at Wang Chuchu in horror. How did this damn bitch know their plan? While Wang Cixin was stunned, he had already been forced to drink several cups of medicinal wine. The drug took effect and Wang Cixin fainted. The noble lady in the private room had no idea what was going on. Why did Miss Wang suddenly have a tantrum out of the blue? However, a concubine's daughter like Wang Cixin who doesn't know her place must be punished. If any concubine in their house dared to do this outside, they would have taught her a lesson long ago. Wang Chuchu was very kind enough to have the patience to only force Wang Cixin to drink a few glasses of wine. Wang Chuchu stopped only after she saw Wang Cixin fainted. She said to the ladies, "Everyone, my concubine's sister is drunk and unconscious. I have to send her back quickly. Today's meal is mine. You can enjoy it slowly. I will leave first. Let's meet again later. Chuchu, since you have something to do, just go first." "Well, you go first." Ellipsis. Wang Chuchu took Wang Cixin away from the restaurant, and when they left, they took the mandarin duck wine pot with them without making a sound. Song Yaoyao, leaving now. I thought there was going to be a fight. Gua Gua, Wang Chuchu is the legitimate daughter of a wealthy family. She would never fight with her concubine sister in public. This would only make others laugh at her. When it comes to matters with her sisters, she will just solve them behind closed doors in her own house. In this ancient time, family honor is above all else. Closed black lens bracket. Song Yaoyao, yes, I understand this. Gua Gua, what do you think the Minister of the Central Secretariat will do after he knows about this? Closed black lens bracket. Gua Gua, I don't know what the Minister of the Central Secretariat will do, but he will definitely not let the third prince and his cronies have an easy time. The Minister of the Secretariat was able to climb to the second rank position, so he was definitely not a simple character. Let's wait and see the show. Closed black lens bracket. The meal was almost finished and it was time for Song Yaoyao to leave. As soon as I went out today, I ate 2 big melons and I felt a little full. After leaving the restaurant, Song Yaoyao and the others walked back. At the corner of the street, Guoguo's voice rang out again. "Host, do you see the alley on your left?" Following Guoguo's words, Song Yaoyao glanced towards the alley on the left. There was a very ordinary carriage parked in the alley. Then, she immediately retracted her gaze and said, "I saw it, what's wrong?" Guogua, there is a carriage parked in the alley. You should have seen it. The third prince of Tiangshan Kingdom is in that carriage. He specially got an ordinary carriage to wait here, waiting for Wang Cixin to bring Wang Chuchu over. Closed black lens bracket. Ning Chaoyu and Ning Chaoyun also saw the carriage, but they were afraid that the other party would notice something unusual, so they just glanced at it casually and then looked away. I didn't expect that the third prince would hide in such a place. Song Yaoyao, this third prince doesn't know that Wang Cixin has been exposed. I'm afraid he will have to wait until the flowers have all withered before he can find anyone. Song Yaoyao's eyes rolled and she thought of a solution. Song Yaoyao pulled her two cousins and walked faster. They came to a place and hid. The place where Song Yaoyao and the others were hiding was not far from where the third prince was, and they could just see the third prince's carriage. Song Yaoyao took out a bag of devil chili powder from the space with a wicked smile. She found it in the kitchen of the space last time. Song Yaoyao pointed at the third prince's carriage and said to Ning Chaohui, "Cousin, can you throw this thing over the top of that carriage?" Ning Chaohui looked at the distance between them and the carriage, weighed the chili powder, and said, "Can." Although Ning Chaohui didn't know what was in the bag, nor did he know what Song Yaoyao was going to do, he still answered truthfully. Song Yaoyao then took out her pistol, but this time the pistol was equipped with a silencer. Song Yaoyao continued, "Cousin, I say 1, 2, 3, throw, and you just throw the thing in your hand out. It is good." Song Yaoyao raised her pistol and said, 1, 2, 3, throw. The sweet osmanthus is fragrant, the moon is rising over the river, the flowers are in full bloom, the moon is full, and the house is full of relatives and friends. In the Mid-Autumn Festival, I wish you endless blessings. Happy Mid-Autumn Festival, my dears. I love you all. The inner voice was overheard, and the whole court was eating melons together. Chapter 207 Devil's Chili Powder. Ning Chaohui threw the chili powder out. When the chili powder reached the top of the carriage, Song Yaoyao shot it and broke the outer packaging. In an instant, chili powder fell down. All that was visible was red powder, and all the guards and secret guards around the third prince had been tricked. They started coughing madly, some had chili powder in their eyes and tears were streaming down their faces, and some were rolling on the ground in pain. The third prince noticed something was wrong outside the carriage and called the guards a few times, but no one responded. He immediately walked out of the carriage to see what was going on, but he was also caught in the act, with tears and snot streaming down his face. That scene is so enchanting. Song Yaoyao opened her eyes wide and was watching with excitement when she was pulled away by her two cousins. After walking a little further away, Song Yaoyao began to sing. We ordinary people are so happy tonight. Guagua, host, are you so happy? Song Yaoyao, yes, seeing that the third prince and his lackeys were all tricked, I must be very happy. Guagua didn't say anything more, but suggested. Host, this song is too old, please change it. Song Yaoyao, oh, this request can be satisfied. I will change it immediately, just wait. After a while, Song Yaoyao started singing again. Open black lens bracket I am the Titian next door. Grab the vine of love, listen to me, ah tilde. You are beautiful Jenny. Hold my hand and wander around the world, oh tilde. Don't be afraid of my girl, oh tilde, source, Titian next door. No one expected that Song Yaoyao would sing this. Those roaring voices made Guagua feel like his soul was about to leave his body, and he felt like he was about to become the ruler of initialization. Guagua couldn't stand it anymore and covered his ears tightly. Why is he so rude? This is even worse than the previous song. You're really asking for trouble. Ning Chaohui and Ning Chaoyun couldn't stand it anymore, but they couldn't cover their ears because Song Yaoyao's singing appeared directly in their minds. Even if they cover their ears, it's no use, they can still hear it. Besides, if they covered their ears, it would definitely arouse Song Yaoyao's suspicion. Ning Chaohui could only distract Song Yaoyao and asked, Yaoyao, what was in that bag just now? The third prince and the others looked very uncomfortable. Sure enough, after hearing this, Song Yaoyao stopped singing immediately. Finally saved. Song Yaoyao explained. That thing is called chili pepper, a condiment that I got from foreigners by chance. When cooking, add a little bit to the food and the food will taste extra delicious. But if there are too many of them, if someone gets caught, they will end up like the third prince and the others you see. Song Yaoyao was still muttering in her heart. What was in the bag just now was not ordinary chili powder, it was devil chili powder, which is more than 10 times spicier than ordinary chili. The third prince and the others should enjoy it. Close black lens bracket. Ning Chaohui continued to ask. The third prince and the others were poisoned by the chili pepper. They won't die immediately, right? No, it's just a little bit uncomfortable. How should I put it? It's a feeling that is worse than death. It will probably take some time before you get better. I see. Yaoyao, do you think this thing can be used on the battlefield? As expected of a military general, he can connect everything to the battlefield. Sure, if you don't want to kill the other person but just want to make him suffer a great loss, you can use this pepper. But this thing is a seasoning after all. If it is used on the battlefield, it will not have any effect if there is not enough of it. If you want a good effect, you have to use a lot, and that would be a bit of a waste. Ning Chaohui nodded. I know, I'm just asking. After that, no one said anything else and went back to the house. In the past few days, Song Yaoyao has been asking people to pay attention to the movements in Ji Changyuan's mansion, and also to pay attention to the movements in the palace. There are only a few people like Song Yaoyao, so it is impossible for them to just go into the palace and snatch people away. Even if there are spies from the Tianfeng kingdom here, we cannot act rashly. If we make a wrong move, we will lose everything. Logically speaking, after the news of Ji Changyuan's death was released, his wife and children would no longer be of any use to him. Why didn't the emperor of Tiangshan kingdom release them from the palace? What is the purpose of detaining Ji Changyuan's wife and children? Song Yaoyao was very confused. Not only was she confused, but Ning Chaohui and Ning Chaoyun were also confused. The emperor of Tiangshan kingdom is still holding hostages. This doesn't make sense at all. Now, Song Yaoyao and the others don't know what's going on in the Tiangshan kingdom's palace. We can only wait and see. However, on this side, Song Yaoyao received news about the third prince of Tiangshan kingdom. After they left that day, they saw people who had been recruited by the third prince. Some of them recognized the third prince and wanted to take the opportunity to establish contact with him, so they ran over to save him. However, they did not expect that the people who helped would also be recruited. The peppers were sticky everywhere. People came to help in waves, and people were hit in waves. The third prince was finally sent back to his palace, and the imperial physician was immediately invited to treat him. Others were not qualified to be seen by the imperial physician and could only seek medical advice from doctors in the city. During this period, the clinic's business is exceptionally good. Ordinary people don't know what chili peppers are, but imperial physicians and some doctors do know them. After the explanations from the imperial physician and the doctors, those who had been infected cursed the person who had done such an immoral thing to all his ancestors. It's so fucking immoral. There was no such thing as soap, perfume soap, or hand sanitizer in ancient times. People just washed with clean water. Where is the cleanliness here? In particular, when they get chili powder on their hands and touch that place when going to the toilet, soon their hands will become red and swollen and the pain will be unbearable. Whenever this happens, they keep cursing the culprit. Song Yao has been sneezing non-stop lately, muttering. Who is this bastard scolding me again? Guagua, do you know who is scolding me again? Why do I sneeze so often recently? Close black lens bracket. Guagua rolled his eyes. Host, what did you do? Don't you have any idea? Song Yao asked doubtfully. What did I do? I haven't been out for the past few days. Don't accuse me. Guagua, do you remember the packet of devil chili powder from a few days ago? Of course Song Yao remembered it and said. It turned out that it was the third prince and his group of lackeys who were scolding me. Guagua, not only these people, there are others. Song Yao, what's going on? Guagua told the story of all those people who wanted to help the third prince but were also tricked. Guagua, their roots are now red and swollen, and they feel burning. It would be strange if people didn't scold you. Close black lens bracket. The inner voice was overheard, and the whole court was eating melons together. Chapter 208. Go to find Chu Chanyu. Song Yao laughed out loud. I didn't know there was such a thing. I never expected such a pleasant surprise. The smug look in Song Yao's eyes couldn't be hidden. Guagua, host, you are so ruthless. You have taken all the bamboo shoots on the mountain. Song Yao, alas, although I dislike the people of Tiangshan country, I also look down on the third prince of Tiangshan country. He used such despicable means to deal with a woman. He is really a piece of shit. Besides, if we defeat Tiangshan kingdom and occupy its capital in the future, then Wang Chuchu will become a citizen of our Tianfeng kingdom. I just wanted to teach the third prince a lesson, but I didn't expect there would be such a pleasant surprise. Close black lens bracket. Guagua, host, the 8 characters haven't even been written yet, and you've already divided Tiangshan country into Tianfeng country. Song Yao, we have such advanced weapons, it is only a matter of time before we occupy this place. Guagua didn't say anything else. It knew that what Song Yao said was right. In this era, thermal weapons are absolutely overwhelming. Song Yao now has to find a way to rescue Ji Changyuan's wife and children. In the past few days, Ning Charui sent people out every day to inquire about the news, but he found nothing. Song Yao was also anxious, but there was no use being anxious. Song Yao decided to go for a walk on the street again today. Maybe she would come across some turning point. This is better than staying in the house and doing nothing. Song Yao told her 2 cousins about her idea, and they both agreed. Song Yao brought 2 secret guards out today. Both secret guards were dressed as ordinary guards and followed behind Song Yao. Song Yao and the others were wandering aimlessly on the street. Suddenly, a person came towards them and almost bumped into Song Yao. It was only when Ning Charui pulled her that she was able to avoid the collision. Song Yao turned around and glanced at the man's back, then shouted behind him. Hey, you bumped into someone, and you don't even bother to apologize. You just left like that. The man didn't react at all and just kept walking forward, almost bumping into several people. He ignored people who scolded him. Song Yao said speechlessly, what kind of people are these? Really? Guagua, host, don't you recognize this person? Song Yao, except for my cousin, I don't know anyone here. Guagua, a few days ago, you were planning to go to that restaurant for a free meal, do you remember it? Song Yao looked up in astonishment and looked at the man's back. You said, he is the old man Chu Yuping. Guagua, not bad. Song Yao looked at the man's back in amazement. I haven't seen him for a few days. I found out that he has a limp in one leg, is dressed in rags, and looks disheveled. I really didn't recognize it. What happened? Close black lens bracket. Guagua, after being demoted to commoners, the maids and servants in the Enping Marquis's mansion were sold by Chu Yuping in exchange for some silver money, which he thought would allow him to live for a while. However, those who were unable to take part in the scientific examination because of Chu Yuping came to his house and beat him up without saying a word, and even broke one of his legs. The little money he earned from selling his servants was also robbed. Song Yao, doesn't the Enping Marquis's mansion still have 2 shops to make ends meet? If he had those shops, he wouldn't have ended up like this, right? Guagua, someone had their eyes on those 2 shops before, but because they were the property of the Enping Marquis mansion, no one dared to take action. Now that Chu Yuping has become a commoner, those 2 shops are naturally lost. Someone forcibly bought the 2 shops at a very low price. After Mrs. Chu divorced, she returned to her parents' home with her maid and old woman. Chu Chanzi followed Madame Chu and left. When the concubines in the mansion saw this, they all left with their children. The mansion of Marquis Enping was also taken back by the emperor. Now Chu Yuping is a lonely man, without even a place to live, and usually lives with beggars. Close black lens bracket. Song Yao, it's true that a tiger in dire straits is bullied by a dog. Everyone comes up to step on it. What is he going to do in such a hurry? Close black lens bracket. Guagua, Chu Yuping heard that Chu Chanyu was hiding in the east of the city, so he is going to look for Chu Chanyu. When Song Yao heard this, her eyes lit up. The Enping Marquisate has fallen into its current state because of the evil deeds of Chu Chanyu, the troublemaker. Chu Yuping will definitely not forgive him. Now we are wandering around the street aimlessly with no idea where to go, so why not go and see what's going on? Well, it's a happy decision. Let's go and take a look. Close black lens bracket. Song Yaoyao took her two cousins and caught up with Chu Yuping, and talked to her two cousins about Chu Yuping while walking. The two cousins had already known about this from Song Yaoyao's thoughts, but they still listened to what Song Yaoyao said carefully. Song Yaoyao and the others followed all the way to the east of the city and stopped at the gate of a courtyard. Many people around saw Chu Yuping and covered their mouths and noses and moved away from him. Chu Yuping ignored other people's gazes and knocked on the door directly. A man's voice came from the yard. Who? Chu Yuping didn't say anything, but kept knocking on the door, and the knocking became louder and more urgent. The people inside cursed. Knock, 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 what? Then, the gate was opened and a servant opened it. The servant saw a beggar at the door and cursed. You stinky beggar, you're looking for death, you actually came here to act like a wild beast, get out of here right now. Chu Yuping pushed the servant away and rushed in. The servant quickly stopped Chu Yuping, pushed him to the ground, and cursed. You stinky beggar, get out of here. Chu Yuping sat on the ground and started to curse at the servant. You're a dog slave, you look down on others with your dog eyes, just wait. Chu Yuping shouted towards the gate again. Chu Chanyu, get out of here. You've ruined the Enping Marquisate, and yet you're hiding here and living a carefree life. Chu Chanyu, I am your father, the former Marquis of Enping. If you don't come out, I will go to the government to sue you for being unfilial. After hearing this, the servant looked at Chu Yuping with disdain and said, Stinky beggar, are you still the former Marquis of Enping? Also, even if you are, you should not recognize relatives randomly. Our young master is not from Enping Marquis Mansion, and we have no relationship with Enping Marquis Mansion. Chu Yuping laughed out loud. You have nothing to do with Enping Marquis's mansion. That's right, you guys just live your own lives behind closed doors every day and never care about the life and death of the Enping Marquis Mansion. Chu Chanyu is the eldest son of the Enping Marquisate. Now, because of Chu Chanyu, the title of Enping Marquisate has been taken back by the emperor, and no one in their 3 generations can take part in the imperial examinations. All of this was caused by Chu Chanyu. Chu Chanyu, get out here right here. The inner voice was overheard, and the whole court was eating melons together. Chapter 209 Chu Chanyu was beaten. With such a big commotion, more and more people gathered around. Using the cover of her pocket, Song Yaoyao took out a bag of melon seeds from the space, grabbed a handful for herself, and gave the rest to her cousin and several guards. How can you eat melons and watch a show without melon seeds? This is the standard for eating melons. At this moment, Chu Chanyu heard the noise and came out. Without even looking at the person on the ground, he said impatiently, Whoever is making noise at the door will be kicked out. After hearing this, Chu Yuping stood up, rushed forward, and gave Chu Chanyu 2 big punches. You evildoer, I am your father, and you dare to attack your father. Not only have you ruined the Enping Marquisate, but you also want to drive your father away. I will beat you to death, you rebellious son. After Chu Yuping finished speaking, he rushed towards Chu Chanyu. The affairs of the Enping Marquis Mansion have been widely discussed in the capital recently. No one expected that the people in front of them were from the former Enping Marquis Mansion. Chu Chanyu was afraid that people from Enping Marquis Mansion would find him, so he had been hiding in this small courtyard recently and had not gone out. He brought a maid and a servant boy, and the two went out to buy things. Although they had heard about the Enping Marquis Mansion, they had no idea of Chu Chanyu's identity, and would not tell Chu Chanyu about the Enping Marquis Mansion. Chu Chanyu recognized the voice of Chu Yuping. He could imagine that the beggar in front of him was actually his father. Chu Chanyu hid from Chu Yuping, fearing that he would be beaten, but he still looked carefully at the beggar in front of him. Although he was a little sloppy and dirty, that face was indeed his father's. Chu Chanyu had no idea what happened in Enping Marquis's mansion. He hid while shouting, Dad, stop hitting me, let's talk it over nicely. How did you get yourself into this state? Why is your leg also lame? It would have been fine if this had not been mentioned. Once this was mentioned, Chu Yuping could no longer suppress his anger and he chased after Chu Chanyu and beat him even more fiercely. Song Yaoyao, this Chu Yuping is running pretty fast even though he has a lame leg. Guagua, Chu Yuping was holding his breath and wanted to beat Chu Chanyu to death. He felt that Chu Chanyu was the culprit. Just then, Yu Chushin came out supported by a maid. Yu Chushin saw an old beggar at the door chasing Chu Chanyu and beating him, and he shouted, Where did this old beggar come from? How dare he hit someone? Yu Chushin glanced at the servant and said, Are you dead? You watched your son being beaten and didn't even step forward to stop it. Before the servant could explain, Chu Yuping stopped, turned around and pounced towards Yu Chushin. He is a man and would never hit a woman before, but it is different now. He has nothing and he can't care so much. Besides, if you don't beat such a shameless woman, how can you keep her for the new year? Song Yaoyao, this Chu Yuping even beats women. Gua, these past few days, Chu Yuping has been staying with beggars every day. He cannot beat the young and strong beggars, so he fights with the female beggars for food. He has become accustomed to fighting with women. In just a few short days, Chu Yuping changed his mind about not hitting women. Especially the woman in front of him, who seduced his son and caused the entire Enping Marquisate to be stripped of its title. Yu Chushin even said desperately that Chu Yuping was an old beggar, wasn't he seeking death? If I don't hit her, who should I hit? Close black lens bracket. Song Yaoyao, that's true, Chu Yuping is now eager to kill Chu Xin. Before Chu Chanyu could react, he saw Chu Yuping rushing over and giving Yu Chushin several big blows, and then kicking her hard twice. Yu Chushin was already curled up on the ground in pain. Chu Chanyu didn't care about being beaten anymore. He rushed forward and stood in front of Yu Chushin, saying, Dad, if you have anything to say, come at me. Chushin is already pregnant, please don't hit her. Although Chu Yuping hated Yu Chushin, he did not attack her again when he heard that she was pregnant. Chu Yuping immediately took off his shoes, held them in his hand, and hit Chu Chanzi without hesitation. Song Yaoyao quickly covered her mouth and nose. This Chu Yuping is so disgusting. He hasn't washed his feet in several days. They stink so badly. Gua Gua. After Chu Yuping entered the beggar's den, he was busy trying to fill his stomach every day. How could he have time to take care of his personal hygiene? Besides, in a place like a beggar's den, there is no condition for him to maintain personal hygiene. Close black lens bracket. At this moment, Chu Chanyu was vomited by the smell of Chu Yuping's shoes. Chu Yuping stopped only when he saw Chu Chanyu vomiting. He threw his shoes on the ground and put them back on his feet. Yu Chushin only realized at this time that the old beggar in front of her was Chu Chanyu's father. She still didn't know what happened in Enping Marquis's mansion. How did Enping Marquis become like this? Yu Chushin took a long time to calm down, and finally the pain was not that severe. Now she didn't dare to say anything more. She just shrank to one side like a quail. Chu Yuping glared at Chu Chanyu and Yu Chushin angrily. Chu Chanyu finally felt better, and then he turned to Chu Yuping and said, "Dad, come inside first. If you have anything to say, let's talk inside first." Chu Yuping snorted coldly and walked towards the courtyard. Chu Chanyu and Yu Chushin followed into the yard, and the servant shouted to the onlookers, "There's nothing to see, let's all go." Then the servant also entered the yard. The protagonists left and the onlookers dispersed. After watching the excitement, Song Yaoyao still felt unsatisfied. She liked the scene of people being hid with shoe soles the most. But now they had to leave here. Song Yaoyao, Gua, did Chu Yuping let Chu Chanyu and Yu Chushin off so easily? Gua, although Chu Yuping hates Chu Chanyu and Yu Chushin, things have come to this point and he doesn't want to make things too awkward with his son. Because the main purpose of his coming this time was to let Chu Chanyu support him. He would have to rely on this son for support in his old age for the rest of his life. He doesn't want to spend the rest of his life in a beggar's den. Close black lens bracket. Song Yaoyao, so this is what he was planning. Gua, however, judging by how much Chu Yuping hates Chu Chanyu and Yu Chushin, he will probably make trouble from time to time and cause trouble for them. Song Yaoyao, there will be a lot of fun to watch from now on. Ning Chaorui looked at Song Yaoyao and said, "Yaoyao, there are several famous restaurants in the capital. The taste of the food in each restaurant is different and each one is very good. Let's go, I'll take you to one of them to try it. It is good." In addition to eating melons, Song Yaoyao also likes to taste delicious food. Ning Chaorui brought him to Zui Xiang Lu. As soon as they entered the door, the waiter came to greet them. At the same time, a young man dressed as a general also walked in. Song Yaoyao, wow, this guy looks androgynous, who is he? The inner voice was overheard, and the whole court was eating melons together. Chapter 210, The General in Disguise. Gua, host, this general is a woman. Song Yaoyao exclaimed in disbelief. What, women? When will women from Tiangshan country be able to go to the battlefield and become generals? Gua, she is a woman dressed as a man. No one knows she is a woman except her mother. Ning Chaorui and Ning Chaoyun also looked at the figure going up the stairs in astonishment. Those who could be called generals had all made military achievements on the battlefield. Song Yaoyao, oh, I see. I thought women from Tiangshan country could go to the battlefield openly. It turns out that she is a woman disguised as a man. Close black lens bracket. Gua, host, do you want to eat the melon about the female general just now? Song Yaoyao, eat. As Song Yaoyao finished her words, the image of the female general appeared on the screen above her head. Lu Manju. At this time, the waiter of the restaurant took Song Yaoyao and the others to the private room. The private room where Song Yaoyao and the others were was not far from the private room where the female general had been just now. After ordering the food, Song Yaoyao continued to eat melon while waiting for it to be served. Song Yaoyao, Gua, let's continue with the topic just now. Gua, this story started more than 10 years ago. Liu Shaoheng, the legitimate son of the third-rank Minister of War, married Tang Youyi, the legitimate daughter of the second-rank general of the Left Guard. Tang Youyi grew up in a pampered environment, and her looks and talents are both top-notch. Liu Shaoheng's talent was ordinary, but Tang Youyi fell in love with him because of his handsome appearance. At this time, Tang Youyi's marriage to Liu Shaoheng was completely a marriage of downgrade. When they first got married, Liu Shaoheng and Tang Youyi lived a loving life for a while. Later, Tang Youyi became pregnant and gave birth to twins, a boy and a girl, 10 months later. The brother was named Liu Yushu and the sister was named Lu Manju. At first, Liu Shaoheng loved these two children very much. Close black lens bracket. The video shows Liu Shaoheng and Tang Youyi's sweet life after their wedding. Then the scene changes to show Tang Youyi getting pregnant and giving birth to twins. The birth of twins, a boy and a girl, is a good omen in this continent, so the Minister of War's residence held a 3-day buffet. Song Yaoyao, and then. Gua, when Lu Manju was 4 years old, everything changed. Tang Youyi's father, the Left Guard general, was involved in a treason case involving a vassal king. Overnight, all 9 clans of the Left Guard general's family were exiled. Tang Youyi and her 2 children's status in the Minister of War's mansion also plummeted. Close black lens bracket. In the video, General Zhou Wei was framed and involved in a conspiracy by a vassal king. His 9 clans were convicted and exiled. On the day his father and brother left the capital, Tang Youyi secretly sent them some banknotes, food, clothes and other daily necessities to use during their exile. When Liu Shaoheng learned about this, he was furious and kept scolding Tang Youyi. You stupid woman, others don't even have time to hide, but you still rush to get close to them. Do you really want to make our Minister of War's mansion fall apart? If you can't bear to leave your parents and brothers, you can go into exile with them. Tang Youyi cried and said. Those are my relatives, my parents and my brother. Didn't you respect them very much in the past? The past is the past, and the present is the present, and I can't explain it to a fool like you. Anyway, you are confined to the yard and you should reflect on your actions. You are not allowed to leave the yard without my permission. Liu Xiaoheng flicked his sleeves and left. In this way, Tang Yuyi and her 2 children were locked up for 2 whole months. After Tang Yuyi was released, she was informed that she was demoted from the main wife to a concubine, because it was impossible for the legitimate son of the Liu family to marry the daughter of a criminal as his main wife. Tang Yuyi and her 2 children were driven to the most remote courtyard of the Minister of War's residence. Song Yaoyao, Liu Xiaoheng and the Minister of War are really realistic. Gua, the Minister of War was afraid of being implicated, and also in order to show his loyalty to the emperor, he came up with the idea of demoting his wife to a concubine. 3 months later, Liu Xiaoheng married Cheng Lexiu, the daughter of Cheng Yushi. At first Cheng Lexiu pretended to be very generous, but when she gave birth to her legitimate son Liu Haowei a year later, she could no longer tolerate Tang Yuyi and her son. Close black lens bracket. In the video, Cheng Lexiu withheld food from Tang Yuyi and her son, often giving them leftovers, which were limited in quantity. From time to time, he would order his servants to beat and scold the 3 of them. There were no servants in Tang Yuyi's yard, and all the rough work was done by the 3 of them. Song Yaoyao, it's really sad to see a rich lady fall to this state. There is no way to divorce now. If they don't divorce, they can at least survive. If they divorce, Tang Yuyi will have no hope of survival as the daughter of a criminal. The Liu family was sure that Tang Yuyi would not be able to leave, so they tortured them like this. Close black lens bracket. Gua, this is not the most miserable thing, the most miserable thing is still to come. When Liu Manju was 6 years old, she and her brother were tricked into a lotus pond and pushed into it from behind. After his brother Liu Yuzhu was rescued, he died. Liu Manju survived, but his health has been weak ever since. Tang Yuyi was heartbroken, but in order to survive, she lied that it was her daughter Liu Manju who died. In this way, the real Liu Manju took over her brother's identity and survived. Liu Yuzhu and Liu Manju are twins. They look exactly the same and outsiders can't tell who is the brother and sister. Only by replacing others can you succeed. Close black lens bracket. In the video, after Liu Yuzhu was murdered, although Liu Xiaoheng did not like the child born by Tang Yuyi, that was also the heir of the Liu family. He investigated and found the murderer. When he investigated further, the murderer was already dead. The clues were cut off and the matter was left unresolved. Song Yaoyao, can Liu Xiaoheng be more perfunctory? The passing of geese leaves traces, the passing of wind leaves sounds. If you look carefully, you will definitely find it. This Liu Xiaoheng didn't even think about investigating it properly. Close black lens bracket. Gua, Tang Yuyi fell seriously ill because she lost a child. As soon as she was well, she went to ask Liu Xiaoheng to let Liu Manju learn martial arts. The child was in poor health, and learning martial arts could strengthen her body and protect herself. Liu Xiaoheng looked at Tang Yuyi's sickly beauty and recalled the loving times they once had. His heart softened and he agreed. In this way, Liu Manju began to practice martial arts. Close black lens bracket. In the video, at the beginning, Liu Manju didn't know what martial arts training was. Tang Yuyi told him that if he trained well in martial arts, he would no longer be bullied, he would have enough food to eat, and he would not die like his brother. Liu Manju is a 6-year-old child. When he learned that his brother was gone, his mother was very sad. He thought that if he practiced martial arts well, such things would never happen again and he would not be bullied anymore. With this idea in mind, Liu Manju practiced martial arts extremely diligently. The inner voice was overheard, and the whole court was eating melons together. Chapter 211, one melon after another. Song Yaoyao, a talented general has emerged just like that. Gua, yes, by the time Liu Manju was 12 years old, he had already practiced martial arts for 6 years and had made some achievements. In order to change her mother's and her own status in the mansion, she resolutely chose to join the army. Only by joining the army could she achieve success and turn her life around. Liu Manju has been gone for 6 years. During these 6 years, she has made many military achievements and has risen to the position of a 5th-rank general. In the video, Liu Manju had made many achievements in battle, and his body was covered with countless scars of varying sizes. Song Yaoyao, so many injuries. It has been really hard for Liu Manju along the way. Gua, Liu Manju came back this time because she had made another military achievement, and she used her military achievements to gain a chance to come back and see her mother. Song Yaoyao, what a filial daughter. Gua, at the beginning, after Liu Manju left the Minister of War's mansion, Cheng Lexiu would still bully Tang Yuyi. However, as Liu Manju made military achievements again and the news was reported back to the Minister of War's mansion, Tang Yuyi's living conditions improved a lot. At least Cheng Lexiu didn't dare to bully her blatantly. Liu Xiaoheng asked Tang Yuyi to move into the new courtyard and assign servants to serve her. Today, Liu Manju came to the restaurant. Someone handed her a note saying that he knew his grandparents were wrongly accused and he had evidence, so he came. Close black lens bracket. Song Yaoyao, who passed the note? Are the evidences true or false? Gua, the person who passed the note is the 6th prince's man. Recently in the court, the emperor has praised Liu Manju twice, and many people have wanted to win her over. The 6th prince wanted to use this evidence to take the initiative and win Liu Manju over to his side. There is a difference between the generals on the border and those in the court. Although the military generals on the border have low official positions, they have real power. Although the military generals in the court have high official positions, they have no real power. In just 6 years, Liu Manju climbed from an unknown soldier to the position of a 5th-rank general. It can be said that he was promoted very quickly. Liu Manju is only 18 years old now and has a bright future ahead of her. As for the evidence, it was all true, but it was insufficient to clear the left guard general of the charge of treason. Close black lens bracket. Song Yaoyao, is this a gimmick, deliberately asking Liu Manju out, trying to convince her? Gua, yes, the main thing is to ask Liu Manju out. If it is about other things, Lu Manju will definitely refuse, but since it involves her grandfather's family, she will definitely show up. The sixth prince and his men have investigated, and Lu Manju has been investigating the false accusations against her grandfather's family. The reason why Lu Manju has been looking for these evidences is because Tang Yoyi has always said that her grandfather was wronged on the day he was exiled. He did not do those things, and even if he died, he would not rest in peace. Although Lu Manju didn't know the character of General Zuowei, this was what Lu Manju had promised Tang Yoyi, and she would investigate it thoroughly no matter what. Close black lens bracket. The food was already on the table. Song Yaoyao ate while thinking. After a while, she said to Gua Gua. Gua Gua, do you know how General Zuowei was framed? And who framed him? Gua Gua, speaking of this, it's another melon. General Zuowei was unlucky enough as he caught someone having an affair. He actually didn't see anything, but those people were guilty, so they had to get rid of him to prevent future troubles. Close black lens bracket. When Song Yaoyao heard this, she became excited and said, Gua Gua, please tell me about this romantic news. I love hearing about these adulterous affairs. Tell me about them now. Close black lens bracket. Looking at Song Yaoyao's extremely excited eyes, Ning Chaoyun's face became extremely gloomy, but he couldn't say anything to stop her. Ning Chaoyun hasn't gotten married yet, but her whole face has turned red. Gua Gua, host, you're a girl, you should be more reserved. Why do you like this kind of romantic incident? Close black lens bracket. Song Yaoyao said impatiently. Gua Gua, are you preaching again? Are you going to tell me about this peach-colored melon or not? Close black lens bracket. Gua Gua, tell me. This involves the secrets of the Imperial Palace. By the way, the current prince's tutor Han Zongge and the current queen of Tiangshan Kingdom Hu Xiyu are childhood sweethearts. Hu Xiyu was the daughter of a second-rank general, and Han Zongge was the son of a first-rank old tutor. The two had a good relationship and were well matched. When they reached marriageable age, they could have gotten married. But unexpectedly, a Cheng Yaojun showed up on the way and separated the two of them. Close black lens bracket. Images of Han Zongge and Hu Xiyu appeared in the video. The two have been childhood sweethearts. Hu Xiyu has always been with Han Zongge since they were little, and they have a very good relationship. Song Yaoyao, that Cheng Yaojun is the current emperor of Tiangshan Kingdom. Gua Gua, not bad. More than 10 years ago, the current emperor Teng Yetao was just a prince. Among the many princes, he had no advantage at all in the fight for the throne. In order to compete for that position, the current Empress Dowager wanted to marry Teng Yetao to a noble lady whose family was strong and could help him take that position. At that time, the Duke of Fuguo, who held a large number of troops, was undoubtedly the best candidate. And so they resorted to the most ancient of tactics. At a palace banquet, Teng Yetao bribed a maid. When everyone was looking at the koi, the maid pushed Hu Xiyu into the pond from behind. Teng Yetao immediately jumped into the water and saved her. Under the watchful eyes of the public, the two had physical contact, and Hu Xiyu had no choice but to marry Teng Yetao. Close black lens bracket. In the video, it is Teng Yetao and his group's calculations. The scene changed, and Hu Xiyu was pushed into the pond. Teng Yetao immediately jumped into the pond to save him. Han Zongge was also about to jump in to save him. At this moment, someone pressed his acupoints from behind, and he became completely unable to move. After Hu Xiyu was rescued, Han Zongge's acupoints were unblocked. All this was done silently. Han Zongge was able to move, but the matter was already settled. What else did Han Zongge not understand? This was all Teng Yetao's plan. In this way, Hu Xiyu married Teng Yetao. Song Yaoyao, haha, I am speechless. This ancient method of scheming against others is so old-fashioned that it can't be any more old-fashioned. But the thing is, it works. Didn't Hu Xiyu's plan succeed? Close black lens bracket. Gua Gua, yes, it really works. Hu Xiyu was unwilling to marry Teng Yetao, but he was the prince and they had no choice. Hu Xiyu married Teng Yetao and cut off contact with Han Zongge to avoid suspicion. Later, Hu Xiyu gave birth to a legitimate son, Teng Yiting. Ever since Hu Xiyu got married, the Duke of Fuguo began to give his full support to Teng Yetao and helped him to ascend to that position. After Teng Yetao succeeded to the throne, he named Hu Xiyu as the queen and Teng Yiting as the crown prince. The inner voice was overheard. The inner voice was overheard, and the whole court was eating melons together. Chapter 212, Unlucky Tang Donglan. In the video, after Hu Xiyu married Teng Yetao, she forced herself to smile every day and lived an unhappy life. It was not until she gave birth to her son Teng Yiting that she devoted all her attention to her son. Song Yaoyao, the world is so unpredictable. Gua Gua, in addition to having a powerful mother clan, Hu Xiyu herself is also very beautiful. When they first got married, Teng Yetao liked her very much, and when Hu Xiyu was unhappy, he would patiently coax her. But as time went on, the novelty wore off and Teng Yetao began to find Hu Xiyu particularly boring. In addition, later on, Teng Yetao had become the emperor, so there was no need for him to please Hu Xiyu and ask the Duke of Fuguo for help. Now the whole world belonged to him. Besides, there were many new people in the harem, so he rarely went to Hu Xiyu's place. Close black lens bracket. In the video, many beautiful concubines entered the harem of Tiangshan Kingdom. Except for going to Hu Xiyu's place on the 1st and 15th day of each month, Teng Yetao would never set foot in the queen's palace again. Song Yaoyao, emperors have always been so heartless. With so many women in the harem, it's normal that he wouldn't favor just one woman. But then again, I think Emperor Teng Yetao is still a good person. At least he did not take advantage of Hu Xiyu and then eliminate her and the entire family of the Duke of Fuguo. At least Hu Xiyu was given the position of queen, and Teng Yiting was given the position of crown prince. Speaking objectively, in this regard, Teng Yetao is still good. By the way, what happened next? How did Hu Xiyu get involved with Han Zongge again? Close black lens bracket. Gua Gua, Teng Yetao seldom goes to Hu Xiyu's place, so she has some peace and quiet. Her only thought is to educate her son well and let her son Teng Yiting sit firmly on the throne of the crown prince so that he can inherit the throne in the future. If you want your son to be knowledgeable and outstanding, you certainly need a knowledgeable and talented teacher. Hu Xiu immediately thought of Han Zhongge. Han Zhongge is the son of the old tutor. Hu Xiu has been with Han Zhongge for so many years, and she knows Han Zhongge's talents very well. Song Yaoyao, Hu Xiu is quite good at finding people. Han Zhongge still has feelings for her. He will definitely agree to her request. Gua, after coming up with the idea of letting Han Zhongge be Teng Yiting's teacher, Hu Xiu, as the queen, could not talk to Han Zhongge directly about this, so she summoned her mother to the palace and told her about it. Mrs. Hu thought this was feasible. Later, Duke Fuguo learned of Hu Xiu's idea and also thought this was feasible, so he went to find Han Zhongge in person. Han Zhongge agreed immediately, and thus Han Zhongge became Teng Yiting's teacher, that is, the prince's tutor. Close black lens bracket. In the video, after Mrs. Hu returned home, she went to find the Duke of Fuguo. When the Duke of Fuguo learned of Hu Xiu's thoughts, he was silent for a while and said, Han Zhongge is a man of great talent and learning. I hope he can agree to this matter for the sake of his past relationship with the queen. The scene changed, and after Han Zhongge learned about this, he agreed immediately. Song Yaoyao, I said that Han Zhongge would definitely agree to it, and it turned out to be true. This Han Zhongge is definitely in love with Hu Xiu. Close black lens bracket. Gua, because of the relationship with the crown prince's tutor, Hu Xiu would occasionally summon Han Zhongge to ask about Teng Yiting's homework. A couple who were originally in love, when they met again, couldn't suppress their love. As time went by, every time Han Zhongge and Hu Xiu met because of Teng Yiting's homework, they couldn't help but hug each other and talk to each other from the bottom of their hearts. Later, the two broke through the shackles and rolled together. Close black lens bracket. In the video, when Han Zhongge and Hu Xiu first met, they looked at each other from a distance, feeling indescribable sadness in their hearts. In the end, it was Teng Yiting who broke the atmosphere. When they met again later, they hugged each other and expressed their longing for each other. The scene changed, and it was the indescribable sound coming from the room. Soon after, Han Zhongge walked out of Hu Xiu's palace with satisfaction. Song Yaoyao laughed out loud with gloating. Ha ha ha, the top of Teng Yetao's head is really shiny green. If you want to live a decent life, you have to have some green on your head. Now, Teng Yetao's life is completely perfect. Close black lens bracket. Gua, this is not the greenest. Over the years, Hu Xiu gave birth to a son and a daughter. Both children were not the children of Emperor Teng Yetao, but the children of Han Zhongge. Close black lens bracket. Song Yaoyao widened her eyes and asked in disbelief. Open black lens bracket real. Close black lens bracket. Gua, yeah. When Ning Chaoyun heard this, he opened his mouth in surprise. He was immediately bumped on the arm by Ning Chaoyun who was standing beside him. Only then did he react and quickly retracted his surprised expression. Ning Chaoyun was not the only one who was surprised, Ning Chaoyun was also surprised. This is confusing the royal bloodline. This will lead to the extermination of the entire clan. Hu Xiu and Han Zhongge are so bold. Song Yaoyao's voice continues. This is too exciting. It's much more exciting than the melodramatic TV series at 8 o'clock every night. Could it be that Teng Yiting is also Han Zhongge's offspring? Close black lens bracket. Gua, that's not the case. Teng Yiting is indeed Teng Yetao's child and has nothing to do with Han Zhongge. Song Yaoyao said with some regret. If Teng Yiting is not Teng Yetao's child, then there will be something interesting to watch. What a pity. Close black lens bracket. Gua, host, you are just hoping for chaos in the world. Song Yaoyao, it's good if it's chaotic. It makes it easier for us to rescue people. Let's not talk about this anymore. Let's get back to the point. After saying so much, let's talk about what happened to Lu Manju's grandfather. Close black lens bracket. Gua, Lu Manju's grandfather, General Tang Dongling of the Left Guard is also an unlucky guy. During a palace banquet, Hu Xiu said that he can drink much and wanted to go out for a walk. Then Han Zhongge also said he wanted to go out for a walk, so he followed him out. The two met in a remote place. Because their little daughter had been ill recently, the two had no chance to meet recently, and Han Zhongge wanted to ask about their little daughter's condition. While the two were talking, Tang Dongling staggered over, and the two immediately fell silent and hid. Close black lens bracket. In the video, Han Zhongge was very anxious because his little daughter was sick and wanted to ask about the child's condition. Before the two of them said a few words, they heard someone coming over. Looking closely, they saw it was Tang Dongling. Gua continued. Speaking of which, Tang Dongling was drunk and was about to go out for a walk. As soon as he left the hall, the wind blew and he became even drunker. Tang Dongling wanted to go to the toilet at this time, so he went to look for a toilet. As he walked, he ended up at the place where Han Zhongge and Hu Xiu were meeting. Han Zhongge and Hu Xiu saw Tang Dongling and wondered how long he had been there. How much had he heard? Was he really drunk or pretending to be drunk? If Han Zhongge and Hu Xiu's deeds were to be exposed, all 9 clans would be wiped out. In fact, Tang Dongling was very drunk that day and didn't hear anything, but just in case, Han Zhongge and Hu Xiu decided to get rid of him. Close black lens bracket. The inner voice was overheard, and the whole court was eating melons together. Chapter 213 Tang Dongling is being hunted. In the video, Tang Dongling staggered around looking for a toilet, and finally walked to a remote place. He found that he had gone to the wrong place, and staggered back. Behind the rockery not far away, Han Zhongge and Hu Xiu were hiding, not daring to make a sound. After Tang Dongling walked away, Hu Xiu said angrily. No matter whether Tang Dongling was really drunk or pretending to be drunk, and how much he heard, we would rather kill him by mistake than let him go. Otherwise, all 9 clans of the Hu and Han families will be in danger. Han Zhongge nodded in agreement. Song Yaoyao, this Tang Dongling is really possessed by the god of bad luck. I was looking for a toilet, but he ran into something like this. Gua. Next, Han Zhongge and Hu Xiu planned how to get rid of Tang Donglan without anyone noticing. Just at this time, a major event happened in Tiangshan Kingdom, that is, the rebellion of the vassal king. That is to say, one of Teng Yetao's brothers was dissatisfied with him taking that position. He endured it for many years, and finally rebelled by recruiting soldiers and horses. Obviously, the rebellion ended in failure. Han Zhongge suddenly came up with a way to get rid of Tang Donglan, which was to falsely accuse him of secretly colluding with the vassal king and having rebellious intentions. Han Zhongge imitated Tang Donglan's handwriting and wrote letters to collude with the princes, and had the secret guards hide the evidence in Tang Donglan's mansion. In the video, these letters were found, the Tang family's house was ransacked, Tang Donglan was put in solitary confinement, and severely tortured. Tang Donglan refused to admit that he had never done such a thing. The emperor saw that Tang Donglan would rather die than admit it, and the matter had been dragged on for a long time with no result. The emperor also suspected that Tang Donglan was framed, but when it comes to rebellion, it is better to believe it than not. The emperor, mindful of Tang Donglan's previous achievements, did not execute all 9 members of the Tang family, but instead exiled the entire family, even though Tang Donglan refused to confess and sign. Song Yaoyao, Tang Donglan has been exiled. He probably doesn't know who he has offended. Who is harming him? Gua. Even at this point, Han Zhongge and Hu Xiu were still uneasy. On the way to exile, they sent people to assassinate Tang Donglan several times. Tang Donglan was born a military commander and was very skilled in martial arts. His sons were also military commanders, so he tried to assassinate him several times but failed. Closed black lens bracket. Song Yaoyao, in order to cover up their affair, they resorted to dirty tricks again and again. Han Zhongge and Hu Xiu were really speechless. Before, I felt quite sympathetic towards these two people, as they were forcibly separated by the dog emperor. But now it seems that these two people are not good people. Closed black lens bracket. Gua. In this way, Tang Donglan encountered countless assassination attempts along the way, and finally, he arrived at the place of exile. Calculating the time, Tang Donglan and his companions have been living in the land of exile for more than 10 years. Closed black lens bracket. Song Yaoyao, although Tang Donglan is from Tiangshan country, he is really unlucky. How did this happen? Moreover, he was being chased all the way. Tang Donglan must be the unlucky one of the year. Closed black lens bracket. Ning Chaorui and Ning Chaoyun also felt that Tang Donglan was extremely unlucky. Song Yaoyao continued to ask. Gua. Tang Donglan and the others are in exile, are they all right? Gua. After all, he is a military commander. Because he practices martial arts regularly, his body is still quite strong. Song Yaoyao, didn't Lu Manju want to investigate who killed his grandfather? Let's fulfill her wish and give her the evidence. Closed black lens bracket. Gua. Host, you want to? Song Yaoyao, that's right, we will provide these evidences to Lu Manju free of charge. Gua. Do you think Lu Manju will turn the capital of Tiangshan Kingdom upside down because of this incident? Closed black lens bracket. Gua. It's hard to say. In the first case, after all, Lu Manju and Tang Donglan have no feelings for each other. When Tang Donglan and others were exiled, Lu Manju was still very young and she didn't remember many things. Besides, who harmed Tang Donglan? One is the current queen, and the other is the prince's tutor. Their status and power are not comparable to that of a small 5th-rank military general. If Han Zhongge and Hu Xiu knew that their secret had been leaked, they would inevitably attack Lu Manju. In this situation, Lu Manju would choose to hide the evidence, endure it, and pretend that he knew nothing. In another situation, Lu Manju could hand over the evidence to those who have a conflict with the Duke of Fuguo and the old Grand Tutor. Let them deal with the Duke of Fuguo and the old Grand Tutor, and use their strength to defeat them. Lu Manju himself will not show up. Closed black lens bracket. Song Yaoyao thought for a moment and said. You have a point, let's just wait and see. But let's give her the evidence first. Gua. Print out all the evidence first. Closed black lens bracket. Gua. Okay, host. However, I have to remind the host that the only thing we can use to hold Lu Manju responsible is that she disguised herself as a man and became a general. Closed black lens bracket. Song Yaoyao, no rush. It won't be too late to use this to threaten her at a critical moment. Now is not the right time. Gua. Print out the evidence first. Print out a few more copies. Closed black lens bracket. Gua. Okay, host. After a while, Gua printed out all the evidence. Song Yaoyao took out one of the evidences and told her 2 cousins the whole story. Although the 2 had already understood the whole story from Song Yaoyao's thoughts, they still listened to her story carefully. Ning Chaorui looked at the evidence in his hand and asked. Yaoyao, what do you want to do? Song Yaoyao expressed her thoughts. Let's give this evidence to Lu Manju and see what she will do. If she can turn the capital city upside down, then we can just hide in the dark and watch the show. If she is afraid of power and destroys the evidence, pretending nothing happened, then we can help her and spread the news. Regardless of whether the matter is true or false, the queen's maternal family, the Hu family, and the Han family behind the prince's tutor will definitely be suspected by the emperor. Next, let's wait and see what happens. Quote. Ning Chaorui thought for a moment and said. The Duke of Fuguo has been in the army for so many years and has a very high prestige. If he is executed by the emperor for this, there will definitely be unrest in the army. Also, the old tutor's family is the head of the literati, and they're not easy to deal with. The capital of Tiangshan nation is bustling now. At this moment, Guoguo's voice rang out. Host, Lu Manju has left the private room and is about to leave. Song Yaoyao, got it. Song Yaoyao quickly said to her 2 cousins. Cousin, keep an eye on the private room over there. Lu Manju is probably about to leave. Ning Chaorui put away the evidence and said. Leave the rest to me. Immediately, Ning Chaorui asked the guard to come in, gave him a few instructions, and the guard left with the evidence. The guard came back after Song Yaoyao and the others finished their meal. The things have been delivered to Lu Manju. The inner voice was overheard, and the whole court was eating melons together. Chapter 214 Lu Manju's next move. Song Yaya nodded. That's good. Thank you for your hard work. The guard was flattered and said, it's what I should do. Song Yaya nodded, thinking that after conquering the capital of Tiangshan Kingdom, she would definitely reward these undercover personnel well. In the next few days, Song Yaya did not leave the house. However, a lot of things happened in the capital of Tiangshan Kingdom. According to inquiries, those involved were all related to the third prince of Tiangshan Kingdom. Those people were having their property confiscated, some were exiled, and some were executed. During this period, the atmosphere in the streets and alleys of the capital of Tiangshan Kingdom was extremely terrifying. Others didn't know how these people could have gotten into trouble, but Song Yaya and the others knew it clearly. Song Yaya said to her two cousins gloatingly, look at all the people who got into trouble. Without exception, they're all the third prince's men. It's clear that it was the minister of the Central Secretariat and the Duke of Zhengguo who took action. I calculated that the three princes have lost 4 officials, all of whom held important positions in the court. The third prince suffered heavy losses this time. Now that 4 positions in the court have become vacant, these princes will certainly keep their eyes on these 4 positions and want to place their own people there. There will be another bloody storm in the court. Ning Chaorui nodded. Yes, according to reliable information, these princes have been fighting each other more fiercely in private recently. Song Yaoyao asked another question. Cousin, it's been several days, is there any news from Lu Manju? Ning Chaorui replied. We have sent people to keep an eye on Lu Manju. The day Lu Manju got the evidence, the light in her room was on all night. Song Yaoyao tapped the table unconsciously with her index and middle fingers, and said. This is normal. If anyone sees such evidence, they will definitely doubt its authenticity. The same goes for Lu Manju. She certainly could not have imagined that her grandfather's frame-up involved royal secrets. Lu Manju still needs to think about what she should do next. It must have been a sleepless night. Ning Chaorui poured himself a cup of tea and said. I think so too. The next day, Lu Manju went to the restaurant as if nothing had happened. We all thought that she chose to endure it and pretended that she knew nothing. But we were wrong. She must have had a purpose for going to the restaurant. Because during this period, Lu Manju went to that restaurant every day, and we felt that she seemed to be observing someone, but we don't know the details yet. Song Yaoyao became interested. This is becoming more and more interesting. Cousin, let's go to that restaurant. We finally came here, so we must taste the delicacies of the capital. Ning Chaorui understood what he meant. He didn't want to go out to eat at all. He just wanted to see Lu Manju. What was his purpose? Song Yaoyao and her two cousins, along with a few guards, went out and headed straight for the restaurant. As soon as she entered the restaurant, Song Yaoyao looked around. Guogua, have you seen Lu Manju? Where is she? Why can't I see her? Guogua, on the left side of the hall, in the corner, the person with a beard is her. Song Yaoyao looked over as Guogua instructed and was shocked. At this moment, Lu Manju had a full beard and a big black mole on her forehead. Song Yaoyao really didn't recognize her. Lu Manju has been dressing like this these days. What is she trying to do by dressing herself like this? Guogua, a few days ago, she was dressed normally, but only today did she dress like this. Why do you dress like this? Of course it's for convenience. Close black lens bracket. Song Yaoyao followed her two cousins upstairs while talking to Guogua. Open black lens bracket, tell me more about it. Close black lens bracket. Guogua, Lu Manju has recently come to this restaurant for one person, and that is Pan Fangxing. By the way, Pan Fangxing is Concubine Pan's younger brother. Concubine Pan and Queen Husiyu are sworn enemies. This restaurant is a place that Pan Fangxing often visits, and Lu Manju has been observing Pan Fangxing these days. She wanted to hand over the evidence to Concubine Pan and the 5th prince through Pan Fangxing. The 5th prince was born to Concubine Pan. Close black lens bracket. Song Yaoyao watched the video and said. This Pan Fangxing looks like a dandy, is he reliable? Lu Manju was not afraid that Pan Fangxing would mess things up. Close black lens bracket. Guogua, host, you have misjudged this. Pan Fangxing usually looks like a dandy, but actually he is just pretending. He is very shrewd. Lu Manju has discovered through observations over this period that Pan Fangxing was just pretending and was only preparing to take action today. Close black lens bracket. Song Yaoyao scratched her head. Why do these people like to act like dandies? The former Luo Qihong was one of them, and the current Pan Fangxing is also one of them. Close black lens bracket. Guogua, host, they all have their own considerations for pretending to be dandies. Take Pan Fangxing for example. Pan Fangxing's father is the Minister of Finance of Tiangshan Kingdom, and the purse of Tiangshan Kingdom. Pan Fangxing's elder sister, Pan Shasha, is the current concubine Pan. She gave birth to the 5th prince, Teng Xiaoming. Teng Xiaoming is extremely intelligent and is one of the biggest competitors for the throne, Crown Prince Teng Yiting. Pan Fangxing's elder brother, Pan Juoxing, was the commander of the Imperial Guards. If Pan Fangxing continues to perform too outstandingly, their Pan family will become the target of public criticism. If Pan Fangxing could catch the emperor's eye, then the 5th prince would have a better chance of becoming emperor. Why don't the other princes unite and target the Pan family? Therefore, Pan Fangxing had to pretend to be a playboy, eating, drinking, whoring and gambling. Close black lens bracket. Song Yaoyao, I see. Song Yaoyao entered the private room, and they ordered food. While waiting for the food to be served, they kept their eyes on what was happening downstairs. Guogua, host, Pan Fangxing and his group of friends have eaten and drunk their fill and are ready to leave the restaurant. Song Yaoyao, it seems that Lu Manju is going to take action. Relay the footage here. Close black lens bracket. While Song Yaoyao was watching the video, her two cousins were also staring at the screen above her head. In the video, Pan Fangxing and his group of friends went downstairs. At the door of the restaurant, Lu Manju pretended to bump into Pan Fangxing and took the opportunity to stuff the evidence into his clothes. Pan Fangxing cursed and swore, but when he found something extra in his clothes, he did not say anything. Instead, he pretended to be very angry and told his men to find the person who hit him. However, Lu Manju had already disappeared. After Pan Fangxing said goodbye to his group of friends, he got into his own carriage and opened the note to read it. After reading it, his eyes widened, then he showed excitement and immediately ordered to return home. Guagua. The only evidence Lu Manju gave to Pan Fangxing was the part about Hu Siyu and Han Zongge having an affair. The part about Tang Donglan being caught and framed was removed. This way, the Pan family will not link the evidence to Lu Manju. Closed black lens bracket. The inner voice was overheard, and the whole court was eating melons together. Chapter 215 Prince Chen Yishao is here. Song Yaoyao, the Pan family has this evidence, which means that the fifth prince has this evidence. Why don't they kill the Queen Hu Siyu, the Crown Prince's tutor Han Zongge, the Duke of Fuguohu, and the tutor Han together? Without these helpers, the prince is just a tiger with its teeth pulled out, nothing to be feared. This time it's really going to be lively. Closed black lens bracket. Just then the food was served. This is the third restaurant Song Yaoyao has visited since arriving in the capital of Tiangshan Nation. The food is really good. Song Yaoyao was enjoying her meal when Guogua's voice came out. Host, look out the window. Song Yaoyao asked without even raising her head. Open black lens bracket. What's wrong? I'm eating right now, I don't have time to watch. Just tell me what happened. Close black lens bracket. Guogua, host, just take a look. Song Yaoyao felt that Guogua would not ask her to look out the window for no reason, so she walked to the window and looked outside. Guogua, host, did you see the man in coarse linen clothes and with disheveled hair and a dirty face? Song Yaoyao, I saw it, what's wrong? Guogua, do you recognize who he is? Song Yaoyao, how can a fairy like me know such a soppy person? Guogua, yes, we know each other. Have you even had meals together several times? Song Yaoyao shook her head. I really didn't recognize who he was. Guogua laughed. He, this is a person you can't imagine. I'll tell you directly, he is the sixth Prince Chen Yishao. Close black lens bracket. Song Yaoyao looked at the person below in disbelief. You said he was the sixth Prince Chen Yishao who had lost his mind. He and I split up into two groups. He was responsible for attracting firepower, and I was responsible for secretly delivering weapons to the border. We never saw each other again after that. How did he get himself into this state? Was he dressed as a beggar? He came to the imperial city of Tiangshan Nation, and was afraid of being recognized, so he dressed like this. Close black lens bracket. Guogua, he didn't dress like this on purpose. He came to Tianyan City to find you, but something unexpected happened. I will tell you the details later. You go down quickly and bring the man here. He hasn't eaten for 3 days. Close black lens bracket. Song Yaoyao, is your life so miserable? It's really pitiful. Song Yaoyao told her two cousins about the situation and then said that she would go downstairs and be back soon. Song Yaoyao considered that if she asked the guards to pick up Chen Yishao to the restaurant, Chen Yishao might not follow her if he saw a stranger. Song Yaoyao had no choice but to go down there in person. After leaving the restaurant, Song Yaoyao ran a few steps and caught up with Chen Yishao. When Chen Yishao saw Song Yaoyao, his lips moved for a long time before he said, Sister, I finally found you. There were people coming and going here, and Song Yaoyao did not refute. She took Chen Yishao to the restaurant. Ning Chaorui and his friends knew Chen Yishao. Ning Chaorui quickly had the food served. Chen Yishao devoured the food without any image. Song Yaoyao looked at the man in front of her who was choking and rolling his eyes. He no longer looked like the elegant gentleman he used to be. Song Yaoyao quickly poured him a cup of tea and said, Eat slowly, they are all yours, no one will snatch them from you. Chen Yishao nodded, but continued to shovel food into his mouth. Song Yaoyao, Guogua, what on earth happened to Chen Yishao? How did he get himself into this state? Close black lens bracket. Guogua laughed unkindly. Open black lens bracket. Chen Yishao has encountered a bad love relationship. Close black lens bracket. Song Yaoyao's eyes suddenly lit up. Open black lens bracket. Tell me quickly, what's going on? Close black lens bracket. Guogua, this matter has to start with the transportation of weapons. The image of Chen Yishao appeared on the screen above Song Yaoyao's head. When Chen Yishao heard that Lord Xiao Song and Guogua were going to eat his melon next. When Chen Yishao thought of what he had experienced, his face turned red and his body stiffened involuntarily. Chen Yishao couldn't say anything to stop him. Besides, he was almost starving to death and couldn't care less about anything else. He just had to eat first. Anyway, there's no one else here except Song Yaoyao's two cousins, so it won't be too embarrassing. Thinking of this, Chen Yishao relaxed completely and continued to eat with relish. Song Yaoyao urged, hurry up and tell me. Guogua, host, you and Chen Yishao split up into two groups, and you successfully reached the border. But Chen Yishao is different. Along the way, he has experienced hundreds of assassinations, big and small. After the news spread that the border troops had used thermal weapons to occupy Chenyang City, everyone realized that Chen Yishao was just a cover and that he did not have the thermal weapons at all, so they let him go. After that, no one tried to assassinate Chen Yishao anymore, and he was able to reach the border smoothly. Close black lens bracket. In the video, Chen Yishao experienced countless assassination attempts, and the people around him suffered heavy casualties. Chen Yishao also suffered a lot of injuries. Although none of these injuries were fatal, there were simply too many of them. Song Yaoyao, I thought that Chen Yishao and the others might encounter assassination attempts, but I didn't expect that they would experience hundreds of assassination attempts. Are all the spies from the Three Kingdoms crazy? Close black lens bracket. Guogua, this concerns the survival of the three kingdoms. They will definitely try the best to stop it. Just like that, we finally reached the border. When Chen Yishao heard that you went to the capital of Tiangshuan country, he was not at all worried about you. So, he hurriedly took his men and rushed to the capital of Tiangshuan kingdom. Before setting off on this mission to transport weapons, the Emperor of Tianfeng Kingdom specifically told Chen Yishao to ensure your safety. Close black lens bracket. In the video, the Emperor of Tianfeng specially summoned Chen Yishao to the palace before leaving, asking him to ensure Song Yaoyao's safety. Song Yaoyao, Guogua, tell me, why does the Emperor care so much about a little girl like me? My parents are not my adoptive parents, right? Am I actually the Emperor's son who was left behind? Close black lens bracket. Chen Yishao, Ning Chaori and others were speechless after hearing this. I wonder what this girl is thinking about all day. How could she come up with all this? Guogua was speechless. Host, what are you thinking about every day? Do you dare to say this in front of your parents? They promise not to beat you to death. Host, you were reborn with the memories of your previous life. You know exactly from whose belly you were born. Stop thinking about those unnecessary things. Besides, aren't we eating Chen Yishao's melon? How can you eat the melon and then eat yourself? Close black lens bracket. Song Yaoyao was a little embarrassed. I just said that. Of course I know who gave birth to me. I'm just curious, what does the Emperor think? Let a prince protect a little kid like me. I thought about it and it must be my charm that impressed everyone. I am still the handsome boy who is loved by everyone and makes flowers bloom wherever I see them. Close black lens bracket. Guogua rolled her eyes. Her host was still as thick-skinned and narcissistic as ever. The inner voice was overheard, and the whole court was eating melons together. Chapter 216 Zhang Jishi. Song Yaoyao also took out a mirror, looked at herself, and sighed. Well, she is still as beautiful as ever. Song Yaoyao indulged herself for a while before putting away the mirror and said, Guogua, please continue. Everyone looked at Song Yaoyao's actions speechlessly. How could a 12-year-old kid be so narcissistic? Guogua, Chen Yishao and his companions had an accident on their way to the capital of Tiangshuan nation. Song Yaoyao, what happened? Guogua, Chen Yishao and his friends entered a black shop on their way here. Song Yaoyao, black shop. Then what? Did they fall into a trap? Guogua, yes, they used a colorless and odorless drug on Chen Yishao and his group. Song Yaoyao, this Chen Yishao and his guards are no good. It is said that when you are away from home, you should be more careful. How did Chen Yishao get into trouble? Close black lens bracket. Guogua, it's not Chen Yishao's fault. Those guys in the black shop all looked honest and simple. Who would have thought that they were all pretending? In the video, Chen Yishao and his group arrived at an inn called Chan Shangshan. There was a couple and 4 waiters in the inn. The proprietress looked very shrewd, the boss looked very honest and simple, and the guys were busy with their own things, so there didn't seem to be anything unusual. Chen Yishao and the others did not doubt and ordered some steamed buns and meat, as well as a pot of tea. The tea came soon. Chen Yishao and the others were tired from walking, so they poured themselves some tea and started drinking. Soon Chen Yishao and the others were drugged. After Chen Yishao and the others fainted, the 6 people in the store immediately burst into laughter. They moved Chen Yishao and his group to the backyard and began to search them. Soon, Chen Yishao and his group were stripped down to their underwear. Some people worriedly said, I think these people are not simple, they seem to be martial artists. Have we offended any powerful figures? The lady boss snorted coldly. What are you afraid of? We have robbed many people of prominent status. Aren't there many people like this in our village? They're still obedient now. Even if he is a dragon, he has to coil up in our village. That's true. A waiter pointed at Chen Yishao and asked the lady boss. Third boss, this pretty boy is pretty good looking, do you want to take him in? The woman pinched Chen Yishao's chin, looked at him carefully, and said. She is indeed good looking, and if you savor her tender flesh, she is indeed a top-notch lady, but I have already had 3 husbands after all. There is not a single man in our boss's family. Let's leave this best product to our boss. Let the boss have a taste of manliness. Third boss, we all know that the first boss doesn't like men. What if this pretty boy doesn't catch her eye? What else can we do? Let's find other types of men for the boss. What about this pretty boy then? The third master looked at Chen Yishao's face and said. I'll take him in then. Someone pointed at Chen Yishao's guards and asked. What about the rest of these people? There are many women in our village. When the time comes, let those sisters who don't have men come and choose one. Is there anyone they like? Ning Chaori and Ning Chaoyun really didn't expect that the bandits in Tiangshuan country were so different. Not only were the women in charge, but they were also so wild and heroic that they directly robbed men as their husbands. When Song Yaoyao saw this, she laughed out loud. Ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. It looks like Chen Yishao is going to be captured and made a concubine. The guards will also lose their innocence. Close black lens bracket. Guogua, yes. In this way, Chen Yishao and others were tied up and taken to the mountain village. Halfway through the journey, Chen Yishao and the others woke up and were fed 10 fragrance softening powder, so they had no strength left to run. Close black lens bracket. In the video, Chen Yishao and his companions were blindfolded with black cloth and taken to the mountain village. On the gate of the mountain village were inscribed a few large characters in a flamboyant style, Elegy in the Clouds. The name of a bandit's den is so meaningful. If someone didn't know the whole story, who would associate such a name with a bandit stronghold? The news that the third in command had returned with a top-notch man spread quickly throughout the village, and many women ran over happily to see Chen Yishao and the others. When they saw Chen Yishao's face, they didn't show any girlish shyness at all, but started talking excitedly instead. This man is really handsome, and his face is white, even whiter than us women. Aren't you talking nonsense? Pretty boy, if he's not white, can he be called a pretty boy? I heard that this top quality product is reserved for the big boss. I wonder if the big boss will be interested in this man this time. If the big boss doesn't like it, it won't be your turn. Aren't there still the second, third, fourth, and fifth bosses? Don't let your imagination run wild. Ellipsis. Song Yaoyao looked at the women in the video and asked. Gua Gua, did Chen Yishao and the others enter the Pansy cave? Why are there so many women in this village? Moreover, I also heard that the leaders of this village are all women. Close black lens bracket. Gua Gua, yes, the women in charge here are all highly skilled in martial arts. For example, this third in command, in addition to being an expert in martial arts, is also good at using poison. The drug that drugged Chen Yishao and the others was prepared by her. More than half of the people singing Elegy on the Clouds are women. Many of them are desperate women who have been abandoned by their husbands, abandoned by their families, and not accepted by the world. After being rescued, they all stay here. They're a group of people who only seek wealth and don't kill people. By the way, their head honcho is called Zhang Zhishi, and she is a great beauty. Close black lens bracket. In the video, a woman wearing black clothes and half a mask appeared. Zhang Zhishi and Song Yaoyao. Wow, although this Zhang Zhishi is wearing half a mask, the exposed face shows that she is a great beauty. Gua Gua, Zhang Zhishi is indeed very beautiful. She was abandoned in the mountains when she was young and was picked up by the old chief of the village and taken back home. The old village chief had no children, so he adopted her as his daughter and named her Zhang Zhishi. The name Zhang Zhishi was given by the old village chief who asked a scholar to help her. The old village chief specially hired someone to teach Zhang Zhishi martial arts and literacy. Zhang Zhishi is very smart and can learn anything quickly. She learned a lot from different masters. She is very skilled in martial arts and quite strategic. In the video, when the old village chief and his men were setting a trap, the crying of a child could be vaguely heard. Following the sound, I saw a dirty little girl of 3 or 4 years old. The new and old village chiefs hurried over to ask, but the little girl was too young to clearly say who she was. The inner voice was overheard, and the whole court was eating melons together. Chapter 217 Escape. A child this young would die if she stayed in this deep forest. The village chief took pity on her and took the little girl back to the village. The scene changes, and the little girl is already 7 or 8 years old, learning to read and practicing martial arts with her masters every day. The scene changed again, and the old village chief passed away. Zhang Zhishi was extremely sad, and she became the new generation village chief from then on. The name of the village was also changed to Elegy in the Clouds. Song Yaoyao, and then Gua Gua. After Zhang Zhishi became the head of the village, she took in many women in distress. Now the entire village is in a situation where the yin is stronger than the yang. There are more women than men, and marriage becomes a problem. Therefore, they robbed many men and took them up the mountain to reproduce. Let's talk about Zhang Zhishi. She is not interested in men at all. Now she is 23 years old and still single. This made everyone in the village very anxious, and they were all helping her find a husband. This time, when the third in command saw Chen Yishao, he immediately thought of leaving him to Zhang Zhishi. Chen Yishao's several guards have been divided up by the women in the mountain village. Chen Yishao was the only one left, and he was held in solitary confinement. 3 days later, Chen Yishao finally saw Zhang Zhishi. Close black lens bracket. In the video, Zhang Zhishi's face is half covered with a mask, and she looks cool and otherworldly. When he first saw her, Chen Yishao was also stunned by Zhang Zhishi's appearance, but then he thought of her identity and quickly retracted his gaze. Zhang Zhishi looked around Chen Yishao and asked, "What's your name?" "Coe." Chen Yishao did not tell the truth. Chen is the surname of the Tianfeng kingdom. If he said Chen, it would be easy to see through his identity, so he used a fake name. Zhang Zhishi nodded and said, "Okay, it's you. I won't ask about your previous identity. From now on, you can live in the village and be my husband. Don't worry, I won't treat you unfairly." Chen Yishao looked up at the woman in front of him in astonishment. He said, "I disagree. Your opinion doesn't matter, as long as I agree. When we have a child in the future, you will be responsible for taking care of the child at home, and I will be responsible for supporting you and the child. Don't think that this place is just a copycat. You will naturally know how good it is in the future. If you need anything, you can ask the person at the door to do it." 3 days later, we got married. You take a rest first, I will leave first. After saying this, Zhang Zhishi left. Chen Yishao was left standing there at a loss. Song Yaoyao, ha ha ha, I'm laughing so hard. The remarks made by Zhang Zhishi, the domineering female CEO, really made me laugh to death. Chen Yishao never thought that one day he would end up raising a child and being raised by a woman. Close black lens bracket. Gua Gua, speaking of which, this is the territory of Tiangshan country, and it is also a den of bandits. Chen Yishao is really crying out to heaven and earth for help, but no one can help him. He was fed drugs and couldn't use any martial arts, so he couldn't resist. He thought of a solution, which was to obey. He thought about obeying first and contacting his guards first. Sure enough, after Chen Yishao obeyed, he asked to meet his guards, and Zhang Zhishi agreed. Close black lens bracket. In the video, Chen Yishao met his guards, and they were about to cry when they saw their master. "Master, you must think of a solution quickly. If you don't, our innocence will be lost." "Yes, they said that on the day the master marries the boss, she will consummate the marriage with us, and they said they also want to share in the boss's good fortune. Master, please think of a solution quickly." Ellipsis. Chen Yishao was troubled by the noise made by these people. Finally, he asked them to obey on the surface and wait for an opportunity to act on the wedding day. Gua Gua continued. In the blink of an eye, it was the wedding day, and Chen Yishao was dragged to worship heaven and earth. He pretended to go to the toilet, and after meeting up with his guards, he prepared to escape. Because Chen Yishao was fed medicine, the guards did not expect Chen Yishao to run away. As it was a happy day, the whole village was immersed in joy. There were not many guards today as many people went to the wedding. Only then will Chen Yishao and the others have a chance to escape. Close black lens bracket. In the video, Chen Yishao's guards pretended to be submissive, and one of them stole a packet of drugs from a woman. On the wedding day, Chen Yishao's guards took a jar of wine, poured the sleeping pills into it, and went to find the guards of the mountain stronghold. Chen Yishao's guards said that they would all be family members from now on, and on this happy day, the guards also drank a glass of wedding wine to share in the joy. It's just 1 or 2 drinks, you won't get drunk, the guards thought so and agreed. The guards were quickly drugged. But this time Chen Yishao reunited with the guards. They secretly took some food and prepared to split up and escape. Soon, the people in the village found the guard who had been drugged. Then they saw Chen Yishao and the others had run away. Zhang Zhishi and his men chased after them. Chen Yishao and his companions were afraid of being caught up, so they all ran along the small paths or went directly into the mountains. Ning Chaorui and Ning Chaoyun were both looking at the screen nervously. Song Yaoyao watched the video and couldn't help but get nervous. She asked, "This Chen Yishao has obviously escaped, have the others escaped?" Gua Gua, the reason why Chen Yishao was able to escape was because the guards gave most of the food they brought out to Chen Yishao. Chen Yishao went straight into the mountains and stayed there, barely surviving on food. He didn't escape until the effect of the 10 fragrance softening powder in his body had worn off and his martial arts had recovered. This time, Chen Yishao brought out 4 guards, 2 of whom also escaped and were on their way to Tianyuan City. The other 2 did not escape, and one of them was injured. They were caught and are now locked up. The 2 people who were arrested were forced to tell them where Chen Yishao was, but they refused to tell. Zhang Zhishi was still thinking about capturing Chen Yishao and continuing to be his husband. She hadn't thought about going too far and was quite polite to the 2 guards. She is now waiting for Chen Yishao to go back and rescue people. Close black lens bracket. In the video, Chen Yishao was hiding in the mountains in a desperate situation, and when he was hungry he ate the food he brought with him. Food is limited. We only eat 1 meal a day, and each meal can only ensure that we don't starve to death. Deep in the mountains, you can hear the sound of searching from time to time. 10 days later, when the effect of the medicine in Chen Yishao's body wore off, he escaped from the mountains. Later on his journey, Chen Yishao saved a pair of grandparents and grandchildren. To thank Chen Yishao, the old lady gave Chen Yishao 50 taels of silver. Chen Yishao bought a horse with the 50 taels of silver and came to Tiangshan City. Guogua, Chen Yishao left marks for his guards along the way. The 2 guards who escaped will soon come and join him after seeing the marks. Song Yaoyao, Chen Yishao's experiences along the way can be written into a storybook. I've already thought of a name, something that must be said between the fierce village girl and the delicate prince. Close black lens bracket. The inner voice was overheard, and the whole court was eating melons together. Chapter 218 Going to the black shop. When Chen Yishao heard this, his face turned dark. Nothing happened between him and that woman, okay. Song Yaoyao ignored Chen Yishao's dark expression and said, "I don't mean to say that I think Zhang Zhishi is pretty and very capable. What else is Chen Yishao dissatisfied with? Why not just obey her? There won't be so many problems. As long as he can make Zhang Zhishi happy, he can go wherever he wants. It's great to have such a strong woman as his backer. Besides, they have already been married. They're already husband and wife. Also, when I think of Oyu Ruoxuan, I feel that Chen Yishao is a perfect match for a woman with strong martial arts skills like Zhang Zhishi. If he dares to bully others, 2 big bullies will fight and he will be obedient." Close black lens bracket. 6th Prince, thank you. Ning Chaorui and Ning Chaoyun didn't know about Oyu Ruoxuan, but to make Yaoyao so unhappy, the 6th Prince must have done something excessive. Gua Gua, it's easy for you to say it. Chen Yishao is a prince. Things are not that simple. Even if Chen Yishao is willing, he cannot decide his own marriage. With Zhang Zhishi's status, the highest she could be was a concubine. What was a concubine? To put it bluntly, it was not even a concubine. Do you think it's possible for Zhang Zhishi to be a concubine with her temper? If Zhang Zhishi were allowed to enter the 6th Prince's mansion, she would be killed. The backyard of the 6th Prince's mansion is a river of blood. Close black lens bracket. Song Yaoyao, that's true. Anyway, Chen Yishao just needs to stop bullying Oyu Ruoxuan. Close black lens bracket. When talking about Oyu Ruoxuan, Chen Yishao's eyes dimmed. He wrote so many letters and sent so many things to her, but they were all returned unopened. There was no possibility between them anymore. Song Yaoyao lowered her head and saw the 6th Prince in a daze. Guogua, what's wrong with the 6th Prince? Why is he in a daze? Are you full so quickly? Could it be that he regrets it now? Regrets that he escaped and didn't follow Zhang Zhishi. Close black lens bracket. The 6th Prince was immediately brought back to his senses by Song Yaoyao's voice. Lord Song, I didn't do that, don't talk nonsense. Song Yaoyao's voice continues. This man is indeed a creature who is easily tempted by new things. Before, he was desperate for Oyu Ruoxuan, but now he has fallen in love with Zhang Zhishi. Alas. Close black lens bracket. After hearing this, Guogua said speechlessly. Host, if you want Chen Yishao to let Oyu Ruoxuan go, don't bother her anymore. Then she disliked Chen Yishao for being fickle and falling in love with someone else. What exactly do you want Chen Yishao to do to satisfy you? Why are you so difficult to please? Close black lens bracket. Song Yaoyao. Song Yaoyao was stumped by Guogua's question. Song Yaoyao admitted that she disliked Chen Yishao because of Oyu Ruoxuan's incident. In fact, apart from this incident, Chen Yishao was a good person. Song Yaoyao, after some self-reflection, I do have some prejudices. This won't happen again in the future. Close black lens bracket. Song Yaoyao saw Chen Yishao still eating and said, "You need to have an identity here so that we can all get along well." Chen Yishao said, I thought about it. I've already told others that my name is Xiao Yi, and I just called you sister on the street. So I'll be your big brother for the time being. What do you think? Song Yaoyao thought this was fine, so she said. Okay, then from now on, I'll be called Xiao Yaoyao. Everyone nodded. After eating and drinking, Song Yaoyao and the others went back, and then Chen Yishao talked about his experiences of the past few days. Although they already knew the matter, Chen Yishao added a lot of details from his own perspective. Ning Chaorui asked. My lord, what are your plans next? I left a mark. If my guards escape, they will find us soon after seeing the marks along the way. If they don't find us, it means they have been captured. Let's wait 2 days. Although everyone already knew that 2 people escaped and 2 others were captured, because Song Yaoyao was present, they pretended that they knew nothing about it. 2 days later, the 2 guards who escaped were also found. 2 days later, no one came to look for him again, so Song Yaoyao and the others went to look for Chen Yishao. Your Majesty, it has been several days, it seems your other 2 guards should have been captured. What do you want to do next? After thinking for a moment, Chen Yishao said. Ting Lei and Ting Feng have been with me for so many years, I can't just stand by and watch them die. But we are so weak and alone, how can we save people? Song Yaoyao, as long as you want to save people, there is naturally a way. Since they had decided to rescue people, Song Yaoyao and the others made some preparations and decided to set off. Song Yaoyao couldn't ride a horse, so they took a carriage. Their speed was much slower, and it took them half a month to reach the black shop. Song Yaoyao took out the tranquilizer gun early on. She couldn't use real guns and live bullets, and she couldn't kill anyone. If she did, how could she exchange hostages? As soon as Chen Yishao and his friends walked into the black shop, the proprietress came over and was about to introduce them enthusiastically when she saw Chen Yishao. She couldn't hide the surprise on her face. Brother-in-law, you're back. Chen Yishao said with a dark face. Who is your brother-in-law? Don't call him that. Why did I call someone randomly? You've already married my eldest sister. Isn't it only natural for me to call you my brother-in-law? The proprietress who was speaking was the third in command, whom everyone had seen in the video. As he was speaking, the third in command gave a wink and the guys gathered around. Taking advantage of their unpreparedness, Song Yaoyao took out the tranquilizer gun without hesitation, and those guys fell down in an instant. At this moment, Guogua reminded. Host, there are more than 30 people in the backyard of this black shop, and they're heading here. You must be careful. Song Yaoyao originally thought that just like what she saw in the video, there were only a few people in the black shop, but she never expected that there were people in the backyard. Song Yaoyao didn't have time to ask more questions, and quickly took out the enhanced version of the drug from the space. This was an upgraded version of the drug she prepared when she was free. At this moment, more than 30 people rushed in. The third master said proudly. We have been looking for the trace of our eldest brother-in-law recently. Those who came out to look for him have not withdrawn. I didn't expect that you would come to our door today. Song Yaoyao also didn't want to hurt anyone. If someone was killed, they would become mortal enemies and the next deal would not be possible. Song Yaoyao quickly threw the enhanced version of the sleeping pills in her hand toward the more than 30 people. Those 30-odd people had already fallen down one after another before they could rush to Song Yaoyao and the others. The third master asked with an unpleasant expression. What have you done? Song Yaoyao looked at the furious third master and told the truth. It's nothing, they were just drugged. The inner voice was overheard, and the whole court was eating melons together. Chapter 219 Meeting Zhang Jishi. After hearing this, the third in command immediately took out the antidote from his pocket and walked towards those people. Song Yaoyao raised her eyebrows but didn't stop him. She just watched the third in command's actions. Ning Chaorui moved closer to Song Yaoyao and asked in a low voice. Yaoyao, she has the antidote. Once those people are rescued, they will be outnumbered and it will be difficult for us to deal with them. Song Yaoyao was not worried at all and said. Brother, don't worry, my drug is a strong one. Ordinary antidotes are useless. Only a special antidote I prepared can wake the person up. After Song Yaoyao said this, she saw that the bandits did not react at all after smelling the antidote. The third master stared at Song Yaoyao angrily and said. Didn't you say it was a drug? Why didn't they react at all when they smelled the antidote? Song Yaoyao shrugged. This is a stronger version of the drug. Your ordinary antidote is completely useless. Hand over the antidote. Song Yaoyao laughed out loud. Has this beautiful store manager gone mad running a shady store? If I could hand over the antidote, why would I go through the trouble of giving him the drug? Don't you agree? The third in command stood up and walked over. Guogua, host, she has poison in her hand. As soon as Guogua finished speaking, the medicine powder in the third in command's hand was already sprinkled towards them. Except for Song Yaoyao, everyone else quickly used their sleeves to cover their faces. When the medicinal powder reached Song Yaoyao, it was blocked by an invisible barrier. Everyone on Song Yaoyao's side was fine, but the third in command was poisoned by the medicine that he had just spread. She staggered back a few steps, held onto the table beside her, and quickly took out the antidote from her waist and swallowed it. After a moment, the third in command looked at the people on the ground. Except for herself, all the others were lying unconscious on the ground, while the people opposite were fine. She raised her head angrily, stared at Song Yaoyao and the others, and shouted. Who are you guys? What do you want to do? Song Yaoyao said with a smile. It doesn't matter who we are. We don't want to do anything. We just want to make a deal with your boss. Why do you think our boss will make a deal with you? Song Yaoyao pointed at the people lying on the ground, then pointed at the third master, and said. Aren't we hostages like you? As long as your boss really cares about you, she will definitely agree. The third master said angrily. Don't even think about using us to threaten the boss. As the third in command spoke, he took out a pill and prepared to swallow it. Song Yaoyao was quick to pick up the tranquilizer gun and fired a shot. The third in command fell to the ground instantly, and the pills rolled to the ground. Song Yao muttered. Why are you so stubborn? It's just a hostage exchange, not a big deal. You act like we want to harm your boss. I'm really speechless. Now I am lying here, I am finally obedient. Ning Chaorui and his men had already tied up everyone on the ground. Song Yao took out the antidote and let one of the bandits smell it, and the man woke up instantly. He looked at his companions and the third in command, all of whom were unconscious and tied up. He looked at Song Yao and the others in horror. Song Yao looked at the man and said, "Woke up." The man didn't speak. Song Yao continued. "We'll let you go back in a bit. When you get to the mountain, tell the big boss that you, the third in command, and his men are in our hands. Let her use the people she captured 2 days ago to exchange. As for who was captured, I don't need to say much, you should know it clearly. Did you hear that clearly? Listen clearly." After the man was untied, he ran away. Next, Song Yao and the others just waited. Ning Chaorui said worriedly, "Do you think Zhang Zhishi can bring someone to exchange?" Song Yao, how does the saying go? You won't give up until you reach the Yellow River, and you won't turn back until you hit the wall. As the head of the family, Zhang Zhishi will not let us take people away easily even if we want to exchange hostages. Chen Yishao, that woman has always been a strong person who never changes her mind. I guess she won't be able to swallow this insult. Ning Chaoyun, in that case, we still need to make some preparations. Song Yao took out a lot of powdered medicine, such as 10 fragrance softening powder, aphrodisiac, etc., and distributed them to several people. Keep these powders for future use. Early the next morning, Song Yao and the others met Zhang Zhishi in person. Song Yao couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. The boss is indeed a great beauty. After hearing this, Zhang Zhishi suddenly smiled on her serious face and said, "Little sister, do you want to go up the mountain with us? It's good in our mountain, women are not oppressed. When you grow up a few more years, if you like a man, I will catch him for you, how about that?" Song Yao looked at Zhang Zhishi, who was like a wolf grandmother at the moment, and waved her hands. "Not so good, you should worry about your marriage first. My brother doesn't want to. You are so pretty, why do you have to hang yourself on this crooked tree of my brother's?" Zhang Zhishi didn't get angry when she heard this, but laughed. "So you are Xiaoyi's sister, which means you are my sister-in-law. We are a family. Don't worry, as long as your elder brother follows me, you will definitely benefit from it." "Song Yao, you are not my sister-in-law. My parents are still alive. You didn't get married by my parents' order or by the matchmaker. My eldest brother was also forced. Your marriage doesn't count at all." Zhang Zhishi's face turned cold. "You can't deny your debt." Song Yao felt that it was extremely difficult to communicate with this woman. She was so self-centered that she could not make sense of the things she believed in. Song Yao was too lazy to argue with her and said, "Did you bring the people?" Zhang Zhishi pulled 2 people out from behind and said, "The people are here, where are the third master and the others?" Song Yao looked at Chen Yishao and he nodded. Song Yao also moved aside, and the weak figures of the third in command and others also appeared. "Zhang Zhishi, what happened to them?" "It's just that I got some drugs." "Hand over the antidote." Song Yao looked at Zhang Zhishi speechlessly. "Why do you guys like to say this? I will give you the antidote, but not now. I will give it to you after we are safe." At this time, Guoguo's voice rang out. "Host, we can see dozens of bandits in this house, and there are more than 300 bandits hiding in the bushes outside. Zhang Zhishi never wanted to let you go, so you better be careful. Close black lens bracket." The inner voice was overheard, and the whole court was eating melons together. Chapter 220 Gatling Online. Song Yao, Zhang Zhishi brought so many people here, she really thinks highly of us. I originally wanted to resolve this matter peacefully, but it seems like there will be no peaceful resolution today. Zhang Zhishi never really thought about exchanging hostages. She asked for this, so don't blame me for being cruel and ruthless later. Close black lens bracket. After hearing Song Yao's thoughts, Chen Yishao, Ning Chaorui, Ning Chaoyun and others' faces changed drastically. They looked at Zhang Zhishi vigilantly. Zhang Zhishi winked, and the dozens of people she brought with her surrounded Song Yao and the others. "Want to leave? Now that you're here, don't leave. It was the first time I fell in love with a man, but I didn't expect that he was ungrateful and ran away on our wedding night. Where can I put my face? I have never failed to get what I want. If you want to threaten me, you underestimate me. It seems that today, we have to use force." Song Yao's face turned cold and she asked, "Boss, it seems you won't let us go easily today. Are you going to have to shed blood?" Zhang Zhishi said disdainfully. "You few people dare to speak so arrogantly." Song Yao knew that there were less than 10 of them, while the other side had more than 300 people, so they had the capital to look down on them. Song Yao said to Chen Yishao, "First, help Tingli and Tingfeng over to our side." "Ah." Chen Yishao asked his other 2 guards to help Tingli and Tingfeng over and untie the ropes that tied them up. Zhang Zhishi did not stop them. In her opinion, whether it was Tinglei Tingfeng or Song Yao and the others, they would eventually be captured and taken back to the village, so what they were doing now was in vain. At this moment, Song Yao took out a handful of enhanced sleeping pills and threw them at Zhang Zhishi and the others. More than a dozen people on Zhang Zhishi's side were caught off guard and drugged, and have passed out. While the rest of the people were covering their mouths and noses with their sleeves, Song Yao took advantage of the opportunity to take out her weapons. Song Yao held the pistol, and with a thought, the pistol turned into a Gatling gun. This time, there were too many people on the other side, so we had to use heavy weapons. When Zhang Zhishi and the others put down the hands that were covering their faces, they saw the big thing in Song Yao's hand. Before Zhang Zhishi and the others could get curious, Song Yao had already opened fire. The Gatling gun was launched, and it was so cool. With a series of thumping sounds, in just a few seconds, all the 30 or so people around Zhang Zishi had lost their lives. Zhang Zishi had already dodged it because of her great martial arts skills. Song Yaoyao was about to shoot, but Guoguo's voice rang out. Host, please spare his life. Just kill a chicken to scare the monkeys, don't kill them indiscriminately. Close black lens bracket. Song Yaoyao, why? Guoguo, I will tell you the reason later. Song Yaoyao, if the 300 people ambushing outside attack us in groups, don't blame me. Guoguo, yeah. After hearing this, Song Yaoyao did not shoot again. Zhang Zishi looked at the weapon in Song Yaoyao's hand in astonishment. Chen Yishao, Ning Chaori and others also looked at the big thing in Song Yaoyao's hand in astonishment. Song Yaoyao instructed. Follow me closely. Chen Yishao, okay. Song Yaoyao looked at Zhang Zishi and said. Boss, I thought we could resolve this peacefully, but you disagreed. It's your own fault that things have come to this point. Zhang Zishi didn't say anything. She stretched out her hand and was about to attack Song Yaoyao, but as soon as she reached in front of Song Yaoyao, she was blocked by an invisible barrier. Zhang Zishi used King Gong to take several steps back before she could stand firmly. Zhang Zishi looked at her numb hands in astonishment, then looked at Song Yaoyao and asked. Who are you? Song Yaoyao smiled. Didn't you call me sister-in-law before? Why, don't you recognize me now? You. You what you? Boss, you're a martial arts expert, so you can dodge it, but your subordinates may not be able to dodge it. Zhang Zishi suppressed her anger and said. What exactly do you want to do? Song Yaoyao smiled harmlessly and said. We said what we wanted from the beginning, which is to exchange hostages with you. It was you who was unwilling to fight with us. You can go now. Song Yaoyao sneered. Isn't it too late for you to say this now? We have such strength. How long can I keep firing at the 300 people lying in ambush outside? I think it will only take a few breaths for them to go to see the King of Hell. I admit defeat this time. You can take your people and leave now. Are you sure? You won't do it again? Well, I'm sure we won't do it again. Zhang Zishi realized that the girl in front of her was very strange. Not only did she have a powerful weapon, but there was also something protecting her, so she couldn't get close to her at all. With her here today, even if a few hundred more people come, they have no chance of winning. If they piss this girl off, the entire village might be in danger. Zhang Zishi never thought that she just fell in love with a man, and after he escaped, she would be attracted by such an evil spirit. They suffered this loss today. Seeing that Song Yaoyao didn't say anything, Zhang Zishi was a little worried that she would have a disagreement, so she picked up the big guy and started shooting. Zhang Zishi thought for a moment, took out a 5,000 tael silver note from her pocket, handed it over, and said. We have offended you this time because we didn't recognize you. These are our apologies. Please accept them. Ting Lei walked over, took the banknote, looked at it, and found no problem. Song Yaoyao said to Chen Yishao and the others. Let's go. Song Yaoyao was holding the Gatling gun from beginning to end and never put down her weapon. After Chen Yishao and the others got on their horses and Song Yaoyao got into the carriage, the Gatling gun was still facing Zhang Zishi and the others. As expected, Zhang Zishi and the others did not take action again, nor did they chase after them. Song Yaoyao and her group finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although there were some minor disturbances during this rescue, overall it went smoothly. Song Yaoyao asked Chen Yishao. Tingli Tingfeng, how are you? I was fed 10 fragrant softening muscle powder, and apart from general weakness, I have no other symptoms. Don't worry, everything will be fine after the effect of the medicine wears off. Song Yaoyao nodded. Ning Chaori and Ning Chaoyun looked at the Gatling gun in Song Yaoyao's hand with envy. Ning Chaori asked. Yaoyao, what weapon is that in your hand? Song Yaoyao looked at the Gatling gun in her hand and said. This weapon is called Gatling, it is a heavy thermal weapon. Song Yaoyao then gave a brief introduction to Gatling. Ning Chaori looked at Gatling with burning eyes and asked. It would be great if this thing could be used on the battlefield. Song Yaoyao knew that her cousin always talked about war and battlefields. But still hit. With our current production level, we cannot produce such a weapon. The inner voice was overheard, and the whole court was eating melons together. Chapter 221, Firecrackers in the Crotch, one modern place name. Ning Chaori's eyes dimmed a lot, but he still asked. Can I touch it? Can. Song Yaoyao's weapon can only be used by herself. Even if others have it in their hands, they cannot use it. Hey, in an emergency, the pistol was transformed into a Gatling gun. After the incident, Song Yaoyao didn't know how to explain it. Fortunately, these people didn't ask about the origin of the Gatling gun. It was a blessing. Everyone gathered around the Gatling gun and watched it. After a long time, they returned the Gatling gun to Song Yaoyao. Chen Yishao, thanks to this Gatling gun today, otherwise it would not be so easy for us to escape. Everyone nodded in agreement. Now that she was free, Song Yaoyao asked Guoguo. Guoguo, why did you only let me kill a chicken to scare the monkeys, and not let me just shoot all the bandits that Zhang Zishi brought with her? Not only Song Yaoyao wanted to know the reason, but the few people who heard their thoughts also wanted to know the reason. Guoguo, this Zhang Zishi's identity is not simple. When I saw her just now, I unlocked her life information. Close black lens bracket. As Guoguo finished speaking, the screen above Song Yaoyao's head lit up, and Zhang Zishi's image appeared on it. Guoguo continued. More than 10 years ago, a coup d'etat took place in the palace of Longyuan Kingdom. At that time, Emperor Nine Kenyi and Empress Menkirua were childhood sweethearts and had a very good relationship. Before the coup, Nine Senyi sensed something was wrong and was afraid that Menkirua would be harmed, so he sent people to send her and the daughter Nine Jingren out of the palace. Nine Jingren was Nine Senyi's first child and the eldest princess of Longyuan Kingdom. At that time, she was only 3 years old. After the rebellion in the palace was quelled, Nine Senyi sent people to the designated place to pick up Meng Ruoxi and Nine Jingren, only to find that they had not been there at all. After that, no matter how hard Nine Senyi searched, he couldn't find the person. Close black lens bracket. In the video, Meng Qiruo and Nine Jingren were sent out of the palace. No one expected that the palace maid beside Meng Qiruo had been bribed and revealed their whereabouts. Meng Shi had no choice but to order a change of escape route. In order to save her daughter Nine Jingren, Meng Qiruo led her men to divert the people chasing him, and asked the wet nurse and a guard to carry Nine Jingren and escape in another direction, which was the direction of Tiangshan Kingdom. In this way, Meng Qiruo was finally caught up, all the guards died, and Meng Qiruo was forced to jump off the cliff, leaving no trace. When those people found out that Nine Jingren was not with Meng Qiruo, they knew that she had escaped under someone's protection. Then, they split into several groups and started to track her down. Finally, they found Nine Jingren's whereabouts. In order to lure those people away, Nine Jingren's wet nurse had to knock her unconscious, hide her in the grass, and cover her with branches. The wet nurse and the guard continued to run forward, but when they were caught up, they bit their tongues and committed suicide. Those people were unwilling to give up. After searching for a long time but failing to find Nine Jingren's whereabouts, they had no choice but to leave. After all, this is Tiangshan country, and those people can't stay here for long. When the effect of the drug wore off, Nine Jingren woke up and found no one around her. She started crying and then met the old village chief and his people. She named him Zhang Zhiqi. Guogua continued. Nine Jingren was too young at that time and didn't remember anything at all. Over the years, Nine Senyi has never given up looking for Meng Qiruo and Nine Jingren. The reason I don't let you kill people indiscriminately is that I hope you won't do anything too extreme. In the future, if Tianfeng Kingdom confronts Longyuan Kingdom, we know the whereabouts of Nine Jingren, which can also be a bargaining chip. Close black lens bracket. Song Yaoyao, I understand. Song Yaoyao suddenly laughed. In this case, Chen Yishao is not at a disadvantage. He and the eldest princess of Longyuan Kingdom are married, which can be considered a good match. Guogua laughed unkindly. Yeah, if you think about it this way, the two of them are quite a good match. This is called destiny meeting each other even though they're thousands of miles apart. Close black lens bracket. Song Yaoyao smiled and said, I have a feeling that we will see Zhang Zhiqi again in the future. Chen Yishao can't escape Zhang Zhiqi's five-finger mountain at all. We are only separated temporarily now, and I am looking forward to seeing you again next time. Guogua, tell me, if Chen Yishao and Zhang Zhiqi were to fight, who would have better martial arts skills? Close black lens bracket. Chen Yishao felt sick when he heard Song Yaoyao's inner voice. He didn't want that tigress. Guogua, I also want to know, is it the east wind that prevails over the west wind, or is it the west wind that prevails over the east wind? After tossing and turning for so long, Song Yaoyao was tired and slowly fell asleep. When Song Yaoyao woke up again, 2 hours had passed. The sky gradually darkened and the carriage had stopped. It seemed that they would have to camp outdoors tonight. Watching them getting ready to cook, Song Yaoyao couldn't help, so she simply found a big rock and sat down. There's really nothing to see in the wilderness. Song Yaoyao said boredly. Open black lens bracket. Guogua, tell a joke. Close black lens bracket. Guogua, I don't have any jokes here. Host, let me tell you a funny riddle. Song Yaoyao, okay. Guogua, set off firecrackers in the crotch, name a modern place. Song Yaoyao. Chen Yishao and the others originally wanted to hear what funny riddles Guogua would come up with, but instead they heard this. They didn't dare to imagine that scene. How could they still have children if they put firecrackers in their crotch? It's terrible. They couldn't help but squeeze their legs together. Song Yaoyao, Guogua, when did you become bad? You actually came up with such a colorful riddle. Guogua sneered. Host, why are you pretending to be a gentleman? You are a yellow man at heart. I learned this from you. Song Yaoyao, you old pervert, you are the one who is yellow, your whole family is yellow. Guogua, okay, whatever you say is what I will say. I'm Huang, okay. So do you want to guess or not? Close black lens bracket. Song Yaoyao, guess, don't rush me. Putting firecrackers in the crotch, bombs, explosive eggs. Close black lens bracket. Guogua, host, I asked you to guess the place name, not to say a two-part allegorical saying. Song Yaoyao thought for a moment and said. Open black lens bracket Shenyang, close black lens bracket. Guogua, that's not right. Ning Chaoyun and the others' faces turned red. Guogua and Yaoyao dared to say anything. But they also want to know what the answer is. Song Yaoyao thought for a moment and said. Open black lens bracket Chongqing, close black lens bracket. Guogua, no, guess again. Song Yaoyao thought for a long time but couldn't figure it out, so she said. I can't guess, tell me. Guogua, host, guess again. Song Yaoyao, I can't guess it, I won't guess anymore. Guogua, okay, since you have a low IQ, I'll tell you. Setting off firecrackers in the crotch, guess a modern place name. The answer is, Shangchu, close black lens bracket. Song Yaoyao. She really couldn't have imagined this. Ning Chaoyun and the others' faces turned even redder and they all lowered their heads. The inner voice was overheard, and the whole court was eating melons together. Chapter 222, Stab Billion to Death. Although they didn't know where Shangchu was, they all understood what the answer meant. It's so embarrassing that his mother opened the door for awkward, it's so embarrassing. Guogua, host, do you want to guess another funny riddle? Song Yaoyao rolled her eyes speechlessly. She found that Guogua was becoming more and more frivolous, and refused. No need. Guogua, I haven't heard you sing before, please sing us a song, something dynamic. Close black lens bracket. Guogua, this can satisfy you. Guagua coughed dryly a few times, threw one hand back, put the other on his hips, and twisted his hips a few times like others, then began to sing. Beat billion to death, beat billion to death, beat billion to death, beat billion to death, ho, the GE said, from the song, Beat It. Guagua is a round ball with 4 limbs. It imitates Michael Jack's classic moves, raising his hips and twisting his body, which is so exciting. Song Yao Yao staggered immediately. Oh my god, Guagua, you are going to die. I shouldn't have had any expectations of you. You changed such a good Michael Jackson song into this. After the original singer heard this song, he would probably be restless in the underworld and would go back to the world to settle the score with you. Also, what the hell are you twisting? Close black lens bracket. Guagua was still singing in a self-absorbed manner. Song Yao Yao resisted the urge to roll her eyes and said, Guagua, you are tired too, let's take a rest. Guagua, host, I'm not tired. After saying this, Guagua started to sing again, through billion, through billion, through billion, through billion, ho. Song Yao Yao couldn't stand it anymore and yelled. Shut up, you sing so badly, don't you have any idea? Guagua stopped singing and said confidently. Host, you usually sing like this, we are the same, so don't criticize me. Song Yao Yao, no, I don't. I sing very well. Guagua, TSK, you have it, you obviously have it, your voice is like 100 demons parading at night. Song Yao Yao was not to be outdone. You are not much better. Your singing is like the sound of an iron rod rubbing against the ground in the corridor in the middle of the night. It is extremely unpleasant. Ellipsis. Song Yao Yao and Guagua started arguing again. With one person dominating the group, they would have a quarrel like elementary school kids every now and then. Chen Yishao and the others had gotten used to it. But what did that stabbing to death of Billion just now mean? Billion sounds like a woman's name. What terrible mistake did she make that she should be stabbed to death? In Song Yao Yao's previous life, could killing people be sung? Song Yao Yao didn't know what everyone was thinking. If she knew, she would definitely say that this was a big misunderstanding. Half a month later, Song Yao Yao and the others returned to Tianyuan City, the capital of Tiangshan Kingdom, and the effects of the medicine on Tingli Tingfeng had been eliminated. It has been a month since I left here, and Tianyuan City has been extremely lively recently. The subordinates reported that 10 days after they left, the news that Empress Usiyu and Crown Prince's tutor Han Zonghe had an affair and gave birth to 2 bastards spread among the people. Soon, this matter reached the ears of Emperor Teng Yetao of Tiangshan Kingdom. When Teng Yetao found out about this, he was furious. He ordered the secret guards to investigate where these rumors came from. He also ordered the Duke of Fuguo and the Grand Tutor to be idle in the mansion, and surrounded the Hu and Han families. Although there was no further action, both families were guarded by the imperial guards, and no one was allowed to enter or leave without Teng Yetao's order. Queen Usiyu and her 2 children with Han Zonghe were also imprisoned. The prince's mansion was also surrounded. Now it was obvious that Teng Yetao suspected that Prince Teng Yiting was not his biological son. What did the Han and Hu families want to do by letting such a bastard be the crown prince? They must want to steal the country. Song Yao Yao couldn't help but sigh. Concubine Pan and the 5th prince are so fast. There was another big event, that is, Song Yao Yao's grandfather and his men occupied another city in Tiangshan Kingdom. 2 days ago, the Anjuang on their side had already received the news, and it was estimated that the matter would spread in Tianyuan City soon. Song Yao Yao felt that only if Grandpa Ning and his men captured a few more cities in Tiangshan country, the people in Tianyuan City would panic after receiving the news, which would help them rescue people. By the way, I don't know what this bastard Teng Yetao is thinking. The news that Ji Changyuan is dead has already spread, so why is he still detaining Ji Changyuan's wife and children? What on earth is this guy thinking? Song Yao Yao and the others fell silent, waiting for the opportunity to rescue people. The capital of Tianfeng Kingdom. Everyone hasn't seen Xiao Song for a long time. Everyone misses her very much. The main reason is that they haven't eaten fresh melon for a long time. They're itching to eat more. They can't get excited about anything. They're eager to follow Master Xiao Song to eat fresh melons. Some people have visited the Song mansion several times, but were stopped every time and did not see Song Yao Yao in person. There are many people coming to the door every day, and the Song family is very annoyed. Finally, it was the emperor who issued an order that no one was allowed to disturb the Song mansion and that Lord Song should have a good rest. Now, there was finally some peace and quiet. The emperor of Tianfeng Kingdom received a pigeon message from the border, saying that General Ning and his men had already occupied 2 cities of Tiangshan Kingdom and our army had suffered very few casualties. The emperor was very pleased and told the news to all the ministers in the court. The ministers were all extremely happy. In just half a day, the news had spread throughout the streets and alleys of the capital, and the people were all cheering. Some people even set off firecrackers to celebrate. The emperor also received a lot of letters from the Tiangshan Kingdom via carrier pigeons during this period. Basically, he received a letter every 1 or 2 days, and learned that his 6th son and Lord Xiao Song had gone to the capital of the Tiangshan Kingdom. The emperor already knew roughly what Lord Xiao Song and his men did after they arrived at the capital of Tiangshan Kingdom. When the emperor learned that Chen Yishao was abducted by bandits, the expression on his face was very interesting, and he cursed, "What a waste, not only did he get tricked when he went out, but he was almost raped by a woman, what a useless person." If Chen Yishao was in front of him, he would definitely retort, "I was poisoned by the 10 fragrance softening muscle powder. If it weren't for the Chinese medicine, how could such a thing have happened?" After the emperor saw the true identity of the female bandit, he felt that it was not impossible for Chen Yishao to be raped, as it was also a kind of pleasure in the boudoir. If Chen Yishao knew what his father was thinking, he would definitely say, "Father, you change your face so quickly. Besides, he likes the kind of gentle woman, so forget about that tigress, he is not worthy of her. Let's leave her to someone else." The emperor's mood fluctuated every day as he read these letters. The emperor was afraid that Minister Song would worry, so he called him to the imperial study after the morning court session and let him read the letters before burning them. After Minister Song finished reading, the expression on his face was unpredictable. He asked why his little daughter had not come back for so long, and it turned out that she had gone to the capital of Tiangshan Kingdom. Look at what she did. The queen and the crown prince of Tiangshan Kingdom were imprisoned. The inner voice was overheard, and the whole court was eating melons together. Chapter 223. When something goes wrong, there must be a monster. She really never stops. The chaos in Tiangshan Kingdom would definitely be beneficial to them, but Minister Song was also extremely worried, fearing that his little daughter's thoughts would put her in danger. The emperor looked at Minister Song's worried expression and said, "Don't worry, with Lao Lu and the 2 young generals Ning accompanying us, nothing will go wrong. Also, the XX of Mr. Xiao Song can only be heard by some people in our Tianfeng country. No one from other countries outside Tianfeng country can hear it. You can rest assured about this." Minister Song immediately raised his head and asked, "Is this true?" The emperor nodded and said, "This is what Master Liaran from Bayan Temple told me. I don't need to say more about Master Liaran's abilities, so don't worry, my dear minister." Minister Song finally felt relieved. That's good, otherwise, I would be so worried. Her mother would be so worried that she wouldn't be able to eat or sleep well every day, for fear that something unexpected would happen. Ellipsis. The capital of Tiangshan Kingdom, Tianyuan City. At this moment, Song Yaoyao and her group were sitting in a private room of a restaurant. In addition to Song Yaoyao and her 2 cousins, there was also Chen Yishao who came out this time. Of course, Chen Yishao's face was disguised. There is nothing we can do about it. In the past, Chen Yishao had met the envoys from Tianfeng Kingdom at a banquet held there. Chen Yishao has a handsome appearance, and as the 6th prince of Tianfeng Kingdom, he is very recognizable. Now that the 2 countries are at war, Chen Yishao appeared here. He was afraid of being recognized and causing unnecessary trouble, so he disguised himself before going out. Chen Yishao's 4 guards usually follow him. They are very recognizable, so they can be followed by other guards. The 4 of them were left in the house. One of the 4 great sorcery arts in Asia, Song Yaoyao had also studied the makeup technique of the Sakura country in her previous life. Today, the makeup on Chen Yishao's face was done by Song Yaoyao. Chen Yishao's current face looks like an ordinary face and will not attract any woman's attention at all. This effect is exactly what they want. After staying in the mansion for another 3 days, they still had no idea how to rescue people, so they decided to go out and try their luck again. The streets were particularly busy at this moment. Some people were distributing porridge in the city, and many people and beggars were queuing up. Giving out porridge is very common and nothing special. Song Yaoyao felt it was boring and was about to withdraw her head, but at this moment, Guogua's voice rang out. "Host, there is a big melon, do you want to eat it?" Song Yaoyao looked listless and said, "It's already this late, how can I still be in the mood to eat melons?" Guogua, "Host, this melon is related to the 2nd prince of Tiangshan country. Are you sure you don't want to eat it?" Song Yaoyao, "Okay, tell me about it." Guogua, "Host, do you see the porridge stall down there?" Song Yaoyao, "I see. Could this melon be related to the porridge distribution below?" Guogua, "Yes, next to the porridge stall, there is a man in blue brocade clothes. Do you see him? His name is Bingwen." As Guogua finished speaking, the image of Bingwen appeared on the screen above Song Yaoyao's head. Song Yaoyao, "What's wrong with this person?" Guogua, Bingwen is the legitimate son of the Yin family, the imperial merchant family of Tiangshan Kingdom. Bingwen's elder sister, Shulei, is the concubine of Teng Exingrao, the 2nd prince of Tiangshan Kingdom. It can be said that the entire Yin family is the 2nd prince's purse. Although the Yin family is an imperial merchant, they are also businessmen. It is really marrying up for the Yin family to have a concubine who is a prince. The reason why Teng Exingrao married Shulei was to get financial support from the Yin family. As for the Yin family, with this prince son-in-law to protect them, their business will naturally flourish. Moreover, who in the capital would not be respectful when meeting the Yin family? The Yin family and the 2nd prince Teng Exingrao each got what they wanted, and both sides were very satisfied with it. Next up, Bingwen is Shuli's younger brother, who has always been working for Teng Exingrao. Close black lens bracket. In the video, the Yin family unconditionally provided money to Teng Exingrao. What the Yin family lacked the least was money. What they lacked was a lack of support in the court. Later, since Shulei married Teng Exingrao, the status of the Yin family also rose. Teng Exingrao was also very blunt. Every time he asked the Yin family for money, the starting amount was at least 5 taels, and he would ask for money every 3 months. What did Teng Exingrao need so much money for? Of course, he would raise private soldiers, train secret guards, recruit soldiers, buy weapons, and buy food. There are so many places to spend money. Song Yaoyao, the Yin family and Teng Exingrao each get what they want. As long as both parties are satisfied, there is nothing we outsiders can say. Since ancient times, princes have always married wealthy businessmen. Isn't this the case? They always have something to gain. Otherwise, why would he marry a merchant's daughter when there are so many noble ladies in the capital? Guogua, don't you agree? Close black lens bracket. Guogua, host, things are not that simple. If this matter only involves Teng Exingrao and the Yin family, it would be like Zhou Yu fighting Huang Gai, one willing to fight and the other willing to be beaten. There is nothing we can say. But the problem is that there are many things involved. Close black lens bracket. Song Yaoyao, what do you mean? Guogua, do you see the porridge stall below? Do you know why the 2nd prince sent Bingwen to distribute porridge? Song Yaoyao, what else can we do with porridge? Of course, it is to help those poor people who have no food to eat. Guogua, on the surface, that's the case. Host, please take a closer look at the porridge stall below. Close black lens bracket. Song Yaoyao didn't say anything and looked downstairs again. There were still many people getting porridge. Song Yaoyao looked for a long time before she realized clearly that if she wanted to get the porridge, she had to go and register first. Only after registering could she get it. Song Yaoyao retracted her gaze and said, "It's really strange. Why do we need to register to get porridge? Are we afraid that some people will not be aware of it and get it twice, and the people behind them will not get it?" Guagua did not answer this question, but continued to ask. "Host, let me ask you another question. Under what circumstances would a wealthy family give out porridge?" Song Yaoyao, giving out porridge is usually done when there is a disaster or a happy event in the family. There is no disaster at all in Tianyun City now. That's a great joy. Could it be that there's a happy event in the Yin family or Tang Xingrao's mansion? Close black lens bracket. Guagua, host, you may not know. This porridge distribution has been happening every few days recently. How come there are so many happy events in the Yin family and Tang Xingrao's mansion? And look at the place where the porridge is distributed. It is on the most prosperous street in the capital. The porridge distribution we usually see is usually done in civilian areas. Don't you think it's unusual to distribute porridge here? Host, have you ever heard a saying, when something is out of the ordinary, there must be something wrong? Close black lens bracket. The inner voice was overheard, and the whole court was eating melons together. Chapter 224, The Hypocritical Good Man. Song Yaoyao, Guagua, stop keeping us in suspense and tell us what's going on. Guagua, okay. Of course, setting up a porridge stall in the most prosperous place is to gain a good reputation. Host, look at this street. There are jewelry shops, restaurants, rouge and powder shops. Who are the people who patronize these shops the most? They must be the dignitaries and rich people in the capital. The porridge stall is set up here, and people coming and going will see the good deeds of the second prince. The dignitaries can also see it. Many of these dignitaries are court officials and their families. They all admire the second prince's benevolence and righteousness, and even when it comes to choosing a side, because of these good impressions, they may choose to join him without hesitation, which will be of great help to the second prince in competing for that position. Another point is that this move is also to win the hearts of the people. There is a saying, he who wins the hearts of the people wins the world. I don't need to say more about this truth. Close black lens bracket. After a pause, Guagua continued. As for why we need to register, of course it is to investigate the background of those who receive the porridge. Those who came to get the porridge gave their addresses and their ancestors for a bowl of porridge. And Bingwen and his team would screen the registered information and arrest those who met their requirements directly according to the registered address at night. They like those children who have no parents and no one to rely on the most. Even if these children are missing, no one will report it to the police, thus avoiding a lot of trouble. Among those arrested, beggars accounted for more than half. Close black lens bracket. In the video, after distributing the porridge, by the evening, the manager had screened out the children who met the requirements and handed the list to Bingwen. And Bingwen looked at the list and asked, "How many people were selected this time?" The butler said, "There are only 20 people this time." And Bingwen looked at the list and said, "The number of people who meet the requirements is decreasing. Alas, in this capital city, we dare not do anything without restraint. Now that the people have been selected, let's arrest them as we did the last few times." Yes. When it was late at night and everyone was asleep, a group of people with great martial arts skills would appear directly at the homes of those children who met the requirements according to their addresses. When they arrived, they first blew the sleeping pills into the child, knocked him out, and then carried the child away. The technique was quite skillful, and it seemed that this had been done many times. Chen Yishao and the others were also confused. What were they going to do with these children? Song Yaoyao, looking at how skilled they are already repeat offenders. So, what are they planning to do by arresting so many children? Close black lens bracket. Guagua, they captured these children. The boys who were physically strong were sent directly to the Dark Guard camp for training. Those who were physically weak and good-looking were taught etiquette, and learned the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, as well as the secret techniques of the boudoir. They not only learned the secrets of serving women in the boudoir, but also the secrets of serving men in the boudoir. Many men have special fetishes, and they like such weak little gentlemen. There are also some who are weak and of average appearance and are of no use, so they will be sold directly. The same goes for girls. They are either trained to be secret guards, trained to be playthings, or sold. Close black lens bracket. In the video, the captured children were secretly taken to a farm in the suburbs. As soon as the children woke up and saw the stranger, they started crying. The people there have no compassion for children who cry and make trouble. They will just beat them until they become obedient and stop crying and making trouble. Then, take the children to take a bath, clean them up, and then decide where to go. Children who are trained to be secret guards and playthings will be fed poison so that they can be controlled in the future. The methods used to educate these children are extremely cruel. The training of secret guards is to kill each other. Those children who were trained to be playthings first learned various etiquettes, and then learned music, chess, calligraphy and painting. If they didn't learn well, they would be beaten, not given food, and not given antidotes. After seeing this, there is nothing Chen Yishao doesn't understand. He is also a member of the royal family, and he understands that Teng Xing has cast such a large net, ultimately just for that position. He is so cruel and vicious. Ning Chaorui and Ning Chaoyun also stared at the screen without blinking. Is this what the people in power are like? They can do anything for their own interests. Song Yaoyao, this is simply child trafficking. Under the guise of distributing porridge, they're actually doing this behind the scenes. How shameless. How long have they been doing this? Close black lens bracket. Guagua, it's been 5 years. In recent years, they have mainly arrested children from all over the country, and only in recent months have they turned their attention to Beijing. In the capital, they did not dare to make any big moves. Over the past few months, they only captured more than 100 children, most of whom were beggars. Recently, they came to Beijing to distribute porridge. Catching children was secondary. Their main purpose was to gain fame. Over the years, the second prince and his men have captured 5,000 to 6,000 children. Close black lens bracket. In the video, some of the children who were previously arrested are now 15 or 16 years old. Some of them have become secret guards, some have become killers, some have been sent away and become playthings on other people's beds, and some have turned into a pile of bones. The second prince also established a killer organization, San Sheng Dian. The killers in the San Sheng Hall are basically the children they captured in the beginning. The second prince controlled them and made them do murder and robbery for his own business. Song Yaoyao felt very uncomfortable watching all this. Song Yaoyao, Gua Gua, even though these children are from Tiangshan country, I really can't stand it anymore. I will take care of this matter. Gua Gua, please print out all this evidence for me, print more. Close black lens bracket. Gua Gua, okay, host. After a moment, something was printed out. Song Yaoyao herself has no martial arts skills, so she needs to discuss this matter with Chen Yishao and others. Chen Yishao and the others pretended to know nothing. After listening to Song Yaoyao's story, Chen Yishao asked, "How do you want to do it? Can't we just ignore this? I have a lot of flyers here, we can find someone to distribute them directly so that everyone can see what kind of person the second prince is. This matter cannot be delayed." Several people nodded. Chen Yishao's guards were not here and could not help. At this time, Ning Chaorui said, "Leave it to me." Song Yaoyao handed all the flyers to Ning Chaorui. Ning Chaorui went out with the leaflets. After a cup of tea, these leaflets were thrown from several directions to the people who were receiving the porridge. No one could see clearly who had distributed the leaflets. Among those who received the porridge, there were some who could read. They started reading unconsciously. Halfway through, they suddenly fell silent, but their faces became extremely ugly. The inner voice was overheard, and the whole court was eating melons together. Chapter 225 0 Yuan Purchase. Everyone was listening to it. Why did the literate man stop reading? And there was a look of fear on his face. Everyone thought there must be something wrong. The literate man turned around and tried to leave, but he was surrounded by everyone and would not be allowed to leave until he explained clearly. The man had no choice but to briefly whisper the contents of the flyer. After hearing it, everyone was stunned at first, and then dispersed in an instant. The literate man also took the opportunity to run back home. Just like that, the long queue for porridge dispersed in a short while. And Bingwen also saw the contents of the flyer and his face became extremely gloomy. They were extremely careful in doing these things, so how did they get exposed? This leaflet was not only seen by the poor, but also by many dignitaries passing by who were curious and picked it up to read the contents on it. They immediately moved away from the porridge stall. Song Yaoyao looked at the scene downstairs and said gloatingly, "This is going to be a good show. Gua Gua, do you think the second prince will be so angry that he will die after knowing that his past has been exposed? The crown prince just got into trouble, and now his second son got into trouble again. Will Teng Yetao also be pissed off to death?" Close black lens bracket. Gua Gua, angry to death. I don't know whether Emperor Teng Yetao will be angry to death. However, the second prince must be very angry. What he should think about next is how to explain this matter to the people. I noticed that among the people who picked up the flyers just now, there were people belonging to the third prince, the fourth prince. They have already taken the flyers to find their masters to discuss countermeasures. Now that such a big thing has been exposed, those princes have taken the opportunity to trample the second prince to death, making it impossible for him to ever turn over. The capital of Tiangshan nation is becoming increasingly chaotic. Close black lens bracket. Song Yaoyao, the Yin family will be in trouble soon. Isn't it better to do business well? A businessman insisted on getting involved in the fight for succession. It was all the Yin family's own fault. Don't they know that danger and opportunity coexist? They only thought about how much benefits the second prince could bring to their family if he took that position, but they didn't think about what would happen to them if the second prince failed. No matter what, the second prince is still the emperor's biological son. If he fails, the worst that can happen to him is imprisonment, but he won't lose his life. However, in order to appease public anger, the emperor must find a scapegoat. And Bingwen was in charge of distributing porridge, so the scapegoat must be the Yin family. It seems that the Yin family will be raided soon. Close black lens bracket. The Yin family is a royal merchant family, so they must be very rich. After their property was confiscated, those things became a bargain for Teng Yetao. Thinking of this, Song Yaoyao wanted to go to 0 Yuan shopping. After all, she had her own space, so she could go and get some. This must be done before the Yin family's house is ransacked. When they returned to the house, Song Yaoyao said to them, "I want to go and see the Yin family. The Yin family will probably be raided soon. They're royal merchants, so they must have a lot of good things. When the time comes, all those things will be given to that bastard Teng Yetao. I think we can also go and get some back in advance. What do you think?" Ning Chaorui, "Yaoyao, this is not our territory after all, we should keep a low profile." Ning Chaoyun also said, "Over the years, Bingwen has been working with Teng Xingrao, and he must have recruited a lot of people under him. Yaoyao, when we came to Tianyuan City, Grandpa asked us to protect you, so you can't take risks." Chen Yishao asked Song Yaoyao, "Master Xiao Song, when are you going to leave? When you go, take me with you." Well, this sixth prince is just a person who likes to watch the fun and no matter how big the event. They were still trying to persuade Yaoyao, but the sixth prince did this. He was simply here to sabotage them. Song Yaoyao glanced at Chen Yishao and found him much more pleasing to the eye. She said, "We have to go before Teng Yetao issues an order to confiscate the property, otherwise we will get nothing. I thought we should take action tonight, don't worry, I won't hold you back." Song Yaoyao and Chen Yishao have already discussed tonight's actions. Ning Chaorui and Ning Chaoyun looked at each other. Were they abandoned? They were not at all reassured to let these two people act alone. Ning Chaorui and Ning Chaoyun sighed and joined the discussion. At 12 o'clock in the morning, Song Yaoyao and the others changed into night clothes and started to act. Song Yaoyao didn't know how to do Qinggong, so Ning Chaorui put his arm around her waist. Soon, they arrived at an alley not far from the inn mansion. Song Yaoyao had long ago transformed her gun into a drone, which was loaded with a lot of enhanced sleeping pills. She controlled the drone to fly into the sky, and when it reached above the inn family's head, she sprinkled the sleeping pills down. Song Yaoyao, Guogua, are you sure that the inn family's secret guards and patrol guards have all fainted? Guogua, confirmed. Song Yaoyao, then it's up to us. After getting the answers they wanted, Song Yaoyao and her friends successfully entered the inn family. They split up and filled all the rooms with smoke. After making sure that everyone in the room had fainted, they began to act. Guogua, host, let's go to the inn family's warehouse first. There are countless rare treasures in there. The warehouse is at close black lens bracket. Under Guogua's guidance, they quickly found the warehouse. In the light of the torch, the golden and sparkling treasure almost blinded Song Yaoyao's eyes. Chen Yishao ordered. Everyone, hurry up and take what you like. Yes. Everyone dispersed and began to choose the treasures they liked. It was poverty that really limited Song Yaoyao's imagination. This was too rich. Antiques, calligraphy and paintings, rare treasures, Song Yaoyao was dazzled by the sight. At this moment, she was like Granny Lu entering the Grand View Garden, looking around. While everyone was picking out things they liked and no one was paying attention to her, she had quietly moved a lot of boxes into her own space. After a while, Chen Yishao and his companions, each carrying a large bag, went out and said they were waiting for Song Yaoyao outside the door. Little girls, if you are slow in choosing, they can wait a while. Now Song Yaoyao was the only one in the warehouse. She put all the things in the warehouse into the space as quickly as possible. Song Yaoyao didn't know what exactly was collected, but the main thing was that no grass grew wherever it passed, and even mice had to turn around and leave. Song Yaoyao looked at the empty warehouse, then walked out with satisfaction, not forgetting to close the warehouse door. Song Yaoyao also symbolically carried a bag on her shoulders. Chen Yishao, everyone has chosen the things, we can go back now. Song Yaoyao quickly stopped him. It's still early now, and it will take until tomorrow noon for the inn family to wake up. We have finally come here, let's take a look around. Ning Chaorui, even if there are still good things, we can't take them away, right? The inner voice was overheard, and the whole court was eating melons together. Chapter 226 It's chaos, it's chaos. Song Yaoyao, let's just look around, maybe there are some letters or something like that. Chen Yishao finally spoke, okay then. Guogua, host, there are a lot of evidences related to the second prince's crimes in the study of the patriarch of the inn family. You can use them while the patriarch of the inn family has not disposed of those things yet. By the way, there is a secret room in the study, which contains many treasures. Close black lens bracket. Song Yaoyao, got it. Under Guogua's guidance, they arrived at the study of the head of the inn family without any obstacles and found the evidence of the crimes. These evidences were recorded in great detail, including the whereabouts of those children and how they bribed the ministers in the court. Haha, this is irrefutable evidence. Song Yaoyao has already opened the secret room in the study. The things inside are extremely precious. Chen Yishao and the others each took a few items. Song Yaoyao was still hesitating. Everyone else had already made the choice and was waiting for her outside, so she took the opportunity to put all her things into the space. Next, there were hundreds of boxes of gold bars hidden in the secret passage in the back garden. It seemed that these were all prepared for the second prince to use. Song Yaoyao took these gold bars. Song Yaoyao found another excuse and went through the rooms of all the masters of the inn family and collected the private vaults. Song Yaoyao looked at the precious furniture and did not let it go. She collected them as well. These furniture could be exchanged for a lot of money. After doing all this, Song Yaoyao and the others went back. Song Yaoyao was extremely satisfied with the gains from this trip. The next day, word spread in the streets and alleys that the imperial merchant An's house had been robbed clean by bandits overnight, and they reported the matter to the authorities. The government began searching house to house. The soldiers hadn't found him, Song Yaoyao, and she was afraid something might have happened, so she said to Chen Yishao and the others. I have a way to hide these things. If you trust me, just pack your things and I'll help you hide them. I'll make sure no one can find them. I'll return them to you when it's safe. Everyone was also worried about these things, so they sent people to investigate and check very strictly. Now Song Yaoyao offered to help them hide things. Although they didn't know how Song Yaoyao was going to hide these things, everyone still handed the things to her. Song Yaoyao put all these things into the space. In the afternoon, the officers and soldiers came to search the house. They searched very carefully, but found nothing, so they left. Chen Yishao and the others breathed a sigh of relief when they saw that they found nothing. Song Yaoyao is really amazing, her ability to hide things is truly unique. In the past few days, officers and soldiers have come to search every day, sometimes several times a day. The entire capital city is in panic. Song Yaoyao felt that this must be the search order issued by Teng Yetao. Teng Yetao must have felt that everything belonging to the inn family belonged to him, but he was snatched away by someone else like this. He must be very unwilling to accept this. The people were all talking about it. The inn family was an imperial merchant family, so they must have many treasures. How could so many treasures disappear overnight without leaving any trace? If this were to be made public, who would believe it? Everyone thought that the inn family had staged this themselves. The second prince had committed a crime, and the inn family must have noticed something was wrong and moved those things away in advance. A few days later, Song Yaoyao and the others heard that the second prince's case had not yet been concluded, but the inn family had already been imprisoned. Was the emperor going to interrogate the inn family to see if they had committed embezzlement? Where on earth had all those treasures gone? From now on, the inn family will definitely have a hard time. In fact, Chen Yishao and the others also felt that the inn family was stealing from the company. That night, they only took a few things and left everything else untouched. So many treasures were lost overnight, which can only mean that it was done by one of their own people. Song Yaoyao felt that Tianyuan City could get even more chaotic, so she released all the evidence she had obtained from the Yin family. The evidence was posted everywhere in the streets and alleys, and everyone was shocked when they saw the evidence. The people had never expected that the second prince was such a person. The famous Sansheng Palace was actually the second prince's property. A prince was actually engaged in the business of killing people and robbing goods. It really opened everyone's eyes. The people also found out where the children who were taken away had gone, and which officials had special fetishes were also exposed. The incident caused a big uproar. At the morning court session, Teng Xingrao and those officials with special fetishes were reported by the censor. The previous incident hasn't been settled yet, and this incident happened again. It's really one problem after another. Emperor Teng Yetao ordered that Teng Xingrao be imprisoned. Those officials with special fetishes who colluded with Teng Xingrao were dismissed from their posts and exiled 3,000 miles away. The reason why Teng Yetao was so angry was that the properties of the Yin family were missing. Teng Yetao ordered his men to search the Yin mansion from top to bottom, but no treasure was found. However, they discovered a secret passage that led directly to the residence of the second prince Teng Xingrao. Teng Yetao suspected that all the treasures were transferred to the house of his second son. Those treasures were all his. How could Teng Xingrao, this rebellious son, dare to snatch them from him? Only when Teng Yetao gives rewards can others take them. If anyone dares to take something that he has not rewarded, it means they're trying to steal it from him, which is a taboo for Teng Yetao. The punishment at the morning court was to take the opportunity to search Teng Xingrao's mansion to see if the treasures were in his mansion. As for those officials with special hobbies, they have simply walked into trouble. If not them, who else should be targeted? After Song Yaoyao and Chen Yishao discussed with others, they released the evidence that Queen Husiyu and Crown Prince's tutor Han Zongge had an affair and gave birth to 2 bastards. Before, people had only heard those rumors, but now, seeing the evidence posted everywhere in the streets and alleys, they now believe that everything is true. I didn't expect the emperor to be cuckolded so much. When Emperor Teng Yetao learned the news, he immediately sent someone to tear up the evidence. Teng Yetao's actions further prove that everything is true. Before, the Hu and Han families were just surrounded, but this time, they were all thrown into prison, and what awaited them was execution or exile. During this period, the capital of Tiangshan Kingdom was in chaos. At this time, news came from the border that another city was occupied by the army of Tianfeng Kingdom. Now, the capital is even more chaotic. 3 days later, Song Yaoyao and the others received news that Ji Changyuan's wife and children had been released from the palace, and they had returned to Prince San's mansion. Although the person was released, he was still being monitored. After being in Tianyuan City for so long, I finally saw the target of my mission. After Ji Changyuan's wife Lin Shishi and son Ji Zhengming returned to Prince San's mansion, the first thing they did was to hold a funeral for Ji Changyuan. The inner voice was overheard, and the whole court was eating melons together. Chapter 227 Ji Changyuan's wife and children. The funeral was held in a grand manner. There was no corpse, so they planned to build a cenotaph using the clothes that Ji Changyuan wore during his lifetime. For the sake of fame, Teng Yetao also went to Prince San's palace to pay homage. When officials of all ranks in the court saw that the emperor had gone, they also went to Prince San's palace. The Prince San's mansion was extremely busy during this period. Song Yaoyao and the others had no way of getting close to Lin Shishi and could only watch from a tea house not far away. At this moment, Guoguo's voice rang out. Host, I have unlocked the reason why Ji Changyuan's wife and children were detained in the palace before, and why they were suddenly released from the palace a few days ago. Do you want to hear it? Song Yaoyao, this is also something that I can't figure out. Please tell me the reason. Guoguo, news of Ji Changyuan's death came from the border, but Teng Yetao didn't believe it at all. He suspected that Ji Changyuan had faked his death. Teng Yetao felt that if it was a fake death, as long as Ji Changyuan's wife and children were in his hands, he would not be afraid that Ji Changyuan would not show up. Close black lens bracket. Song Yaoyao, I see. Teng Yetao is quite suspicious. Then why did you suddenly let him out of the palace? Close black lens bracket. Guoguo, a few days ago, Teng Yetao received the news that another city was lost on the border, and wanted to send generals from the court to lead troops to provide support, but none of the generals were willing to lead the troops. The emperor could only ask the secret guards to privately investigate why these generals were unwilling to go to the war. Only then did Teng Yetao realize that those generals were afraid that if they led the troops to war, the emperor would still become suspicious of them and might even bring their families into the palace and detain them. They work so hard but get nothing in return and also put their families in danger, so they are unwilling to do such thankless work. Isn't War King Ji Changyuan a living example? Prince San has been dead for so long, and the emperor has not said anything. Until now, Prince San's wife and children are still being detained in the palace. How could this not make these generals feel disheartened? Therefore, no one was willing to lead the troops this time. After learning the reason, Teng Yetao had to release Ji Changyuan's wife and children from the palace, but he was still worried and sent people to monitor them. Song Yaoyao, I see. The funeral will take 7 days to end, and there are too many officials coming and going. After these 7 days, Prince San's palace will probably be quiet. At that time, we will find an opportunity to contact Lin Shishi herself. Guoguo, I seem to see Teng Lingfeng also went to Prince San's mansion just now. Close black lens bracket. Guoguo, host, you are not mistaken. The man just now was indeed the 10th Prince Teng Lingfeng of Tiangshan Kingdom. Before, he was captured by our Tianfeng country and held hostage, and was exchanged for a lot of silver. Because of that incident, this person completely hated our Tianfeng Kingdom. Host, he has seen all of you, you should be more careful. Close black lens bracket. Chen Yishao and the others also felt that Teng Lingfeng was a mad dog. If he got any wind of the matter, he would definitely hold on to them. They had to be extra careful. Song Yaoyao, it seems that each of us needs to put on some makeup before going out, so as not to be recognized by him. Before, I was thinking about how to rescue Ji Changyuan's wife and children every day, and I forgot about that bastard Teng Lingfeng. He caused us to lose a talented general like Lin Zhenhua, and I will always remember this grudge. Before leaving Tianyuan City, I must teach this guy a lesson. I remember that the last person who was arrested with Teng Lingfeng was Fan Muqing, the son of the Tiangshan Kingdom's Grand Tutor. Let me think about the countermeasures. Close black lens bracket. Guogua, host, there is Teng Lingfeng's melon, do you want to eat it? Song Yaoyao, yes, 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 please tell me quickly, maybe this big melon can be used to your advantage. Guogua, Teng Lingfeng's princess is Kai Bingyu, the legitimate daughter of the second-rank Right Guard General Kai Xianghai. As Guogua finished speaking, the image of Kai Bingyu appeared on the screen above Song Yaoyao's head. Kai Bingyu Song Yaoyao, what then? Guogua, Kai Xianghai has 6 sons but only 1 daughter, Kai Bingyu. In other families, sons are favored over daughters and all good things are given to sons first. But in the Kai family, it is the opposite. Kai Bingyu would pick out the food and daily necessities first, and only after the rest would it be her son's turn. Just like that, Kai Bingyu was spoiled to the point of being arrogant, rude, selfish and overbearing. Close black lens bracket. In the video, whenever Kai Xianghai got something good, he would first give it to Kai Bingyu to choose. The same goes for food. No matter whether it is cooked in the mansion or bought from outside, a portion must be left for Kai Bingyu. Kai Bingyu was spoiled to the point of being extremely overbearing. As long as she liked something, it would be hers, and anyone else could forget about it. Song Yaoyao, Kai Bingyu has a typical naughty child personality. At home, there are people who pamper, coax and indulge her. But if she goes out, who will spoil her? And she can easily offend others and cause trouble. Guogua, yes, she has the personality of a naughty child. It is said that Kai Bingyu has liked the 10th Prince Teng Lingfeng since she was a child. After she came of age and reached the age to get married, she kept pestering Kai Xianghai to ask her father to go to the palace and ask the emperor to grant her and Teng Lingfeng a marriage. As long as it was his daughter's request, Kai Xianghai couldn't refuse it, mainly because he also thought Teng Lingfeng was good. Close black lens bracket. In the video, Kai Bingyu told Kai Xianghai and Mrs. Kai that she had always admired the 10th prince and she wanted to become the 10th prince's consort, and she asked her father to help her realize her wish. Kai Xianghai thought about it, nodded and agreed. The next day, Kai Xianghai went to the palace and asked the emperor to grant a marriage between Kai Bingyu and the 10th prince Teng Lingfeng. Teng Yetao liked his son Teng Lingfeng the most. For others, he might have directly granted a marriage, but for this son, he still called him into the palace and asked him whether he agreed to the marriage. Teng Lingfeng nodded in agreement. Just like that, half a year later, Kai Bingyu married Teng Lingfeng. Guogua continued. After marriage, Kai Bingyu and Teng Lingfeng also lived a sweet life. 2 years later, Teng Lingfeng brought back a girl named Bai Ranran from outside. This girl looked delicate and weak, and people wanted to protect her. Before, the palace had no concubines or empresses, only Kai Bingyu. Now Bai Ranran has come, which has stirred up a hornet's nest. How could Kai Bingyu tolerate Bai Ranran? What Kai Bingyu couldn't stand the most was that Teng Lingfeng actually held a wedding banquet for such a shameless thing, and all the prominent officials in the court came. In Bai Ranran's video, Bai Ranran wore a bright red wedding dress and married Teng Lingfeng. Everyone's face was filled with joy, but Kai Bingyu was not among them. As the legal wife, Kai Bingyu's face became particularly ferocious when she saw all this. When it came to the part where the concubine served tea to the wife, Kai Bingyu could no longer suppress her anger and deliberately spilled the scalding hot tea, which spilled directly onto Bai Ranran's hands, causing blisters on them. The inner voice was overheard, and the whole court was eating melons together. Chapter 228, Bai Ranran's demise. Teng Lingfeng was furious and had Kai Bingyu sent back to the yard and confined. Song Yaoyao, this Bai Ranran has a pretty face, very pitiful, and can really arouse a man's desire to protect her. In the video, Kai Bingyu was sent back to her own yard. Suddenly, there was a crackling sound of porcelain breaking in the house. It was unknown how long it took before the house became quiet. This matter is not something that can be resolved by just breaking a few sets of teacups. Kai Bingyu thinks Bai Ranran is a shameless bitch who stole her man. How dare a pariah who appeared out of nowhere snatch her man? The more Kai Bingyu thought about it, the angrier she became, and she almost fainted from anger. On the other side, after Teng Lingfeng saw off the guests, he rested in Bai Ranran's yard. The next day, Kai Bingyu heard that Teng Lingfeng asked for water several times in the middle of the night, and she was so angry that she broke several sets of teacups. Song Yaoyao, is Kai Bingyu going to piss herself off to death? There are thousands of men in the world, if this one doesn't work, let's change it. What's so rare about a rotten cucumber that has been used by others? Why are you so pessimistic? Close black lens bracket. Everyone. Song Yaoyao didn't think there was anything wrong with what she said, but when Chen Yishao and the others heard it, they looked at her in surprise. How could Lord Xiao Song have such an idea? If this little Song lady gets married in the future, if her husband dares to mess around outside, she will definitely take out her weapon and kill him, and then find someone who is obedient. Thinking of this, they all began to sympathize with Song Yaoyao's future husband. But what they didn't know was that Song Yaoyao had never thought about getting married. Isn't it good to be alone? If you have to find a man, it feels like you have found a father for yourself, and then he will serve the whole family like serving ancestors. Song Yaoyao is not stupid, so she won't do such a loss-making business. Guogua, host, this is ancient times, your ideas won't work here. Okay, let's not talk about this anymore and let's continue talking about Bai Ranran. Kai Bingyu was imprisoned for half a month. Teng Lingfeng went to see her and released her after seeing that she had behaved much better. After Kai Bingyu was released, she acted very well in front of Teng Lingfeng. When Teng Lingfeng was not at home, she called Bai Ranran over and started to torture her. Close black lens bracket. In the video, as soon as Teng Lingfeng left the house, Kai Bingyu called Bai Ranran to her yard and asked her to serve her meal. She was always nitpicking. If she found the slightest fault of Bai Ranran, she would punish her by sending her to the yard and making her kneel under the scorching sun with a bowl of water on her head. The water could not spill. If it did, she would be given a bigger jar to hold. Kai Bingyu also learned to be smart. When Bai Ranran knelt, she put a cushion under her knees. This way her knees would not get hurt and there was no visible sign of punishment. Kai Bingyu estimated that Teng Lingfeng would be back soon, so she asked Bai Ranran to go back a quarter of an hour earlier. Since the concubine did something wrong, it was only right for the mistress to punish her. Bai Ranran didn't dare to complain when she returned, because she was just a commoner with no one to rely on. Besides, Bai Ranran didn't have any scars on her body. If she complained, Kai Bingyu would bite her back, and that would make Teng Lingfeng dislike her. The only person Bai Ranran can rely on is Teng Lingfeng. Gua Gua, that's how it is. Whenever Teng Lingfeng goes out, Bai Ranran will be called over and punished. 3 months passed like this. One time, when Bai Ranran was punished to kneel, she suddenly fainted, and a lot of blood flowed from her body. Kai Bingyu was also startled and quickly called the doctor. Kai Bingyu knew that if something happened to Bai Ranran, the punishments she had received before would definitely not be concealed, and Teng Lingfeng would not forgive her. Just then Teng Lingfeng came back and learned that Bai Ranran had fainted in Kai Bingyu's yard. The doctor said that Bai Ranran had a miscarriage. This made Teng Lingfeng very angry. After an investigation, he found out what Kai Bingyu had done in the past few months. Harming the royal offspring is a serious crime. Teng Lingfeng was very angry, but because he still had to rely on the support of Kai Bingyu's father, Kai Xianghai, he only confined her to her own courtyard to copy Buddhist scriptures, and ordered that Bai Ranran no longer had to pay respects to the princess. Close black lens bracket. In the video, after Bai Ranran knew that she had a miscarriage, she stared at the ceiling with a dull look in her eyes, tears streaming down her face. Teng Lingfeng knew that she had been wronged, so he sent her a lot of gifts and also sent 2 maids who knew kung fu to follow her. Song Yaoyao, given Kai Bingyu's overbearing personality, this matter is definitely not over yet. Bai Ranran will suffer a lot in the future. Gua Gua, since then, Bai Ranran has been staying in her own yard. Half a year later, Bai Ranran became pregnant again. This time, Teng Lingfeng was afraid that Kai Bingyu would cause trouble again, so he personally selected 4 maids to take care of Bai Ranran, and no outsiders were allowed to enter her yard. Everyone knows who this outsider is talking about. Kai Bingyu didn't know where to start and was almost going crazy. Later, Kai Bingyu's nanny gave her some advice, saying that it was common for a woman to die with 2 children during childbirth. Kai Bingyu's eyes suddenly lit up. Close black lens bracket. In the video, the news that Bai Ranran was pregnant again reached Kai Bingyu's ears. The defense was tight over there, and she couldn't find any opportunity to take action. After hearing what the nanny said, Kai Bingyu suddenly became enlightened. Bai Ranran's pregnancy was getting worse and worse, so the mansion prepared 2 midwives, and Kai Bingyu bribed them. On the day of delivery, the midwife did something wrong and Bai Ranran died during childbirth, resulting in 2 deaths. After Bai Ranran died, Teng Lingfeng asked someone to investigate. Under torture, the 2 midwives confessed everything. What if they found out? No matter how much Teng Lingfeng hated Kai Bingyu, he could only endure it. Teng Lingfeng still relies on Kai Xianghai's support. Kai Bingyu is like a victorious rooster, feeling proud every day. Song Yaoyao, alas, being someone's concubine without any backing is like this: if you die, it's all in vain. Gua Gua, Kai Bingyu thought that she had defeated Bai Ranran, and the matter was over. However, she did not think about the fact that Teng Lingfeng was a prince, and it was impossible for her to be the only woman in his life. Even if 1 Bai Ranran was removed, there would still be 10 or 20 Bai Ranrans appearing in the palace. In this way, Kai Bingyu lived a quiet life for a year, and Teng Lingfeng proposed marriage to a woman named Qi Tingting, who was extremely beautiful. A very beautiful girl appeared on the screen above Song Yaoyao's head. Qi Tingting and Song Yaoyao, this girl is so beautiful, and she looks much smarter than Bai Ranran. She must be hard to deal with. Let's see what Kai Bingyu will do now. Gua Gua, Qi Tingting is the adopted daughter of a second-rank official. She is not a concubine. She was married into the palace as a concubine and is listed in the Royal Imperial Book. Qi Tingting's adoptive father holds a higher official position than Kai Bingyu's father. It is not easy for Kai Bingyu to bully her. Host, can you guess Qi Tingting's true identity? Close black lens bracket. The inner voice was overheard, and the whole court was eating melons together. Chapter 229. Qi Tingting. Song Yaoyao, Qi Tingting has a hidden identity. Gua Gua, not bad, host, yes. Song Yaoyao, as the adopted daughter of a second-rank official, Qi Tingting is qualified enough to be the prince's wife, but why did she choose to be Teng Lingfeng's concubine? There must be a reason for this, but I can't guess what it is. Gua Gua, tell me. Close black lens bracket. Chen Yishao and the others also wanted to know Qi Tingting's identity. Why did she give up being the wife and marry into the 10th prince's palace to be a concubine? To put it bluntly, a concubine is also a concubine. Gua Gua, okay, since you're begging me so much, I'll tell you. Song Yaoyao, when did I ever beg you? Gua Gua, Qi Tingting is Bai Ranran's biological sister. The reason why Qi Tingting married into the 10th prince's mansion was to investigate the cause of Bai Ranran's death and to seek revenge. Song Yaoyao became more energetic after hearing this. Her eyes sparkled and she asked. What? Qi Tingting is Bai Ranran's biological sister. How can these 2 people who have nothing to do with each other be biological sisters? What is going on? Close black lens bracket. Gua Gua, this story started many years ago. Bai Ranran's family of 4 went out and encountered bandits. His parents were killed on the spot. Bai Ranran and Bai Tingting ran desperately. Bai Ranran hid his sister and led the bandits away. While escaping, Bai Ranran lost her balance and fell off a cliff, fainting on the spot. She woke up 2 days later. When she went to look for her sister, she was gone. Bai Tingting was discovered by Lord Qi Yi, a chamberlain who was passing by. He was brought back to the palace and adopted as his daughter. On the other side, Bai Ranran couldn't find her sister, and anxiously searched around where Bai Tingting was hiding, but there was no trace of her. Finally, she fainted on the side of the road and was rescued by a hunter. The hunter and his wife had no children, so they finally adopted Bai Ranran as their adopted daughter. At that time, Bai Ranran was 7 years old and Bai Tingting was 6 years old. The two sisters separated like this. Close black lens bracket. In the video, Bai Ranran hid her sister in the bushes and kept running forward. In a panic, she fell off the cliff and fainted. The younger sister had been waiting for her sister in the bushes, but she could not see Bai Ranran. As the sky gradually darkened, she started crying out of fear. Qiyiji, who was passing by, found her and asked her, "Child, what is your name?" Bai Tingting was so scared that she took several steps back, not daring to speak. Seeing how scared she was, Qiyiji asked someone to bring her some snacks. Bai Tingting was indeed hungry, and after eating 2 snacks, she was not so scared anymore. Qiyiji asked Bai Tingting again, and she told him the general idea. She said that she and her parents and sister came out and met some bad guys. Her sister took her away and hid her, and she led the bandits away. Now she can't find her parents and sister. When Qiyiji asked her again where her home was, she couldn't explain it clearly. On the way they came, Qiyiji saw several dead bodies. They should be the parents and servants of the little girl in front of him. The whereabouts of the little girl's sister were also unknown, so Qiyiji felt pity for her and brought her back home and changed her name to Tingting. Bai Ranran had a different fate. She frantically searched for her sister around, but found nothing. Finally, she fainted and was rescued by a hunter. The hunter brought her home. The hunter and his wife treated her very well. They exchanged their prey for fine rice to feed her. Bai Ranran no longer wants to go back to the Bai family now that her parents and sister are gone. Her grandparents, uncle and aunt have always disliked her family. If she goes back now, not only will her family property be taken over, it might even be sold. In the end, Bai Ranran recognized the hunter couple as his parents. Song Yao Yao, the identities of the two sisters have changed, and their future destinies have also changed. Gua Gua continued, yes. When they were adopted, they were already able to remember things. Bai Ranran has been looking for her sister's whereabouts over the years. The same thing happened to Tingting. When she was a little older, Qiyiji told her about the scene when he met her. Both her parents had been killed, but there was no body of a child at the scene. Tingting felt that her sister must still be alive, and she had been looking for Bai Ranran's whereabouts for years. By the time Tingting finally found out that Bai Ranran had married into the 10th prince's mansion, it was already 3 months after Bai Ranran's death. When Tingting learned the news that Bai Ranran was dead, she was still a step too late and failed to save her sister. She was the only one left in this world. Tingting asked someone to investigate what happened to Bai Ranran after she entered the 10th prince's palace, but everything about Bai Ranran was kept secret, so she found nothing. She wanted to investigate it herself, so she decided to marry Tang Lingfeng. Close black lens bracket. Song Yao Yao, alas, the two sisters are finally separated by the yin and yang. By the way, how did Qiyiji and his wife treat Tingting? How did she convince her adoptive parents to marry into the 10th prince's palace as a concubine? Close black lens bracket. Gua Gua, Qiyiji and Mrs. Qi are very kind to Tingting and treat her like their own daughter. Tingting has everything that Qiyiji's biological daughter Qi Xinshao has. Qi Xinshao and Tingting have a very good relationship. They study etiquette together, and learn music, chess, calligraphy and painting together. The two of them are proficient in playing the piano, chess, calligraphy, painting, reciting poems and composing couplets. In addition, Tingting also asked to learn martial arts. Qiyiji thought it was a good thing for a girl to learn some martial arts to protect herself, so he agreed. Tingting persisted in practicing martial arts, but Qi Xinshao could not bear the hardship and gave up after a few days. Even though Tingting is a woman, she is very skilled in martial arts. Close black lens bracket. In the video, Tingting wanted to learn martial arts because of something that happened in her childhood. Qiyiji agreed and even found the best master to teach her. Tingting is very serious about everything she studies, and she never slacks off when it comes to learning martial arts. Song Yao Yao, I never realized Tingting is such an all-rounder. Gua Gua, after Tingting learned that Bai Ranran had died, she thought a lot. Now the prince's private fights for that position are becoming more and more intense. Qiyiji admires the 4th prince very much and has already joined him. Qi Xinshao is very much in love with the 4th prince, and the 4th prince also promises that he will marry Qi Xinshao as his 4th prince consort in the future. But no one knew that Qiyiji had joined the 4th prince, and now was not the time to marry Qi Xinshao. Among the many competitors, the 10th prince Tang Lingfeng is undoubtedly the biggest threat, mainly because the emperor particularly favors this son. Tingting finally found Qiyiji and said that she was willing to marry into the 10th prince's palace as a concubine. Tingting summed up the benefits of marrying into the 10th prince's mansion. First, it was to help the 4th prince pass on information, second, it was to help Qi Xinshao marry into the 4th prince's mansion earlier, and third, it was to investigate the cause of Bai Ranran's death and avenge her sister. The reason was very tempting, and finally, Qiyiji agreed. Close black lens bracket. The inner voice was overheard, and the whole court was eating melons together. Chapter 230 Prepare to cause trouble. In the video, Tingting got the news that Bai Ranran was dead, locked herself in the room, and kept crying. She sat there all night, and the next day, when Qiyiji came back from court, she went to the study to find Qiyiji. Qiyiji asked him to go back first and think about it carefully. Qiyiji thought about it for 2 days, and finally agreed after discussing with the 4th prince and his staff. In this way, Tingting married into the 10th prince's mansion. The 10th prince was very happy, thinking that he could get Qiyiji's support. Song Yao Yao gloated over the misfortune. Tang Lingfeng thought he had married a great beauty and received a great help, but he never expected that he had married a man-eating plant who was out to take his life. Gua Gua, ever since Tingting married into the 10th prince's palace, it has been really lively. Kai Bingyu wanted to bully Tingting like she bullied Bai Ranran. Kai Bingyu asked Qi Tingting to pay her respects in her yard, and Qi Tingting went. Kai Bingyu still used the same trick, trying to find fault with her. However, Qi Tingting had learned etiquette strictly in the Qi family and did it very well. It was impossible to find any mistakes in her. If the open approach doesn't work, then the covert approach will do. Poisoning and disfigurement are common. Close black lens bracket. In the video, Kai Bingyu kept finding faults and framing Qi Tingting, but she easily avoided them. Song Yao Yao, Qi Tingting just dodged it like this and didn't fight back. I feel like this is not like Qi Tingting's style. Gua Gua, Qi Tingting has just married into the 10th prince's mansion and hasn't figured out the situation yet, so she doesn't dare to take any action. Once she finds out everything, she will definitely fight back. Qi Tingting is not someone who will suffer a loss. Close black lens bracket. Song Yao Yao, Gua Gua, what you mean is that Qi Tingting has been married into the 10th prince's mansion for 2 months, and nothing has been found out yet. Gua Gua, not bad. A gag order was issued regarding Bai Ranran's affairs. The maids, old women, and servants in Bai Ranran's yard were all sold off, and even the yard where she lived was sealed off. Close black lens bracket. Song Yao Yao's eyes turned and she had an idea. Didn't Qi Tingting want to find out the cause of Bai Ranran's death? We'll give it to her for free. If Qi Tingting knew that Bai Ranran was killed by Kai Bingyu, and that the 10th Prince Teng Lingfeng helped cover up the crime, the 10th Prince's palace would definitely be in chaos. Close black lens bracket. Gua Gua, well, let's just wait and watch the show. Song Yao Yao turned around and told Chen Yishao and her 2 cousins her thoughts. Several people nodded in agreement. Song Yao Yao asked Gua Gua to print out the evidence, gave it to Ning Chaorui, and asked him to wait before leaving. Song Yao Yao took out makeup tools from her bag. She had used them when she was doing makeup for Chen Yishao before, so she brought these tools with her for easy touch-ups. Before Ning Chaorui left, Song Yao Yao put makeup on him. Teng Lingfeng had been to the border and was very familiar with the generals on Grandpa Ning's side. In case he was recognized, he still had to put on some disguise. After putting on makeup, Ning Chaorui took the evidence and went to make arrangements. As soon as he left, Song Yao Yao sat back in her seat and started to put makeup on herself and Ning Chaoyun. Teng Lingfeng had met Song Yao Yao before. It was Song Yao Yao who caused him to be captured in Tianfeng country. Teng Lingfeng hated the Tianfeng kingdom to the core, and he even wanted to eat Song Yao Yao's flesh, devour her bones, and drink her blood. Song Yao Yao finished her makeup, put away her things and looked at Prince San's mansion outside the window. Song Yao Yao, Gua Gua, before, when I showed those evidences, I was worried that Chen Yishao and my cousin would ask questions, but they never asked at all, so I became bolder. They didn't seem to even think of asking me where the evidence came from, and what was going on. Close black lens bracket. Gua Gua, host, why do you think so much? Isn't it better if they don't ask? As a human being, it's better to be ignorant. If they don't ask, you can pretend you know nothing, isn't that good? Close black lens bracket. Song Yao Yao, it's not bad, I'm just a little worried. Gua Gua, I think you are just idle, worrying about nothing every day. Song Yao Yao. Song Yao Yao wanted to say something, but at this moment, Teng Lingfeng had already walked out of Prince San's mansion. Song Yao Yao's attention was completely drawn to Teng Lingfeng. The more she looked at him, the more annoyed she became. She was thinking about how to deal with him. Song Yao Yao rummaged around in the space for a long time and finally found what she wanted in the medicinal powder she had prepared. Song Yao Yao, hee. Gua Gua, host, what did you find? You're laughing like a villain. Song Yao Yao did not reply to Gua Gua, but said to Ning Chaoyun. Second cousin, send someone to keep an eye on Teng Lingfeng. Ning Chaoyun was a little confused and asked. Yao Yao, what are you going to do? Song Yao Yao smiled mysteriously. Second cousin, just help me keep an eye on him. You will know when the time comes. Half an hour later, Ning Chaorui came back and said. Everything has been explained, and the things should be in Qi Tingting's hands soon. Song Yao Yao nodded, turned to Ning Chaoyun and asked. Second cousin, where is Teng Lingfeng now? Earlier, my men reported that Teng Lingfeng entered the restaurant not far away. Keep watching. As soon as Teng Lingfeng leaves the restaurant, we will follow him immediately. It is good. Another half hour passed, and it had darkened. The servant came to report that Teng Lingfeng had left the restaurant. Song Yao Yao and the others followed immediately. After walking through the busy streets and arriving at a less crowded place, Song Yao Yao and the others covered their faces with black scarves and stood directly in front of Teng Lingfeng's carriage. The carriage stopped. Teng Lingfeng's guard had already made an attacking gesture and asked. How dare you, do you know whose carriage this is? How dare you stop it? Song Yao Yao said in an androgynous voice. Of course we know whose carriage this is, isn't it the 10th prince's carriage? Don't be nervous, brother, we are not bad people. Do you believe what you said? Which good person is dressed like you? Brother, what you said is too much. How come we are not good people? What have we done that makes us not good people? If you don't make things clear today, we are not done. Song Yao Yao said this and walked towards Teng Lingfeng's carriage. Stop, don't come over here. If you come over here again, don't blame us for being rude. How can you be so rude? Song Yao Yao continued to walk forward and took the opportunity to sprinkle the enhanced version of the sleeping pills in her hand. Several guards all fainted. 2 secret guards immediately appeared in front of Song Yao Yao and the others. Ning Chaorui and Chen Yishao had already started fighting with the 2 secret guards. After a few rounds, they took the opportunity to throw out a handful of sleeping pills. The 2 secret guards were also drugged and passed out. There was no movement outside the carriage. Although Teng Lingfeng had drunk a lot, he was not completely drunk. He asked. What happened outside? The inner voice was overheard, and the whole court was eating melons together. Chapter 231 Yian Tower. No one responded outside. Teng Lingfeng rubbed his temple and asked again. What happened outside? Still no one responded. Teng Lingfeng could only hold his forehead, open the curtain and walk out. As soon as he came out to see, he saw that all his guards and secret guards were lying unconscious on the ground. Before he could react, a handful of medicine powder was sprinkled in his face and Teng Lingfeng fell down. Song Yaoyao looked at the people on the ground and ordered the guards to search them and take out all the banknotes and identity documents from them. After finishing all this, Song Yaoyao continued. Move everyone on the ground into the carriage first, and we will drive the carriage to a remote place. It is good. When they reached a remote place, Ning Chaorui asked. What should we do now? Song Yaoyao, the material of